The story begins in a fortress where a person sits alone in his room, deeply disappointed by something. He thinks that the people of their territory are going to starve again, but the Duke is not bothering to take any measures to prevent it. Suddenly, he looks out of the window, finding a massive ball of fire approaching the fortress, which leaves him shocked. As he gazes at the widespread destruction in the city, with countless soldiers killing civilians after the attack, he realizes they are under attack by the Imperial Army. Remembering that this army is commanded by the Emperor Zerone, the person feels enraged at him. While more and more balls of fire start to fall upon the fortress, he notices a warrior standing above the roof of the castle and recognizes him as their duke. Shocked, he calls out to the duke, urging him to get away from there. A massive ball of fire strikes the roof, causing everything to be destroyed. Moments later, another fireball smashes through the person's window, burning him to death and marking the fall of the worthless territory of the empire. Right after his death, the person wakes up as a young man, finding himself in a room. He looks at his reflection in the mirror, becoming shocked, considering that he was supposed to die. He remembers this face belonging to the Duke when he was young, about 20 years ago. The person becomes surprised, realizing that he has regressed as Duke Aaron as a result of something completely unexpected happening to him. Aaron becomes shocked, locks himself up in a room, and stops eating and drinking while continuously cursing the Emperor for killing him. He keeps thinking about taking his revenge. After spending 3 days in a similar way, venting his frustration at those who led to his death, he finally makes the decision to use the second chance to the fullest. Shutting himself in a room again, he starts to investigate everything about the Duke to live like him and prevent the coming fall. Shortly thereafter, a sudden famine strikes the territory, and Aaron, despite having all the luxuries, refuses to eat. Crushing the bread with his hands, he considers that his people are unable to even have a piece of bread. Aaron becomes frustrated, remembering that the real Aaron never paid attention to his people, who were dying of hunger. Watching him crush the bread like that, Cheryl, his sister, becomes angry and stops him from doing that, remarking that it is very precious, and she got it after a lot of effort. Seeing her, Aaron quickly puts the bread back, stating that he was doing it because he can digest it better in crushed form. Asking if she has time, Aaron suggests going somewhere, making her confused. After some time, both of them go to visit the Knight Captain Rommel, who states that Aaron already ordered him to manage the food supply and asks why he called him with his armor on. In response, Aaron reveals that Emperor Zerone is going to kill them all, making both Rommel and Cheryl shocked and unable to believe it. Cheryl asks why he would do such a thing despite being their uncle and considering the promise he made with their late father. In response, Aaron states that it is not strange for the promise to be broken until they have the right to the throne and reveals that Zerone is taking part in underground work to break the promise. Mentioning the dragon's blessing, Aaron states that it is time to use it, causing Cheryl to ask if they were not supposed to hide it till the end. In response, Aaron states that dying at the hands of the Emperor is not included in the end he talked about and suggests that they should begin. Cheryl starts thinking that her brother's words must have a reason behind them, and she activates a magic spell, causing a portal to appear in front of them. As she walks towards the portal, Rommel calls out to her, expressing his surprise at her ability to use magic. Turning around, she smiles, remarking that she might not have told him about her ability. Crossing through the portal, all three of them enter a frozen land and reach the end of a cliff. Cheryl states that it might not work since she has not tried it for a long time. She begins casting, and a huge ball of fire forms above them. Casting similar spells simultaneously, she causes a huge wheel of inferno to form, leaving Rommel shocked. Using that spell, she strikes a mountain far away from them, causing its tip to get separated, which intensifies Rommel's astonishment. Cheryl, who seems unmoved by her spell, remarks that it was barely over the 7th circle, causing Rommel to express his astonishment at her high-tier magician abilities. Acknowledging that Cheryl is indeed a high-ranking magician, she states that it's still not enough to face the entire Imperial army. Eren agrees, noting that she needs to become more powerful while feeling astonished since, according to the Duke's diary, she was only a 5th circle mid-ranked magician, not an archmage. Meanwhile, Cheryl mentions that her skills are nothing compared to her brother's, prompting Rommel to turn to Eren and ask if that's true. In response, Eren suggests that he should give it a try and draws his sword. Feeling a little nervous, he remembers that the previous day he was reading the diary of the Duke and came to know that he is a Grandmaster-ranked swordsman. Wondering if he really had such great power, Eren got up from the chair and walked towards the book rack. Considering that no one was powerful from the start, he took out a book on basic Imperial swordsmanship and started to learn the technique from it. Remembering that, Eren raises his sword in the air, charging it with overwhelming energy, and uses the technique of piercing wind, launching a powerful slash. As a result of such a powerful move, the mountain gets divided into two, followed by its complete destruction. Considering that, despite not going directly for that mountain, his attempt was successful, Eren stands confidently while Rommel is taken aback by his power. The next day, a dragon flies above the territory and suddenly senses the blessing it granted a human several millennia ago. Taking a flip in the air, the dragon rushes toward the territory, transforming into a bird, and then lands on the ground, assuming a human form. Looking at the capital in front of him, the dragon wonders if he should go and see the humans who received his blessing. A few days ago, when Eren regressed as the Duke, he read the diary of the Duke and learned that Uncle Zerone, with the help of the feudal lord, pressurized his father and usurped the throne. Soon after their father died, he and Cheryl had to leave the kingdom because they were chased away. The reason they were able to survive was because of the condition and oath that Uncle Zerone took with his father to protect them. In order to prevent them from coveting the throne for the rest of their lives, Zerone made Eren live as the Duke of the Brahn territory on the outskirts of the continent. This place was a small fortress built on barren land where even the crops could not grow, and was under continuous attack by monsters. With the blessing of the dragon that both he and his sister had at the time of their birth, both of them had Grandmaster-level abilities. Despite having the powers to resolve all the problems in the territory, Eren decided to keep a low profile and hide his powers in order to keep the oath that his father had made. Reading all that, Eren closed the diary, wondering if a promise to the dead was more important than the lives of the living. Meanwhile, in the territory plaza, a child who was badly hurt while playing a game receives treatment from a saintess, causing his hand to become completely fine without even hurting. She states that his parents must be worried. Cecilia, the saintess, tells him that he should not play dangerous games, and the child complies, causing her to compliment him for being a good child. Just then, she hears an announcement revealing the order of the Duke for everyone to gather at the plaza. A little later, as they gather, they become confused looking at Eren, who is standing on a stone. People become confused, wondering why he intends to make a speech, while feeling frustrated considering that he never says anything useful. Meanwhile, one of them states that their Duke has gotten very strange these days and has hired all the knights who were jobless and is training them. Hearing their remarks, Eren thinks that it is natural for them to make such comments, considering the personality of the original Duke and his negligence toward his duty. A few moments later, he starts speaking, revealing that orcs have increased in number and are targeting their territory, which has made it difficult for them to get food. But they cannot just leave it be. Hearing that, the people do not seem to be shocked, remarking that the orcs have been doing these things for a long time. Observing their indifference, Eren asks if they are ready to sit still and become a target for those creatures, or if they want to follow him to fight for survival. Hearing that, all of the people become shocked, considering it very strange for their Duke to show concern for them. Meanwhile, Eren goes on to declare that their territory is no longer protected and, from then on, they are going to be the invaders. While the people become perplexed, Eren explains that the orcs, who pile up all the grain in their warehouses, are even wealthier than humans, causing them to become shocked. Looking at their reaction, Eren realizes that they have finally taken the bait and smiles, encouraging them to plunder those monsters and become rich. In response, all of them get determined to defeat the orcs and become rich, supporting Eren in his decision. Standing among them, the dragon, disguised as a human, looks at Eren with surprise, wondering if he is the one who got the blessing, remarking that he is an individual with a lot of potential. The dragon summons a piece of paper in his hand. Sometime later, Eren is busy arguing with his treasurer in the castle. As the argument grows more heated, someone knocks at the door of the room, causing them to turn around in frustration. Entering the room, Rommel states that a person with a letter of recommendation from Duke Rainan has arrived, making both of them surprised. Entering the room, the person, who turns out to be the dragon disguised in human form, introduces himself as Canis, stating that he has come there at the recommendation of Duke Rainan. Taking the letter from his hand, Eren remembers that Canis was the same person who stated he was a strategist but left 1 year later, in his last life. Opening the letter, he begins to read, stating that it has been 3 years since he left for the Brahn territory. Considering the situation and his territory, the letter states that a competent strategist has been sent to him along with some funding, with the hope that he will make good use of it. Reading the letter, Eren recalls that Duke Rainan was a very loyal servant of his father, but then becomes surprised upon reading about the funding sent to him. Hearing about the funding, the treasurer also becomes surprised, while Canis reveals it to be 50,000 gold. Considering it to be a very small amount, the treasurer becomes disappointed, stating that the Duke has become less generous after losing his power. However, Eren, who seems satisfied even with the little amount, states that this will help him with more armor and keeping the territory clean. Hearing that, the treasurer becomes confused. Eren explains that it is better to invest the leftover money, and if they maintain cleanliness, people will not fall sick, which will indirectly contribute to the stability of their territory. Considering it to be a little unrealistic yet good logic, Canis becomes astonished, realizing that Eren cares a lot about his people along with hygiene. However, the treasurer becomes frustrated with his plans and walks out of the room, stating that he's not going to play any part in it. After he leaves, Eren turns to Canis, considering his arrival to be perfect timing. However, he remarks that despite being sent by Duke Rainan, he cannot put him in a position of great importance right away, and Canis agrees. Eren states that he would like to see his capability as a strategist in the Orc campaign, asking if he can do that. Despite feeling frustrated at a human testing his capability, Canis states that strategy is his specialty, telling him to leave it to him. While Eren shares his wish to get along well, Eren then thinks to himself about taking a lot of benefit from Canis in the next 3 years. On the other hand, Canis also finds him to be a very interesting individual. While he is thinking, Eren shares his intention of making dungeons after the war is over, asking what Canis thinks about it. This turns out to be something very strange, which makes Canis shocked. 1 week later, Eren stands on a rock in front of numerous knights and states that they are already aware of the strategy, asking if anyone needs more explanation. In response, everyone stands silent. Observing this, Eren takes it as a sign that they have understood everything and orders them to depart right away. He declares that this day is going to be the day when they will destroy the orcs. In response, the entire army raises their weapons in determination, and the palace gates are opened with Eren leading the army as they depart for the mission. Standing in front of the Black Forest within his territory, Eren remembers an event that took away his castle and made it the hiding place for creatures. He recalls how those creatures cut off all their food supply lines, leading to starvation in their territory after a few years. Clenching his fist, he vows to get rid of the root of all these problems beforehand. While he's thinking, Rommel approaches him and states that they have found a group of kobold skirmishers, causing Eren to ask how many there were. In response, Rommel reveals that there were 5 groups, each comprising 6 members. Hearing that, Eren calls out to Cheryl, who looks out of the camp and sees Eren giving her a signal, which she understands. She states that she will be coming out. Taking her magic staff, she exits the camp and summons a fireball, launching it towards the forest. In the forest, the groups of kobold skirmishers, who are getting instructions from their group leader, are struck by these explosions and die. Realizing that the explosions were much greater than anticipated, Eren becomes anxious and turns to Cheryl, forbidding her from using such powerful attacks that would gather the attention of the Emperor. However, in response, she starts to tease him, causing him to think that he should not have brought her with him if he had known her intentions. Seeing his expression, Canis remarks that the truth has to come out sooner or later, and he cannot tell his troops to keep quiet just for fear of getting noticed. Understanding this, Eren turns to Canis and asks if he found the location. Canis agrees. One day before their dispatch, Canis had explained to him the strategy of bringing out all the monsters to a favorable location and then fighting them there. Hearing this, Eren became a little confused, but Canis explained that it would decrease the number of casualties for them. Canis revealed that the Orc tribe had 2,000 members while they only had 500, which would still lead to a great number of casualties no matter what. While everyone sat quietly, Canis went on to state that since they were going to be on the offensive, they needed to be more careful regarding the area they would be fighting. Canis explained that they would need 100 cavalrymen to lure the Orcs, which surprised Eren. He asked if they would be using the cavalrymen as bait, but Canis explained that their soldiers would be mobile, making it difficult for the monsters to catch them. On their way, the monsters would also be targeted by the other soldiers. He further stated that they would lure the rest of them to the bottom of the hill and surround them with shieldmen, forcing them to surrender. After hearing the entire plan quietly, Eren decided to go with it, finding it to be an impressive one. As a result of the massive explosion in the forest, the Orcs come out of their tribe, finding the countless dead bodies of kobold skirmishers. Picking those dead bodies up, they begin to walk back inside. Realizing that the monsters are on the move, Canis states that these are not normal Orcs and are likely preparing for battle as soon as they realize something is wrong. In that case, he suggests Eren capture them and use them as slaves. Hearing that, Eren turns on in surprise, while Canis explains that it is going to be beneficial for the dungeon development, which Eren had mentioned earlier. Hearing this, Eren remarks that it is a good idea but wonders if the Orcs are going to follow the orders of a human like him, considering that such creatures only follow the orders of dragons. In response, Canis states that Orcs are the type of creatures that follow the orders of anyone with overwhelming power, and he does not need to be a dragon for that. Stating that he will think about it later, Eren remarks that he does not want extra casualties to occur just because of his greed. To begin their plan, Eren calls out to Cheryl, instructing her to move to the woods with her troops, while Rommel is tasked with creating a formation with the shieldmen behind the hill. He then turns to Canis, telling him to stay at the top of the hill and wait, to which Canis complies. Eren, pulling out his sword, then commands the remaining troops and proceeds forward with them. Meanwhile, the leader of the Orcs, Kuruk, sits on a chair, feasting on meat, when another Orc approaches him, informing him of the arrival of humans. Hearing this, Kuruk, the Orc chief, becomes frustrated and asks where they are. His subordinate reveals that they are in the Black Forest. Chief Kuruk, remarking that the cowardly people hiding behind the castle walls have finally come out, declares that it will be the death of all of them. Going to the top of his castle, he tells the Orcs about the arrival of humans, commanding them to kill them all and raid the castle. He orders them to release the Minotaur, and they open the doors of the prison house, leading a gigantic Minotaur to emerge. Letting out a loud roar, the monster joins the army of Orcs, while Kuruk encourages them to kill the humans and commands them to leave the castle with his army. Flying above the hill, Canis, having transformed into a small bird again, suddenly hears a voice and finds the entire orc army proceeding forward at great speed. Watching this, he captures the image in his magic ball, anticipating the power of humans during this war. Meanwhile, Eren also proceeds forward with his army and finds the orcs coming toward him, prompting him to command his army to get into a charge formation. Raising his sword in the air, he commands his knights to charge. Pressing forward at great speed, both armies soon come face to face, leading to a dangerous clash between 100 soldiers and 2,000 orcs. Using his excellent swordsmanship, Eren leads his army and continues to kill the orcs, making a path for them to proceed forward. Realizing that there are still a large number of monsters surrounding them, Eren thinks they need to push a little more. Just then, a gigantic axe suddenly comes in his direction, causing him to lean backward and dodge it. Surprised, he looks at the massive Minotaur standing in front of him, roaring loudly, which forces him and all his soldiers to cover their ears, unable to bear the loud noise. However, considering that they cannot give up so easily, he turns back to his army, telling them not to stop and to keep moving forward, which confuses them. Leaving them, he starts to charge forward, raising his sword to kill the orcs coming toward him. However, he remembers Canis's suggestion to use these creatures to fulfill his dungeon development motive. Considering this, he avoids killing the creatures and simply hits the orcs with his sword, knocking them down. Seeing the orcs continuously coming at him, Eren realizes that his army has angered them enough. Having fulfilled his motive, he turns back to his army, stating that the monsters are too many and instructs them to retreat. They start running away, which confuses the orcs. Realizing that the humans are fleeing after initiating the battle, the orcs start shouting, determined to catch them. Making its way through the orcs, the Minotaur comes forward and starts to follow them at great speed. Seeing the monster closing in, the knights become anxious and call out to Eren, stating that it is about to catch up to them. In response, Eren declares that he will deal with the monster himself, telling all of them to hurry up and run to the hill. With that, he turns again and moves toward the monster while all of his soldiers keep running towards the hill. As the Minotaur is about to launch an attack on him, Eren keeps proceeding forward, vowing not to lose a single one of his comrades. Charging forward at great speed, he launches a powerful attack on the Minotaur, causing it to crash to the ground, defeated in an instant. Afterward, he turns around to find all his soldiers looking at him in astonishment instead of following his command and running toward the hill. Relieved that he won't have to carry the monster on his own, he calls out to one of the knights, instructing him to tie up the Minotaur and hide it in the forest. Confused by this order, the knight asks if he's not going to kill it, to which Eren agrees, stating that it might be useful to them later. The knight complies. While they are tying up the Minotaur, one of them points in a certain direction, revealing that the orcs are coming after them again. Standing at a distance, Kuruk, who is leading the orcs, vows to defeat the humans instead of allowing them to escape the forest. Just then, the sky suddenly lightens up, causing them to look up and find countless balls of fire above their heads. These balls of fire lead to a massive explosion, killing many of the orcs. Realizing that Cheryl is shooting them recklessly instead of leaving some of them for his dungeon project, Eren has no choice but to retreat and go away. Watching him, Kuruk becomes enraged and commands the remaining monsters to catch him, vowing to avenge his fallen brother at the hands of those humans. Following the soldiers, Kuruk reaches the bottom of the hill, determined to catch them, when he suddenly collides with something and falls back. Confused, he looks up to find countless strong shields held by the knights, blocking their path, which shocks him. Appearing from behind the shields, Eren states that all the orcs have been surrounded. He presents them with a way to get out alive through a duel between two leaders, with the losing one becoming the slave of the other. In response, Kuruk states that he cannot trust humans, while feeling a little frightened at the thought of losing to them. Meanwhile, Eren declares that he will swear on his pride as a knight, telling Kuruk to do the same on his pride as an orc. However, Kuruk replies that humans do not have any pride in the first place, which enrages Eren. This causes him to forget the negotiation and call out to the soldiers holding shields. However, as the soldiers are about to crush all the orcs, Kuruk reluctantly accepts the challenge, telling Eren to remember his promise after the battle. In response, Eren walks inside the circle of shields as Kuruk suddenly rushes forward, launching an attack. However, Eren remains still, a smile on his face. As Kuruk's powerful strike lands, a cloud of dust spreads everywhere. But as the dust settles, Kuruk finds Eren standing beside him, unscathed, and becomes confused. He realizes that Eren successfully dodged the attack. Eren continues to dodge Kuruk's charging blows, realizing that the blessing of the dragon is helping him. His body moves instinctively before his brain can react. Frustrated by Eren's evasiveness, Kuruk begins cursing him, which only enrages Eren. Piercing his sword into the ground, Eren declares it's time to teach Kuruk a lesson, intending to fight bare-handed. Seeing this, Rommel is shocked, remarking that it's not wise for a swordsman to throw away his sword during a fight. But Eren reassures him, stating that he's just trying to teach the creature a lesson. Seeing Eren throw away his weapon, Kuruk does the same, deciding to confront him bare-handed. As they stand face to face, Rommel worries that Eren is at a great disadvantage without his sword. He knows that orcs are built several times stronger than a normal adult and that their nails are as tough as steel, against which Eren should be no match. As Kuruk comes towards him, Eren notices how slow his movements are. Wondering if they are really that slow, Eren effortlessly evades Kuruk's attack. When Kuruk tries to punch him, Eren wonders if he can take the hit, but easily dodges it, getting only slightly hurt. Smiling, Eren realizes that the punch didn't hurt much after all. Exhausted by his failed attempts, Kuruk stands at a distance, while Eren, astonished at how little damage he's taken, watches. The knights, seeing their lord seemingly overpowered in the battle, begin to worry about their fate if they become slaves. However, Kuruk, determined to win, declares that he will make all the humans his slaves. Suddenly, Eren disappears from Kuruk's sight, confusing him. Eren reappears right above Kuruk and slaps him hard across the face. The powerful hit sends Kuruk crashing to the ground at a distance. As Kuruk gets up, he realizes Eren is using stealth magic and angrily accuses him of cowardice. Just then, Eren appears right in front of him again, delivering another powerful slap that sends Kuruk flying backward. Seeing Kuruk about to fall on them, the knights quickly form a shield wall, causing Kuruk to strike the shields and go flying back once more. Eren catches up to him, seizes him by the head, and swings him around, draining him of all his strength before slamming him to the ground. Kuruk, now powerless, pleads for mercy. In the next moment, Eren raises both his hands and strikes Kuruk with such force that he knocks him out, successfully concluding their orc subjugation mission. Some time later, Kuruk regains consciousness, finding himself tied to a chair in his own castle, now under human control. Eren, standing beside him, gazes at the countless orcs standing in front of the castle, surrounded by soldiers. He declares that he won't kill them. Instead, they will become slaves of the humans. As the orcs stare at him in confusion, Eren explains that they will work to provide services to the people in his territory, receiving food and hunting facilities in return. However, seeing the orcs' expressionless faces and receiving no response, Eren grows frustrated and threatens to treat them as he did their leader if they don't reply. Frightened, the orcs quickly comply. In response, Eren states that as punishment for wasting his time, and to make them reflect on their actions, they will be stripped of all the food in their storage. Sometime later, Eren returns to his territory with all the food and resources the orcs possessed, causing his people to celebrate and praise him for his victory. Turning to Rommel, Eren instructs him to gather all the orcs and take them inside the portal created by Cheryl. The portal leads to a snowy region. There, Eren wields his great sword and slashes through the mountains, causing the creatures to tremble in fear at his immense power. As they kneel before the power of a dragon, Eren instructs them to raise their heads and tells them to remember what happened to the mountain, as well as their place in the world. The next day, Kuruk returns to his castle, revealing that the other members of his tribe, having not witnessed Eren's power, are preparing to seek revenge. Eren warns him sternly that if even a single orc rebels, he will eradicate their entire species. Complying, Kuruk flees, followed by his subordinates. Canis enters, remarking on how impressive it is that Eren has truly made the orcs his slaves. Eren explains that the orcs seem to have mistaken him for a dragon, which made it easier to control them. Canis, smiling at first, then warns him that dragons never forget those who impersonate them, asking if Eren is aware of that risk. Eren calmly explains that he never claimed to be a dragon. The orcs misunderstood on their own, so he decided to go along with it. Canis laughs, realizing the creatures were merely terrified by Eren's power. Eren agrees, stating that his powers are indeed strong enough to be mistaken for those of a dragon, which leaves Canis confused. Telling him not to worry, Eren instructs Canis to share the news with the others and informs him that they will have a meeting within the next hour. Canis complies and leaves, while Eren remains on the roof, deep in thought. He reflects on the real Eren's power to protect his people and questions if his promise to the king was that important. However, since he is not the true Eren, he decides to avoid the noble ways that only appear promising and instead use the ways of a butler to protect his territory. Remembering Zerone, the cruel emperor, he resolves to prepare for the upcoming fight that will decide their destiny. Later, at the meeting with all the high-ranking officials of the territory, Eren begins by stating that their success in dealing with the orcs was only possible because of Canis. Hearing this, Cheryl becomes sad and disappointed, feeling overlooked despite her significant efforts. Canis, however, humbly credits Eren for their ability to persuade the orcs. Frustrated by the lack of recognition, Cheryl speaks up, reminding everyone that she was the one launching the fireballs. Instead of acknowledging her contribution, Eren remarks that he didn't ask her to shoot and blames her for unnecessarily killing potential laborers. This only deepens Cheryl's frustration, leading her to tease him in response. Ignoring her, Eren shifts the focus to the main agenda, revealing that now that their usable land has increased fivefold, they must consider how to utilize it. He introduces his idea of developing dungeons on the newly acquired land, which shocks everyone present. Max, the territory's administrator, asks if Eren plans to use the dungeons as tourist attractions. In response, Eren turns to Canis, asking if the draft is ready. Canis nods, revealing that despite his busy schedule, he managed to complete the final draft. He then places the blueprint for the dungeon development project on the table. As the members examine the detailed document, they are astonished by Canis's work. Aston, after reviewing the entire document, begins to clap in appreciation but points out that the profit model is missing by 2%. Confused, Canis asks for clarification. Eren then reveals that the missing element is the necessary viciousness to trap adventurers visiting the dungeons by throwing them into the pit of light and turning them into slaves. Shocked by Eren's suggestion, Max argues that such a plan will ruin his reputation as royalty. Eren counters, asserting that survival takes precedence over maintaining a good image. He argues that even royals, despite their status, would face dire consequences if they couldn't secure their basic needs, such as food. He emphasizes the necessity of ensuring everyone's survival over concerns about reputation. Hearing this, Canis laughs, noting that Eren transcends conventional logic. He assures Eren that he will incorporate this method into the plan. Max, feeling disappointed and considering it madness, grows concerned about the future of their territory if such a plan continues. The next day, Aaron leaves the castle to survey the territory. After inspecting the condition, he turns to the treasurer and asks if the sanitation project is truly being implemented. The treasurer confirms, stating that he is dedicating all his efforts and even using the winter food budget to support the project, trusting that it will ultimately bring more food to the territory. Hearing that, Aaron reveals that he is not going to do anything like that, and they should have at least a little leftover budget. The treasurer asks what he means by leftover budget. They have already spent a lot on buying armor for the orc raid. However, looking at his surroundings, the treasurer states that their territory has already become much cleaner, and they will not need to spend more money on maintaining hygiene. Enraged to hear that, Aaron asserts that they need to keep their environment clean in order to avoid diseases spreading, telling him to never stop the process. Disappointed to hear that, the treasurer remarks that they are all going to die at this rate of spending, while being aware of the possibility of failing to keep up the sanitation as well as arrange food in the future. Aaron wonders if there is a solution to this problem. While he is wondering, a soldier comes to Rommel, informing him of a priest illegally performing surgery again. Hearing that, Aaron quickly turns around with surprise, looking at a huge crowd of people gathered at a distance. Walking towards the crowd, Rommel tells him that the Vivian Order priest must be healing people again. Hearing about the Vivian Orders, Aaron remembers that it is the religion that gets overshadowed by the Perse Order and disappears in a few years. However, hearing about healing, he suddenly gets an idea. Meanwhile, a soldier goes near the crowd of people and declares that a person from an authorized religion healing people on this land is strictly forbidden. Hearing that, the people turn around and start to leave the place quietly. Sitting in the middle of the crowd, the priest, who turns out to be Cecilia, apologizes, saying that she was not aware of it, and starts to walk away. Calling out to her, the father of the child she was healing states that his child is going to die if she leaves like this, while other people also start protesting against this rule. Going near the soldier, the person starts to express his anger, asking if they are going to take responsibility if his son dies. Trying to calm them down, Cecilia states that they are going to return some other day and it is best for all the people to go back. However, just then, Aaron calls her out, telling her to stop, causing her to turn around in confusion. Walking towards them, Aaron states that they can continue healing, making them surprised. Remarking them to be good people helping his citizens, he says that he does not have any reason to kick them out and they can continue what they have been doing. Hearing that, all of the people start to celebrate, while Cecilia expresses her gratitude for such a decision. Aaron instructs that the rest of the priests can continue with the treatment and Cecilia should follow him, and she complies. Considering that their affiliation to a different religion does not matter to him until they are providing treatment for free, Aaron decides to make them continue healing like this. Sometime later, in the conference room, Cecilia expresses her excitement by embracing him, making him shocked to see her doing this. Saints should not do this. With her face beaming with happiness, Cecilia asks him if he was serious about his decision to build a temple on his land. In response, Aaron states that there is no reason for him not to do that, causing the treasurer to become frustrated. Losing his patience, he states that he cannot allow it since they have no remaining budget and if they raise a temple right now, they will have no emergency funds left over. Aaron states that they also have some additional funds hidden, telling him to use those. Frustrated to hear that, the treasurer states that this was the money the previous emperor left for them to use in difficult situations. However, Aaron simply replies that the situation is also dire, leaving no choice for him but to comply. Hearing all that, Cecilia begins to express her gratitude to him, but he interrupts her, telling her to think about thanking him after hearing his complete condition. Hearing that, she becomes a little confused while Aaron gives a smile, revealing that he has a condition for building a temple on his land. Aaron states that he has a condition for building the temple and reveals it to be the condition of holy water production. He mentions having heard about the possibility of creating holy water at the temple and asks Cecilia to promise to produce it and help develop the territory. Cecilia quickly agrees to the request, promising to produce the holy water. Eren specifies that she will have to produce it free of charge and in any quantity he desires, to which she also agrees. A few weeks later, Canis rushes to Eren with news that the orcs have seemingly discovered a hidden dungeon near the fortress they inhabit. Hearing that, Eren asks what kind of dungeon it is, and Canis reveals that Kuruk has described it as a useless, abandoned dungeon. Surprised by this information, Eren inquires whether the dungeon does not appear in ancient documents or if the owner's name is not listed anywhere in the agreement. Canis mentions that they couldn't find any reference to it and that after its owner disappeared, it has become a den for various monsters. Eren asks if Canis plans to develop the place, to which Canis responds that he doesn't see any way to bring in adventurers, no matter how he looks at it. Revealing his idea to be related to the elixir of eternal life, Eren states that they will spread a rumor that a cure-all potion exists in that dungeon. Asking if he is curious, Eren tells him to follow him and takes him to the temple, where different priests are busy healing the people. Looking at Cecilia, Canis becomes surprised, sensing the strong divine power surrounding her body, and wonders if such a thing could occur in this kind of place. Meanwhile, Cecilia turns around, finds them standing behind her, and quickly gets up and runs towards them, feeling the intensity of the light emanating from her body getting stronger as she comes near. Canis looks at everyone acting normally and wonders if they are unable to see that power. Meanwhile, Eren gets out of Cecilia's way, causing her to crash to the ground. She quickly gets up, feeling a little embarrassed. Feeling a bit awkward himself, Eren asks about how the construction is going and if there are any problems. In response, Cecilia states that they are about halfway done, causing him to ask if she can create the holy water in that case. Agreeing, she turns to the statue of the divine and starts praying, causing the water placed in front of the statue to start shining brightly. Observing this, Canis is astonished, realizing that this kind of divine power couldn't belong to a human and wonders about Cecilia's true identity. Meanwhile, Eren takes a small amount of the water and gives it to the treasurer, suggesting that it will have the best effect on him due to his old age and sensitivity. Taking the water from him, the treasurer states that a person can never be sustained by just drinking water unless it's the Empire's finest healing potion. However, as soon as he takes a sip, he starts feeling greatly refreshed and becomes as energetic as a young man, commenting that he feels 5 years younger than his age. The old man remarks that it seems to be precisely like the healing potion, astounded by its impact. Eren turns to Cecilia, who stands holding his arm and becomes startled, quickly moving away. Considering the effectiveness of the holy water to be extraordinary, Eren realizes how significant Cecilia is for their goals. He calls out to Canis, who steps forward to listen. Approaching him, Eren whispers if there will be any problems if they use this water to spread rumors about the elixir of eternal life. In response, Canis states that there isn't a single place on the entire continent where holy water is as effective as this, and it should suffice to fulfill their purpose. With the supply settled, Eren states that they should now prepare to conquer the dungeon, remarking that it is completely all right. Cecilia states that she wants to introduce him to someone, making him confused about who it is. Cecilia reveals it to be the Holy Knight Captain of the Vivian Order, causing Eren to express his surprise and ask if the Vivian Order also has warriors. She explains that, unlike other warriors, the knights belonging to the Holy Order specialize in defense. They cloak their bodies and divine power under masks, neutralizing their opponent's attacks with their defense power, which is considered to be equivalent to an entire castle. However, she feels a little sad, stating that she is the only remaining captain in the entire order. Eren comes closer and asks if that's why they decided to come to this territory. Just then, someone calls out to him from behind, prompting him to turn around and see a woman dressed as a knight, stating that a person like him cannot approach the saintess. Confused by this remark, Eren gazes at her silently while she mentions that she came to the territory because she heard a temple was to be built, but in reality, it's a very weak territory. She considers the territory to be in a very hopeless condition, prompting Cecilia to interrupt, addressing her as Lady Bianca and stating that she cannot behave this way towards the Lord. Meanwhile, Eren shares his confusion about her calling it a weak territory, to which Bianca responds that, unlike Cecilia, she will only show loyalty to those who are strong. Eren asks if she has ever sworn loyalty to anyone in that case, to which she replies that no one has ever been strong enough for that. Responding with a smirk, Eren asks if she would like to make a bet, which leaves her confused. Eren states that the person who lands 3 good hits during their fight will be considered the winner, and if she loses, she will have to swear her allegiance to him. Hearing this, Bianca also smirks, considering him a very arrogant individual, while Eren responds with a smile. Sometime later, both Eren and Bianca stand face to face with each other, ready to fight. The battle starts with one of the knights stating that there is no point in watching, as the results are obvious. Another knight gives a sigh, while another states that, without even using his sword, their lord utilized the sleep destruction magic to defeat the orc, which proves how powerful he is. Considering that there is a possibility for Bianca to get severely injured, stating that there is nothing else they can do, one of them suggests calling the castle knight order captain. Meanwhile, Eren picks a twig from the ground, causing Bianca to get enraged, remarking that it was very arrogant to go against her with a mere twig. In response, Eren states that even the twig will be sad upon hearing those words from her, causing her anger to intensify. Putting her shield in front of her, she starts to pray to the divine to bestow upon her the power to destroy her enemy. A few moments later, an overwhelming energy starts coursing through her veins, while Eren, who seems bored after watching her, asks why she is taking so long to prepare for the attack, telling her to stop teasing him. Bianca proceeds forward at great speed while Eren raises the twig in the air, charging it with overwhelming energy. He then brings it forward and launches an attack, causing the powerful strike to hit Bianca's shield, leading her to crash to the ground. Teasing her again, Eren states that she cannot look down on the twig if she is going to faint after a single attack. With that, he strikes the shield with the twig again, causing it to start cracking and then shatter apart, leaving Bianca shocked and realizing how incredibly powerful he is. Bianca kneels down in front of him, while Eren repeats the condition of winning, to land 3 strikes on the opponent. He brings his twig forward and launches the first hit, causing her to crash to the ground while all the soldiers cover their eyes, unable to witness such cruelty. Meanwhile, Eren launches the second hit, causing her intense pain, yet she has no choice but to bear it. Launching the third and final hit, Eren causes her to crash to the ground, stating that he has met the condition of landing 3 hits. Eren warns her never to insult him or his territory again. However, instead of feeling embarrassed, Bianca gets up and turns to him with a smile, stating that he is the first person to have been mean to her. As she is about to say something further, Cecilia covers her mouth, causing Eren to become confused. Apologizing for her behavior, Cecilia states that Bianca must be confused after the battle. While feeling a little awkward, Eren states that it is all right and turns to Rommel, instructing him to gather those who went for the dungeon subjugation. After some time, the troops gather in front of him along with Cheryl, Canis, and Rommel himself, remarking that there are only 100 soldiers who can be mobilized, excluding those on territory defense. Eren remarks that this is very little, stating that the population of their territory is 5,000. Canis explains that their protection can only be possible if they mobilize only 1/10 of the soldiers. Agreeing with this, Eren states that they need to attract more population, for which they will need to develop their territory further. Canis assures him that he will formulate a strategy to do so. Just then, Eren suddenly remembers that in his past life, around this time, because of what happened earlier, Count Grey and Count of Men's territory had a large number of migrants. Watching him engrossed in his thoughts, Canis calls out to him, causing him to realize that he had to address the soldiers. Turning to the soldiers, he states that they are going on a mission of dungeon subjugation, in which they will capture the place and dig up the treasures. Raising their weapons in determination, all of them then begin to move towards the dungeon. As he reaches near the dungeon, Kuruk, who is waiting for him at the entrance, kneels down, paying his respect. Surprised to see him, Eren dismounts the horse and asks if everything is all right. Kuruk, who seems a little worried, replies that there is something wrong, making Eren confused. Entering the dungeon, Kuruk leads them to a place where a lot of orcs are lying dead on the ground. Kuruk reveals that they started to act weird all of a sudden. Calling out to them, Cheryl, who seems to be feeling cold, asks if everyone is feeling this way or if it is just her. Just then, the orcs that were lying dead on the ground suddenly begin to rise with fierce killing intent in their eyes, making them confused. Watching Eren and his fellows in front of them, the orcs raise their weapons and start to rush towards them to attack. Seeing that, Kuruk becomes shocked, considering that Eren will annihilate their race if they do that. In order to stop them, he proceeds forward and raises his weapon in the air, hitting one of them who falls upon the rest of the monsters, leading them all to crash to the ground. However, as soon as they crash to the ground, a spirit suddenly appears, causing Canis to become shocked and reveal that they are ghosts. Just then, the ghost starts to rush towards Kuruk, who tries to hit it just like the orcs. However, instead of falling back, it passes through Kuruk's weapon and proceeds forward towards Eren at great speed. Watching that, Eren pulls out his sword and blocks the ghost with it, causing it to disperse. Then a lot of similar but smaller ghosts start to move around them, making them shocked as they watch the countless ghosts swarm them. Cheryl becomes frustrated and summons a fireball with her staff. Watching this, the ghosts suddenly become startled and, instead of running away, start to rush towards Cheryl. However, before they can get near her, Eren comes forward and slashes them with his sword while Cheryl uses her magic of fire spray simultaneously. As a result, the fireball she summoned begins to spew fire, burning all the spirits and causing them to disappear. Just then, Rommel calls out to Eren and Cheryl, and they turn around in confusion, finding him and Kuruk fighting with the ghosts. Rommel remarks that these creatures are impossible to cut through with a sword. Stating that he forgot to mention something, Canis reveals that since they are spirits, only magic can work against them. Hearing that, Rommel becomes frustrated, asking why he did not mention this earlier. Meanwhile, Cheryl brings her staff forward, telling everyone to stand still and causing numerous fireballs to emerge from it and strike the weapons of all their fellows. This causes their weapons to get imbued with magic powers, while the wooden weapon of Kuruk burns to ashes, making him shocked. Proceeding forward with their strong weapons, Rommel and Eren then start to deal with the ghosts, killing them one by one while spreading great destruction in the dungeon. Realizing that the humans have started to defeat them, the ghosts combine, letting out a huge scream that causes them to cover their ears. As a result of combining, they transform into a gigantic creature that is much more powerful than the rest. Proceeding forward, the creature is about to launch an attack when Eren suddenly appears and launches a powerful slash, causing the creature to disappear instantly. Walking towards the book rack at a distance, Canis remarks that these creatures were not there to fight but were protecting something. Going through the books, Cheryl suddenly finds something and calls out to Eren, telling him to take a look. Confused, he turns to her and finds a book in her hand titled Legacy of the Ancients. She reveals that during the era of the Demon Empire, a group of people called monks practiced something in this place. Reading further, she finds it to be a guide related to mental strength training and becomes astonished, while Eren becomes confused about its meaning. Cheryl explains that, unlike magicians who normally use magic, these people introduced a completely different idea called mental strength. Hearing about the mental strength training, Eren expresses his astonishment, remarking that this is the first time he has heard of such a technique. He recalls that in his past life, this method was known to increase the capacity for storing mana within the body, even with age. Turning to Canis, Eren inquires if he has heard of anything like this before. Canis explains that if Cheryl's description is accurate, it means even normal people can acquire magical abilities through mental strength training. Eren gets the idea of training all the troops and inhabitants of his territory to use magic through this technique. However, Canis argues that releasing such important information might not be beneficial, pointing to the destruction spread throughout the dungeon. He suggests that the method could be either orthodox or have significant side effects. Eren agrees and decides to keep this information to himself. Proceeding to the next floors of the dungeon, they continue exploring and gain valuable treasures. After completing the exploration, Eren turns to Kuruk, instructing him to take half of the treasure and leave the rest for everyone else. Canis then asks if he can take the gold. Confused, Eren asks what Canis plans to do with it. Canis explains that the dungeon's ordinary layout makes it difficult to create a sense of suspense for adventurers. Eren agrees and states that he wants additional funds to add more interesting features to the dungeon. After some time, the renovation process of the dungeon begins under Canis's supervision. After setting up the basics, Canis activates the powers of a dragon and spreads his energy throughout the dungeon. As a result, the scattered bones join together to form gigantic skeletons, and the spirits of the ghosts rise again, spreading throughout the place. To add the final touches, he adds something to the holy water in one of the compartments. After tasting it, he remarks that its taste is exquisite and that it increases lifespan by 1 year. With a smirk, he states that the only thing left is to attract customers driven mad by greed, and laughs loudly, his voice echoing throughout the entire dungeon. Some time later, a group of adventurers arrives at the gates of the Brahn territory. After getting their identities approved, they step inside, remarking on the heavy rain. The leader of the group notes that winter doesn't seem to be ending soon and observes that the soldiers have new armor. In response, a woman in the group suggests that they might have discovered a relic in their newly made dungeon, which has become a new source of income. The leader points to an extravagant guest house and asks if this is also a result of the money. The woman remarks that this indicates how warmly they are welcoming adventurers like them, and they will also contribute by spending as much as they can. The leader moves towards the guest house, opens the door and enters. The owner of the guest house recognizes him as Gerald and welcomes him. Gerald asks if the owner recently remodeled the entire building, and the owner reveals that it is all debt and explains that a new dungeon has recently opened. He suggests that they take the opportunity to enter it before everyone else. Remarking on the owner's ambition, Gerald looks her on to ensure no one is listening, then gets closer and asks if he knows anything about the dungeon. The owner states that he has only heard about the dungeon's contents but will be the first to enter it. Hearing this, Gerald gives him 1 gold coin and instructs him to prepare some food and drinks for their group. The next morning, Eren sits in his room practicing mental strength techniques from the book he found. Despite the dragon's blessing within him, he seeks a technique he can control on his own, aware of the risks involved. While he is busy cultivating the energy, someone suddenly calls out to him, causing him to open his eyes and find Cecilia standing before him. Startled by her sudden appearance, Eren asks what she is doing there. Cecilia presents him with a plate of sandwiches, saying she brought it for him. Eren, surprised, accepts the plate, and Cecilia mentions that she will be leaving. As Cecilia departs, another soldier informs Eren about the arrival of adventurers, which excites him. The next day, the adventurers head towards the dungeon, which is named the Shrine of Aten. Upon reaching the dungeon's gate, one of them reads the sign stating that entry requires a fee of 10 gold coins. The adventurers pay the gatekeepers, who then give them a document confirming their right to enter and instructions on maintaining safety until they leave. After letting them in, the gatekeepers block the entrance again, informing the remaining adventurers that they cannot enter without this proof. Gerald, one of the adventurers, protests that they've already purchased the papers, but the soldiers clarify that the fee is 10 gold coins per person, not per group. The adventurers are shocked, calling it a scam. The soldier responds that he will convey their concerns to the Lord, while noting that the elixir of eternal life within the dungeon might run out at any moment. With no other option, Gerald pays the fee for his entire group. Upon entering the dungeon, they encounter a person selling holy water, which he claims is necessary to defeat the creatures inside. Gerald, showing a bottle of holy water he already has, is told that the Vivian Church's holy water is superior. Annoyed but convinced, Gerald buys the holy water. As they proceed, they come across another board displaying a fee of 100 gold coins per person for an emergency dispatch request. The adventurers question this fee, but the seller explains that it is not unfair to pay for saving one's life with just 100 gold coins. Gerald asks what happens if they don't make a request, and the seller replies that they will not be charged. Considering the potential rewards of obtaining the elixir, the adventurers accept the conditions and enter the dungeon. Meanwhile, Eren and Canis, watching the adventurers through a magic sphere, find the situation amusing. Eren calls out to Kuruk, suggesting that the undead creatures might become boring due to the holy water, and instructs him to do something else. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the dungeon, the group of adventurers keeps diligently fighting against the undead monsters. After consuming the holy water they bought, Gerald feels relieved, remarking that it would have been very tough for them if they did not have this elixir. Looking at the staircase leading to the third floor, they wonder if it is the last floor, when they suddenly hear a sound and turn around, finding another ghost coming in their direction. Excited to see it, one of the adventurers remarks that it is very unoriginal and throws the bottle of holy water in its direction. However, instead of getting eliminated by the holy water, the ghost pushes the person, causing him to crash into the basement, leaving all others shocked and remarking it to be a mutant ghost. Gerald tells all of them to prepare for the battle. However, just then, countless similar creatures start to appear one after the other, causing them to realize that they have no choice but to run away. Turning on all of them, they start to descend from the stairs and reach the next floor while trembling with fear. After they leave, all the ghosts remove their masks and turn out to be Kuruk and his fellows, who start laughing at the adventurers. As the adventure party hurries down to the third floor, their leader, Gerald, pauses to glance back up at the second floor. With a sigh of relief, he wonders aloud if the mutant ghost they encountered earlier will be unable to follow them to their current location. Anna, the mage in the group, notices the darkness enveloping them, and promptly casts a light spell to illuminate the surroundings. As the light reveals their environment, Gerald's anxiety grows. He realizes they are in a labyrinth, a setting notorious for being an ideal habitat for dangerous creatures like minotaurs. Gerald turns to the other party members who are attending to Athos, who was injured after being attacked by Kuruk from the second floor. Gerald inquires about Athos's condition, and the person checking on him shakes his head, indicating that Athos is not in a good state. Gerald decides that they should leave Athos behind for now and prioritize finding the spring of eternal life, which he believes to be less dangerous. The party then begins navigating the labyrinth on the third floor in search of the spring. As they move forward, Gerald hears a noise from behind and urgently warns his party. The party quickly turns around to see 3 spears flying towards them, but they manage to block the spears with relative ease. As the party looks around, they spot 3 orcs who have thrown the spears and are now charging toward them. Gerald urgently instructs his party to run from the orcs. In the ensuing chaos, the orcs throw more spears, injuring 2 party members who fall to the ground. Gerald quickly picks up the injured members by their arms, warning them that if they fall behind, they will die. Despite their injuries, the party continues to flee, but they soon encounter a fork in the path. Gerald is momentarily unsure of which way to go. Meanwhile, the orcs, still in pursuit, launch their spears down the left path, confirming their direction. Gerald directs his party to take the right path. As they move to the right, Gerald instructs Anna to block the path. Anna casts a spell to create a wall of ice, successfully blocking the orcs' advance. The orcs begin attacking the ice wall, and Gerald commands Anna to reinforce the ice barrier by casting her spell once more. Following Gerald's instructions, Anna casts the world of ice spell again, reinforcing the ice wall and making it thicker and more durable. However, as they progress, the party members in the front are struck by arrows from skeletons, causing them to fall in pain. Anna responds by using her continual light spell, which causes the skeletons to vanish. Amid the chaos, one of the party members accidentally triggers a trap. The walls begin to collapse, and water starts flooding in, sweeping all the party members away. After some time, Gerald wakes Anna and points in a specific direction. Anna, upon seeing what Gerald is indicating, reacts with surprise and excitement, exclaiming that they have found the spring of eternal life. As the party members see the Minotaur standing in front of the spring of eternal life, Anna is shocked and urgently tells her party to run away. The party members turn to see the Minotaur wielding an axe and advancing toward them. Overwhelmed by fear, Gerald collapses to the ground, convinced they are doomed. In his moment of despair, a sample device he had pocketed falls to the ground. Gerald recalls that he was told pressing the 3 shiny stones on the device simultaneously would rescue him and his party, but he hesitates, thinking the cost of 100 gold per person is too high. With the Minotaur closing in, Gerald decides to act. Despite his previous hesitation, he presses all 3 buttons on the device, hoping for a last-minute escape. The 2 party members with shields attempt to block the Minotaur's attack, but are completely overpowered. The force of the Minotaur's blow sends them crashing into the wall. In the midst of the chaos, Anna casts an ice bolt spell that hits the Minotaur, causing it to pause briefly. However, the Minotaur quickly recovers, grabs Anna, and slams her to the ground. As Gerald continues to frantically press the buttons on the device, he shouts in desperation, "Why aren't they coming?" Meanwhile, the Minotaur raises its axe, preparing to attack Gerald. In a state of terror, Gerald closes his eyes, resigning himself to the thought that he is about to die. Just as Gerald is about to face the Minotaur's attack, a group of knights arrives and intervenes, blocking the Minotaur's strike. Frightened by the knights, the Minotaur flees, dropping its axe as it retreats. One of the knights approaches Gerald and asks if he is all right. Gerald, visibly shaken, questions if he looks okay. The knight reassures him that, despite the situation, he saved Gerald's life and the spring of eternal life. Gerald then stands up and fills a bottle with water from the spring. The knight inquires if they should leave now, and upon receiving Gerald's approval, the knights begin to escort Gerald and his party back toward the exit. Meanwhile, in a different part of the labyrinth, Kira comforts the Minotaur, who is crying and distressed by the recent events. When Gerald emerged from the dungeon, he exclaimed in relief that they had survived. However, his joy quickly turned to confusion when he saw priests waiting for him. Surprised, he asked why the priests were there. The priests, smiling, told him they were there to provide treatment and handed him a document to sign with his thumbprint. Gerald read the document carefully and found several conditions. Special treatment costs 300 gold per person. Liability disclaimer: they guarantee survival, but are not responsible for any after effects of the treatment. Payment terms: if payment is not made immediately after treatment, a 50% interest rate per month will be applied to the fees. Debt consequences: if he cannot pay the debt, his body will belong to Aaron, the Lord of Brahn territory, for 10 years. Gerald, calculating the financial implications, realized that with a 50% monthly interest rate on the 300 gold principal, he would need to pay an additional 150 gold per month until the debt was settled. This realization was cut short by the priests, who urgently reminded him that his comrades were dying and that he needed to act quickly. Flustered and seeing no other option, Gerald signed the document with his thumbprint. Later, Canis returned to the castle with a box full of gold coins and reported to Aaron that they had taken everything as instructed, including some useful slaves. Aaron praised everyone for their dedication and success, attributing their achievements to their unwavering loyalty. Seeing the gold coins, the old man Cain asked Aaron if it was a dream. Aaron assured him it was real and proposed taking advantage of their success by exploring a second dungeon. Canis and Cain agreed. Aaron recognized the profitability of this venture and used the funds to support the local people and build a town for adventurers. After a busy winter, Aaron and the people of Brahn territory established an adventurers' village named Aten. From the tower overlooking the new village, Aaron reflected that despite their progress, the village still lacked sufficient manpower and noted that they couldn't rely solely on orcs to populate it. Just then, a bird arrived with a letter attached to its leg. Aaron untied and opened it, discovering that a gold mine had been found on the border between Count Grey and Count Omen, with a high likelihood of ownership disputes. Aaron smiled, thinking that attracting more people would solve their manpower issues. Later, in the meeting room, Rommel, shocked, inquired about the territorial war. Aaron confirmed, explaining that the gold mine's discovery on the contested border was an opportunity they couldn't let Count Grey and Count Omen monopolize. Rommel pointed out that while the Count's boundary was technically part of Brahn territory, it had long been controlled by Count Grey and Count Omen. Aaron acknowledged this and saw the situation as an opportunity to assert his claim, especially since both counts were contesting ownership of the gold mine. Rommel expressed concern about the feasibility of going to war, noting that the combined forces of the two counts would significantly outnumber theirs. Aaron responded by emphasizing the importance of the gold mine, not just as a resource, but as a means to assert dominance. He reminded Rommel that the two counts were originally vassals of the Duke of Brahn, and now they were his vassals, implying that he had the right to reclaim and control what was his. Cheryl expressed concern that the conflict might draw the Emperor's attention, possibly leading him to intervene. Aaron reassured her that with a justifiable cause, the Emperor wouldn't interfere and might even prefer that Aaron lose the war against the counts. He acknowledged, however, that the real issue was their military strength. Turning to Cain, Aaron was surprised when Cain slammed his hand on the table and declared that they should eliminate the counts who were unlawfully claiming territories granted to them by the Emperor. Aaron, shocked by Cain's intense reaction, asked for clarification. Cain explained that his motivation was not the gold mine, but asserting their rightful claim. He insisted he would do anything, even sell his soul, to support Aaron's cause, urging him to focus on the war. Just then, a knight burst into the meeting room with an emergency report. Count Grey and Count Omen had met in front of the mountain where the gold mine was discovered. Aaron, recognizing the significance of the development, ordered Rommel to gather the knight order immediately. They would depart right away to take action. On the mountain, Count Grey and Count Omen were embroiled in a heated argument. Count Grey, furious, shouted that he had been managing the mountain for 10 years. Count Omen countered aggressively, claiming that the land had belonged to his ancestors long before that. Count Grey, enraged, insisted that the mountain had been in his family for generations. Count Omen retorted, accusing Grey of being a fraud, pointing out that Grey had only recently claimed ownership. Their dispute escalated as they continued to hurl insults and accusations at each other. At that moment, Aaron, accompanied by his knights, arrived at the mountain where both counts were present. The soldiers of the counts, upon seeing Aaron's flag, identified it as that of the Duke of Brahn. Inside their tent, the counts wondered about the Duke's unexpected arrival. As they exited the tent, Aaron approached them on horseback, causing a cloud of dust to billow. Both counts shielded their faces from the dust. Aaron dismounted and asked them, "How are you guys?" In response, the counts bowed deeply and paid their respects, acknowledging him as the Duke. Aaron, seething with anger, confronted the counts aggressively. He shouted at them, "Now, you rotten bastards! What are you doing on my land? Get lost right now!" The counts were taken aback by his outburst. Aaron continued, asserting his claim by stating that according to Empire law, the mine and any undeveloped land in question belonged to him. He demanded they leave immediately. Count Alman, infuriated by Aaron's declaration, began to protest, but Count Grey intervened. He explained to Aaron that the land had been under their control since the time of their ancestors, and suddenly claiming it as Aaron's would place them in a difficult situation. Aaron, undeterred, drew his sword and confronted them furiously, accusing them of defying the royal family's orders and declaring that their insistence on the land was tantamount to having a death wish. Seeing the tension escalate, with both Aaron's knights and the count's soldiers drawing their swords, Canis intervened. He proposed a resolution to avoid further conflict on the spot, a territory war. This suggestion took both counts by surprise. Canis mentioned that he had heard both counts were preparing for war. Count Grey protested, noting that the preparation was initially only between the two counts. Aaron then proposed a solution where each side would mobilize 1,000 troops. He added that, given his perceived disadvantage, if he won, the counts would have to relinquish both of their cities. The counts exchanged nervous glances upon hearing the terms of Aaron's proposal. Count Grey asked for a moment to deliberate, and both counts retreated behind the tent. There, Count Grey acknowledged that Aaron's claim to the land was officially recognized by Empire law, making it difficult for the royal family to side with them if Aaron invoked these laws. Count Oman agreed with this assessment. Count Grey then proposed a plan to address the situation. Once they had dealt with Aaron, they should split the profits from the gold mine equally. Count Oman agreed and suggested formalizing their agreement to also divide any additional profits from any other gold or silver mines discovered. Canis, observing the counts, expressed doubt to Aaron, suggesting that the stakes of losing 2 villages might be too high for the counts to accept. Aaron, smiling, reassured Canis by saying, "Don't worry, there's no end to human greed." When Canis asked how Aaron was so confident, Aaron revealed that the gold mine was not just any mine, but an incredibly large one. He then whispered to Canis that this was merely a rumor he had spread. Canis, surprised, exclaimed, "No way." Aaron explained that his true goal was to secure the 2 villages, and the exaggerated claims about the gold mine were part of his strategy. A month earlier, Aaron received a letter informing him that there were no signs of conflict between Count Grey and Count Oman. Reflecting on the situation, Aaron thought to himself, "I think it was around this time. Even though I'm relying on decades-old memories, it seems the nobles have no intention of fighting. If they lack a reason, I can create one myself." Determined to stir up trouble, Aaron decided to take matters into his own hands. He wrote a letter and gave instructions to spread a specific rumor that a large gold deposit had been discovered within the mines controlled by both Count Grey and Count Oman. This would serve as the catalyst for the conflict he needed. In the present, Count Grey addressed Aaron, stating that they accepted his condition for the territorial war. However, he added that they had 2 conditions of their own. The first was that they would choose the location of the battle, which would take place where they currently were. Aaron could choose the timing of the conflict. Aaron then inquired about the second condition. Count Grey explained that if they won, they wanted the mountain containing their mine, along with both of their territories, to be excluded from the Bram dukedom. Additionally, this agreement would need to be formally written, signed, and notarized by the king himself. Aaron pretended to be shocked by the idea of being notarized by the king, just as Count Grey had predicted. Grey then quietly pointed out to Count Oman that his prediction was correct. Count Grey then made it clear that without notarization by the king, there would be no territorial war. Aaron appeared to consider this deeply and then agreed, stating that they would plan the battle for 1 month from now. He began signing the document. Seeing this, both counts believed they had outmaneuvered Eren and that his agreement to their terms would seal his defeat. Eren internally realizes that the knight is about to seek the king's permission to surrender their territory, a move that aligns perfectly with Eren's own goals. As Eren and the knight descend from the mountain, Canis voices a concern, acknowledging that while the plan is unfolding as Eren intended, some challenges remain. When Eren inquires about these issues, Canis points out two key problems. First, they only have about 500 troops, which is a relatively small force. Second, since the results of their actions will be reported directly to the king, it will be challenging for either Eren or Lady Cheryl to influence the outcome significantly without drawing unwanted attention. Eren acknowledges the situation, agreeing that the presence of orcs in their territory is already causing suspicion. He suggests that they might ask Lord Cain to hire mercenaries to bolster their forces. However, Canis points out another problem. There is no gold mine, and if Lord Cain, who is funding their war efforts, discovers this truth, he might do everything in his power to prevent the war from occurring. Eren responds by considering that, while it could be difficult, they might still find a way to convince Lord Cain. He advises Canis to feign ignorance for the time being. Internally, Eren hopes that Cheryl will successfully fulfill her part of the plan. As Eren and his group approach the city gate from a distance, he notices a commotion there, which surprises him. At the gate, guards are brandishing their spears at a figure standing before them, telling the person that the Lord isn't present and to leave. The figure turns out to be an elf, who politely requests a meeting with the Lord. At that moment, Eren arrives at the gate and demands to know what's happening. Recognizing him, the god addresses Eren as my lord and acknowledges his return. The elf, hearing this, turns around and sees Eren behind her, mounted on a horse. The elf, who introduces herself as Keisha, immediately kneels before Eren, pleading for his help. She reveals that she is the daughter of the elf chief. Eren questions why the elves are now seeking his assistance after having killed innocent people within his territory. He explains that the elves from the far north, living in the forests near the dragon's nest, have chosen to isolate themselves from other species, including humans, in order to create a peaceful environment for themselves. While the elves have tried to protect their peace, their militant methods have made it difficult for the people of Bram territory, including Eren, to forgive them for their past actions. She reveals that their village was recently attacked and devastated by undead forces. Keisha offers to assist Eren if he helps them this one time, promising that the elves will then welcome his people as friends. Eren asks if she is proposing an alliance and reflects that he needs to address both the undead and the elves eventually. He agrees to help but indicates that an alliance alone is not sufficient. Keisha responds that they have some gold, which humans use, and are willing to provide it as part of their offer. Eren rejects Keisha's offer of gold and demands instead that the elves become citizens of the Bram territory. Keisha is initially surprised by this request. Eren then infers that if she has come alone, she must be in command of her people and presses her to accept his offer. Keisha responds that she lacks the authority to make such a decision. Seeing her hesitation, Eren decides to withdraw his proposal, prompting Keisha to quickly agree to his terms. Eren instructs her to follow him to draft a contract. In the meeting room, when Keisha mentions Death Knight, Rommel, Cain, and Max are shocked and rise from their seats in surprise. Keisha explains that the undead attacking her village were led by a Death Knight, accompanied by thousands of zombies and skeletons. Eren suspects that the attack might have been orchestrated by demons or a high-ranked necromancer and realizes he must act quickly to save any remaining elves. He orders a gathering at the orc stronghold in 3 hours. Rommel is tasked with preparing the Night Order, Cecilia with organizing the priests, and Bianca with mobilizing the Holy Knights. Eren and Canis will head to the orc stronghold immediately. With urgency, He rallies everyone to move swiftly to rescue the elves and secure their future citizens. Skeletons are attempting to breach the elf village, while the elves employ various spells to prevent their entry. An elf uses ice magic to create a slippery layer on the wall, causing the skeletons to slide off when they attempt to climb. In response, the Death Knight uses his magic to gather the skeletons' bones and hurl them at the wall, shattering the ice and allowing the undead to advance. As the skeletons and zombie elves begin climbing the walls, the elf chief tries to use plant magic to obstruct their progress. Despite her efforts, the magical spell proves ineffective against the relentless assault. An elf suggests to the chief that they need fire to counter the undead. The elf chief, feeling conflicted but resolute, prays for forgiveness from the spirits of the forest before giving the order to burn the attackers. Fireballs are launched, incinerating the enemies near the wall. Undeterred, the Death Knight commands a new wave of zombies to attack. As the zombies charge towards the wall, raindrops begin to fall, destroying them. The Death Knight realizes that the rain is actually holy water being dropped from gliders, providing a powerful defense against the undead. Earlier, Eren had instructed the glider squad to position themselves above the gate. As the gliders reached their target and the zombies came into range, Eren ordered the release of holy water. The soldiers followed the command, showering the attacking zombies with holy water. Next, Eren directed the knights to charge toward the elf village using the shortest route available. The knights advanced swiftly, engaging and defeating any zombies obstructing their path. Noticing the advance of the Vivian Knight Order, the Death Knight casts another spell to raise additional zombies, which begin charging toward them. Bianca, the captain of the Vivian Knight Order, commands her knights to position themselves behind their shields and begins a prayer. "O Vivian, grant me the power to decimate our enemies." In response to her prayer, a golden ray of light descends upon the Vivian Knights and envelops them. As the zombies approach and make contact with the light, they begin to vanish, unable to withstand its divine power. Meanwhile, Rommel advances toward the Death Knight, his sword infused with immense power. As Rommel's subordinate throws a bottle of holy water at the Death Knight, the distraction allows Rommel to close in. He swiftly rushes forward and slices the Death Knight in half. With the Death Knight defeated, the zombies and skeletons begin to tremble and falter. Seizing the moment, Rommel orders his knights to charge at full speed, capitalizing on the enemy's disarray. From a distance, Eren observes that they have successfully stopped all the undead from entering the elf village. With the immediate threat addressed, he turns to Canis and asks what their next step should be. Canis explains that the Death Knight was merely a field commander, and that they must eliminate the necromancer or demon controlling the undead. He notes that if it is a demon, Cecilia should be able to detect it. Eren turns to Cecilia, confirming her understanding. Cecilia responds that she has already located the source and indicates the direction they need to go. Eren notices dark energy emanating from the top of a distant hill, in the direction Cecilia indicated. Meanwhile, atop the hill, a flustered demon curses angrily about the destruction of her Death Knight, lamenting the difficulty of creating such a powerful puppet and expressing frustration at having to lead the army herself. As she begins casting a spell to reanimate the fallen, chanting, "Those who have fallen to the underworld, those who follow the will of death, follow my will once more," she is suddenly struck on the head and collapses. Dazed, the demon grabs her head and stands up, only to find a sword pointed at her neck, her surprise evident. Eren aggressively threatens her by pointing his sword and shouting about her interference with his future citizens. Reacting swiftly, she jumps back, prepares a spell, and marks Eren. In response, Eren skillfully uses his sword to cut through her spell, surprising her. Before she can counter, Eren stabs her, causing her to bleed. With her life at risk, Eren demands she choose between death or becoming his servant before her mana is depleted. The demon Eleanor realizes her mana is rapidly depleting and recognizes that Eren's power is extraordinary. When Eren doesn't get a response from her, He assumes she prefers death. Eleanor then asks for his name, and upon learning it's Aaron, she introduces herself as Succubus Eleanor. She agrees to become his subordinate. As she pledges her allegiance, a magic circle begins to glow on Aaron's sword. Meanwhile, the elves, seeing the undead retreat, start celebrating their victory over them. Canis searches for the elf chief, wondering about his absence. Just then, Aaron arrives with a woman on his horse and praises everyone for their efforts. Canis bows and inquires about the demon. Aaron responds that he couldn't kill her as she escaped, but reassures that she won't return soon. Cecilia, noticing the woman, questions her identity. Aaron explains that she was a hostage of the demon, and Cecilia, sensing a strong evil aura from her, suggests that they need to cleanse her. Aaron intervenes as Cecilia insists on cleansing Eleanor. Cecilia questions his reasoning, but Aaron requests that she hold off and promises to explain later. Earlier, after Eleanor became Aaron's subordinate, he instructed her to bring the undead back instead of destroying them. Eleanor was puzzled by this command, but Aaron clarified that he intended to use the undead as resources. Now, Aaron explains this plan to Cecilia, who accepts and understands his decision. Aaron thanks Cecilia and informs her that he has other matters to attend to. At this moment, the elf chief approaches Aaron to express gratitude, acknowledging that they would have been defeated without his help. Aaron responds that he was merely fulfilling the contract. The elf chief insists that he will also honor the contract, affirming that the elves do not lie. Aaron presents the contract and implies that it should be straightforward for the elves to become his subjects. The elves are stunned upon seeing the contract. At this moment, Keisha apologizes to the chief, explaining that the situation left her no choice but to comply with Aaron. Aaron then asks the chief if they are trying to break the contract. After a moment's consideration, the chief kneels before Aaron and agrees to serve him, asking how he should be addressed. Aaron responds that he prefers to be called my lord by all his subjects. Aaron integrates the 1,500 elves, who have lost half their population in the undead invasion, into the city of Brahn. The elf chief observes the empty village and is surprised. Aaron explains that the town is called Aten, a place for adventurers that often lacks labor, and mentions that the elves will need to find their own food supplies. The elf chief expresses concern, noting that they have only brought a few days' worth of provisions. Aaron offers the elf chief two options, a good deal and a bad deal. The chief chooses to hear the good deal first. Aaron proposes to provide a month's worth of food for 1,000 elves. The chief thanks him, but notes that this would leave 500 elves without food. Aaron clarifies that he will also cover the remaining 500 elves' food, but the bad deal requires selecting 500 elves capable of fighting and sending them to Bran Castle within a week. Confused by Aaron's offer, the elf chief is taken aback. Aaron suggests that both deals are advantageous. Meanwhile, at the imperial capital Javan, Emperor Zerone is engaged in a game with the continent champion. The champion admits defeat and acknowledges that no one on the continent of Karen can surpass the emperor in skill. Emperor Zerone tells the continent champion that, as the champion, he would have ended the game quickly if he had fully committed. An old man then enters, informing Zerone that it's time for his afternoon duties as the vassals are waiting. Zerone expresses a desire to spend the rest of the day with his friend if there are no pressing matters. The old man replies that Count Grey and Count Ormond have requested notaries for the territorial war. Emperor Zerone, upon learning that the notary document concerns a territorial war with his nephew, Duke Aaron, decides to postpone the game with the continent champion. He leaves the room, thinking to himself about Aaron's apparent recklessness. In the meeting room, Zerone addresses the issue, mentioning that news of the Battle of Bran in the north is already circulating widely within the empire. He seeks opinions on whether he should approve the territorial war with Aaron. Duke Gran, aligned with the emperor, observes Zerone's thoughts and comments with a smile. He supports Duke Aaron's right to assert his claim on the gold mine, arguing that the war should be approved. Duke Rainan, from the neutral faction, warns that the war is unfavorable for Eren, suggesting that if he loses, the Brand territory will be lost as well. In response, Duke Gran questions why there would be an issue with powerful figures waging war according to imperial law and challenges Rainan's opposition to the war, implying that it conflicts with imperial regulations. Duke Rainan acknowledges Duke Gran's point but reflects on his promise to protect the late Emperor's children. Emperor Zerone agrees with Rainan's concerns but concludes that they do not outweigh the need to uphold imperial law. He approves the territorial war and instructs for the official documents to be issued. Later, in the game room, someone knocks on the door, and Emperor Zerone invites him in. Duke Gran enters and responds to Emperor Zerone's summons. Zerone, intrigued, questions Gran about his apparent ability to read his thoughts during the discussion on the Brand territorial war. He expresses surprise that Gran, a relatively recent addition to the Emperor faction, seemed to understand his innermost thoughts. Gran acknowledges this, and Zerone conveys his pleasure, stating that having a powerful ally like Gran with aligned intentions is beneficial for ruling the empire. Duke Gran modestly attributes his insights to understanding that Zerone would make a law-compliant decision. Zerone then asks Gran for his prediction on the territorial war's outcome, wondering if the Count Union will win as expected. Gran interrupts, confidently asserting that the Union will indeed win, citing the significant numerical advantage 1000 versus 2000 as a decisive factor in Duke Eren's anticipated loss. Emperor Zerone expresses his unease about Eren's decision to engage in a seemingly unwinnable territorial war. Duke Gran, responding, mentions that one of his vassals owes a debt to Count Grey and suggests using this opportunity to repay the Count with 30 mage mercenaries. Gran assures Zerone that this action will be entirely legitimate and free from royal involvement. Zerone, impressed by Gran's insight, acknowledges that mages would indeed be a significant asset and laughs, internally agreeing that they will be more than sufficient. In the kingdom's capital, Jovan, Cheryl finished her shopping and was told by the manager, "They will be waiting for her, come again." As she walked away, she reflected on how refreshing shopping was for relieving stress and wondered where else she might go thrifting. Noticing her expensive clothes and jewelry and realizing she was unguarded, a group of thugs began to follow her. Cheryl quickly detected their presence and considered whether it was time to act on the task her brother had given her the previous day. Cheryl walked down a narrow, dark back alley, seeing the opportunity, the thugs quickly closing in on her. To deter them, she quickly pulled out her wand, cast a fire spell, and blasted the ground nearby to scare them off. Grabbing one of the thugs, she demanded, "She is not going to repeat herself, so listen carefully. Where is the secret casino?" The thugs then led her to an old castle basement. When the thug opened the door, a bright light spilled out, and Cheryl shielded her eyes until she adjusted to the illumination inside. She discovered a bustling scene with a large crowd gathered, betting on either Counts or Eren. Cheryl examined the board and saw the announcement for the main event, Battle in Bran, featuring Duke Eren against the alliance of Count Grey and Count Harmon, with betting open for 25 days. Delighted, she declared that she found it. A dwarf then took the stage, introducing the casino and expressing gratitude to the visitors. His speech was abruptly interrupted by someone in the crowd shouting at him and giving him a ticket. Upon hearing the insult, the dwarf became enraged and summoned the guards, who swiftly apprehended the disruptive individual despite his protests. The dwarf then addressed the crowd, clarifying that the man was not being removed for insulting him, but for wasting the valuable time of the customers. He emphasized that the establishment values their customers' time as if it were gold. This statement calmed the crowd. The dwarf then thanked them for their patience and announced that they would resume the predictions for the Battle of Bran, the day's main event and a highlight of the kingdom. After the dwarf's announcement, one person in the crowd placed a bet of 100 gold on Count Alliance, followed by another with a 500 gold bet on the same side. A third person then wagered an astonishing 100,000 gold on Count Alliance, and soon others joined in, quickly filling the Count Alliance bucket with their tickets. Amidst the flurry of bets, Cheryl raised her hand and shocked everyone by betting 3 million gold on Duke Aaron, a surprising choice given his low odds of winning. As she approached the dwarf, he addressed her, remarking that she might have misunderstood the situation, as they only accepted cash. He then inquired with curiosity and a hint of disbelief, if he may ask, how did she bring 3 million gold in here? Cheryl questioned the dwarf's skepticism, urging him to accept the money without further questions. To back her words, she picked a check out of her pocket and presented it to the dwarf. The dwarf, upon inspecting the check, recognized it and asked, "This is from the Moria Trade Group." Cheryl confirmed, explaining that the check was for 3 million gold from the prestigious Moria Trade Group, one of the 3 major trade organizations in the kingdom. After the interaction, Cheryl used a portal to return to Brand territory. There, she was surprised to find Aaron waiting for her. Curious about his presence, she asked why he was there. Aaron explained that he couldn't just sit idly by, given the importance of the situation, and then inquired about how things had gone. Cheryl informs Aaron that she made the bet at the secret casino as he requested. She then inquires about his progress in convincing Cain, reminding him that he borrowed money using a land deed as collateral. Aaron admits that he hasn't yet spoken to Cain because he was busy approving new citizens. However, he reassures Cheryl not to worry about convincing Cain, quoting the saying, "It's better to beg for forgiveness than to ask for permission." Later, when Aaron finally speaks with Cain, Cain angrily confronts him, demanding to know what he means by saying there's no gold mine. Cain is also alarmed by the amount Aaron borrowed against the land deed. Aaron reveals that the sum is 3 million, leaving Cain even more frustrated and concerned. Cain, overwhelmed with emotion, begins to cry and laments how he has failed the former emperor. Feeling that Aaron has ruined everything the emperor entrusted to him, he despairs over how he will ever explain this failure. Aaron reassures Cain by saying he has a plan. However, Cain, still furious and distraught, shouts back, accusing Aaron of having a plan that will leave them all doomed to live on a small patch of land after everything falls apart. Growing irritated, Aaron abruptly stands up from his chair and, without further explanation, commands Cain to follow him, promising to show him what he has planned. Cain, now confused by Aaron's sudden assertiveness and mysterious promise, is left uncertain about what to expect. A little later, Aaron and Cain step through a portal created by Cheryl, emerging in a frozen land. Once there, Aaron demonstrates his power, which leaves Cain in shock. After showcasing his skills, Aaron confidently asks Cain if he saw it and questions why Cain can't trust his plan. Cain, still processing what he just witnessed, mutters something in a light voice that Aaron doesn't catch. Puzzled, Aaron asks, "What is he saying now?" Trying to understand Cain's reaction to this unexpected display of power, Cain announced that they would commit fully to their plan and promised to contact Moria to secure additional gold. This left Cheryl and Aaron confused and anxious. A few days later, guards allowed a carriage into Brand City. The head of Moria, Grim Moria, emerged from the carriage and surveyed his surroundings, contemplating whether this would soon be his new territory. Grim Moria, known as Blood Coin and a fallen aristocrat, is the owner of the Moria Trade Group, which amassed wealth through generations of land projects. About 30 years ago, Aaron's late father, the Emperor, enacted the Land Trade Prohibition Act, leading to Duke Moria's purging for his fierce opposition. To recover his family's fortunes, Moria engaged in an illegal private loan business in Javan, targeting small business owners and earning a reputation for brutality. Despite his controversial methods, he became the owner of the Moria Trade Group, one of the top 3 trade groups on the continent. Upon arriving in Brand City, Grim Moria surveyed the area and wondered if it would soon become his territory. Grim Moria's subordinate reminded him that, due to the Land Trade Prohibition Act, purchasing Brahn territory directly with money was not possible. However, if Duke Aaron failed to repay his debts, Moria could take over his territory instead. The subordinate saw this as a perfect opportunity for revenge against the late emperor, who had purged Duke Moria. Grim Moria agreed, eager to show Duke Aaron the power and fear of blood coin money. Later, when they met Aaron, Grim Moria and his subordinate both kneeled and offered their respects, with Grim Moria formally addressing Aaron as the Duke. Aaron greeted Grim Moria with a smile, asking if his journey to the north had been comfortable. Grim Moria replied if there are clients who borrow his money, he did even go to the Black Continent, not to mention the north. Of course, the same goes for when he is collecting interest and the principal borrowed. As they exchanged a glance, Aaron thought about another person who wished for his failure, while Grim Moria wondered if Aaron would still be smiling after experiencing a loss in the territory war. During their meeting, Cain asked Moria if he understood why he had been summoned. Moria confirmed that he was aware and stated that the Moria Trade Group would issue a 3 million gold deed on behalf of Aaron for the current bet, presenting the deed from the Javan betting castle. Aaron accepted the letter and trusted Moria's expertise, assuming he had handled all the necessary details. Moria, confused, asked why he had been summoned. Aaron requested an additional 2 million gold loan. Moria expressed concern about lending the money if it involved hiring mercenaries, as this might affect his relationships with other clients. Aaron clarified that he would not use mercenaries but only the soldiers of Brahn territory for the war. When Moria asked what the money would be used for, Aaron explained it was for investment purposes, planning to invest in the territory's development in advance, anticipating that winning the territorial battle would eventually bring in more money. Moria thought to himself that even if Aaron lost the territory battle, Moria would still benefit by acquiring the territory, and thus he would not lose out. He was puzzled by Aaron's apparent confidence in victory. Grim Moria agreed to lend the money if Aaron provided a contract for investing in the territory. Aaron, smiling, agreed to draw up the contract. However, Cain, visibly angry, objected, warning that if Aaron lost the war, he would be burdened with debt. As the treasurer and chief butler, Cain could not approve such a contract. Aaron interrupted and stated that they just need to win. Grim Moria, thinking this was a chance to gain lordship and financially entrap Aaron, was frustrated by the situation. He wondered if there was anything he could do to make it work. Then he had an idea and offered an interest-free loan. Both Cain and Aaron were surprised by this proposal. Grim Moria clarified that he would lend the money without charging interest, alleviating some of the financial burden. He also revealed that he had bet on Aaron's victory, hinting at his support. As they were leaving, Grim Moria's subordinate questioned whether he had genuinely placed a bet on Duke Aaron's victory. Grim Moria told his subordinate that he never intended to bet on their victory. It was just a lie to get them to borrow his money. His subordinate smiled, admiring Grim Moria's quick thinking and resourcefulness, and commented on his adeptness as the owner of the Moria Trade Group. Grim Moria then speculated that Aaron and Cain likely believed he was supporting their side. Both of them laughed at this. Observing them from the window, Aaron asked the old man about the conversation, and Cain inquired for clarification. Aaron complimented Cain on his perfect acting, noting the impressive combination of an indefinite loan with 0 interest. Cain, slightly blushing, attributed the skill to his use of experience rather than acting. 20 days before the territory war, Rommel organized the elves into formation and commanded them to fire their arrows. However, the arrows fell short of their target. Observing this, Aaron criticized their weak performance, pointing out that they would be easily overwhelmed by a cavalry charge before even firing effectively. He then turned to Cain and asked if he had failed to pay for their food. Cain, frustrated, insisted that he had provided enough food for the elves. Their discussion was interrupted by Canis, who pointed out that the short bows the elves were using had a maximum range of less than 100 meters, whereas the range needed on the plains would exceed 200 meters. Aaron noted that an ambush would be challenging on the open plain and expressed concern about taking the lead from a distance, especially with the whole empire watching. He was uneasy about getting directly involved. Canis suggested that while he hoped Aaron wouldn't need to intervene, they might need to consider deploying Cheryl depending on the situation. He emphasized that battles involve unpredictable variables and managing these in advance would help them achieve a balanced 1,000 to 1,000 battle as planned. Aaron asked Canis how they could control the variables in the situation. Canis responded that they couldn't leave the issue unresolved, since they were uncertain whether the arrows would reach their targets. To address this, he planned to improve the bows to manage the distance variable. However, he added that they needed materials and skilled weapons craftsmen who could produce the enhanced bows quickly. Aaron expressed concern about the time constraint, asking if it was possible to assemble the necessary craftsmen and materials within less than 3 weeks. Canis assured him that he could get everything needed within 3 days. When Aaron questioned whether 3 days would be sufficient, Canis confirmed it would be, but added that the craftsmen would not be human. This puzzled Aaron, while Canis was considering a particular dwarf who would be ideal for the task. That night Canis, in his dragon form, flew to the northernmost region of the Brahn territory, where his nest was situated. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by a group of dwarves. One of the dwarves approached Canis, bowed, and presented him with an ornament. The dwarf said, "Welcome back, master. Here is the ornament that he ordered." Canis inspects an ornament and criticizes its poor condition, questioning if the dwarf who made it ran out of time. The dwarf, clearly distressed, pleads for his life, promising to redo the work. Canis, dismissive, discards the ornament, stating it's unworthy of him. He then addresses another dwarf, Keshi, who had been hiding, instructing him to come out. Once Keshi appears, Canis commands him to climb on, indicating that they have someplace to go. Keshi, initially shocked, follows Canis's orders and climbs onto his back. Within 10 minutes, they reach the Brahn territory Minotaur labyrinth. In his dragon form, Canis unleashes a fiery attack, killing hundreds of Minotaurs instantly. After the slaughter, Canis informs Keshi that the materials they need are ready. 3 days later, Canis and Keshi arrive at Brahn Castle with a carriage full of materials. When Aaron sees the horns and the carriage, he inquires about their purpose. Canis explains that the horns are from water buffalo and are intended to improve the bows. He notes that while using these horns makes the bows vulnerable to moisture, it significantly enhances their elasticity and range. Aaron questions whether water buffalo are present in their territory. Canis explains to Aaron that he acquired the horns cheaply from an international trader who was about to discard them due to a lack of buyers. Aaron remarks on the large size of the buffalo horns, which seem unusually big. Noticing Keshi seated on the carriage, Aaron inquires if Keshi is the artisan Canis mentioned. Canis directs Keshi to dismount and greet Aaron. Keshi jumps down and approaches Aaron, addressing him with a surprising level of arrogance by saying, "So you're the Lord." Is he ready to serve Keshi, the dwarf? This unexpected and presumptuous greeting shocks both Rommel and Canis. Keshi further insults Aaron by questioning his audacity to speak informally to the esteemed Lord Canis. Keshi's insolent remarks are abruptly interrupted when Canis grabs her and hurriedly retreats. Shortly afterward, Canis returns to Aaron with Keshi in tow and apologizes, explaining that Keshi's lack of proper manners is due to her being a dwarf and requests Aaron's forgiveness. Aaron responds by saying that he is indifferent to Keshi's manners, as long as she possesses the necessary skills. To everyone's surprise, Aaron kneels before Keshi and introduces himself as Aaron, the Lord of Brahn, pledging to rely on her expertise. Keshi acknowledges Aaron's gesture with a casual "yeah," showing her acceptance of the situation. With 2 weeks remaining until the territorial war, Keshi, now granted full authority over weapons manufacturing by Aaron, began working on improving bows. Her perfectionist approach and the citizens' frustration with her young, rude demeanor led to occasional conflicts. However, Aaron's mediation helped ensure that the weapon upgrades continued relatively smoothly. 3 days before the war, as Canis inspected the battlefield, he reflected on the strategic challenges. He noted that the emperor was closely observing the war and recognized that both the lord and his sister were unable to reveal their full power. He realized that merely relying on improved bows wouldn't suffice to efficiently overcome forces twice their size. Observing the muddy ground, Canis contemplated a new strategy and decided to return to Keshi with his ideas. Keshi, half asleep, pleads with Canis to spare her and tries to return to sleep. Canis throws water on her to rouse her, and she again begs for mercy, not fully grasping the situation. Canis, irritated, clarifies that he isn't threatening her life, but orders her to get ready and join him as they head to the battlefield. 3 days later, on the day of the territorial war, soldiers and knights from Count's forces gather at the battlefield, awaiting the arrival of Duke Aaron's troops. In one of the tents, Count Oman comments on the situation, noting that despite a 10% reduction in their forces, he still expects them to win. Count Gray inquires about the amount Count Oman has bet, to which Oman responds that he has wagered around 500,000 gold. Oman had intended to gather more funds but found borrowing from Moria awkward. Count Gray agrees, noting that Moria's money feels uncomfortable. Gray then speculates that after today's battle, merchants like Moria will be eager to align with them, as they are set to gain control of the gold mine. Count Oman agrees, acknowledging Gray's point. Gray then expresses frustration that the Duke has not yet appeared, implying that the Duke should be intelligent enough to be present. As they observe Aaron's forces, Count Oman notices something unusual and asks what's that. Both counts are shocked to see a siege tower, which surprises them. Both counts, upon seeing the siege tower, begin to laugh, mocking the decision to bring such an apparatus to a plains battle. They dismiss it as a sign of desperation and an indication of bringing inappropriate equipment for the situation. At this moment, a mage sent by the emperor arrives on horseback and positions himself between the two sides. He announces that, under the order of the Lord Emperor, they will now conduct the final formalities. He requests representatives from both sides together for this purpose. Both sides approach the mage, with Count Oman and Count Gray moving from one side and Duke Aaron and his entourage from the other. Upon arrival, they dismount from their horses. Count Oman sarcastically remarks to Duke Aaron, commenting on his appearance and praising his effort for bringing what he calls trash to the battlefield. Duke Aaron responds sharply, thanking Ammon for his concern but retorting that he does not look worse than Ammon's own fat gluttonous face. Count Ammon's anger is provoked by Duke Aaron's retort. The mage steps in to clarify the battle terms once more. He states that if Duke Aaron wins, he will gain control of 2 villages from the Count Union and the gold mine will be recognized as his. Conversely, if the Union wins, Duke Aaron will lose jurisdiction over the 2 territories, and the counts will retain the gold mine. The mage asks if there are any concerns regarding these terms. When no objections are raised, he instructs the representatives to return to their respective sides and prepare for the battle's commencement. As the representatives mounted their horses and prepared to return to their sides, Duke Aaron suddenly turned down and told them to watch your head, while pointing upwards. The counts, puzzled, covered their heads, and sure of Aaron's intent. The mage then cast a spell, signaling the start of the territorial war between Duke Aaron's 1,000 troops and the Count Union's 2,000 forces. Upon returning to his side, Duke Aaron informed Rommel that the commissioner was actually a spy for the emperor. He also mentioned that neither he nor Cheryl would be participating in the fight and instructed Rommel to follow the plan. Rommel acknowledged his instructions. Rommel ordered the archers to raise your bows, and the elves complied by drawing their bows and shooting arrows. However, the arrows fell short, barely reaching the center of the battlefield. Count Oman, observing this, laughed and mocked Duke Aaron, commenting on the ineffectiveness of the arrows and expressing frustration with what he perceived as Aaron's antics. Oman then offered the cavalry captain 5,000 gold to end the battle before his tea cooled, with an additional 5,000 gold as a bonus if the task was completed promptly. The cavalry captain agreed, assuring Oman that they would finish the battle before his tea was cold. He then instructed his knights to drop their shields and complete the task as quickly as possible. Upon hearing the captain's orders, all the cavalry knights discarded their shields. The cavalry captain rallied his troops, urging them to pummel those bastards and leading them in a charge. As the enemy cavalry advanced towards them, Rommel prepared to respond. He instructed the archers to ready angled fire. The elves then discarded their old bows, equipped their newly made bows, and prepared their arrows. Once the enemy was within range, Rommel commanded the elves to fire. The new bows significantly extended the range of the arrows, allowing them to hit the advancing cavalry. Realizing they were in a trap, the cavalry captain ordered his troops to run into the arrow fire. He then instructed them to run horizontally and spread out to the sides to minimize casualties. In response, Rommel ordered the siege tower to be readied. The soldiers on the siege tower prepared for action. When the enemy was within range, Rommel gave the command to fire. A net with large, heavy spears was launched from the siege tower, effectively trapping and isolating the cavalry within it. Inside the net, the trapped enemy cavalry struggled to free themselves, with some trying to cut through the metal with their swords. They exchanged frustrated comments about the metal being too tough. The captain urged his men to find a way out and remain calm. At that moment, an arrow struck the captain's helmet, causing him concern as he noticed elves already their arrows to fire at them. Rommel remarked he guessed they weren't watching their head, before the elves fired their arrows into the net, causing significant casualties. Seeing the dire situation, Count Grey became agitated and confronted Count Oman, accusing him of poor judgment for telling the cavalry to drop their shields. Count Oman defensively responded, "Hey, how was he supposed to know this was going to happen?" Count Grey ordered infantry to rescue the trapped cavalry. Rommel responded by directing his forces to attack the enemy infantry, aiming to prevent them from aiding the cavalry. Rommel and his cavalry advanced to engage the infantry. In reaction, Count Grey instructed his archers to target Rommel and his cavalry. As the enemy archers fired arrows, Bianca, accompanied by his holy knight, began to pray to Goddess Vivian for protection. Holy light enveloped them, creating a shield that deflected the arrows. The sudden appearance of the protective shield shocked both counts, who exclaimed in surprise. Meanwhile, Aaron and Canis observed the scene with smiles, seemingly pleased with the turn of events. The Count Alliance's forces include 470 archers, 1,000 infantry, and 500 cavalry trapped in the net. In contrast, Aaron's forces consist of 200 cavalry, 200 archers, and 600 infantry. Count Grey commanded his infantry to attack the enemy's cavalry on the right side. Rommel, surprised by this maneuver, quickly adjusted his strategy. He ordered half of his cavalry to follow him, while the rest dealt with the enemy cavalry. As the battle commenced, Rommel's cavalry engaged the 1,000 Count infantry. Rommel's unit inflicted significant damage, reducing the morale of the Count's infantry soldiers. The soldiers were visibly shaken as Rommel led his cavalry, creating a path through the chaos. An enemy cavalry knight managed to escape from the net and briefly felt relieved, but he was swiftly killed by Lady Bianca. As Rommel's forces continued to engage the infantry, Bianca's unit focused on the enemy cavalry. Both counts, seeing the situation deteriorate, urgently turned to the mercenary mages and demanded that they intervene. The mages began casting a spell and launched a magic projectile. Aaron and Canis were taken aback by the sight. The magic projectile was fired at Rommel's cavalry unit and struck them unexpectedly, causing surprise and likely disrupting their operations. Aaron, concerned by the magic attack, called out to Rommel. However, As the dust cleared, it was revealed that Rommel and his unit had survived thanks to the holy shield provided by Bianca. Eren breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Rommel was unharmed, though the shield soon broke down. Realizing the danger, Rommel thought to himself that the situation was perilous. He instructed his cavalry to ignore the enemy infantry and prepare to escape. However, as they tried to turn around, they found themselves completely surrounded by the enemy infantry. The infantry soldiers declared, "They are not going anywhere. This place will be all of their graves," effectively trapping Rommel and his unit. Both counts laughed as Rommel's unit became surrounded. Observing the situation, Eren noted that while Rommel was a master-level swordsman, his position was becoming increasingly perilous. He ordered his infantry to charge and save the Night Order captain and the cavalry. As the infantry charged to aid Rommel, Eren turned to Canis and said he planned to personally rescue Rommel. He asked Canis to handle the mages in his absence. Canis warned that the Emperor's spy was present, but Eren insisted that Rommel's safety was the priority. He assured Canis that he would address the spy himself and instructed Canis not to worry excessively. As Eren moved away, he called out for his sister. Meanwhile, Canis directed the archers to deploy the catapult. They removed it from the siege towers, positioned it, and loaded rocks onto it. Canis then ordered them to fire. The catapult launched the rocks, which struck and killed many enemy cavalrymen trapped in the net, reducing their number from 500 to 253. The attack further decreased the count to 197 cavalrymen. Seeing the impact, Count Grey instructed the mercenary mages to break the rocks. The mages responded by casting magic projectiles at the rock, shattering it into pieces. Seeing the effectiveness of the catapult attack, Count Grey laughed and mocked the effort as insignificant compared to magic. He then instructed the mages to target the catapult itself rather than the projectiles it was launching. One of the mages acknowledged that hitting the catapult was possible but would take some time. Count Grey agreed, deciding to prepare for a large-scale attack. Canis, observing the scene, reflected on the situation. He noted that the enemy had twice the number of troops and mages, and he was surprised by the complexity of the situation compared to his initial expectations. He wondered about the whereabouts and actions of the Lord, concerned about the evolving battle dynamics. Canis saw Eren and greeted him, noting the substantial mana energy around him and reflecting on how unusual it was for a human to possess such power. He speculated whether its Cheryl's illusionary magic was at play, as he had not immediately recognized human illusion magic while he was not in his true form. Canis then observed Eren emerging from the forest, dressed differently and wielding a dagger, and thought to himself that Eren seemed to be continually revealing new tricks. As Eren moved closer to the soldiers, he considered the need for caution despite the spy being at a distance. He began searching for an item and soon found a helmet. Putting it on, he thought to himself, "Here he comes, hang in there a little longer," as he prepared to assist Rommel in the battle. Canis commanded his soldiers to prepare the catapults, and they began loading them with rocks. While they were doing this, enemy mages launched a magic attack, destroying one of the catapults. In response, Canis ordered the soldiers to fire the remaining catapults at maximum range, aiming for the mages. The soldiers obeyed and launched the rocks. As the rocks flew through the air, Canis remarked, "Now this is what you call watch your head." Noticing that the rocks were about to fall short of their target, Canis cast a spell called Feather on the rocks, accelerating their speed and guiding them directly toward the enemy mages. A spy mage from the Emperor, witnessing Canis's spell, was surprised and thought, "Flight magic." When the rocks approached, two counts, shocked by the unexpected range, quickly ordered the mages to block the incoming projectiles. The mages responded by launching magic attacks to break the rocks. However, Canis cast protection magic on the rocks, shielding them from the mages' spells. As the magical attacks hit the rocks, smoke formed, but the rocks emerged unscathed and continued their descent. The mages attempted to dodge, but some were struck by the rocks. Witnessing the aftermath, Count Omen, confused, asked, "What's happening?" An injured mage on the ground pointed towards the sky in response. Both counts quickly turned to the sky, and Count Grey exclaimed, "They're coming again," to think that Eren also had a mage. Just then, another attack struck the area where the mages were stationed. Count Grey, flustered by the situation, realized that Duke Eren had been hiding his last trump card and thought to himself, "It's come to this an all-out war." Fueled by anger, he turned to the archers and commanded, "Stop getting hit and charge to the battlefront. Engage in hand-to-hand combat." The archers, hearing the order, rushed to the front lines. Then Count Grey turned to the mages and ordered, "Destroy the catapults. Keep the main camp safe." The leader of the mages, under pressure, expressed that they couldn't proceed without first destroying the catapults. Count Grey, frustrated, urged them to act immediately. The mage leader ordered the mages to target the boulders and defend the camp. The mages responded by using a water ball spell to block the rocks and telekinesis to throw them aside. Observing this, Canis thought the mages were using trivial tactics and smirked, suggesting a more formidable challenge. He then instructed the elves to prepare their fire arrows and shoot them as far as possible. The elves readied their bows and fire arrows, preparing to launch them. Canis ordered the elves to shoot their fire arrows, and they launched them into the air. As the arrows descended, Canis used flight magic to guide them towards the enemy camp. The mages, seeing the incoming arrows, quickly deployed a water ball spell for defense. However, the arrows maintained their speed and trajectory, soaring above the water ball, which puzzled both counts and the mage leader. In a surprising move, Canis then cast gravity reversal, causing the arrows to drop directly onto the mages. This unexpected shift led to the mages' deaths and resulted in the complete destruction of the count's mage forces. Eren, disguised as an enemy soldier, observed the battlefield and thought about how he had instructed to prevent magic use, yet the enemy mages were wiped out. He noted the impressive range of the reformed arrows and considered joining the fight himself. Meanwhile, Rommel's unit was encircled by enemies. Seeing a dust cloud signaling incoming reinforcements, Rommel grew anxious. During this moment, he narrowly avoided a spear attack by ducking. Determined to hold on until reinforcements arrived, Rommel fought fiercely against the advancing enemies and urged his unit to persevere, shouting, "Our allies are on their way. Let's endure till the end." Hearing the news boosted the morale of his unit, leading them to prepare for battle against the enemy. Meanwhile, Bianca saw that the cavalry captain was in danger. She instructed the cavalry squad to deal with the enemy cavalry and directed the members of the Crusader Order to follow her. She then moved towards Rommel to provide him with assistance. Overall, the battlefield situation was as follows. The Count's Alliance mage unit had been completely destroyed. They had 470 archers, 750 infantry, and their cavalry was trapped. Duke Eren's forces consisted of 20 Crusader Order members heading to help Rommel, 80 cavalrymen managing the trapped enemy cavalry, 600 infantry attacking the enemy infantry, and 200 archers stationed at the main camp. As Bianca's Crusader Order unit arrived behind the enemy infantry, a soldier from the enemy side shouted a warning about the approaching forces. Before the enemy could react, Bianca's unit launched a surprise attack. Bianca instructed her knights to destroy them and save the knights' captain. Her forces began pushing through the enemy infantry. In response, an infantry captain from the Count's Alliance ordered his soldiers to block the rear and prevent Bianca's unit from advancing further, instructing them to block the back. The enemy soldiers quickly turned around and began attacking Bianca, who struggled to block their blows with her shield. The force of the attacks pushed her backward. Realizing their response was swift, Bianca prayed to Goddess Vivian, asking for divine assistance. A golden light enveloped her, blinding the enemy soldiers. Seizing their opportunity, Bianca ordered her knights to charge. Observing this, Eren thought to himself that Bianca's actions were impressive and would buy them some time. Aaron's thoughts were interrupted by an infantry captain who commanded his troops, "Open your eyes, and I will kill those who retreat." Recognizing the captain, Aaron took note of him. Meanwhile, the captain continued to issue orders, urging his troops not to retreat and to push forward, referring to the enemies as poisoned rats. At that moment, the captain was struck and fatally injured by a dagger from behind. The captain, trembling in pain, turns around to see his attacker and finds Aaron standing there. Aaron declares, "He is the rat that came here to kill him." With that, the captain collapses and dies. Aaron then surveys the area and spots two more captains. Determined to save Rommel, he decides to eliminate the enemy's key leaders. Moving swiftly and unseen, Aaron kills the Count's alliance infantry commanders and another captain. Both fall to the ground simultaneously, causing the soldiers to stare in shock. At that moment, Aaron shouts, "The commander has fallen, all troops, retreat." The enemy soldiers become anxious and confused, questioning how the situation unfolded with their commander's fall. The commander of the archers realizes the commander has been defeated and issues an urgent command. He instructs the remaining troops to stay focused and not be misled by what he perceives as enemy sabotage. Aaron, noticing the confusion and realizing he missed one of the commanders, becomes flustered. The archer commander orders no retreat and commands a charge against the enemy forces that they have surrounded. Following the archer commander's orders, the enemy soldiers charge forward and successfully defeat all of Rommel's knights. Rommel, witnessing the outcome of the battle, reacts with intense anger. Roaring in frustration, Aaron, sensing the escalating situation and feeling nervous, starts sweating. He resolves to take immediate action, thinking he needs to act quickly. Aaron rushes towards the commander, preparing to attack him from behind. He is determined to eliminate the last remaining commander and mentally prepares for the kill. As Aaron is about to strike, his attack is unexpectedly blocked by the commander's soldiers. The commander reveals that the situation was a trap set specifically for Aaron, indicating he had planned this contingency in advance. Contrary to what the commander anticipated, Aaron begins to laugh. This reaction surprises the commander, hinting at a twist or a deeper strategy on Aaron's part. Aaron, questioning the need to plan ahead, swiftly retracts his dagger, using it to eliminate the soldiers blocking his path to the commander. As the commander realizes he is about to be defeated, he issues a desperate final command to his troops to charge and kill his allies. Despite the commander's order, Aaron beheads him, ensuring his death. After dispatching the commander, Aaron calls out Rommel's name with evident worry, suggesting he is concerned about Rommel's safety or involvement in the unfolding events. Rommel, exhausted, is under threat from enemy soldiers poised to kill him with spear attacks. Just in time, Bianca's unit arrives and intervenes, saving Rommel from imminent death. Aaron's infantry arrives on the scene. Their commander seizes the opportunity created by the enemy's loss of their commander, instructing his troops to kill all remaining enemy soldiers. The enemy soldiers, now leaderless and in disarray, are easily defeated by Aaron's infantry. The battle ends with Duke Aaron's camp achieving a decisive victory. The numbers are 1,000 soldiers from Aaron's camp versus 2,000 from the Count's alliance, marking a complete victory for Duke Aaron. Aaron advances towards the main camp of the Counts, which is now surrounded by his forces. He observes the anxious expressions on the faces of both Counts. Aaron comments on the nervousness of the Counts, taunting them by recalling his earlier warning about being cautious. Count Ormond, bewildered by Aaron's ability to maneuver through the chaos of arrows and boulders, tries to draw his sword. He demands to know what kind of sorcery Aaron is using. Before Count Ormond can act further, Aaron's knights quickly position their swords at Ammon's neck, instilling fear and causing him to tremble. Aaron, drawing his sword, confronts Count Ormond, indignantly rejecting the suggestion that his success is due to sorcery. He accuses Ormond, a mere count's vassal, of insulting him and declares his intention to kill Ormond to restore the proper hierarchical order of the territory. As Eren attempts to strike Count Almon, a mage sent by the Emperor intervenes, grabbing Eren's hand and urging him to reconsider. The mage questions the value of killing a vassal, suggesting it may not be beneficial. Eren, furious, demands the mage release him, emphasizing that being insulted, as a member of the royal family, is equivalent to insulting the emperor himself. In response to the threat, Count Almon kneels before Eren and pleads for his life, admitting his wrongdoing and begging for mercy. Eren turns to Count Grey and asks for his response. Count Grey, recognizing his defeat, also kneels and submits. Eren declares that, as per Grey's submission, both of their cities will now become part of his duchy, the Eren Duchy. Both counts accept Eren's terms, saying, "Do as you wish." Eren announces that the takeover process will begin that night. He warns the counts that if they misuse their citizens for personal gain, he will revoke their titles. Both counts agree to Eren's conditions, acknowledging him as the Duke. The following afternoon, the scene shifts to a meeting room. Cain presents the betting certificates from Jarvan Betting Castle, revealing a certificate for 3 million gold and an additional one for a 2 million gold loan. He notes that with a dividend rate of about 10 times, they have earned at least 50 million gold from the war. Cain is ecstatic, laughing and running around with excitement. Cain exclaims that this newfound wealth will allow them to repay their debts and enhance the prosperity of their castle. Eren interrupts Cain, instructing him that the money should be used for investment purposes rather than personal gains. Cain is taken aback and angry, questioning Eren's decision. He struggles to believe that Eren is suggesting using the money for investment rather than immediate financial relief and improvement. Eren explains that while the funds from the war are significant, the primary objective was to gain manpower and expand their territory. With the acquisition of 2 cities from each of the defeated territories and an additional city from clearing the orcs and the Black Forest, their territory, Brahn, has effectively doubled in size. Eren emphasizes the importance of using the funds to stabilize and secure the newly acquired territories first. He plans to use the money for this purpose before gradually pursuing further expansion. Eren declares his intention to become known as the loser of the North, a statement that shocks everyone present at the meeting. Cheryl reacts with concern, questioning Eren's declaration. She fears that branding themselves as the loser of the North would expose their power and potentially make them a target. Eren elaborates on his reasoning behind his plan. He explains that, following the war, both the Emperor and the feudal lords loyal to him will closely monitor their actions. Eren argues that if they attempt to conceal their power, the Emperor might destroy them before they can fully strengthen themselves. Eren proposes a strategy of outwardly appearing loyal to the Emperor and his followers, giving them what they want as a form of tactical submission. This approach, he believes, will buy them time to build strength. However, Eren vows that once they are ready, they will decisively outmaneuver their adversaries, taking everything and leaving only the bare essentials. At this critical moment, Max bursts into the room, announcing the arrival of the owner of the Moria trade group. Eren concludes the meeting, instructing everyone except Cain to continue with their duties. Grim Moria enters the meeting room and presents a certificate, demanding repayment of 5 million gold, as stipulated by the terms of their contract due to Eren's victory in the war. Eren turns to Cain and asks if they have the funds available for repayment. Cain reveals that they are currently so financially strained that they do not even have enough money for basic necessities, let alone the 5 million gold required. Grim Moria insists on the repayment, emphasizing the contractual obligation of the Eren Duchy to pay the specified amount. Cain approaches Grim Moria and examines the contract. He points out a clause in the contract that specifies the repayment will be interest-free indefinitely. Grim Moria is taken aback and confused by this clause. He questions the validity of the claim. Cain aggressively accuses Grim Moria of threatening Eren, citing the contract's terms. He emphasizes that the contract specifies no interest and questions Grim Moria's attempt to demand repayment. Cain turns to Aaron and asks how he dealt with such matters when he was in the capital, suggesting that Aaron should address the situation similarly. Aaron brandishes his sword, pointing it at Grim Moria's neck. He suggests that, under normal circumstances, Grim Moria would face death for his sin of misspeaking. However, he offers an alternative way for Grim Moria to save himself. Grim Moria, confused and apprehensive, asks about this alternative way. Aaron drives his sword into the table in front of Grim Moria, demanding that Grim Moria swear an oath. He refers to Grim Moria as Blood Coin and instructs him to swear upon the sword. Grim Moria asks for clarification, indicating his concern and confusion over the oath he's being asked to take. Aaron demands that Grim Moria swear to become one of his retainers and dedicate his life to the Brahn territory, effectively binding him to Aaron's service and loyalty. A boat carrying a letter arrives at the location of Crown Prince Philip on the Western continent. Philip unties the letter and reads it, discovering that Aaron has won the territory war. As Philip reads the letter, 3 soldiers attempt to attack him. Philip swiftly turns and dispatches them with a single thrust of his sword. After dealing with the attackers, Philip places the flag of the Empire. He reflects on the situation, thinking about returning to the Empire and anticipating that future events will become increasingly interesting. Emperor Zerone confronts Crown Prince Philip in the meeting room, questioning his decision to return from his task of conquering the Western continent upon learning of Aaron's victory. The Emperor is perplexed by Philip's apparent concern over Aaron, a distant royal family member. During the conversation, Emperor Zerone is playing a game of chess and removes one of Philip's pieces, tossing it to him. He emphasizes his point by noting Philip's strong reaction to Aaron's success. Philip, while picking up and breaking the chess piece with his magic power, downplays the significance of Aaron's victory. He claims to be merely slightly interested, though his internal thoughts reveal a deeper personal interest, particularly in relation to the throne he is destined to ascend. Philip reflects privately on his ambition and how Aaron's success might impact his own future and prospects for the throne. Aaron is rapidly reviewing and authorizing a large volume of documents, demonstrating his efficiency and thoroughness in handling administrative duties. Canis, observing Aaron, notes how skilled and efficient he has become, likening his expertise to that of a seasoned butler who has managed documents for a long time. While working, Aaron reflects on his current speed compared to his past life as a butler. He considers that he used to handle documents even faster back then and contemplates how much more he could have managed previously. Rommel bursts into the room, shouting "My lord," and disturbing Aaron's concentration. Aaron, taken aback by Rommel's forceful entry, angrily reminds him to knock before entering. Rommel informs Aaron about protests occurring in the territories of Count Grey and Count Oman. Aaron speculates that the protests are not genuinely initiated by the citizens, but are likely orchestrated by the counts themselves. He smiles, suggesting that he will take action to meet their expectations. A knight storms into Count Amon's room, holding an important document. Count Oman, currently in the middle of a meal, questions the urgency of the knight's intrusion. The knight reveals that the document is a declaration of war, indicating a significant and immediate escalation in the conflict. Count Oman, astonished by the knight's announcement of a declaration of war, reacts angrily and incredulously, questioning the validity of the declaration. In the meeting room, Cain is surprised and asks Aaron for the reason behind the declaration of war. Aaron explains that the declaration is based on charges of treason. He accuses Count Oman of orchestrating a protest by disguising his soldiers as civilians and breaking his oath by not surrendering his territory after losing the battle. Rommel expresses concern that the declaration of war might be premature and reckless, given that the Count's regular forces are significantly larger than Aaron's. Aaron admits that the declaration was indeed reckless, showing an awareness of the risks involved in his decision. Cheryl asks Aaron why he declared war despite the risks. Eren explains that the declaration aligns with what the Emperor would expect and is grounded in truth. This revelation shocks everyone present. Cheryl is stunned and questions if Eren has already received the Emperor's approval for the territory transfer. Eren confirms that he did receive the Emperor's approval, noting that the Emperor believed he was simply reveling in his victory. Canis praises Eren's forward-thinking strategy and offers to provide a battle strategy. Eren declines Canis's offer, suggesting that he has other plans. Canis is surprised and asks Eren why he declined his offer to provide a battle strategy if it's not needed. Eren explains that Canis, as the strategist, is busy with managing the newly acquired territories. He indicates that since the upcoming battle will occur at night and the Emperor will not be monitoring it, he will handle the battle personally. He suggests that Canis should consider this as an opportunity for a break. Eren and his forces approach Count Ammon's castle as night falls. They wait until it is dark before proceeding. As night arrives, Eren and his knights, organized in formation, move toward Count Ammon's castle, positioning themselves in preparation for the assault. From the castle walls, Count Ammon observes Eren's forces. He notes the lack of siege weapons and concludes that Eren's troops, being leftovers, will not be able to breach the castle walls. Ammon believes that if he can withstand the siege, victory will eventually be his. Ammon publicly questions Eren's motives, accusing him of declaring war out of greed for territorial expansion. He challenges Eren's actions as unjust. Eren responds by accusing Count Ammon of treason, citing evidence of Ammon's involvement in protests and betrayal. Despite this, Eren offers Ammon a chance to avoid further bloodshed. He proposes that if Ammon surrenders and opens the gates, he will spare his life. Count Ammon becomes anxious upon hearing Eren's offer and realizes that Eren must have evidence of his treason. Despite his growing concern, Ammon remains defiant, believing he can win the battle eventually. He challenges Eren, daring him to break into the castle if he's confident. Eren responds with anger, condemning Ammon for his arrogance and promising that the battle will be severe for his transgressions. He then calls for his sister, Cheryl. Cheryl, standing beside Eren, is asked to assist. She casts the spell Flame Shower to attack the castle. However, the castle's defenses are effective, as the attack is blocked by a magical shield surrounding the castle. Count Ammon mocks the Cheryl, confidently stating that the magic shields created by the Ivory Tower wizards are too strong to be penetrated by what he deems low-level magic. Cheryl, infuriated by Ammon's insult, retorts angrily, calling him a bald head in frustration. Cheryl, determined to prove Ammon wrong, casts another spell by swinging her wand through the air and striking the ground. Cheryl's spell conjures a powerful wave of water that crashes against the castle, but it is once again deflected by the castle's protective magic shield. Count Ammon, witnessing this, laughs and questions the nature of the magic involved, making a remark about the need to quench thirst before beginning. Cheryl responds to Count Ammon by summoning a multiple number of massive worms from the ground. These worms begin to assault the castle. The worms' attack causes significant damage to the castle, leading to the collapse of the castle walls. As the walls begin to fall, Count Ammon narrowly escapes by jumping away from the collapsing gate wall. Count Ammon, stunned by the destruction, expresses his disbelief and confusion about the situation. Eren seizes the opportunity presented by the fallen wall and commands his knights to advance and capture Count Ammon. The cavalry, having received the order, advances with the goal of capturing Count Ammon. From his position on the wall, Count Ammon commands the archers to shoot arrows to prevent the enemy from advancing. The archers' arrows strike the leading cavalry knights, causing them to fall. Observing the success of the archers' attack, Count Ammon laughs and instructs them to keep shooting. Rommel, noting the progress of their assault, urges his fellow knights to charge into the castle. During the chaos, one of Count Ammon's archers becomes anxious and ceases firing, trembling in fear. Count Ammon, infuriated by the archer's hesitation, approaches him and delivers a forceful kick to his stomach, sending him crashing to the ground. Count Oman, enraged, yells at the archer, demanding an explanation for why he ceased firing despite explicit instructions. The other archers are startled by the outburst. Count Oman warns them harshly, threatening to kill them himself if they display similar incompetence. Eren, observing Count Amon's behavior, decides to intervene, thinking of the future loyalty of the soldiers. As he moves to act, Cheryl halts him, leaving Eren puzzled. Cheryl informs Eren that their agreement covered only the flame shower, and that an extra 100,000 gold is required for the use of the mud worms. Eren protests, arguing that Cheryl's use of the mud worms was a personal decision made out of anger, and should not be subject to additional payment. While Eren is speaking with Cheryl, he detects an arrow aimed at him and catches it effortlessly. Observing the archers, Eren comments on their audacity or recklessness. Eren agrees to the additional payment for the mud worms, instructing Cheryl to record the amount in the ledger. After agreeing to the payment, Eren begins to sprint towards the wall. Count Oman commands the archers to shoot at Eren, believing that capturing him will ensure their victory. The archers are astonished as Eren deftly evades their arrows, using his speed to continue his approach towards the wall. Eren reflects internally, recognizing the need to swiftly capture Count Oman to reduce casualties on both sides and conclude the conflict. Eren used the wall to propel himself onto the top of the castle wall where Count Oman and the archers are positioned, surprising everyone. Eren attempts to strike Count Oman, but Oman manages to evade the attack. Noting Eren's furious expression, Count Oman becomes visibly nervous and instructs the archers to engage Eren. The archers charge at Eren to impede him, but Eren swiftly defeats them with ease. Observing the chaos, Count Oman flees the scene, eliminating his own archers who obstruct his escape. Eren, infuriated by Count Amon's disregard for his own men, reflects on Amon's inability to safeguard his troops and his callous attitude towards their lives. Count Oman forces his way toward the stairs, eliminating anyone who obstructs him, while reflecting on Eren's unexpected strength. Eren unexpectedly appears in front of Oman, blocking his access to the stairs. Eren offers Oman a chance to surrender, promising that his family and soldiers will be spared if he complies. Oman inquires about his own fate under Eren's terms. Eren coldly informs Oman that he will be killed regardless of his surrender. Oman, searching for an escape route, finds that his own soldiers are obstructing his way. Oman attempts to clear a path by attacking his own soldiers, but one soldier retaliates by using a spear to injure Amon's sword hand. This injury causes Oman to drop his sword and collapse in pain. Count Amon's soldiers urge him to surrender. Oman, frustrated and realizing escape is impossible, appeals to Eren for mercy, offering to become his vassal and pledge loyalty. Before Oman can finish his plea, Eren executes him, stating he has no use for a vassal who disregards his own people. Eren declares Amon's death and announces victory, signaling the end of the battle. Eren claims all of Amon's lands, except for a small fortress, as part of his domain, Brahn. Count Gayle, upon learning of Amon's death, decides to surrender and cede half of his estates to Eren to ensure his own safety. With the Duchy of Brahn restored, Eren begins strategizing to expand his territory and consolidate power, aiming to become the dominant ruler in the north and prepare for a significant future conflict with the Emperor. In the imperial capital Javan, Emperor Zerone, visibly agitated, questions whether Eren has secured another victory. Duke Gran confirms that the reports of Eren's victory are accurate. Emperor Zerone angrily recalls Duke Gran's previous assessment, where he had predicted that Eren lacked the forces necessary to endure multiple battles. Duke Gran explains that Eren's victory was aided by the intervention of a mysterious wizard, admitting he underestimated the wizard's power. However, he downplays the significance of Eren's win, suggesting that reclaiming a single duchy won't impact the overall strength of the empire. Duke Gran then shifts focus, expressing concern not about the extent of Aaron's influence but about his underlying intentions and future plans. Emperor Zerone inquires about the specific intentions Duke Gran is concerned about regarding Aaron. Duke Gran clarifies that while the restoration of the Brand Duchy is expected, the real issue lies in whether Duke Aaron will remain loyal to the Empire or choose to defy it. Emperor Zerone recalls that Duke Aaron vowed to stay secluded within the Brand Duchy, and warns that if Aaron violates this oath, the entire empire will not tolerate his betrayal. Duke Gran raises the concern that if Aaron chooses to expand the Brand Duchy, the empire may lack legitimate reasons or legal grounds to intervene. This realization alarms Emperor Zerone, as he reflects internally on the imperial order, which is founded on the principle of free war among vassals. He recalls that this law was established before he ascended to the throne to secure the nobles' support. Concerned about the situation, Emperor Zerone is called by Crown Prince Philip, who offers to investigate Duke Aaron's true intentions and assess the condition of the Brand Duchy. After some consideration, Emperor Zerone agrees to Philip's request, suggesting that Philip use the opportunity to congratulate the duchy on its recent victory as a cover for his visit. Philip acknowledges the emperor's approval and promises to prepare for the trip. He privately reflects on his anticipation to see Aaron's development since their past sparring matches. In the Brand Duchy, a public notice is displayed on the town's notice board. The notice announces a reduction in the tax rate to 30%, prompting excitement among the people as it signifies a significant decrease from the previous rate of 60%. A member of the crowd comments that the rumors about the duchy's financial success following their recent victory are indeed accurate. The people, pleased with the tax reduction and the duchy's success, begin to chant praises for Duke Aaron. Aaron observes the positive public reaction from a distance and reflects that implementing the tax reduction policy earlier would have been beneficial. Canis comments that Aaron's policy to improve public sentiment is proving effective. Aaron acknowledges the success of his policy in stabilizing the territory and expresses concern about the future of the treasury. He then inquires about the progress of the dungeon development project and the imminent opening of the second dungeon. Canis updates Aaron on the project, noting that Demon Eleanor is managing well and that the abandoned tower has been renovated. He also confirms that the Dark Knights are stationed on the top floor. Aaron agrees with Canis's assessment of Demon Eleanor's management, but is surprised to learn that Canis is aware of her true nature as a demon. He asks Canis how he discovered this information. Canis asserts that he is well informed about the project and mentions that he has not heard of a human managing Dark Knights, implying that Demon Eleanor's involvement is unusual. Cheryl approaches Aaron urgently and informs him that Philip is coming to visit as a delegate to offer congratulations. Aaron is taken aback by the mention of Philip and internally questions why Philip's visit is so alarming to Cheryl. He wonders if there is someone significant that he is unaware of. Cheryl clarifies that Philip is the person who physically assaulted Aaron in his youth. Aaron realizes that Cheryl is referring to Philip, the Crown Prince, and confirms this in his thoughts. Cheryl explains that Philip is indeed the Crown Prince, but because Aaron hates that, why she prefers to call him Philip. Aaron regrets his previous actions or decisions in light of the situation with Crown Prince Philip. Canis interrupts Aaron's thoughts to point out that Philip's visit is not just a congratulatory gesture but a way to monitor or control Aaron. Aaron reflects on the danger of Philip's scrutiny and fears the consequences of any mistakes. He anxiously considers how he might make Philip view his territory unfavorably to prompt a quick departure. Aaron observes the workers and comes up with a plan to influence Philip's perception. 2 days later, Philip arrives at the Brand territory and comments on the height of the walls, noting their impressive stature for a frontier region. A knight accompanying Philip explains that the high walls are a defensive measure against frequent monster attacks, providing context for their height. Philip comments on Aaron's efforts to use his resources wisely, despite acquiring them through risky means. He notes that Aaron appears to have studied strategies for becoming an effective leader. As Philip approaches the Brahn territory gate, a knight announces his arrival with the imperial flag, formally introducing him as the crown prince. The gate opens, and Aaron and Cheryl kneel in greeting. Aaron expresses his gratitude for Philip's visit. When Philip does not immediately respond, Aaron looks up and sees Philip standing directly in front of him. Aaron is struck by Philip's presence and demeanor, noting his impressive and distinguished appearance, which makes Aaron hesitant to form any judgments. Philip observes that Aaron's eyes are still as intense and lively as they were in their youth, reflecting on how little Aaron has changed. Philip greets Aaron with a handshake, acknowledging their past relationship. Aaron accepts Philip's handshake while still kneeling and inquires about his well-being. Philip shifts his attention to Cheryl and compliments her appearance. Cheryl responds to Philip's compliment with irritation, expressing her displeasure at receiving such remarks. Aaron scolds Cheryl for her disrespectful behavior towards Philip. Philip reassures Aaron that there's no need for formality and that they should interact comfortably, as they did in the past. Aaron apologizes and pleads for Philip's understanding, admitting his mistake. Philip observes the workers busy on the castle wall. Rommel, showing harsh discipline, orders a worker to speed up and physically assaults him, leading to the worker falling from the wall. The other workers are frightened by Rommel's harsh behavior. Rommel continues to berate them, invoking the name of goddess Vivian to justify his strict discipline. Aaron, noticing the inappropriate behavior, calls Rommel over, reprimanding him for his actions on a day meant for celebration. Rommel is alarmed by Aaron's command and quickly approaches, kneeling and admitting his fault. Aaron angrily strikes Rommel, expressing his outrage at Rommel's behavior, which he believes has tarnished the occasion and displeased the crown prince. Aaron's anger escalates to suggesting Rommel deserves severe punishment for his actions. Aaron, enraged from his confrontation with Rommel, is surprised to see Cecilia intervening. Cecilia questions Aaron's actions, emphasizing that Rommel is an apostle performing a sacred duty and implying that Aaron's behavior is inappropriate. Aaron quickly shows respect by kneeling and apologizes on behalf of Rommel, acknowledging Cecilia's authority. Philip observes Cecilia's attire from the Church of Vivian and questions internally whether Aaron has become entangled with a cult. Knight Arthur informs Philip about Cecilia's affiliation with the Vivian Order. Philip acknowledges knowing Cecilia's identity but inquires about the reason for the stigma associated with her. Arthur explains that during the religious conflict with Paris, the deaths of Empire citizens were blamed on factors other than religion or opposition, leading to the perception of heresy. Philip reflects on how the actions of one religion led to negative repercussions for the empire and concludes that their downfall was a result of their own mistakes. Aaron apologizes to Philip, explaining that the disturbance caused by the workers is not typical behavior and attributing it to his own oversight. Philip reassures Aaron that such incidents are understandable and suggests moving inside the castle to discuss recent developments. Aaron, feeling anxious, explains that he must perform his duty to escort Philip, but also needs to attend to a prayer session. Philip inquires further, curious about the nature of the prayer. Aaron explains that as part of his responsibilities, he must pray for the territory and emphasizes the importance of managing his time strictly due to his current lack of power. He then assigns Cheryl to escort Philip. Aaron commands Cheryl to promptly take Philip inside the castle, indicating a sense of urgency. Aaron tells Philip to enter the castle and promises to return shortly before hurrying off. Philip, puzzled by Aaron's sudden departure, questions what is happening. Arthur, frustrated by Aaron's delay, asks Cheryl about Aaron's whereabouts and notes the long wait for Philip. Cheryl, annoyed, responds sharply to Arthur, indicating that Aaron's return is uncertain and suggesting that Arthur should handle the situation himself. The exchange between Arthur and Cheryl escalates into a tense standoff, with both glaring at each other. Philip demands Arthur make a decision regarding his actions. Arthur, confused by Philip's abrupt demand, asks for clarification. Philip declares that Arthur must either offer an apology or face severe consequences for offending the lèse-majesty. Arthur, anxious, kneels before Cheryl and offers to sacrifice himself if she wishes. Cheryl dismisses Arthur's offer and instructs him to verify Aaron's whereabouts. Arthur agrees and leaves to carry out Cheryl's instruction. Philip laughing while Cheryl noticing Philip's reaction, and Cheryl questions is it amusing and about his use of the term lèse-majesty and notes that he hasn't changed. Philip comments that Cheryl's response is just as he remembers, implying that neither of them has changed much over time. Arthur interrupted their conversation, addressing Cheryl and urging her to come and see something. Cheryl approached the window and observed a crowd gathered outside the Vivian Church. Cheryl concluded that the crowd indicated the end of a prayer service. Arthur clarified that the crowd was not the focus of concern and directed Cheryl's attention elsewhere. Cheryl looked in the direction Arthur was pointing and saw a hostile crowd armed with weapons and fire advancing towards the church. The crowd began shouting, "The Lord who fell to a cult and leeches off the citizens of the territory, be gone." At that moment, Aaron burst into the room, knelt before Philip, and apologized for his tardiness, pledging to take proper care of him from now on. Philip comments on the noisy outside environment and questions if Aaron will be able to take care of him properly. Aaron, surprised by the mention of noise, asks Cheryl what's going on. Cheryl responds that it's just a crowd of people causing the noise. Aaron reacts by suggesting they handle the situation by eliminating the crowd. He instructs Cheryl to direct the others to deal with the crowd, dig holes, and then bury the bodies, but to burn them instead of burying them because digging is too troublesome. Cheryl starts to leave the room but turns back to ask Aaron if she is allowed to kill one person too, showing a sinister smile. Aaron smiles back and agrees with Cheryl's request to kill someone, but advises her to do it discreetly. Philip, observing the situation, reflects on Aaron's troubling transformation into a cruel and merciless figure, given his history of engaging in ruthless battles and worshipping a cult responsible for a massacre. As the knights start attacking the gathered civilians, Arthur informs Philip that they are indeed killing all the citizens. Philip considers the situation briefly, then stands up and decides to leave. Aaron, surprised by Philip's decision to leave, inquires if Philip didn't enjoy the food or if Aaron failed to serve him properly. Philip explains that he had a good time, but is leaving because Aaron is too busy to attend to him. He tells Aaron not to see him off and that he will see him next time. Aaron attempts to persuade Philip to stay, but Philip continues to leave the room. Philip, while leaving, smiles and thinks that the situation will resolve itself soon, implying it will self-destruct without external interference. Aaron, observing Philip's departure, smiles and reflects that the mission was a success. Rommel stands still among the bodies of the civilians he has killed. Aaron approaches Rommel from behind, startling him, and then moves to the bodies of the civilians. Aaron comments, "The corrupt Lord has come," addressing the situation. One of the civilians, who has regained consciousness, attacks Aaron and accuses him of being a corrupt lord. Rommel intervenes by punching the revived civilian in the face and tells him to regain control. Aaron declares that the performance is over and instructs to reward the participants with gold coins. 2 days later, Philip returns and Emperor Zerone inquires if Philip has figured out Aaron's intentions. Philip responds that there was no need to figure it out. He simply observed that Aaron is on a path to self-destruct. Zerone asks for clarification on how Aaron would ruin himself. Philip explains that Aaron has succumbed to the corrupt Vivian religion, exploited citizens, and ruthlessly killed those who rebelled. He notes that Aaron and Cheryl seem to take pleasure in the violence. Zerone remarks that while the deaths of innocent people are regrettable, Aaron's extreme actions might actually benefit them. Philip asks for more details about Zerone's perspective. Zerone hints that he has a plan involving Aaron's actions. At Brahn, Aaron takes his position in front of a practice dummy, reflecting on the hidden menacing strength behind Philip's seemingly benign demeanor. Eren wonders about Philippe's current level of power and prepares to attack. He focuses his sword energy and thrusts forward, hitting the practice dummy. Eren enhances his attack with the dragon's blessing, which increases his power, destroying to more practice dummies positioned behind the first. Observing the damage, Eren comments on the inadequacy of his current power and the uncontrollable nature of the dragon's blessing. He acknowledges the need for significant improvements to challenge the Emperor, beyond just considering the development of his territory. Eren then walks away from the practice area, contemplating the journey ahead. A week later, a practice match takes place in one of the practice arenas, with Rommel leading a group of knights against another group led by a different knight, which includes elves. As the match begins, Rommel instructs his knights to form a shield wall, and they quickly obey, creating a defensive barrier. The opposing knight leader orders the elves to shoot arrows, most of which are stopped by the shield wall. The leader then commands the elves to charge, causing them to draw their swords and advance towards Rommel's group. Seeing the elves charge, Rommel tells his knights to hold their position and prepare. As the elves group attempts to leap onto Rommel's shield wall and attack from above, Rommel orders his knights to use high guard spears. The knights follow the order, thrusting their spears upward and hitting the incoming elves, causing them to fall. The leader of the enemy group tries to attack Rommel, but is easily defeated. Rommel taunts the defeated enemy leader, questioning their strategy of jumping on top of his group. Eren, observing the fight, applauds both groups, complimenting their performance. Eren inspects one of the spears, noticing what appears to be blood, and asks whose idea it was. Rommel explains that it was Canis's idea to familiarize the newly recruited soldiers with blood before sending them into battle. Eren agrees that this approach will be beneficial. A person on horseback approaches Eren, shouting that something significant has occurred. The person dismounts and kneels before Eren, informing him that the holy nation of Perse has established an army. Eren responds that the holy nation's army would be insufficient for waging war against the Empire, implying it wouldn't be a major threat. The person reveals that Perse is actually targeting their territory, which shocks both Eren and Rommel. In the meeting room, the territory administrator, Max, reports that their forces number 10,000 troops, while the enemy has 20,000, including the Perse Church's holy knights. Eren asks why the holy nation of Perse is declaring war and why the Empire isn't intervening, considering it's an invasion by a foreign power. Max explains that Perse is using heresy subjugation as their justification for the war and that the Empire is not involved due to its diplomatic ties with Perse. Cecilia, upon hearing this, begins to tremble with worry. Canis suggests that the holy nation's actions might be influenced by a bribe from the Empire. Eren asks Canis to clarify his statement about the situation. Canis explains that the timing of the invasion is suspiciously perfect, noting it occurred shortly after the Crown Prince's visit to the territory. Eren admits responsibility, saying he was focused on deceiving the Crown Prince and failed to anticipate such a crisis. Trembling, Cecilia stands up and declares that they should leave, asserting that there's no reason for the Lord to risk his safety to protect them. Eren considers whether he should send Cecilia and the others away but decides against it, recognizing that his income heavily relies on the Church of Vivian's holy water and the influence of its Crusader order. Eren then calls out to Cecilia. Cecilia responds, acknowledging Eren. Eren admits the situation is his mistake and instructs Cecilia not to blame herself or insist on leaving. Cecilia blushes and responds to Eren's reassurance. Eren stands up and instructs Canis to follow him as they go to confirm the Empire's stance on the war declaration. In Duke Eren's study room, Eren begins the process of communication. Canis casts a spell and channels his mana into a crystal ball, establishing a communication link with Crown Prince Philip Crystal Ball. Eren uses the crystal ball to address Philip, questioning why he has accepted the Holy Nation's declaration of war and asserting that the Brand Duchy is clearly part of the Empire's territory. Philip explains that both he and the emperor opposed the war, but the decision was made by the feudal lords, who are all aligned with the Church of Perse. Aaron requests support by asking Philip to send soldiers, emphasizing that without aid, they are doomed. He appeals to their shared royal bloodline and asks for help out of old loyalty. Philip, enraged, responds that they are not doomed. Instead, they should expel the Church of Vivian if they wish to avoid disaster. The communication connection is abruptly cut off. Philip reflects with shame, feeling embarrassed for considering Aaron a rival. Meanwhile, Aaron informs Canis of Philip's response. Canis confirms that the Empire's official position is to remain not involved in the conflict. Aaron deduces that the Empire's strategy is to use the Holy Nation to attack him, and he expresses his resolve to counter them, noting that they have underestimated him and he knows the Pope's weakness. Canis asks about the weakness Aaron mentioned. Aaron dismisses Canis's concern, indicating that the weakness is his last resort, and tells Canis not to worry about it. Aaron then requests Canis to hire a painter, as he needs to draft a response to the Holy Nation's declaration of war. A letter arrives in the Holy Nation of Perse's capital city, Regal. Archbishop Abel, seeing the painting on the letter, becomes furious, criticizing Duke Aaron for using the Holy Nation's declaration of war as a provocation. Another priest suggests that Aaron has lost his mind due to heresy influence, impairing his judgment. Archbishop Abel asserts that regardless of the Empire's involvement, the territory was already slated for purification. He insists that, given the territory's perceived wickedness, they cannot delay further and orders an immediate report to His Holiness and mobilization of the Crusader order to advance on the territory. Pope Ignace of the Holy Nation of Perse immediately orders a large-scale purification of the Brahn territory. The purification force assembled includes 500 knights from the Crusader order and about 20,000 soldiers from other orders, totaling around one-fifth of Perse's military strength. In the meeting room at Brahn Castle, Canis begins to explain the war strategy. Canis outlines that the enemy has approximately 20,000 troops, while they have only 10,000. He emphasizes that their strategy will be defensive rather than offensive, focusing on endurance and securing supplies. Canis stresses the importance of blocking the enemy's advance at Sophia's forest to prevent them from entering. Aaron inquires about the detailed plan for blocking the enemy. Canis replies that they will use chaos and fear as tactics, specifically deploying the divine magic bomb used by the Vivian religion in past wars. The mention of the divine magic bomb shocks everyone present at the meeting. Cheryl questions the use of the divine magic bomb, noting that it is a forbidden weapon and that the methods to manufacture it are lost. Canis explains that he has called Sister Cecilia for this reason, implying she has knowledge or resources related to the bomb. Cecilia protests, stating that the manufacturing methods for the divine magic bomb are lost. Canis clarifies that they don't need the manufacturing methods, they only need Cecilia to demonstrate the divine power of the Church of Vivian, and asks if she will help. Cecilia explains that the divine magic bomb is designed to neutralize the divine power of the Church of Perse, not to harm people. Aaron reflects on Cecilia's explanation, questioning why their strategist would want to use a non-lethal weapon in their strategy. Canis responds that he will be adding something to the divine magic bomb to make it lethal, addressing Cecilia's concern. Cecilia is confused by the plan involving the divine magic bomb. Canis explains that it will actually be Cheryl who will handle the task, and he provides her with a document. Cheryl questions why she is assigned this task and begins reading the document, becoming shocked by its contents. 5 days later, at the Black Forest, an elf on watch duty spots the advancing Holy Nation of Perse army. The elf jumps down from the tree and quickly reports to Aaron about the incoming army. Aaron remarks that the army is quite formidable and notes that it will take at least a week for them to cover the distance to their location. Canis notes that the enemy arriving 2 days earlier than expected suggests they are lying about their schedule and are likely fatigued. He adds that the enemy commander's impatience indicates they have no plans to withdraw safely. Eren concludes that the enemy has come merely to fulfill their orders. Eren then calls for his sister, Cheryl, who emerges from the tent and asks what is needed. Eren inquires if Cheryl has properly disguised that, referring to the object involving the divine magic bomb. Cheryl, frustrated by being asked to disguise the object after her hard work, expresses her anger towards Eren, calling him a wicked lord bastard. A scouting unit of the holy nation of Pervious returns, and their leader reports to Archbishop Abel that there have been no ambushes. Archbishop Abel comments that it would be suicidal for the enemy to confront their great army and acknowledges that Duke Eren is not entirely foolish. He orders that the purification of the Brahn territory begin before sunset, instructing all troops to advance and proclaiming that God Pervious is protecting them. Eren, overhearing this, reflects to himself that the enemy is making it clear that they want to provoke him into action. Eren orders all troops to their positions, and the troops quickly comply, taking their assigned places. The holy nation of Pervious' army begins to advance, while Archbishop Abel contemplates how he will use the war to further his career, aiming to become a cardinal and eventually the pope. As the army moves forward, they experience loss of their divine power, but Archbishop Abel urges his troops not to panic and to continue advancing. Explosions occur, startling Archbishop Abel, who immediately recognizes them as divine magic bombs. From his vantage point atop a tree, Eren observes the situation and prepares to initiate their counteraction, expressing his anticipation for the battle to begin. 5 days earlier, Cheryl was surprised upon reading the document. Canis explained that it detailed the manufacturing method for magic landmines, which are lethal compared to the divine magic bomb. The strategy involves first using divine power to evoke the traumatic memories of the divine magic bomb from the religious war, and then deploying the explosive magic landmines to cause further chaos and destruction. In the present, priests of the holy nation of Pervious are shouting for help, panicked by the appearance of the divine magic bombs. A frontline knight rushes to inform Archbishop Abel about the divine magic bombs, but accidentally steps on a magic landmine, resulting in an instant explosion that kills him. Witnessing the explosion, Archbishop Abel starts to sweat heavily, realizing that the divine magic bombs should not be lethal and deducing that this is a new type of weapon. Abel concludes that the enemy is using this new weapon to create chaos and then eliminate them. In frustration, Archbishop Abel curses Eren and orders his army not to panic, instructing them to continue their advance. Eren interrupts Archbishop Abel, declaring that he will pass judgment on them in the name of Goddess Vivian, insulting the holy nation. Archbishop Abel, infuriated, responds by shouting at Eren for insulting Sir Pervious. Abel prepares and launches an attack at Eren, who easily dodges it. Eren, initially confused by Abel's actions, notices that Abel is smiling. The attack on Eren was a diversion. The real threat is a massive fist descending from above, which Eren narrowly avoids by jumping down from the tree. Archbishop Abel begins laughing, seemingly unfazed by the chaos and the deaths of his soldiers. Eren, observing Abel's reaction, thinks to himself that Abel's laughter is inappropriate and decides to take further action. Eren commands the knight order to charge and eliminate Abel, calling him a cultist. The knights who had been hiding start to advance towards Archbishop Abel. Angered by being called a cultist, Abel shouts back, indignantly defending his position as a disciple of Sir Pervious, and declaring his intention to purify Eren and his forces. Before Abel can rush into battle, one of his knights intervenes, advising him to retreat instead. Archbishop Abel, enraged by the knight's suggestion to retreat, attacks him with his wand, accusing him of abandoning the fight against those who insulted Sir Pervious. The knight, after being struck, seizes the archbishop's wand and insists that if ordered, he will lead the crusader order to fight until the end. However, he warns that if they fail, all Persians on the expedition will be killed by the cultists. The knight pleads with Abel to order a retreat for the safety of his men. Flustered by the situation, Archbishop Abel reluctantly commands all soldiers to retreat and instructs the Crusader Order to prepare a divine shield, as divine power can still be utilized. Soldiers begin blowing whistles to signal their retreat. As the enemy retreats, Rommel's cavalry unit arrives and, seeing the retreat, becomes angry and starts to chase them. Eren stops Rommel, surprising him, and explains that the earlier command to attack was a strategy to facilitate chasing the retreating enemy. Eren warns that reckless pursuit might lead to stepping on landmines, so he will pursue the enemy himself while instructing the Night Order to go out in the forest and block the enemy's escape route. As the Night Order departs to block the enemy's escape route, Eren reflects on the situation, apologizing to Rommel and acknowledging that most of the landmines have already exploded, revealing something he didn't want the soldiers to see. Eren begins pursuing the enemy forces at high speed and thinks to himself about how effectively Canis's chaos and fear strategy has worked. Observing the fleeing enemy from a short distance, Eren channels his mental strength into his sword and adds Dragon's Blessing. He launches an attack, using a piercing wind technique against the enemy. One of the enemy knights, seeing the incoming attack, ducks to avoid being hit, while for enemy soldiers in front of knight that dodge are unaware of his attack and are sliced in half. The knight who dodged the attack is left kneeling in fear and is also killed by Eren. Eren reflects on the effectiveness of his attack, noting that while not perfect, he has managed to control Dragon's Blessing with mental strength. Realizing that what he needed was real combat experience, he continues to pursue the retreating enemy army. Observing Eren through the crystal ball, Canis notes to himself that Eren seems to have grown stronger. When Eren sliced through the iceberg and unintentionally released the vast power within him, it became clear that he had yet to fully comprehend and control the force. The Dragon's Blessing, an immense and overwhelming energy residing in his body, required extensive training and discipline. Eren faced numerous battles with monsters and participated in a territorial war. During these conflicts, he deliberately limited himself, using only the fraction of power he could manage to keep under control. His focus was on suppressing the Dragon's Blessing, rather than unleashing its full potential, due to the risk of losing control. However, after his encounter with Philip, Eren had an important realization. Merely expanding his territory and power base would not be sufficient to challenge the Emperor. He needed to refine his abilities and cultivate an entirely new kind of strength, one that went beyond raw power. This prompted him to intensify his mental training, seeking a more balanced approach to harnessing his power. In the present moment, Eren is beginning to see progress from his training, even if it's only a small improvement. Eren executed the piercing wind technique to eliminate fleeing enemies within his range, feeling satisfied with the strength and precision of his attack. Meanwhile, the Holy Knights, led by Archbishop Abel, continued their retreat, though Abel remained furious with Eren, cursing him as they withdrew. Suddenly, a fire attack struck some of the retreating knights, prompting Archbishop Abel to question if it was another mine explosion. However, Lucas, the commander of the Holy Knights, pointed to the sky, revealing that the fireballs were coming from above. In response, Archbishop Abel summoned his immense power to manifest several giant fists to block the incoming fireballs, proudly smiling and as he believed he had successfully neutralized the threat. However, after the fireball spell, Cheryl used another magic spell, unleashed an even more powerful attack known as Flame Shower, directing it toward the retreating knights. Lucas was visibly shocked by the intensity of the attack, but Archbishop Abel, confident in his abilities, he assured him he could handle the magic and urged him to continue retreating without worry. As Archbishop Abel was preparing to handle the magical onslaught, he was taken by surprise when Rommel and his cavalry suddenly arrived on the scene. Without hesitation, Rommel charged at Abel with his sword, aiming to strike him down. However, to Rommel's confusion, his sword was deflected, as if it had struck an invisible barrier. Upon closer inspection, Rommel realized what had blocked his attack: a large number of spectral hands lined up in formation, preventing him and his cavalry knights from advancing or attacking. Archbishop Abel. The protective spell had been cast by Lucas, the commander of the Holy Knights. Lucas, aware of the danger they were in, called out to the Holy Knights and Archbishop Abel, urging them to retreat, and he assured them of divine protection and advised them to escape quickly. Taking Lucas's advice to heart, Archbishop Abel and the Holy Knights immediately began their retreat, using the opportunity provided by the Lucas to make their escape without further confrontation. Seeing the Holy Knights and Archbishop Abel retreating, Rommel ordered his knights them to pursue those leaving the canyon. However, Aaron, who had just arrived, intervened and warned Rommel that the enemy is probably gathered outside the canyon. Their chase will end here. Aaron reflected on the situation, realizing that the divine protection of Pervious, the god of protection, was likely at play. He noted how a single holy knight, Lucas, had managed to halt their advance with the divine barrier, which rendered Cheryl's magic ineffective and deflected their attacks. Recognizing the formidable nature of the divine barrier, Aaron decided to act. He drew on his sword aura and directed it towards Lucas's barrier, aiming to test and potentially breach the powerful defense. As the dust settled, it became evident that Lucas's divine barrier remained intact despite Aaron's earlier attempt with his sword aura. Lucas declared that the impenetrable wall demonstrates the power of God Pervious. Aaron, frustrated by the failure of his sword aura, considered alternative approaches. He questioned whether this could penetrate the wall if the sword aura couldn't. He rushed toward the barrier, applying mental strength to his sword attack. However, he quickly realized that even with added mental force, the attack of his sword was deflected by the barrier. Determined to find a solution, Aaron discarded his sword and removed the armor from his arm. Lucas asked Aaron what he was doing, confused by his actions. Aaron then swung his bare fists at the divine barrier. The sheer force of his punch, combined with his determination, managed to break through the barrier and push Lucas backward. Aaron, having successfully breached the divine barrier with his bare fists, smiled and remarked on the wall's impenetrability. He then ordered his knights to capture Lucas. As the knights advanced to apprehend Lucas, his expression grew dark with despair. Realizing the dire situation, he wondered if this was the end. In a desperate move, he pulled a dagger from his pocket and attempted to take his own life, while pledged his loyalty to God Pervious. However, Aaron swiftly intervened, rushing to Lucas and striking the dagger from his hand, causing it to fall. He then seized Lucas by the neck and he warned him that this was just the beginning. The Blanche Fortress is one of the two castles in the Holy Nation that borders the Empire. In peacetime, it functions as a bridge for missionary activities in the eastern regions. However, during wartime, it becomes a strategic outpost and a critical route for advancing into the east. The Pope plans to expel Aaron's besieging forces from the outpost by deploying a substantial force of 50,000 auxiliary troops to undertake the purification of the Brahn territory. This battle comes after the loss of Lucas, the commander of the Holy Knights, and Archbishop Abel, who has become isolated within the Blanche Fortress and is now solely focused on his own safety. The impending arrival of reinforcements from the Pope is seen as a divine intervention by Archbishop Abel. Standing before a statue of Pervious, Abel vowed to avenge both himself and Lucas. He was filled with determination and smiled as he read the letter from God Pervious commanding him to seek revenge. The auxiliary troops from the Holy Nation are expected to arrive in 5 days. Upon learning that the Holy Nation's auxiliary troops were on the move, Aaron took immediate action to capture the Blanche Fortress as swiftly as possible. Despite deploying every available strategy, including various types of arrows and siege weapons, none proved effective against the Pervious Church's divine barrier. Aaron observed that the barrier remained unbroken, prompting him to conclude that conventional methods were insufficient. He noted that even sword auras failed to penetrate the defense. In the midst of his frustration, Canis remarked on the situation, acknowledging the formidable power of Perseus' divine authority, specifically referring to it as Perseus' hand. Eren noted the ineffectiveness of their current siege methods, stating that the arrows were being deflected and the boulders, the only projectiles that could penetrate, were being intercepted. He then inquired about the divine magic bomb, asking if Cecilia had provided any updates. Canis responded that Cecilia had reported they lacked the necessary manufacturing methods to create the magic bomb. Even if they could produce it, completing the bomb before the enemy reinforcements arrived would be impossible. Eren then asked about Cheryl's status. Canis explained that Cheryl was currently resting to recover the mana she had expended during the previous battle and in making magic landmines. He estimated that she would need 3 to 4 days to fully recuperate. Eren expressed concern about their dire situation, realizing they couldn't rely on divine magic bombs or Cheryl's magic in the immediate future. He wondered if there was any way to bypass the divine barrier. Canis stating that, aside from waiting for Cheryl to recover, they had no other options. He hoped Cheryl's powerful magic would eventually be able to destroy Perseus' hands. With the Holy Nation's auxiliary troops arriving in 4 days, Eren, left with no alternative but to depend on Cheryl, continued leading repeated but ineffective attacks, resulting in a fruitless war of attrition. That night, Canis commented on the strength of Perseus' hands, noting that it was more formidable than anticipated. He expressed doubt about relying solely on Cheryl's recovery. Eren, puzzled, asked Canis to elaborate. Canis noting that even if she miraculously recovered, there was no guarantee her magic would be effective against Perseus' hands. He proposed an alternative plan, predicting the enemy's reinforcements' marching route. Canis pointed to 2 locations on the map and explained that the enemy would either mobilize all their troops to eliminate Eren's forces or bypass Blanche Fortress to advance directly into Brahn territory. The challenge, however, was the distribution of food and the large number of enemy troops. If they took a detour to avoid confronting the enemy directly, their own rear would become vulnerable to threats. Consequently, Canis believed the enemy would use their full strength to force Eren's forces out. Eren asked Canis for the alternative plan if they couldn't capture the Blanche Fortress in time. Canis suggested a rapid retreat into the Supia forest and preparing for a siege on Brahn Castle. Eren was taken aback by the idea of a siege, realizing the gravity of the situation. He thought that if the main castle was targeted, all his efforts would be in vain and the damages could be catastrophic. He worried that not only would overthrowing the emperor become impossible, but he might also fail to protect the citizens of the territory. Overwhelmed by the thought of failing to protect the people, Eren began to tremble, questioning how he would be any different from Duke Eren, whom he presumably despised for similar failures. This realization deeply troubled him. Eren, enraged and frustrated, slammed his hand on the table and reflected on his situation with despair. He chastised himself for letting a few victories inflate his confidence, feeling that he had acted recklessly and not with the prudence expected of someone in his position. He was distressed by the thought of his hasty decisions leading to potential disaster. Seeing Eren's turmoil, Canis reassured him, saying that even if they were besieged, it didn't necessarily mean losing the war. He believed that with the Duke's and Cheryl's power, they could withstand the siege. Canis acknowledged that while there would be damage and some loss of citizens, they could endure the situation and potentially negotiate an end to the war afterward. Eren, furious at the suggestion of sacrificing citizens, grabbed Canis by the collar, and he questioned the idea of sacrificing their citizens. He shouted in anger, asserting that losing their citizens would render everything meaningless. Eren's intense outrage shocked Canis, who thought that while some sacrifices are typical in war, Eren seemed more upset than expected. Rommel then intervened, advising Eren to channel his anger towards the Holy Nation rather than directing it at his own subordinates. He reminded Eren that there were still 3 days left to act. Eren immediately released Canis and apologized respectfully, acknowledging that he was overly agitated and assuring Canis that such behavior would not recur. Canis accepted the apology, stating that as the Lord's strategist, it was his responsibility to provide the best possible plans. He committed to finding a way to capture Blanche Fortress and assured Aaron that he would do his best to resolve the situation. During their discussion, Cheryl suddenly interrupted by exclaiming, 200,000 gold, surprising everyone and redirecting their attention to her. Cheryl, noticing her frustration, questioned why nothing seemed to be working in her absence. She asked if they had considered using blizzards or similar techniques. Aaron responded that he hadn't tried that yet, but noted that sword auras had proven ineffective against the barrier. Cheryl, frustrated, challenged Aaron's resolve, asking if their failure was due to the weakness of the methods or the lack of determination. She scolded him, saying that if he was committed to avoiding citizen casualties, he shouldn't have started the war. If he had decided to fight, he should have used all available means to succeed. Aaron was taken aback by Cheryl's criticism, reflecting on whether he had truly done his best. As Cheryl began to walk away, Rommel inquired about the 200,000 gold she mentioned. Cheryl explained that it was the amount she would receive for destroying the divine barrier, indicating her readiness to tackle the challenge and her value in resolving the situation. Frustrated and reflecting on Cheryl's words, Aaron acknowledged that they needed to use any means necessary to secure victory. His gaze fell on his sword, contemplating their current predicament. Meanwhile, Cheryl moved towards the Blanche fortress, considering the enormity of the task ahead. She recognized that she was using an unusual attribute of her magic that required significantly more mana than she currently had. Despite her uncertainty about whether she could achieve the destruction in her present condition, she believed this was the only way to destroy the fortress in one decisive strike. As Cheryl began casting her spell, and she summoned a water spirit, seeing the spirit she thought to herself that the energy still felt insufficient. Feeling increasingly nervous, she realized she might need 1 or 2 more days of rest to fully recharge. However, she was reluctant to admit her limitations after having been so confident and boastful about her capabilities. Cheryl's contemplation was interrupted when Aaron placed a hand on her shoulder and asked what she was thinking about. Cheryl, brushing off his concern, replied she wasn't thinking about anything and then instructed him to have his soldiers on standby. She emphasized that the real action would begin after she destroyed the fortress, reminding Aaron about her 200,000 gold reward. Aaron, smiling, agreed to the 200,000 gold and turned to Rommel, ordering him to get the soldiers on standby. As Cheryl approached the Blanche fortress, soldiers on the castle wall spotted her and immediately reported her presence to Archbishop Abel, saying that someone had arrived at the battlefront. Archbishop Abel, while praying, asked for a detailed report. The soldier reported an unidentified person about 30 meters away, who did not seem to be from the Holy Nation. Annoyed, Archbishop Abel instructed his subordinate to seek God Press's grace, and they all began to pray. They activated Press's authority, creating the divine barrier known as Press's hand in front of the castle. Meanwhile, Cheryl inserted her wand into the ground, uncertain if her spell would have sufficient power but resolved to proceed. She started casting a spell and unleashed a tidal wave attack aimed at the castle. Seeing the magic spell, the soldiers quickly reported the attack to Archbishop Abel. Despite the report, Abel remained confident, believing that no power could surpass God Press's authority. When Cheryl's tidal wave hit Press's hand, it only caused a minor tremor to the castle wall. Abel stood resolute, assured that they had successfully blocked the attack. However, Cheryl announced she wasn't finished yet, and proceeded to cast another spell. She summoned numerous mudworms and directed them to assault the castle, continuing her assault despite the previous failure. Upon seeing the huge mudworms, Archbishop Abel felt a pang of nervousness. The mudworms began to collide with Perse's hand, causing the castle wall to tremble significantly. Trying to regain his composure, Abel questioned if this was truly magic, but remained confident that it would be ineffective against Perseus' authority. He prayed for God Perseus to bring down his iron hammer, initially with no effect. However, after a more desperate plea, the spell activated. Abel smiled as the iron hammer spell struck the mud worms, destroying some and surprising Cheryl. Not resting on his laurels, Abel cast the iron hammer spell again to further obliterate the mud worms, leaving Cheryl shocked at the effectiveness of Perseus' power. At that moment, Aaron arrived on the scene, bypassing Cheryl and launching his piercing wind attack towards the castle. Upon seeing Aaron's attack, Archbishop Abel recognized it as sword energy and deemed it dangerous. However, Aaron's control over his piercing wind attack was inadequate. The attack only grazed the tip of Perseus' hand, cutting through the fingers and continuing upward. Relieved that it missed a direct hit, Abel thought they were fortunate. As Aaron launched a second piercing wind attack, it struck the center of Perseus' hand but failed to cut through. Determined, Aaron resolved to try again. He lifted his sword and launched a third piercing wind attack, but once more, he poorly controlled it. The attack veered off course and moved towards the sky instead of hitting Perseus' hand. Shocked and frustrated by his repeated failures, Aaron collapsed to the ground. Seeing Aaron from the castle wall, Archbishop Abel smiled condescendingly, thinking it audacious for a mere human to believe he could overcome God Perseus' hands. From a distance, Canis observed the conflict and reflected on the blessings he had provided to the humans. He realized that these blessings might not be sufficient to surpass divine power. Considering the gravity of the situation, he contemplated stepping into the forbidden domain to aid Aaron. Canis recalled that, long ago, when humans worshipped dragons, the gods were displeased with this shift in worship. The gods felt that dragons were excessively interfering in human lives and prohibited such practices. When their commands were ignored, they delivered divine punishment, an act that was later referred to as the forbidden domain among dragons. At dawn, while Archbishop Abel was sleeping in the castle, a bat controlled by Canis watched over him. Canis used his power to induce a nightmare for the sleeping archbishop. In the nightmare, Abel saw Lucas severely injured. Shocked, Abel asked Lucas if he was okay. Lucas, raising his sword, pleaded for rescue and then swung his weapon at Abel, aiming to decapitate him. The nightmare abruptly ended, and Abel awoke, disoriented, and immediately checked his surroundings. Confused, he questioned why Lucas was asking for help when he was certain Lucas had died. Archbishop Abel began praying, asking God Perseus to comfort Lucas's soul and grant him the power to save Lucas if the dream was real. From the perspective of his controlled bat, Canis observed Abel's distress and thought that if they couldn't break through from the outside, he would need to undermine them from within. Canis then felt a chilling sensation, suspecting it was a sign of divine retribution from the forbidden domain. He looked to the sky, resigning himself to the belief that he would soon face God's punishment. The next afternoon, 2 days before the arrival of reinforcements, Abel stood on the castle wall, contemplating the revelation that Lucas was still alive. Archbishop Abel was interrupted by a soldier reporting that the enemy seemed to be retreating. Abel questioned whether the retreat was real. At that moment, Aaron approached the castle, which surprised Abel. Aaron stopped and sent a pigeon carrying a letter through Perseus' hand. The pigeon landed on Abel's hand, and Abel retrieved and read the letter. The letter promised that while they will retreat today, Aaron will eventually destroy the cult entirely. To prove his words are true, he will execute a cultist in their grasp to demonstrate his resolve. Fuming with anger after reading the letter, Abel cursed Aaron, referring to him as a cultist bastard. Archbishop Abel noticed 3 catapults in the distance and observed that Lucas and several knights were tied to the stones of the catapults. He realized that his nightmare had not been a dream. Meanwhile Lucas, bound and facing the catapults, shouted at Canis and the soldiers, condemning them and claiming that God Perseus would judge them. Canis instructed a soldier to prepare and cut the rope of the catapult. However, Lucas yelled for them to stop. Abel, growing anxious, understood that this was the execution Aaron had mentioned in the letter. As the soldier raised his axe to cut the rope, Lucas pleaded with Archbishop Abel to save him. Meanwhile, Canis ordered the soldiers to fire the catapults. He cut the rope, and the stones, along with Lucas and the other holy knights tied to them, were launched towards the castle. Canis, observing the scene with a smile, thought to himself that this kind of spectacle was only possible while in human form. He found the situation enjoyable and was determined to continue despite the impending divine punishment. As the catapults were fired, Aaron, Cheryl, and Rommel prepared to launch their attack, ready to act when the opportunity. During early morning mission planning, Canis instructed them to follow his directives precisely without raising objections due to the limited time available. He asked if everyone was ready, and they responded with serious attention, indicating their readiness to comply with his plans. After giving his initial instructions, Canis began to explain the mission details them. At the same time, as the catapult stones were nearing the castle, Cheryl remembered Canis's earlier order to summon fire spirits once the catapults were in use. Recognizing that the moment had arrived, she cast the spell to summon a fire spirit and directed it towards the ongoing stones. The fire spirit concealed itself behind the rock, remaining unnoticed by the enemy. As the stone carrying Lucas approached Pervious' hand, Archbishop Abel panicked, fearing that a direct hit would fulfill his nightmare. He quickly ordered his subordinates to deactivate the divine barrier, Pervious' hand, and to stop their prayers. With the divine barrier removed, the stone and the concealed fire spirit moved unhindered into the castle, reaching their targets without obstruction. Cheryl activated the fire spirit, causing it to expand its enormous hands, that first destroyed the stone it had been hiding behind. The spirit then began attacking the castle wall, leaving Archbishop Abel shocked by the unexpected assault. Meanwhile, Aaron remembered Canis's instruction from their earlier meeting to charge into the castle without hesitation once the initial attack began. Acting on this, Aaron quickly discarded his heavy armor and sword and sped towards the castle on his horse. Archbishop Abel, observing the situation and realizing that the castle walls were in imminent danger of destruction, urgently instructed his subordinates to resume their prayers. Their goal was to invoke the hand of Pervious, he believed to provide protection to the castle walls. Additionally, he sent a subordinate to check on Lucas's condition. At the same time, Cheryl took action by summoning the spirit of Inferno and directing it toward the castle wall. Archbishop Abel and his subordinates began their prayers, and the hand of Pervious began to envelop the castle wall in protective energy. However, before the protection could be fully established, the Inferno spirit, summoned by Cheryl, attacked and destroyed the already damaged part of the wall. This caused concern among Abel's subordinates, who turned to him for guidance. Abel reassured them, saying that as long as the hand of Pervious was active, the enemy would be unable to breach the castle walls. Archbishop Abel was taken aback when he saw Aaron entering the castle on horseback, surprised by how quickly Aaron had arrived. Aaron, pointing directly at Abel, proclaimed that he had come to personally claim Abel's head. In response, Abel laughed and dismissed Aaron's threat, noting that Aaron had only managed to damage the wall and lacked the means to challenge him effectively. Abel then commanded his soldiers to first reinforce the castle wall and then to deal with Aaron, whom he referred to as a crazed heretic disrespecting the name of Lord Pervious. As the holy knights charged to attack Aaron, he noted their focus on protecting the castle wall. He moved toward the knight guarding the damaged wall. When the knight raised his shield to block Aaron's punch, the force of the strike sent him crashing into the wall, leaving him unconscious. Aaron then took the knight's shield and positioned himself in front of the destroyed section of the wall, declaring his intent to prevent anyone from approaching it. He turned to Rommel, asking for confirmation on the difficulty of breaching the wall, to which Rommel agreed. Following Rommel, other soldiers from Aaron's forces entered the castle through the gap in the wall. Archbishop Abel, witnessing this turn of events, was left in shock, while Aaron smiled triumphantly at the unfolding situation.
Archbishop Abel commanded the Holy Knights to purify the heretics and eliminate all enemies in the name of their God. On the opposing side, Aaron rallied his soldiers, urging them to fight back and secure the castle. Both armies charged at each other, with the Holy Knights shouting, "Purify the heretics!" Meanwhile, Rommel, the commander of Aaron's forces, ordered, "Take their enemy weapons and fight back." In the heat of battle, as Aaron's vice commander rushed into the fray against the advancing Holy Knights, Rommel suddenly grabbed him from behind. Pulling him close, he sought reassurance by asking if he could trust him. The vice commander gave an uncertain confirmation. Rommel then handed him his own wooden shield, leaving the vice commander puzzled. Without warning, Rommel hurled him toward the Holy Knights, startling the vice commander. As he hurtled toward them, he instinctively shielded himself with both wooden shields. Upon impact, he collided with the knights, sending a few flying backward from the force. As the other knights rushed in, ready to strike with their maces, the vice commander, still disoriented from his crash landing, quickly shielded himself and blocked their first blow. He shouted in frustration about being told to trust while preparing for what was coming next. However, the Holy Knights raised their maces again, and this time the shields shattered under their powerful strikes. The vice commander's face darkened as he prepared to face the deadly blow, thinking he was about to die without any defense. At that critical moment, Rommel arrived and swung his wooden stick, managing to deflect two of the knights' maces. However, when he tried to deflect the third mace strike, Rommel's stick broke, and the mace continued its deadly path toward the vice commander. In terror, he shielded his head and exclaimed that he wasn't married yet. Just then, a wooden stick struck the attacking knight, knocking him off balance and sending him to the ground. The vice commander turned and saw Lady Bianca standing there, having thrown the stick to save him. Blushing, he stammered his gratitude to Bianca for saving his life. His speech was interrupted when Rommel shouted for him to get down and urgently pushed him out of his position. As they moved, a massive Perez's hand crashed into the spot where he had been standing, shattering the ground beneath. The attack was launched by Archbishop Abel, who stood on the castle wall, visibly frustrated that his strike had missed. Aaron, furious, questioned the audacity of Abel. Despite the challenge to reach the castle wall in one jump, he considered trying the leap. As he prepared to leap toward Archbishop Abel, he noticed three maces hurled at him from behind by the Holy Knights. He quickly dodged them and turned to see a large group of Holy Knights charging at him. Aaron channeled his mental strength into his stick and swung it forcefully, sending the knights flying back. While distracted by the Holy Knights, Archbishop Abel manifested Perez's hand to attack Aaron, which he barely managed to dodge. Then Aaron spotted a group of Holy Knights and immediately charged toward them. Alarmed by his approach, the knights quickly drew their shields, forming a solid wall of defense. Undeterred, Aaron used their shields as stepping stones, propelling himself into the air toward Archbishop Abel, who stood high on the castle wall. Aaron landed gracefully on the wall, surprising the archbishop. Shocked, Archbishop Abel questioned the situation, and Aaron ominously declared that Abel was next. Without hesitation, he rushed toward the archbishop. Sensing the danger, Archbishop Abel called out to the Holy Knights, ordering them to stop Aaron. The Holy Knights quickly moved in front of their leader, raising their shields as they began chanting a prayer. In response, Perez's hand formed in the air, intended to block Aaron's path. Undeterred, Aaron charged forward, his stick glowing with his mental strength. He struck the giant hand, but to his surprise, the hand deflected his attack. Aaron was startled to realize his mental strength had been blocked. Archbishop Abel watched with a smug smile, confident in his defense. Refusing to back down, Aaron continued his relentless assault, pouring more and more of his mental energy into each strike. However, just as he thought he was breaking through, his stick snapped under the pressure. In that moment of vulnerability, Archbishop Abel prepared a massive Perez's hand, but Aaron swiftly dodged, leaping backward to avoid the blow. His eyes narrowed, realizing the battle was far from over. Archbishop Abel expressed disdain and threatened Aaron and his subordinates with severe punishment for their heretical actions. Abel's laughter and harsh words indicated a complete lack of sympathy for Aaron's situation. Aaron, in response, became anxious and started sweating heavily. He reflected on his previous decisions and regretted not taking more decisive action when his team's morale was still strong. Aaron remembered Kynas's words from the morning planning meeting. Kynus stated, "Before the enemy's reinforcements arrive, they must capture Blanche Castle and set up a defensive line. To achieve this, they need to defeat their leader quickly and compel them to surrender." Aaron acknowledged Kynas's point, but noted it was more complicated than it appeared. With a new idea in mind, Aaron turned to Rommel and asked him to toss a weapon his way. Rommel quickly threw a mace he had taken from a holy knight at Aaron. Aaron caught it and charged at the Peress's hand that was protecting Archbishop Abel. He leaped into the air, enhancing the mace's attack power with his mental strength. Meanwhile, Archbishop Abel declared that the hand of Peress is indestructible, but Aaron wasn't targeting the Peress's hand in the first place. Instead, he struck the castle wall where the holy knights were stationed, causing it to collapse and making them fall. As the dust settled, Aaron approached Archbishop Abel and stated, "Humans might not win against divine powers, but I wonder if that still holds when humans wield those powers." Aaron angrily told Abel not to compare themselves to God when they were merely using his power. Archbishop Abel's face twisted in anger as he gritted his teeth. He jumped backward and declared that with his power, they were unbeatable. Without wasting a moment, he began casting Peress's hand, summoning a massive fist that lunged toward Aaron. Aaron swiftly dodged the attack. Archbishop Abel then summoned multiple fists and directed them at Aaron, but Aaron skillfully dodged by leaping to the side of the wall. Without hesitation, he rushed toward the archbishop, aiming for a swift counterattack. Archbishop Abel, however, evaded the strike by jumping backward once more. As Aaron prepared to close in, Archbishop Abel's subordinates began praying. Aaron mocked him for running despite claiming to be invincible. He charged at the archbishop, closing the gap rapidly. Before Aaron could strike again, more fists manifested, this time conjured by Archbishop Abel's subordinates. They sent the fists flying toward Aaron. With his exceptional speed, Aaron dodged most of the attacks, but one fist managed to land a blow. Archbishop Abel smiled smugly, believing the hit had incapacitated Aaron. But in the next instant, his expression turned to shock. Aaron, defying expectations, was holding back the fist that was supposed to have struck him down. As Aaron braced himself, he thought, although his sword energy can't cut through Peress's hand, it looks like it can't crush him either. All right, he can handle it if it's small enough. With that, he crushed the small fist that had been holding him back. While he was focused on that, Archbishop Abel, enraged, marked Aaron with his power and demanded his death. He unleashed a massive Peress's hand toward Aaron. Aaron tried to retreat, but he noticed his leg being grabbed by a smaller Peress's hand, immobilizing him. Realizing he couldn't dodge the attack, panic briefly set in. At the same time, Rommel noticed Aaron's dire situation and shouted in worry for his lord. Without hesitation, Aaron dropped into his fighting stance. He infused his mace with all the mental energy and dragon blessings he could muster, and with every ounce of his strength, he struck the incoming Peress's hand. After a brief struggle, Aaron managed to deflect the colossal hand away. Archbishop Abel stood in shock, unable to believe his godly power had been repelled. Before he could process it, Aaron hurled his mace directly at the archbishop, striking him with such force that Abel staggered backward and fell to the floor. Aaron taunted Archbishop Abel, suggesting that his god had betrayed him despite his claim of being invincible. Archbishop Abel, in shock, asked who Aaron was, and Aaron responded that he was a human who returned from the dead and who was never invincible like Abel and his kind. Just like Kynus planned, Aaron managed to defeat Abel, the leader of Blanche Castle. Although time was tight, he managed to buy some time to establish a defense line before the reinforcements from the Holy Empire arrived. During dinner, Aaron asked Kynus if their plan was to stay in Blanche Castle after successfully taking it, while the enemy mobilized a portion of their 50,000 troops into the territory of Brahn. Kynus confirmed this, explaining that the enemy intended to use this strategy to distract them from Blanche Castle. Aaron expressed frustration, noting that they seemed to face one problem after another. Kynus proposed a plan to prevent the enemy from mobilizing their troops into Brahn, but warned that it involved significant risk. Aaron asked for details, and Kynus explained that the plan was to intercept the enemy by positioning their troops strategically before the enemy could divide their forces. Rommel pointed out that this interception would mean facing 50,000 enemy troops with only 10,000 of their own. Aaron expressed confidence that, given the right circumstances and with both him and Cheryl involved, they could succeed with Kynas's plan. However, Kynus surprised everyone by stating that Aaron should be excluded from the plan. Kynus explained that this exclusion was meant to enhance their chances of winning the war. Confused, Aaron asked for clarification, and Kynus confirmed that Aaron's exclusion was intentional, with the goal of concluding the war within 1 week. Late at night in his bedroom, Aaron reflected on Kynas's plan, uncertain about its effectiveness. He felt flustered and decided to lie down on the bed, reasoning that even if he was unsure, Kynus had been accurate before. He resolved to get some rest to regain his energy. Just then, he heard a knock on his door and quickly sat up, recalling Rommel's earlier warning about potential traces of the Holy Empire in the castle. Flustered, Aaron wondered if the knock came from remaining troops. After calming down, he reasoned that if it were troops, they likely wouldn't knock. As the door began to open, Aaron asked who it was and was surprised to find Cecilia standing there, which left him feeling confused. Cecilia approached Aaron and requested a private conversation, causing Aaron to feel nervous. He suggested discussing it the next morning if it wasn't urgent. To his surprise, Cecilia sat next to him on the bed, rested her head on his shoulder, and insisted that the matter was urgent. Aaron, feeling this situation was dangerous, thought to himself that he needed to distance himself from her. Cecilia informed Aaron that Lord Vivian had called for her. Aaron, surprised and concerned, asked if this meant she had to leave. Cecilia clarified that both she and Aaron were being summoned. Confused, Aaron asked why he was being called and inquired about the existence of God, expressing his uncertainty about the situation. Cecilia explained that the Vivian Order originated in the ancient ruins behind Blanche Castle. Due to the Paris Order's takeover of the castle, she couldn't approach the ruins even when summoned by Lord Vivian. However, with the current situation, she saw an opportunity to fulfill her mission, and she thanked Aaron for making this possible. Aaron, feeling flustered by Cecilia's cuteness, reminded her that they were not finished and that the war was still ongoing. Unexpectedly, Cecilia hugged Aaron and asked if he would go with her once the war was over. After a pause, Aaron agreed to Cecilia's request, saying they could discuss it further once the war was over and if Blanche Castle remained under their control. He added that he preferred some distance between them and thought to himself about avoiding close contact with her. Cecilia responded that since Aaron was doing her a favor, she would reciprocate. She then stood up to leave, saying she would be going. Just before leaving, she asked Aaron if he knew what kind of god Lord Vivian was. Aaron, still confused by the situation, didn't have a clear response. Cecilia revealed that Lord Vivian is known as the one and only god of love, which surprised Aaron, who thought to himself about this designation. The next day, at the camping grounds of the Holy Empire reinforcements, Archbishop Langda, the commander, was sleeping soundly. He was abruptly awakened by shouting outside about a fire and the need for water and to calm the horses. Confused, he wondered what fire was being referred to. Upon exiting his tent, he saw a fire in the distance and quickly grabbed a nearby Holy Knight, asking where the fire was. The Holy Knight informed Archbishop Langda that the fire was near the supply wagons, which shocked Langda. Meanwhile, a fire spirit was climbing on top of the supply wagons and spreading fire. A Holy Knight arrived with a bucket of water and threw it at the fire spirit, shouting, "Begone, demon!" The fire spirit jumped back to avoid the water, but it was hit on the arm, causing its flames to dim. A fire spirit, enraged, attacked a Holy Knight, transforming him into flames and burning him to death. The fire spirit also destroyed all the supply wagons. Archbishop Langda arrived, noticing the burning wagons, and realized the rations had been lost. Just then, a watchguard warned of a sneak attack, prompting Langda to see Rommel and Lady Bianca leading a cavalry assault on their camp. After a period of chaos and fighting with the disorganized Holy Knights, Rommel spotted the approaching cavalry. The cavalry captain of the Holy Knights identified them as the Crusader Order and commanded his knights to ensure none of Rommel's forces escaped. In response, Rommel ordered a retreat for his own men. As both the Crusader Order and Rommel's knights pulled back, Archbishop Langda observed from a distance and expressed his anger toward Duke Aaron, blaming him for the attack on the servants of Lord Paris. Kynus, observing the situation through his magic crystal ball, reflected on the nature of war. He noted that while strategy and counter-strategies are important, people are crucial to fighting wars. With the enemy's food supplies destroyed, he predicted that their strength would wane. He concluded that if they could endure for one more week, their chances of success would improve significantly. In this battle, both Canis and Archbishop Langda made critical errors. Canis believed that destroying the enemy's food supplies would weaken them, but instead it ignited their faith in their god, which fueled their determination and allowed them to overlook their immediate need for food. Consequently, they advanced against Aaron's troops sooner than expected. Archbishop Langda, on the other hand, relied heavily on his numerical advantage and employed a strategy of pushing forward with brute force. This approach backfired as he faced unexpected and troubling news, revealing that his overconfidence in his numbers had failed to account for other strategic factors. Archbishop Langda was shocked to learn from a holy knight that the enemy had captured Aventra Castle and cut off all their supply routes. Confused, Langda inquired how this could have happened if he believed all enemy troops were at Blanche Castle. The knight revealed that Duke Aaron was the one who had taken over Aventra Castle. Before the Holy Nation's reinforcements arrived at Blanche Castle, Canis divided his forces into two squads, the Interceptor Squad and the Special Operations Squad. The Interceptor Squad was tasked with delaying the reinforcements, while the Special Operations Squad aimed to seize Aventra Castle, a key supply source. Though the Special Operations Squad, led by Aaron, successfully captured Aventra Castle and cut off the enemy's food supplies, the Interceptor Squad struggled and suffered significant losses in their effort to slow the enemy's advance. Despite their best efforts, the Interceptor Squad managed to delay the Holy Nation soldiers for a few days. Faced with these setbacks and the ongoing shortage of supplies, Archbishop Langda decided to continue the assault on Blanche Castle, while urgently requesting additional supplies from the Holy Nation. However, Canis intercepted these emergency supplies. With his troops in dire condition and facing inevitable defeat, Archbishop Langda was left with no viable options. He ultimately chose to surrender Blanche Castle in exchange for food. Upon receiving the news at the imperial capital, Jarvan, Duke Gran, hurried to Emperor Zerone's chambers, addressing him with urgency. Emperor Zerone, annoyed by the interruption during his personal time, was informed by Duke Gran that Duke Aaron had captured both Blanche Castle and Aventra Castle. Zerone, enraged by the failure to defend these key locations despite having ample troops, demanded to know if there was more to the report. Duke Gran revealed that the Pope had requested the Emperor's intervention to mediate the dispute. The Pope, unable to surrender to the heretics and seeking to end the conflict, asked Emperor Zerone to step in and halt the war. This request for mediation shocked Emperor Zerone. Emperor Zerone, infuriated by the unexpected turn of events and the failure to manage Duke Aaron, expressed his frustration at the situation. He felt betrayed and angered by the defeat and the Pope's request for mediation. Meanwhile, Duke Aaron was equally enraged upon learning of the Emperor's involvement in mediating the conflict. He slammed the table in frustration. Canis, recognizing the severity of their situation and the significant losses they had incurred, advised Aaron that it would be prudent to engage in negotiations rather than continuing the war. He emphasized the risks of antagonizing the Emperor and suggested they focus on making the negotiations as favorable as possible. Aaron, initially unwilling to calm down, eventually considered Canis's advice and began thinking of strategies to benefit from the forthcoming negotiations. A week later, at the conference hall of Aventra Castle, Duke Aaron and Pope Ignace met to discuss the terms of the mediation. Pope Ignace, reflecting on the situation, considered how he would feel if the Emperor intervened in a war they were already winning. Despite his frustration, Ignace recognized that having the Emperor mediate was preferable to outright surrender, as it preserved the pride of the Paris Order and acknowledged that the Emperor had originally sanctioned the war. During the negotiation, Pope Ignace informed Duke Aaron that Lord Paris had decided to show him mercy. Aaron questioned the nature of this mercy. Ignace explained that Lord Paris had instructed him to halt the war with Aaron. He indicated that continuing the conflict would have inevitably led to the complete destruction of the Brahn territory. Aaron, observing Pope Ignace's attempt to act tough now that a fight was no longer imminent, thought to himself that he had his own plans. He asked Canis if he had ever seen the Pope on the battlefield, to which Canis responded that he had not. Archbishop Langda, who was standing behind Pope Ignace, interjected, rebuking Aaron for showing disrespect to the Pope, who who he claimed was akin to a king. Aaron retorted by pointing out Langda's audacity in speaking after having begged them for food. Although Langda was enraged by Aaron's comment, he chose not to respond, acknowledging that Aaron's statement was, in fact, accurate. Aaron addressed Pope Ignace with contempt, accusing him of misunderstanding the battlefield situation and misleadingly speaking of mercy. He made it clear that Duke Aaron and his forces were the ones who had shown mercy to the starving enemies, not the Paris order. Aaron demanded that Ignace stop playing games and pay close attention to their requests if he wanted the return of the prisoners of war. Pope Ignace, amused by Aaron's bluntness, acknowledged his reputation for militancy and agreed to listen to the requests. Aaron then demanded the capital of the Holy Nation, Regal, located in the central continent. Pope Ignace, visibly nervous and sweating, questioned in his mind whether Aaron was insane for making such a bold demand. Aaron, unfazed, taunted the Pope, asking if something was wrong. At that moment, Emperor Zerone arrived at Aventra Castle with his knights. Pope Ignace, standing up in a mix of anger and disbelief, confronted Aaron, accusing him of being disrespectful. Aaron, in response, ordered Cainus to either put all prisoners to work in slave camps or sell them to slave traders. As tensions escalated, one of Emperor Zerone's knights announced the arrival of the emperor, commanding everyone to rise and acknowledge the dignity of his majesty, Emperor Zerone. Aaron stood up and faced Emperor Zerone as the emperor remarked that Aaron seemed sharper than their last encounter. Surprised, Aaron, along with Cainus and Rommel, bowed deeply and greeted Zerone as the dignified ruler of the empire. Emperor Zerone then instructed Aaron to raise his head. As Aaron complied, one of Zerone's knights stepped forward and smashed the table with a sword strike. Zerone explained that the table posed a potential threat to his safety, implying that it was dangerous to have something hidden from view, and reassured Aaron not to be concerned about the incident. Aaron, maintaining his composure, commented to Emperor Zerone that he was relieved to hear they shared similar thoughts about the table's safety. Emperor Zerone, now that everyone was assembled, suggested they have a candid discussion and inquired about the nature of their conversation, noting that he had overheard from the corridor. Pope Ignace confirmed to the emperor that Aaron had requested the capital of the Holy Nation as compensation. Aaron then casually mentioned that his comments were in response to the Pope and others breaking their own rules by producing children, even implying that the Pope had a granddaughter. This revelation bewildered Emperor Zerone, while Pope Ignace and the attending archbishops were visibly shocked by the unexpected claim. Aaron internally prepared for the real negotiations to begin, knowing that the dynamics of the discussion had just shifted dramatically. Aaron, considering the long-term implications, predicted that rumors about Pope Ignace would eventually lead to his downfall, with Archbishop Langda likely succeeding him as Pope. Pope Ignace, drenched in sweat and rattled, wondered how Aaron had uncovered such sensitive information. Meanwhile, Emperor Zerone, perceiving the Pope's reaction and the gravity of the situation, concluded that the claim must be true. Acknowledging their precarious position, Zerone decided to address Aaron's demands pragmatically to minimize further damage. Emperor Zerone turned to Aaron and suggested they set aside the current discussion for later. He urged Aaron to clearly state his demands, emphasizing that they were gathered for negotiation. Aaron addressed Emperor Zerone, asserting that the influence of a religion led by someone who undermines the honor of the empire could harm their great nation. He proposed expelling the Paris order to the western continent to prevent their influence from spreading further. Consequently, Aaron requested control over Blanche and Aventra castles, as well as Regal, the capital of the Holy Nation. Pope Ignace, enraged by Aaron's demands, stood up and shouted in protest. Emperor Zerone quickly intervened, instructing the Pope to maintain courtesy, causing Ignace to return to his seat. Zerone then turned to Aaron, asking if he knew the magnitude of his demands and the seriousness of the situation. Aaron acknowledged the gravity of his demands, but emphasized that they were necessary to protect the honor of the empire. Emperor Zerone expressed understanding of Aaron's desire to safeguard the empire, but questioned the truth of Aaron's claim about the Pope's granddaughter. Pope Ignace vehemently denied the claim, insisting it was false. Aaron then posed a provocative question, asking if the Pope would accept his granddaughter becoming a slave if she were found. Ignace, insisting that no such granddaughter existed, questioned how Aaron could make her a slave if she didn't exist. At this point, Aaron called upon Sir Rommel, who responded affirmatively. Aaron instructed Rommel to send people to the winter villa of Alpis to locate its owner, asserting that the person found there would be the Pope's granddaughter. Rommel confirmed that they already had reports confirming the granddaughter's presence and were waiting for Aaron's orders. Pope Ignace, now visibly distressed, stood up and declared no, contradicting his earlier denial of having a granddaughter. Aaron challenged Ignace, questioning his denial in light of the new evidence. Emperor Zerone, observing the Pope's nervousness and sweating, attempted to shield him by expressing doubt about Aaron's claim. Zerone hoped that Ignace would refute Aaron's assertion and salvage the situation, while internally preparing for the potential fallout. Pope Ignace, despite his nervousness, insisted that Aaron's claim about his granddaughter was false. Aaron pressed him, questioning if he was truly fine with her becoming his slave. Ignace responded that it was a mistake from his past and explained it occurred before he became a follower of the Pervious order. Emperor Zerone, frustrated with Ignace's handling of the situation, saw the need to resolve the matter pragmatically. Ultimately, due to Zerone's intervention, Aaron's demands were partially met. An agreement was reached for a truce lasting 2 years, with a promise from Aaron not to spread rumors about the Pope. In exchange for the release of the Holy Nation's prisoners, Aaron was granted control over Blanche Castle, the former territory of the old Vivian Order. Additionally, the Holy Nation agreed to pay 5,000 gold in reparations, acknowledging Aaron's victory. After the meeting, Cainus and Aaron stood on the wall of Blanche Castle, watching as the Holy Nation's knights withdrew to their territories. Cainus, reflecting on the recent events, asked Aaron how he had known about the Pope's granddaughter and when he had sent people to find her. Aaron, with a hint of mystery, responded that he was unsure exactly when he had sent people. He suggested that if Cainus was curious, he should ask Rommel. Cainus was taken aback by Aaron's enigmatic response, realizing there were aspects of the situation he wasn't fully aware of. In the port city of Alpis, a large contingent of Holy Nation knights moved through the streets, attracting the attention of a young girl standing outside. Noticing the impressive display of knights, she looked on with confusion. A knight approached her and asked if she was Lady Alice, and she confirmed after a brief moment of confusion. The knight signaled to the others, parting the ranks to reveal Pope Ignace, who hurried to Alice's side. He urgently asked Alice if she was okay and if a stranger had spoken to her earlier. Alice was surprised to see her grandfather and questioned why he was there, despite restrictions. Pope Ignace, visibly distressed, pressed Alice about whether anyone had tried to harm her. When she assured him that no one had, he became agitated and cursed Duke Aaron, vowing that Lord Paris would punish him for his actions. At Blanche Castle, Aaron and Cecilia prepared to depart on horseback. Aaron, checking on Cecilia, asked if she was okay. As they were about to leave, Rommel inquired if it was wise for just the two of them to go. Aaron confidently reassured him that they were merely heading up the mountains and nothing should go wrong. Cecilia, addressing Lady Bianca, instructed her to search for followers of the Order of Vivian who had been oppressed by the Order of Paris within the castle walls. She emphasized the need to find them for the revival of the Order of Vivian. Bianca confirmed she understood Cecilia's instructions and would search for the oppressed followers. Aaron, preparing to leave, asked Cecilia if she was ready. Just then, Cainus arrived on horseback and greeted Aaron, who was surprised and questioned why Cainus was joining them. Cecilia explained that Lord Vivian had requested the presence of a tactician, which included Cainus. A short while later, they reached the ruins of Vivian's temple. Cecilia pointed out the ancient white structure and stated that it was the Vivian Temple. Aaron, observing the significant drop and wide gap between their current location and the temple, stated it would be hard to cross due to the gap and strong winds unless they could fly. Cecilia explained that only the chosen can cross, regardless of whether one can fly. Cecilia then prayed, asking Lord Vivian to open a path for them. Miraculously, a bridge formed, connecting them to the temple. Cecilia invited both of them to proceed inside. As they entered, Aaron noted the large yet empty space and spotted a figure in a black cape. To his astonishment, the figure turned out to be a child. Cecilia bowed and addressed the child as Lord Vivian, confirming the child's identity as the divine figure. Lord Vivian approached and sternly asked Cecilia how long she expected him to wait, leaving both Aaron and Cainus in shock at the revelation. Cecilia explained to Lord Vivian that unfortunate circumstances had delayed her arrival. Lord Vivian acknowledged this, but expressed dissatisfaction with the delay, though she decided to overlook it because Cecilia had brought them with her. Aaron, puzzled by the reference to them, was unsure about the context. Lord Vivian then addressed Aaron directly, asking if he had a problem. Aaron quickly reassured her that he didn't, while reflecting that, given her divine status, he had expected Lord Vivian to exude a more mythical presence. He then realized that she might be able to read minds. At that moment, Kindness bowed to Lord Vivian and asked for the reason behind their summoning. Lord Vivian gave him an irritated look and, telepathically, chastised him for his impatience, instructing him to wait. Nervously, Kindness agreed. Lord Vivian then instructed Aaron to close his eyes and took both of his hands, surrounding herself and Aaron in her aura. They instantly vanished from Kindness and Cecilia's view. When Aaron opened his eyes, he found himself and Lord Vivian on a mountain behind the temple. Lord Vivian reassured him not to worry about falling and asked if he understood the reason for their meeting. Aaron admitted he was unsure. Lord Vivian remarked that everything in the world has a reason, using this to justify her actions as she kicked a massive boulder off the mountain. Aaron, alarmed, watched as the boulder rolled toward the temple where Kindness and Cecilia were. The boulder crashed into the temple, destroying it and sending dust into the air. Aaron, anxious and worried for Kindness and Cecilia, questioned Lord Vivian's morality, asking if it was appropriate for a god to play with people's lives. Lord Vivian denied any wrongdoing, instead pointing to the boulder, which had inexplicably reappeared in the spot where the boulder had been. Aaron, surprised, tried to see what was happening at the temple below. Lord Vivian assured Aaron that the temple was intact and that Kindness and Cecilia were safe, explaining that the boulder was meant to be a metaphor. The boulder represented a threat, Zerone, and the temple symbolized the Brahn territory. Aaron was taken aback, realizing that Gayle was a name he used in his past life before his regression. He began to question the significance of his rebirth as Duke Aaron and the role Lord Vivian played in it. Lord Vivian told Aaron that everything has a reason, including why she saved him and that he has a destiny to fulfill. When Aaron asked for clarification about this destiny, Lord Vivian encouraged him to live his life fully to understand it. Frustrated, Aaron questioned the purpose of being given information he couldn't grasp and inquired about the whereabouts of Duke Aaron. Lord Vivian, after a moment of silence, told Aaron that he would eventually meet Duke Aaron on his journey, though he wouldn't appear as Aaron remembered. Confused, Aaron asked for clarification. Lord Vivian then abruptly shoved Aaron off the mountain, leaving him plummeting and screaming in shock. Aaron soon lay unconscious on the ground, where Cecilia and Kindness frantically tried to wake him up. He eventually awoke with a start, and Cecilia, anxious, asked if he was okay. Aaron, disoriented, questioned his location and why they were in front of the temple. He then urgently asked about Lord Vivian's whereabouts. Cecilia explained that they hadn't met Lord Vivian, suggesting it wasn't the right time for such a meeting. Aaron, bewildered, insisted that they had entered the temple and encountered someone who looked like Cecilia. Cecilia reassured him that they had been at the front of the temple the entire time. Shocked and confused, Aaron tried to make sense of the situation. Cecilia, acknowledging Lord Vivian's refusal to meet them, suggested they hope for another opportunity in the future. The group then mounted their horses and began to return. Kindness, feeling anxious, wondered if the inability of humans to remember things was related to their nature. He remembered Lord Vivian's earlier warning that he would be punished for his deep involvement in the human world. He would lose the ability to cast magic while in his human form, with severe pain as the consequence for defying this rule. Kindness regretted coming for mere entertainment and now feared for his life, questioning how he would handle the unfolding events. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital of Jarvan, a group of beggars sat along the roadside. One of the beggars, with a bandaged head, pleaded for help, asking for any money for his starving family. Another beggar, wearing a black cape, requested leftover bread instead of money. The third beggar remained silent, focused on Duke Raynon's departing carriage. Inside the carriage, Duke Raynon reflected on Duke Aaron's recent victory over the Holy Nation and the consequent territorial expansion. He also considered the implications for Duke Aaron, suggesting the Emperor might turn his attention to him. Suddenly, the carriage came to a halt, causing Duke Raynon to fall. He looked out and demanded to know what was happening. The coachman, unable to hear him clearly, yelled at someone blocking the way. When Duke Raynon repeated his question, the coachman explained that the beggar claimed to be Duke Aaron. Shocked, Duke Raynon stared at the beggar in disbelief. The former Duke Aaron, now a beggar, recounted his story to Duke Raynon. He revealed that he was killed by Emperor Zerone 20 years ago, but had somehow returned to life. Duke Raynon, a relative of the royal family and a loyal supporter of the previous emperor, struggled to believe this extraordinary tale. The beggar explained that he sought out Raynon because he might trust him, given their shared history. To further prove his identity, the beggar removed his cape to show his changed appearance from when he was Duke Aaron. The beggar was forcibly removed from the carriage by the coachman, who angrily berated and spat on him, accusing him of lying to nobles. Despite this harsh treatment, the beggar continued to plead his case to Duke Raynon, insisting he was telling the truth. Duke Raynon, after a moment of consideration, decided to return to his state and left the beggar behind. As the carriage drove away, the beggar reflected on his situation, acknowledging his own doubts about his story and realizing that gaining Raynon's trust would be difficult. He was determined not to repeat past mistakes and felt that the promise made to his father was now irrelevant. He resolved to focus all his efforts on attacking the emperor as his top priority. Despite lacking the dragon's blessing, his duke title, and having nothing, he recognized the need to focus on gaining power and growing stronger first. Bianca was frustrated about the lack of new recruits for expanding the Brand territory's influence and felt that recruiting was her primary responsibility. She demanded to know why no one was joining, realizing that the low pay, only 2 gold per month, might be the issue. This amount was insufficient as it couldn't even cover the cost of basic necessities like bread. Bianca was outraged by the inadequate pay and destroyed the recruitment board in anger. The vice commander was impressed by her passionate response, while Cecilia felt anxious witnessing Bianca's fury. From a distance, Aaron inquired if there was a problem with the pay estimate, which should be consistent with previous rates. Kynes directed him to observe the people loitering near the stall without making it obvious. Aaron noticed 2 individuals watching them, and Kynes explained that they were spies hired by the Emperor to monitor their activities more closely after their recent victory. Aaron realized this was a deliberate distraction to mislead the spies and asked about the status of the troops. Kynes confirmed that, despite official restrictions on recruiting, they could unofficially gather around 10,000 men. Aaron was surprised by this number. Kynes explained that they had discovered a hidden city beneath Blanche Castle where followers of Vivian had taken refuge from the followers of Paris. Knight Commander Rommel was expected to be recruiting troops for the Brand territory with a monthly pay of 10 gold. Aaron considered this pay rate ideal for organizing a defense squad and asked if everything was going well. Kynes acknowledged that the 10,000 men would be sufficient to defend Blanche Castle and the surrounding area, but stressed the need for a larger force of 50,000 to protect their territories effectively. Aaron was frustrated, questioning how they could achieve this and lamenting the cost of replenishing their troops. He feared that without significant resources, they might end up as a powerless territory despite their victories. Kynes pointed out that they were vulnerable to potential attacks from the Holy Nation and were lacking in economic and military strength. He emphasized that their best option was to focus on generating money to recruit more soldiers. Aaron suggested taking a break for the day and returning to Brand Castle to strategize on how to earn more money. Meanwhile, at the outer wall of Blanche Castle, a woman in Grim Moria's carriage remarked on the castle's damaged state, implying a fierce battle had taken place. Grim Moria commented that Duke Aaron, known for being relentless against his enemies, was capable of such damage. The woman wondered if Duke Aaron ruled through fear, as the stories suggest. Grim Moria confirmed that this is his reputation in the Western continent. The woman expressed that this perspective made the situation more intriguing for her. In the conference room at Blanche Castle, the woman and Grim Moria joined Aaron and Kynes. The woman didn't introduce herself and stated that she was there to see the ruler of the North. Aaron questioned this title, and she responded by highlighting his achievements and conquests from the Holy Nation, implying that he deserved such a title. Annoyed, Aaron told her to get to the point. She began to talk about merchants seeking profit, but was interrupted when Aaron drew his sword and pointed it at her, threatening her to stop wasting his time with her irrelevant talk. Grim Moria gave Aaron a thumbs up, thinking that using the rumors about Aaron to their advantage could be beneficial during negotiations. Aaron then demanded to know the purpose of their visit and insisted on revealing the woman's identity. She removed her mask and introduced herself as Princess Luvia of the Samad Kingdom, an island nation between the central and western continents. Despite its small size, Samad Kingdom controls a significant portion of the trade between these continents, and Princess Luvia leads the most influential trade group in the kingdom. She came with a business proposal. Aaron thought about the Samad Kingdom and its fate in the upcoming conquest of the Western continent in 10 years. He then invited Princess Luvia to present her business proposal. Luvia proposed building a storage area for goods coming from the Western continent. Aaron found this unusual and asked if they hadn't had such a facility before. Luvia explained that while the castle was under the control of the Holy Nation, they had been unable to secure approval to build a storage area because the Holy Nation viewed them as heretics. Aaron understood that since ownership of the castle had changed, Princess Luvia wanted approval for her proposal to build a storage area. Luvia confirmed this with a nod. Aaron then inquired about what she could offer in return. Luvia promised that with more trade goods passing through the area, they would have the opportunity to collect more taxes. Aaron's demeanor shifted to seriousness, and he indicated he needed to rest, instructing Canis to see the guests out. As Aaron began to leave, Luvia, flustered, abruptly mentioned holy water. Aaron was puzzled by this sudden statement and asked for clarification. Luvia then specified that while the current tax rate was 15%, she was proposing that, in exchange for increasing the tax rate to 20% on their trade goods, she wanted control over the distribution of holy water. Aaron, still confused, asked for further details about this request. Luvia began by asking if Aaron knew about Gerald the Adventurer. Aaron responded with surprise, recognizing the name but not immediately recalling why it was familiar. Canis reminded Aaron that Gerald was the first adventurer they encountered at the shrine of Etun. Luvia explained that she had asked Gerald to locate holy water because they had been unsuccessful in finding effective medicine from the west and central continents for her father's condition. Holy water was the only remedy that had helped. However, they later discovered that this holy water was produced by the Order of Vivian, which led her to look toward Grim Moria. Aaron, realizing that Grim Moria must have disclosed confidential information about the holy water, became visibly upset. He was frustrated because he believed that all information regarding the holy water was meant to be kept strictly confidential. Aaron, after a deep sigh, asked Luvia if her intention behind wanting control over the holy water was to sell it in the central continent. Luvia clarified that this was not her aim. Instead, she believed that the decision to withhold distribution of the holy water was connected to Aaron's complex relationship with the Emperor. She proposed that by gaining control over the distribution within the Western continent, they could support the war efforts against the Emperor and ultimately weaken his forces. Canis then advised Aaron that while Luvia's offer could potentially provide significant funds, it might be more prudent not to grant her control over the distribution. He suggested that it would be more advantageous for them to manage the distribution directly rather than delegating it to Luvia. Aaron reflected that, while selling holy water to the central continent would be more profitable, he was concerned that it might end up in the hands of soldiers in the Emperor's army. This was why he had limited the supply outside their territory. He acknowledged Luvia's keen market insight and negotiation skills, which made her capable of persuading anyone. Despite this, Aaron was troubled by the prospect of mass destruction looming over her country and felt a strong inclination to prevent it. Aaron then agreed to grant Luvia control over the holy water. However, he stipulated that if it was discovered that the holy water was distributed to the central continent, their agreement would be nullified. Canis, worried about the implications, called out to Aaron. Aaron instructed him to draft the contract by the end of the day. Canis, though disappointed, agreed to the task. Luvia made an unusual hand gesture as she thanked Aaron for accepting her request and wished them both good luck. Aaron, not recognizing the gesture, imitated it and responded with uncertainty, wishing her the same. Luvia then explained that the gesture signified that she had nothing to hide and was offering everything she had. She confirmed that Aaron's understanding of the gesture was correct before leaving the meeting room. Once Luvia had departed, Canis turned to Aaron, expressing his respect for Aaron's decision, but voicing concern that granting a merchant control over the distribution of holy water seemed like a hasty choice. Aaron acknowledged the validity of this concern, but explained that the need to raise 50,000 men for the Brand territory left them with few options for generating funds. He insisted that this decision was not just about money, but also about saving many lives, even if Canis didn't fully understand the situation. Aaron then inquired about Grim Moria's presence, questioning whether Moria's visit was solely to introduce Luvia. Grim Moria immediately pulled out pepper shakers from his pocket and placed them on the table, asking if Aaron and Canis had heard of black gold. Both Aaron and Canis were confused and inquired about what black gold was. Grim Moria demonstrated by spinning the pepper shakers, causing a black powder to be sprayed onto his hand. He then offered his hand to Aaron to smell. Aaron took the powder and, upon smelling it, immediately sneezed and became irritated, questioning what kind of gold this was. Grim Moria explained that the reaction was common and that, although it wasn't gold, the powder's aroma changed significantly when used in cooking, such as in soups or on meat, and it was also effective for preserving meat. Aaron, seeking clarification, asked what Grim Moria wanted. Before Moria could answer, Canis interjected, identifying the source of the black gold as the Black Continent. Aaron, surprised, asked for more details about the Black Continent. Grim Moria confirmed that the black gold originated from the mysterious land described in stories, but clarified that the actual source is the East Continent. He mentioned that Canis seemed to be aware of this, Canis explaining that rumors suggest one could reach the East Continent by sailing east from the Central Continent for about a month. However, a great monster, believed to be the sea dragon Leviathan, prevents anyone from approaching the East Continent, adding to its mystique. Aaron inquired about how Grim Moria obtained the black gold. Moria explained that he acquired it from the black market in the Rumian kingdom. According to stories, the black gold was retrieved from an abandoned boat off the shores of Rumian. Moria admitted that the condition of the goods was poor. Aaron caught on to Grim Moria's point and pressed him for more information, to which Moria responded that the black gold was contained in an unfamiliar box. Since it was found on the eastern shores near the Rumian kingdom, it was concluded to be from the Black Continent. Aaron then turned to Canis and instructed him to gather more information about the Black Continent, whether through books, rumors, or finding someone originally from there. He emphasized that any information would be valuable. Canis agreed, noting that while it might take some time, he would do his best to uncover more details. That night, Canis sent a pigeon with a letter to Keshi requesting as many clues as possible about the Black Continent and to bring them to Brahn Castle. Canis lamented that if he could use magic, he would have flown there himself. He then expressed a wish to return to his nest, looking up at the sky and silently appealing to Lord Vivian. He briefly looked at the sky, then turned around and thought about her stubbornness. 2 months later, in the meeting room, Cain was visibly trembling while looking at a document. Aaron noticed Cain's distress and asked, puzzled, why he appeared so shaken. Cain, initially somber, declared that he felt it was his time to die. Aaron was further confused by this statement. However, Cain then leaped up with joy, exclaiming that they had made millions from the holy water, which was more money than he had ever seen before. Aaron inquired about how this amount differed from the funds he had received after the war. Cain, in frustration, emphasized that the funds from the holy water were a monthly profit, not a one-time sum. He stressed the significance of a consistent revenue stream and how it was crucial for financial stability. Aaron asked if the recent financial gains from the holy water would be sufficient to gather more troops. Cain responded sharply, pointing out the substantial expenses involved in paving the roads to Blanche Castle and questioning the need for additional troops when they had already assembled 10,000 soldiers recently. Aaron explained that the expenditures were for ensuring the security of the new road. Cain countered that attempting to gather more troops at this time would compromise their ability to maintain the territory. Disappointed, Aaron decided to take on a patrol of the land himself. After inspecting the road for a while, he turned to Canis, who was following behind, and asked if the current condition of the road was satisfactory. Canis praised the progress made, acknowledging that Cain had indeed been the right choice for the job. Aaron then asked Canis whether it was feasible to raise 50,000 men. After a brief pause, Canis explained that, given their current situation, such an endeavor would cause a significant economic strain on their territory. Aaron, realizing that Cain was not exaggerating, conceded that the concerns were valid. However, Canis noted that while it might be challenging, it was not entirely impossible. Canis then presented a book titled The Mystery of Blackland, which surprised Aaron. Canis continued by outlining a plan to build an army under the control of the Brahn territory, but based on a different continent. In Aaron's office, he contemplated the idea of establishing a vassal state on a different continent, particularly the mysterious Black Continent. Given the significant funds required for their territory, he saw this as a prime opportunity. However, he was concerned about whether the potential value justified leaving their current territory and embarking on such a journey, fearing it could be a complete waste. As he began reading the book Kindness had given him, he encountered a preface from the author, who described being labeled as crazy or insane by others. The author recounted how, during the 10 years he was missing, even his own family considered him mad due to his obsession with the Black Continent. Despite the rejection and skepticism from those around him, he persisted in sharing his findings and chose to document his experiences for future readers who might seek the truth. Aaron pondered the author's claim about the truth as he continued reading. The author recounted spending 10 years as a slave on the Black Continent, where he encountered valuable items, spices, and unique jewels not found on the Central Continent. He noted the absence of common magicians and suggested that an armed force of 10,000 men from the Central Continent could easily conquer the Black Continent. The author dismissed the old belief in a flat world with an edge, stating that overcoming this misconception would allow one to reach the Black Continent. He warned, however, about a dangerous sea monster that had prevented him from proving the Black Continent's existence. Aaron, troubled by the mention of a sea monster but determined not to miss this opportunity, resolved to take action. He placed pepper shakers on the table, indicating that he had made up his mind to proceed with the plan. Aaron ordered a meal and sprinkled the black gold onto it. As he ate, he felt a growing sense of unease, but dismissed it, wondering about the worst-case scenario. To his surprise, the taste was astonishingly good, which shocked him. Later, Aaron summoned Kindness and asked about the requirements for reaching the Black Continent. Kindness, initially confused by the question, clarified that they would need a port to cross the sea. A few weeks later, Aaron stood on the castle wall, contemplating that, to reach the Black Continent, they would need to attack the Rumian kingdom, located to the east. He addressed the gathered crowd below, announcing that he had some unfortunate news to share with them. As Aaron announced the unfortunate news, the crowd began to murmur among themselves. The first person questioned the meaning of the news, while the second feared it might involve another monster from the Black Forest. The third person advised against spreading such ominous news, worried it might bring bad luck. Aaron thought about the lack of a legitimate reason for attacking the Rumian kingdom. He then addressed the crowd, claiming that the Rumian kingdom had abused followers of Vivian, which stirred the crowd's anger. They reacted with outrage, denouncing the Paris believers, and recalling that the Holy Nation had also attempted to attack them. Aaron considered the situation and realized that without a clear and convincing reason to present to the Empire, they would face resistance since the Empire would likely protect the Rumian kingdom. Additionally, given the shortage of troops for the expedition, Aaron planned to mobilize defense squadrons from the cities and involve the citizens in the defense efforts. Aaron announced to the crowd that the Rumian kingdom had abused and enslaved their fellow followers, which elicited a strong reaction. He thought that, since they needed time to reorganize their troops, it would be wise to negotiate with the Rumian kingdom to establish a definitive reason for war. Aaron declared that he, as the leader of the territory, would personally negotiate with the Rumian kingdom and promised to bring back their enslaved brethren. This declaration sparked enthusiasm among the crowd, who began chanting for an attack on the Rumian kingdom to rescue their fellow followers. As Aaron descended from the wall, Canis greeted him, praising his speech. Aaron questioned whether the speech was effective enough. Cain, visibly angry, approached Aaron and questioned whether he was planning another war, noting the recent calmness. Aaron quickly silenced Cain by placing his hand over his mouth and told him he would explain the details later. He asked Cain to prepare armor for the troops. Cain, surprised, questioned the need for more armor, pointing out that they had already purchased a significant amount when gathering troops. In response, Aaron placed a piece of meat coated with black gold in Cain's mouth. Initially, Cain was puzzled by the gesture, but after tasting the meat, he was astonished by its flavor. Aaron explained that this remarkable taste was the reason they needed to attack the Rumian kingdom. Cain, still taken aback, asked if the flavor was really the reason for the planned attack. Aaron reiterated his request, insisting that Cain prepare the armor. Cain, excited by the potential financial gains, exclaimed that he could already taste the money and began dancing with enthusiasm. Aaron and Canis attempted to leave quickly, but Cain stopped them and approached, asking how much armor they would need. Aaron, puzzled and slightly frightened by Cain's intensity, asked what was wrong. Cain responded by asking for the exact amount of armor required. He then provided context about the Rumian kingdom, describing it as a small kingdom on the eastern edge of the central continent and a dependent state of the empire. Despite its size, the kingdom has significant economic influence due to its control over much of the trade. He highlighted its wealth and the extravagant nature of its residents, noting that even the kingdom's dogs are reputed to wear gold. At that moment, a messenger arrived at the Rumian kingdom with a message announcing that the castle gates should be opened. King Niccolo II of Rumian was walking down a hallway with his knight when he inquired about the reason for the visit from the empire. The knight explained that the visitors were not from the royal palace, but were sent by Duke Aaron. The king was surprised, recognizing Duke Aaron as the leader who had recently waged war against the Paris holy nation. He wondered why the duke himself was making the trip. The knight clarified that Duke Aaron's visit was to request the return of his subjects. The king was taken aback, questioning if they were holding the empire's subjects captive. The knight revealed that the subjects in question were followers of Vivian, some of whom were being prosecuted and had been forced into slavery. The duke's request was to have all these individuals returned to their homeland. As King Niccolo II and his knight approached the meeting room, the knight opened the door to a chaotic scene. Inside, the attendees were engaged in a heated argument. One participant, frustrated and aggressive, demanded if the other was intending to use violence instead of negotiating. Another person, wearing a hat, accused the others of using the followers of Vivian as a pretext to extort money and advocated for seizing more prisoners to make a point. Amid the discord, a figure with silver-white hair warned that any aggressive actions would be interpreted as a declaration of war against the empire. This individual expressed grave concern that such actions would lead to the destruction of this nation. Seeing the turmoil inside the meeting room, King Niccolo II expressed his frustration, questioning what actions he should take to resolve the situation. A while later, Duke Aaron arrived at the gates of the Rumian kingdom. Observing the ornate decorations on the castle walls, Aaron remarked on their apparent wealth. Cainus noted that despite the decoration, the walls lacked defensive spells and were more accurately described as simple stone walls. Aaron, growing impatient, complained about the delay and the lack of respect he felt he was receiving. Just then, the gates opened, and the cavalry knights of the Rumian kingdom swiftly emerged, surrounding Aaron and Cainus. The commander of the cavalry knights, seeing the tension, sighed and ordered his troops to halt. Duke Aaron, observing the aggressive reception, wondered if it was too extreme for envoys. The commander then addressed Aaron, asking if he was indeed Duke Aaron of the Empire and Brahn territory. Aaron confirmed his identity. The commander requested Aaron to show his seal, which puzzled Aaron. The commander explained that Duke Aaron always carries a seal as proof of identity. Still confused, Aaron asked if he was supposed to carry a seal. The commander, realizing Aaron did not have the seal, accused him of impersonating Duke Aaron and trying to incite trouble between the Rumian kingdom and the empire. He then commanded his knights to draw their swords and clear Aaron and his party out. Aaron protested, claiming ignorance about the seal and denying the accusation of impersonation. The commander, with a smirk, revealed that Duke Aaron had already passed through the kingdom's gates, leaving Aaron and Cainus stunned by the unexpected revelation. Soon after, Duke Aaron and Cainus found themselves locked in a prison cell by a knight. Aaron, frustrated and desperate, repeatedly asserted his true identity, demanding to be released. The knight, unconcerned, told Aaron to relax, suggesting that he would have plenty of time to enjoy his role as an imposter before being put to work as a slave. Aaron, shocked by the mention of slavery, could hardly believe what he was hearing. Meanwhile, in the meeting room, King Niccolo II expressed his gratitude for capturing the imposters, thanking Duke Aaron for his assistance. Rex, who was impersonating Duke Aaron, responded with false modesty, claiming the efforts were for the benefit of both the Empire and the Rumian kingdom. He shifted the credit to Cainus, who was also an imposter, highlighting his role in tracking down the false Duke Aaron. The fake Cainus added that it was the impostor's own fault for attempting to impersonate Duke Aaron without the proper seal, further solidifying their deception. King Niccolo II praised Rex and Cainus for their skills and humility, noting the advantage of working with someone so close to the throne. Rex then inquired about the fate of the impostors. The king explained that due to a shortage of labor, criminals in the Rumian kingdom are typically subjected to forced slave labor, which would likely be the impostor's fate. Rex, however, deemed slave labor too lenient for the crime of impersonating high-ranking figures from the empire and suggested execution as a more fitting punishment. The king was surprised by this proposal. Rex stated that given their week-long stay in the Rumian kingdom, he would prefer to witness the executions before departing. The king expressed concern that executing prisoners could lead to riots, as executions had not been carried out in the kingdom for some time due to its small population. After considering Rex's request, the king agreed to fulfill it but requested something in return. Rex invited the king to make his request. The king told Rex that if he withdrew his request to remove the followers of Vivian from the Rumian kingdom, he would agree to the execution proposal immediately. A few days later, a crowd, including the king and Rex, gathered at the execution site to witness the event. Grim Moria arrived at the scene and bowed before King Niccolo II, greeting him formally. The king acknowledged Grim Moria's presence and inquired about his recent activities. Grim Moria reported that he had successfully established a small currency exchange office within the Rumian kingdom, attributing its success to the king's support. The king complimented Grim Moria on his swift and effective work in facilitating currency access for the kingdom, praising his success. Grim Moria thanked the king and expressed his hope that the king would enjoy his conversation before departing. As King Niccolo II gave his approval, he stepped away from the scene, noticing Rex seated beside him in attire resembling that of Duke Aaron. Curiosity about Rex's true identity grew as he moved towards his seat. The announcer began the proceedings, capturing everyone's attention, including Grim Moria. The announcer stated that the trial was about to start and listed the charges against the criminals, attempting to deceive the king and damaging relations between the Rumian kingdom and the empire. Consequently, King Niccolo II sentenced the accused to death. As the covering cloths were removed from Aaron and Cainus, the announcer allowed them to make their final statements. Aaron, looking up to the sky, proclaimed loudly, "I am a noble of the empire, the sole owner of the Brand territory. I am Duke Aaron." Upon hearing Aaron's declaration, Grim Moria was shocked to recognize that the person about to be executed was indeed Duke Aaron. Alarmed, Grim Moria shouted, questioning why Duke Aaron was being executed. The king, surprised by Grim Moria's outburst, asked him why he was asserting that the individual was Duke Aaron. Grim Moria urgently requested to know why Duke Aaron was on trial. The king, noting Grim Moria's genuine concern and the sincerity in his eyes, began to suspect the possibility that Aaron was truly who he claimed to be. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the king quickly turned to address Rex, who had been seated next to him. However, Rex had already departed, having fled when he realized his deception had been uncovered. The king was left staring at an empty chair, puzzled by Rex's sudden disappearance. In the throne room of King Niccolo II, tension simmered among his nobles as they discussed the kingdom's precarious situation. The noble dressed in a white robe voiced his concerns, suggesting that the king's best days were behind him and doubted Niccolo's ability to outmaneuver the schemes of a false duke. In response, a bearded noble expressed frustration, blaming the current crisis on their reliance on the king's outdated methods. He argued that if King Niccolo had been more diligent and thorough in his research before acting, the kingdom would not be facing such dire consequences. While his nobles debated, King Niccolo was lost in his own thoughts, haunted by a memory that still disturbed him. The moment when Aaron, about to be executed, boldly claimed his identity as Duke Aaron of the Brand territory and his noble status within the empire. This revelation had shaken the king to his core. Niccolo realized that imprisoning Aaron could have far-reaching implications, including the necessity of freeing slaves and even the possibility of war with the empire. As the gatekeeper announced the arrival of Duke Aaron of the Brand territory, the atmosphere in the throne room of King Niccolo II grew tense. Aaron confidently strode into the room, his presence commanding attention. King Niccolo, already on edge, stood from his throne, silently vowing to protect his kingdom at all costs. The weight of his royal duty pressed on him heavily as he thought of preserving the royal bloodline and safeguarding his reign from impending threats. As Aaron walked past the assembled nobles, his intense gaze caused them to shift uncomfortably. Their nervousness was palpable, and none dared to meet his eyes, knowing the power he wielded. Reaching the throne, Aaron stood before the anxious king Niccolo, who contemplated his next move. In the king's mind, there was only one option left for an aging ruler: to sacrifice his pride and do whatever was necessary to save the kingdom. He resolved to kneel before Aaron. However, before Niccolo could act, Aaron unexpectedly knelt before him. His gesture, both surprising and humbling, was a show of respect as he formally requested an audience with King Niccolo II. The king, startled by Aaron's humility, quickly responded with disbelief, urging him to rise. Aaron's smile was warm as he graciously acknowledged King Niccolo's welcome, expressing his gratitude. His calm demeanor contrasted with the tension in the room. King Niccolo, emotional and grateful, expressed his appreciation for being forgiven despite his past actions, acknowledging Aaron's compassion, as the stories said. Aaron reassured the king, stating he held no resentment and would be content if he accomplished his mission and returned safely. His cryptic words left the king puzzled, prompting him to seek clarification. Aaron's response was clear and determined. He declared his intention to reclaim both the followers of Vivian and his people from Brahn. He also hinted that the king had likely already received information regarding this plan. Hearing this, King Niccolo began to tremble, his resolve weakening as he sank back into his throne. The gravity of Aaron's demand was clear, and it shook him to his core. The nobles behind Aaron, unable to contain their anger, erupted in outrage. They demanded to know why Aaron intended to remove the followers of the Order of Vivian, accusing him of unjustly targeting legitimate citizens of their kingdom. They argued that, despite his status as an empire noble, his actions were unacceptable and crossed the line. Aaron, with a deepening smirk, faced the enraged nobles and provocatively questioned their notion of boundaries. He then recalled a historical event, asking if anyone remembered the religious war between the Order of Vivian and the Order of Paris from decades ago. The nobles, recalling the past, confirmed that they remembered the event well. They explained that during that time, followers of the Order of Vivian had become citizens of the Rumian kingdom to escape the persecution of the Paris followers. Aaron confronted the outraged nobles by dismissing their claims, asserting that they were not referring to citizens but rather to slaves. His correction stunned the nobles as it contradicted their recollection and cast their historical actions in a different, more troubling light. Aaron elaborated on his stance by referencing a document he discovered in the archives of the Order of Vivian. He pointed out that the document stipulated that all exiled followers of the order were to be treated as citizens of the Rumian kingdom. However, it also included a condition. These followers were to be returned and must reside in areas where the order was accepted. Aaron then highlighted the crucial detail. The document bore the signature of King Niccolo II, implicating him directly in the agreement. Aaron declared that the only territory suitable for the followers of the Order of Vivian was the Brahn territory. His assertion was met with a furious reaction from the nobles, who argued that the document he presented was outdated and insufficient for the demands he was making. They pointed out that the followers had integrated into their kingdom, established families, and some were even registered as private property. They were outraged at the idea of relinquishing what they considered their assets and property. Aaron asked King Niccolo what his decision would be. Niccolo, seeking a possible compromise, inquired if there was any room for negotiation. Aaron anticipated that the king might attempt to use his wealth or other resources to alter the terms, but he was not interested in such negotiations. He made it clear that his offer was final, emphasizing his unwillingness to delay while the followers remained enslaved. King Niccolo, recognizing the gravity of the situation, requested 1 week to address the issue. He explained that the people of the kingdom, himself included, needed time to come to terms with the proposal. During this period, Niccolo sought to involve an envoy from the empire to mediate and potentially halt Aaron's demands. However, as negotiations with the envoy proceeded, rumors began circulating that Aaron intended to take 10,000 slaves from the Rumian kingdom. These rumors incited unrest among the populace, leading to a rebellion against the crown. In the town square, a rebellious crowd shouted at Duke Aaron, demanding that he leave. They insisted they would not relinquish their slaves, calling for him to stay away from their property and disparagingly referring to him and his followers as dogs of the empire. In the midst of the turmoil, a man was aggressively beating a child while shouting accusations of heresy. The child, desperately holding onto the man's leg and begging for forgiveness, was met with harsh rejection. The man furiously demanded that the child remove their hands and, continuing his assault, prepared to strike the child again. Amidst the uproar, Aaron intervened by striking the man who was attacking the child. He then proceeded to the center of the square, where he climbed onto a water fountain. From this prominent position, he addressed the crowd and announced to them that he, Duke Aaron, was present and ready to address them. The crowd, initially focused on their anger against Aaron, shifted their attention to him, murmuring among themselves. Aaron declared to the crowd that he was there to liberate the followers of the Order of Vivian and end their enslavement. His statement only fueled the crowd's anger, who responded by insisting that slaves were their property and demanding his departure. Amidst the chaos, Rex threw a stone at Aaron, knocking him unconscious. The enraged mob then attacked Aaron, trampling him in a violent frenzy, driven by their anger and fear of losing their slaves. In the imperial capital of Jarvan, Emperor Zerone was puzzled when an envoy from the Rumian kingdom arrived with a box of gold coins. The emperor questioned why the envoy was there, since the regular tributes had already been made. The envoy requested the emperor's intervention to stop Duke Aaron, fearing that his actions might destroy their kingdom. Emperor Zerone, taken aback, turned to Rhaenon, who was observing closely. His anger flared as he mentioned an incident where a noble from the empire had nearly been executed in Rumian. The envoy, clearly distressed, clarified that this was a misunderstanding and that Duke Aaron was receiving appropriate treatment. Emperor Zerone, rising from his throne, expressed his frustration with the envoy's request. He questioned why he should overlook their kingdom's past actions just because the Duke was now receiving appropriate treatment. Zerone picked up a gold coin from the tribute box and criticized the envoy's logic, expressing his disbelief at the request. Trembling, the envoy tried to plead for help, but the emperor interrupted, angrily questioning why they should receive help when they aren't part of the empire. Zerone then offered the coin to the envoy, explaining that if the coin lands on the seal side when flipped, it would mean the empire would intervene. If the number side appears, the Rumian kingdom would have to resolve the issue on its own. The neutral faction members were taken aback by Emperor Zerone's response. The envoy, bewildered, asked if the fate of the Rumian kingdom would be decided by a coin flip. Zerone retorted that he would address the issue with the same level of absurdity as the envoy's request. The envoy was left stunned, and Zerone reiterated by handing the coin to the envoy, stating that the kingdom's fate was now in his hands. Later, in a meeting room, Emperor Zerone, Duke Gran, and Crown Prince Philip convened. Duke Gran inquired whether Zerone would have actually intervened if the coin had landed on the seal side. Emperor Zerone clarified that the coin flip outcome would not have changed his decision. He would not interfere with the Rumian kingdom's issues due to his commitment to the honor of the throne. Duke Gran questioned this stance, and Zerone explained that, despite his personal differences with Duke Aaron, Aaron was still a noble of the empire. Intervening too deeply in noble affairs could undermine the empire's authority and weaken its image. Duke Gran mentioned Zerone's involvement in the war against the Holy Nation, to which Zerone responded that although the Order of Paris is not the official religion of the empire, it is widely followed by the people. If the Holy Nation were destroyed, the public might blame the empire and use Duke Aaron's situation as a pretext. Zerone argued that Aaron's actions were justified since he was wronged by the Rumian king and was only seeking the return of his people, not raising an army. Thus, Zerone saw no reason to intervene. Duke Gran, impressed by Emperor Zerone's strategic insight, reflected on how Zerone seemed naturally suited to be emperor, skillfully using even minor incidents for political gain. Zerone, reminiscing about the earlier encounter with the envoy, laughed at the envoy's reaction, which also amused Duke Gran. At that moment, an old man knocked and entered the room. Zerone immediately asked for the purpose of his visit. The old man reported that Duke Aaron had been attacked in the streets of the Rumian kingdom and had been kidnapped. The shocking news left everyone in the meeting room stunned. Meanwhile, King Niccolo's butler informed him of Duke Aaron's attack and disappearance. King Niccolo, trembling with fear, speculated about the motives behind these events. He questioned whether it was a scheme by nobles or if it could be Duke Aaron's own plan to use the situation as a pretext for an attack on his kingdom. King Niccolo, overwhelmed by the realization of Duke Aaron's possible scheme, collapsed to the ground. His son, the prince, saw this as an opportunity to claim the throne. He quickly helped his father up, pleading with him not to abandon him. As King Niccolo regained consciousness, he issued a final command to his son, insisting that the kingdom's slaves must be protected at all costs. Shortly after, King Niccolo died in the prince's arms. The prince, relieved that his father was no longer a burden, pretended to mourn to maintain appearances with the nobles. Meanwhile, Duke Aaron, who was waiting in a chair, expressed his frustration with the inactivity and asked Rex when he could resume his activities. Rex informed him that he could leave whenever he wished, making Aaron's eyes light up with excitement. Rex informed Aaron that while he could leave any time, it would result in getting beaten up again. This comment caused Aaron to lose his enthusiasm, leading him to accept that he was stuck in this place. He then inquired about when Rex would return to Castle Bran, mentioning the need to meet with Rommel. Rex expressed his reluctance to see Rommel, criticizing him for assigning tasks like gathering information and causing conflicts, while also dictating how Rex should perform his duties. Aaron acknowledged Rex's grievances and apologized, noting that Rex was the only one capable of handling the current task effectively. Rex responded by suggesting that if Aaron recognized his skills, he should avoid giving him pointless tasks and consider increasing his pay. Aaron agreed to Rex's request, promising to address his concerns and offer better compensation in due time. Just then, Kynus burst into the room, prompting Aaron to ask if he had convinced Cheryl to participate. Kynus reported that while Cheryl had come, she refused to take part in the plan. Aaron questioned why Cheryl wouldn't act as if she had lost her brother and what their next steps should be. Meanwhile, Cheryl, along with the cavalry, was on her way to the Rumian kingdom. She found the plan unsettling and thought to herself how creepy it all felt. Prince Agulius, seated on the king's throne, angrily demanded to know why the knight commander had not yet located Duke Aaron, emphasizing that Aaron should be somewhere in the kingdom, whether dead or alive. The knight commander responded that despite their best efforts and the deployment of numerous troops, the search was being hindered by angry citizens. Prince Agulius erupted in frustration, blaming the citizens for obstructing the search despite being the cause of Aaron's disappearance. The knight commander explained that rumors about the potential release of the slaves had spread, which had incited the public's hostile reaction and complicated the search efforts. Prince Agulius, visibly trembling with frustration, was met with increasing vocal input from the nobles. One noble advised that they should quickly locate Aaron and agree to his demands, or otherwise clarify their position on the potential release of the slaves. Other nobles opposed this, questioning how they would manage the loss of labor if slaves were freed. The debate grew heated, with another noble suggesting they should wait for the empire's stance before making any decisions. Amid the chaos, Prince Agulius, feeling overwhelmed and frustrated by the competing opinions, thought to himself that everyone was trying to dictate his actions. He then yelled for silence, grabbing one of the nobles and asserting his new authority by stating that he was now the king of the country, no longer merely a prince. Then the noble pointed out that Prince Agulius had not yet been officially coronated. Agulius was about to respond in anger. However, an envoy burst into the room, shouting for the prince. Agulius, irritated, corrected the envoy by stating his new status as king. The envoy delivered shocking news. The emperor had declared he would not involve himself in the Rumian kingdom's affairs. This announcement stunned everyone present. At that moment, the butler entered, urgently calling out for the prince. Still fuming, Agulius reiterated his claim to the throne. The butler then informed him that an attack had been declared. Overwhelmed by the news, Prince Agulius collapsed to the ground, unconscious. In the imperial capital of Jarvan, during a meeting, Duke Gran suggested that the recent events, a public execution, a disappearance, and a declaration of attack, seemed orchestrated by Duke Aaron to gain control of the Rumian kingdom. Emperor Zerone inquired if Aaron intended to use force to take over the Rumian kingdom, and if the situation had escalated to a point where the empire should intervene. Duke Gran agreed that, given the Rumian kingdom's importance to the empire, intervention was necessary. However, he cautioned that retracting the emperor's earlier stance might make the throne appear weak and indecisive. Emperor Zerone contemplated Duke Gran's concerns about the potential weakening of the throne. Prince Philip then suggested that if Duke Aaron expanded his territory, it would become part of the empire, allowing the empire to benefit from the Rumian kingdom's resources and increase tax revenue. This expansion could also provide the empire with a legitimate reason to apply financial pressure on Aaron. Emperor Zerone, intrigued by this strategy, ordered the Central Army to patrol the border near the Rumian kingdom, but instructed them to avoid direct involvement in any conflict. He pondered Aaron's next move, wondering if he would proceed with his plans despite the new conditions. Prince Agulius lay unconscious on a bed with his head resting on the lap of a woman. As he woke, he realized the woman was Elena, who was actually the demon succubus Elena in human form. She informed him that he had passed out in the throne room and asked if he was okay. Prince Agulius, noticing his position, asked if he was really resting on Elena's lap. She assured him it was fine for him to stay there as long as needed. However, Agulius, feeling the weight of his responsibilities, insisted he needed to get up to make crucial decisions for the kingdom. Elena gently pulled him back onto the bed and positioned herself on top of him, suggesting that she had a better idea. She invited him to hear her proposal, which made Agulius look at her with curiosity. As Aaron looked out the window, he saw a crowd protesting and demanding the release of the slaves to end, and even calling to find and kill Aaron. He reflected on how the kingdom was on the brink of collapse, while the people focused solely on their own interests. Aaron hoped that Elena could successfully distract Prince Igulius, fearing that if his plans were discovered and the Vivian followers were released, his efforts would be in vain. Emperor might not recognize his control over the Rumian kingdom. Feeling overwhelmed, Aaron struggled with the complexity of the situation. At that moment, Rex entered the room and threw a bag at Aaron, striking him in the face. Aaron, startled and irritated, demanded to know what Rex was doing. Rex told Aaron that since he seemed bored, it was time for him to leave. Meanwhile, Cheryl arrived at the Rumian kingdom's gate with the cavalry. Rommel instructed her to cry, as that was the advice from the tactician. Cheryl was uncertain about how to do this effectively and questioned Rommel about it. He suggested considering how she would feel if the Lord were to die, although he admitted he didn't know the answer either. Cheryl, doubting the need to cry since the Lord was so powerful, wondered if she could just return to casting spells instead. Rommel insisted she stop questioning and proceed with the plan. Cheryl protested, saying she couldn't cry over something she couldn't even imagine. As she approached the castle gate, she announced herself as Duke Aaron's sister and demanded the return of her brother. The guards were confused and silent. Rommel, flustered by Cheryl's performance, thought she was not following instructions correctly. Embarrassed, Cheryl cursed Aaron for putting her in this position. She then started crying and shouted angrily at the guards, threatening them if they didn't return her brother. Rommel, relieved to see Cheryl finally crying, felt she had managed to meet the tactician's requirements. At that moment, Prince Igulius arrived and inquired about Cheryl's actions. He then ordered the release of the slaves. As the gate opened and the slaves began to be escorted out, Prince Igulius declared that if anyone did not leave immediately, here, Elena tried to manipulate Prince Igulius by suggesting that Duke Aaron genuinely cared about the followers of Vivian. She advised that instead of releasing them, he should threaten their execution to deter Aaron from approaching the Rumian kingdom. Prince Igulius expressed concern about angering Aaron and the potential backlash from the nobles, who would demand an explanation. Elena reassured him that both the nobles and slaves were considered property of the Rumian kingdom, and as king, he had authority over this property. Agreeing with Elena, Prince Igulius embraced his role as king. Elena then hugged him and whispered, encouraging him to assert his authority as the rightful owner and king of Rumian. Under Elena's influence, he would execute them. Cheryl was shocked by this threat and questioned the possibility of such executions. Prince Igulius added that he was indifferent to Duke Aaron's fate and demanded that everyone leave his kingdom without further complaints. Angered by the prince's threats, Cheryl prepared to use her wand. Prince Igulius, satisfied with his firm stance, thought it was best not to negotiate and to have asserted his position from the beginning. His confidence was interrupted when a fireball struck the wall, causing chaos. The prince turned to his knights, who were urgently calling for the healing priests to help with the situation. Cheryl, preparing another fireball and smiling, commented that she should have taken such action from the start, instead of crying. Prince Igulius, alarmed by her threat, shouted that she was crazy and ordered his knights to execute the slaves immediately. As a knight raised his sword to carry out the execution, one of the slaves tried to escape but stumbled and fell because of a rope tied around his leg. As the knight approached, the slave revealed his identity as Duke Aaron. This declaration shocked Prince Igulius. Immediately ordering a verification, Prince Igulius watched as the knight removed the slave's clothing, confirming that it was indeed Aaron. Trembling and tearful, Aaron condemned the prince and his men, questioning if their attempt to kill him once was not enough. Confused, Prince Igulius asked Duke Aaron why he was among the slaves. Meanwhile, the Rumian kingdom's knights, observing the situation, debated among themselves. One knight suggested that releasing Duke Aaron might prevent war, questioning their hesitation, while another expressed fear about their impending doom. Responding to the knight's concerns, Prince Igulius ordered Duke Aaron to be released. However, Elena, manipulating his thoughts, whispered in his mind to assert his authority as the owner. Distressed, Prince Igulius rejected Elena's manipulation, recalling his father's last words that releasing the slaves was essential for protecting the kingdom. He was torn between his father's advice and Elena's influence. Realizing he needed to act to protect the kingdom, Prince Igulius turned to address Duke Aaron. Masked figures on horseback suddenly arrived and attacked Aaron. One of the attackers used a rope to ensnare Aaron, slamming him to the ground. Both Cheryl and Prince Igulius were alarmed by the attack and quickly ordered their knights to rescue Aaron. The masked group, having captured Aaron, was led away by their leader, who instructed not to let Aaron escape. Igulius, fearing the consequences if Aaron were killed, told the knight commander to deploy all troops to intercept the attackers. The knight commander acknowledged the order and prepared to act. Prince Egulius instructed the gate guards to open the castle gates to buy time, but they informed him that there were no castle gates. Realizing the situation, he ordered the knights to defend the bridge, as it was the only way for the attackers to enter. Meanwhile, Rommel's cavalry charged toward the castle, aiming to pass through them and enter the castle. Rommel led the charge and commanded his knights to maintain their line and push through to rescue Duke Aaron. As they approached, Molotov cocktails were thrown at them, setting the front line of knights on fire. Despite the flames, Rommel urged his troops to charge forward and push their fellow knights into the water. The burning knights were pushed into the water by their comrades, but when the next row of cavalry crossed the flames, they were shocked and called for a retreat. Confusion spread among the knights as they faced the flames and barriers. One knight rushed back to report that barriers had been set up and advised a fallback. Upon receiving the report, Rommel ordered his forces to stop and retreat. Prince Egulius shouted for his forces to remain vigilant, emphasizing that they should not relax until Duke Aaron was found and the castle was protected. Meanwhile, Cheryl, having summoned a fire spirit, intensified her assault on the castle wall by casting a boost spell to enhance the flames. The fire spirit's intensified flames attacked the wall with greater force, causing it to crack. As the castle wall began to show significant damage, Prince Egulius realized that it might not hold much longer and that surrender might be the only option before their forces were completely overwhelmed. He ordered his knights to descend from the wall. Despite their attempts to escape, the wall started to collapse, causing them to fall. Prince Egulius, still on top of the gate wall, grabbed a white flag to signal surrender. However, as he waved the flag, the wall beneath him gave way, causing him to fall. As the dust settled from the collapsing wall, a knight struggled to free himself from the rubble. Prince Egulius, trapped under the debris, grabbed the knight's leg and urged him to find Aaron, release the slaves, and inform the nobles of his last wishes. Trembling with fear, the knight managed to free himself from the prince's grasp and fled, leaving Egulius's pleas behind. Resigned to his fate, Prince Egulius repeated his request to relay his message to the nobles. At that moment, another figure approached, whom Egulius mistook for his father. He apologized for his failures and begged for forgiveness before he died. However, the figure was actually Duke Aaron. Aaron reflected on the unfolding events, an execution and surprise attack that aligned with their plan to control the Rumian kingdom. Despite this, he questioned the morality of killing for his goals, considering how it mirrored the emperor's actions. Canis approached Aaron and reassured him that there was no need for remorse. He argued that the people would prefer living under Aaron's control in the Brahn territory, rather than under Prince Egulius's rule. When Aaron questioned how they could be sure of this, Canis emphasized the need to focus on making it a reality to ensure that the day's events did not undermine their resolve. Aaron, absorbed in thought, contemplated Canis's words. Canis warned that lacking the will to follow through would render their efforts futile and lead to unnecessary bloodshed. Aaron questioned the concept of will and continued to think deeply. Canis interrupted, noting that they didn't have much time. He suggested capturing and assembling the remaining nobles under the guise of searching for Aaron before the imperial troops arrived, and advised Aaron to go missing once again. With a sudden idea, Aaron turned to Canis and said he had a request before he left. As Rommel and his knights arrived at the inner castle gate, Cheryl questioned him about why they were not searching for the remaining nobles. At that moment, the cloth covering the cage on the bridge where the slaves were held was removed, and the slaves cried out for help, claiming they had been forced there by the nobles. As Rommel approached the cage to free the slaves, an arrow landed near his feet. A noble on the castle wall, flanked by archers, threatened that if Rommel and his knights advanced, they would not only kill the slaves on the bridge, but also burn the remaining slaves inside the castle walls alive. The slaves in the cage begged Rommel not to approach, expressing concern for their loved ones inside the castle. In response to the noble's threat, Rommel asked what the noble wanted. The noble demanded that Rommel and his troops return and ignore the events surrounding Aaron's disappearance, stating it was not their concern. Cheryl, angered by the noble's response, considered using her magic to save the prisoners. She believed that despite potential casualties, she could rescue the majority of the 3,000 prisoners. As she prepared to cast her spell, Canis intervened, urging her to call off the attack. He emphasized that their goal was to bring the Rumian kingdom under their control and that they needed to avoid unnecessary casualties. In the exchange, Cheryl was incensed when Canis relayed Duke Aaron's orders to her. She felt overwhelmed, as Aaron's demands seemed contradictory and unreasonable, especially after his earlier request for her to mourn her brother. Cheryl expressed her frustration by refusing to comply and storming off. Kynes, reflecting on Aaron's earlier instructions, recalled Aaron's concern about the Rumian subjects' opposition to his leadership. Aaron feared that an attempt to seize control by force would provoke unpredictable and possibly severe reactions from them. Kynes had responded by suggesting that these issues could be addressed later, similar to how they had managed similar challenges during the conflict with the Holy Nation. Aaron discussed the situation with Kynes, emphasizing the differences between their current challenge and the past conflict. He explained that previously, they were dealing with their own people and a stronghold that supported their cause, so there was no significant issue. However, the situation with the Rumian kingdom was more complex because the land rightfully belonged to its subjects, and they were now considered intruders. Aaron initially thought about using force to secure the land before their planned move to the Black Continent, but realized that stabilizing the region first was crucial since they would use it as an outpost. Kynes agreed with Aaron's assessment and offered his assistance. Aaron then requested that Kynes take care of Cheryl, indicating that she would be a key part of the solution. Later that night, outside the inner castle gate, Aaron's knights confronted civilian protesters who were vocally opposing their presence. The protesters demanded that the intruders leave, asserting that Duke Aaron's absence was not their concern, and declaring that the land, along with the slaves, belonged to them. As Aaron arrived on the scene, he carried a large rock, which drew murmurs of confusion and surprise from his knights, who were puzzled by his appearance and the rock he brought. The protesters, who were hostile towards the intruding forces, turned their attention to Aaron as he dramatically slammed the rock onto the ground, causing a startled reaction from everyone present. Aaron then stood on the rock and addressed the protesters, announcing his presence and acknowledging their claim that he and his forces were trespassing on their land. He declared that their intention was to liberate the followers of the Order of Vivian. The protesters reacted with anger, demanding that Aaron and his forces leave immediately and expressing their disdain for his presence. In response, Aaron calmly offered 300 gold coins. This unexpected offer silenced the protesters and left them confused. Aaron continued his speech by offering 300 gold coins for the freedom of each follower of the Order of Vivian among the slaves held by the protesters. He asked those who had such slaves to raise their hands. The protesters exchanged nervous glances, but eventually one man with a Vivian child as a slave raised his hand. Aaron promptly threw him a bag of gold coins, leaving the man astonished by the sum. After freeing the first slave, Aaron declared that the child was now a subject of the Brand territory and asked if anyone else wished to be rewarded. The crowd hesitated at first, but some began to raise their hands, indicating they also had followers of Vivian among their slaves. One protester pointed to a cage where his slaves were kept. Seizing the moment, Aaron redirected the crowd's anger by claiming that he did not control their property. Instead, it was the nobles inside the castle who were actually in control. He questioned whether it was he who was trying to take control or the nobles who had seized their property and isolated themselves in the castle. By doing this, Aaron effectively shifted the crowd's hostility away from himself and toward the Rumian kingdom's nobles. The agreement to trade slaves for 300 gold each led to a shift in public anger from Aaron, who had trespassed, to the nobles who took the slaves from the citizens. The people protested vigorously, demanding the release of their slaves and calling the nobles to account. In response to the growing unrest, the nobles became nervous. In a meeting, one noble questioned why the citizens were demanding the release of the slaves. Another noble explained that Aaron was rumored to be buying the slaves at 300 gold each, leading to a perception that the nobles were being deceitful. A third noble dismissed the public's reaction as foolish because they were siding with the trespasser for a little gold. A noble in a dark blue outfit then intervened, stressing the urgency of the situation. He warned that conceding to the people's demands might prompt Aaron to retaliate, while refusing to release the slaves could lead to losing public support. Hearing that, the room fell silent, as the noble in the dark blue outfit warned of impending doom if the situation continued to escalate. Another noble, dressed in blue and yellow, asked for actionable solutions. The blue noble replied that he would address this, but first needed to discuss an important matter. Their spy had reported that imperial forces were on their way to the kingdom. Although the empire had officially refused to support them, they might still offer assistance. To secure their help, the nobles would need to make an offer 10 times larger than initially planned. Meanwhile, in a noble's bedroom, Arthur lay on the bed contemplating his situation. He marveled at the luxury of the room and imagined sharing it with his beloved. Despite his feelings, he doubted whether such a dream was feasible, given his status as a mere centurion compared to his beloved's greater strength. Arthur, considering his position and abilities, looked at the wig and outfit he used to impersonate Cainus and had a realization. He decided to focus on becoming a strategist instead of relying on physical strength. He thought that by becoming smarter, he could still achieve success and wealth without risking his life in battle. Meanwhile, in a storage room, Cainus, Aaron, Cheryl, and Rex discussed their plans. Cainus expressed concern that offering 300 gold per slave might negatively impact the economy. Aaron asked Rex to provide more details. Rex reported that out of 10,000 slaves, about 80% were owned by nobles and 20% by common citizens, meaning they might need around 60,000 gold, which he considered manageable. Cheryl raised a concern about the remaining 8,000 slaves not covered by the gold offer. Aaron replied that they would need to force the remaining owners to surrender their slaves, but he was unsure whether this would involve violence. With the Imperial army approaching, Aaron felt pressed for time and regretted not having a chance to persuade the remaining slave owners peacefully. As the meeting progressed, Rommel entered and reported that they were running out of the funds allocated for the people. He asked if he should tell them to wait longer. Upon seeing Rex, Rommel excitedly greeted him as his brother. Rex, however, rejected Rommel's recognition, pushing him away and declaring he had no brother before storming out, leaving Rommel shocked and hurt. Meanwhile, Cainus heard a noise outside and discovered a bird carrying a letter from the dwarf Keshi. After reading it, Cainus turned pale, thinking the news could not be worse. Aaron, noticing Cainus's distress, inquired about it. Cainus tried to downplay the situation, hiding the letter and suggesting Aaron should keep a low profile for now. Just then, Arthur burst into the room, announcing his achievement. He dragged in a person bound by ropes and wearing a black cape, drawing everyone's attention. After torturing the captive in the black cape, Aaron confirmed that the nobles in the castle had reached out to the nobles outside for help from the Emperor. Realizing that time was running out and the Imperial army would arrive before they could locate and deal with all the nobles, Aaron contemplated drastic measures but dismissed them as impractical. An idea came to Aaron, and he began to laugh, unsettling everyone in the room. He instructed Rommel to organize the troops to prevent anyone from leaving the castle. Rommel complied. Aaron then directed Cheryl to inform the nobles inside that they could negotiate, but with a demand. They must pay 300 million gold to end the conflict and quell the riots. Cheryl was taken aback by an exorbitant amount, doubting they would agree to such terms. Aaron, however, was pleased with Cheryl's reaction, indicating that she was beginning to understand his strategic approach. Cheryl, frustrated by Aaron's demand, protested the possibility of having to act again. Aaron assured her that this time she only needed to inform the nobles they had 2 days to decide on the 300 million gold offer. Arthur saw an opportunity to prove himself as a strategist and asked if he could accompany Cheryl to manage the details and any difficult tasks. His request surprised both Aaron and Cheryl. Meanwhile, Cainus, riding towards his nest, reflected on a letter from the dwarf Keshi, which reported that humans had trespassed into the nest. Cainus cursed his situation, lamenting the timing of his magic being sealed, which prevented him from transforming into his true form. Recalling Lord Vivian's warning about the severe pain he would endure if he used magic, Cainus decided to investigate the situation anyway. He steered his horse off the road into the forest, considering the paradox of not being able to cause himself pain if he couldn't use magic. Once deep in the forest, Cainus attempted to revert to his true form. Initially, he felt no pain, but soon a violent, sharp force gripped his heart, causing him excruciating agony. His body thrashed uncontrollably, destroying the surroundings as he struggled to return to his previous state, overwhelmed by the unbearable pain. Cheryl and Arthur, as envoys from the Brahn territory, arrived at the inner castle gate to negotiate with the nobles. Cheryl noticed the heavy guard presence and thought that, while it was a strategic choice, they had underestimated her. She secretly summoned 2 spirits to discreetly monitor the guards. In the meeting room, the nobles reacted strongly to the demand for 300 million gold by sunrise. One noble questioned how they were supposed to raise such an amount, while another, bearded noble, criticized the absurdity of the demand. A silver-haired noble furiously pointed out that 300 million was the entire kingdom's yearly budget and demanded they leave if that was their only offer. Cheryl, observing the nobles' reactions, realized they would not agree to the 300 million gold. She was frustrated by their inability to grasp the gravity of their situation and thought that if it weren't for the negotiations, she would have resolved the matter more aggressively. Arthur addressed the nobles, suggesting that, since they seemed to value 300 million gold more than their lives, they should release half of the slaves they held captive as a demonstration of their priorities. He then upped the demand to 400 million gold, which only intensified the anger of the noble in the blue outfit. However, before he could respond, other nobles intervened to calm him. Later that night, nobles who had been heading towards a secret tunnel returned to the castle. They conveyed a message to all nobles of the Rumian kingdom. Duke Aaron had demanded 300 million gold as a condition for a truce. The nobles in the castle had agreed to these terms, rather than waiting for the imperial army. They needed time to collect the funds and meet the demands. Nobles were instructed to enter the castle through the secret tunnel upon receiving the message, with a warning that ignoring this decree could result in being demoted to commoner status, as decided by the council. Rex reported to Aaron that all the nobles who had been heading for the secret tunnel had now entered the castle. Aaron then asked Rommel about the status of the nobles' houses, to which Rommel confirmed that they had thoroughly checked both the houses and all buildings within the castle walls. Satisfied, Aaron instructed Cheryl to leave. Cheryl, irritated, reminded him not to shout when she was close by. In the throne room, the nobles were in a heated debate about how to gather the 300 million gold. One noble complained about not having 10 million gold, while another suggested using funds from a shipwreck sale on the black market. The first noble claimed he could only provide 100,000 gold, which was met with disbelief and frustration from others who insisted that this money was crucial for their survival. Outside the throne room, knights overheard the argument. One knight questioned how long the nobles had been discussing the issue, and the other remarked on the rarity of such a gathering, even during the reign of the king. The first knight expressed skepticism about the nobles' ability to resolve their situation, noting that their discussions seemed unproductive and full of arguments. Their attention was then drawn to a fire spirit left by Cheryl, which confused the knights. Suddenly, the spirit shot fire at the roof, creating a portal through which Aaron emerged, leaving the knights astonished while Aaron smiled at them. Inside the throne room, the nobles were still quarreling about the gold. One threatened to kill another before Aaron had the chance, to which the other replied indifferently, saying he had no money anyway. Suddenly, a fireball blasted off to open the throne room door, and Aaron and Cheryl entered. Shocked, the noble in the blue outfit asked how Aaron had gained entry. Aaron smirked and reminded them of the 300 million gold demand, reiterating the deadline of sunrise. One noble protested that it was still dark and suggested waiting until sunrise. Aaron, realizing he might have been premature, laughed at the comment. Cheryl, flustered, quickly used a water spell to clear the dust cloud blocking the sunlight. As the dust settled, sunlight flooded into the room, leaving the nobles stunned. Aaron, observing that the sun had risen, feigned apology and asked if the negotiations were now over, as the enraged nobles charged at him with the intent to kill. He smiled and braced himself for the confrontation. Meanwhile, in the forest, Cainus, having successfully reverted to his true form, regained consciousness and attempted to fly back to his nest. Despite the initial success, he was struck by intense pain in his heart and fell to the ground. After a brief struggle, he managed to continue flying and crashed into his nest. Upon arriving, Cainus discovered numerous dead dwarf bodies scattered around. The dwarf Keshi, in tears, approached Cainus and asked why he had arrived so late. Cainus inquired about the cause of the destruction, and Keshi, still crying, revealed that the giants of the north were responsible. Cainus, enraged by the attack on his nest, resolved to take action. He instructed Keshi to gather information on the damage to his treasures, but then shifted focus, asking if any of her family were alive. When Keshi shook her head in sorrow, Cainus blamed himself for leaving the nest unguarded and regretted not marking his presence to deter intruders. Cainus offered Keshi vengeance for her family's deaths. Initially shocked, Keshi agreed, expressing her desire for revenge. Cainus, acknowledging her grief, observed enemy footprints leading south from his nest. He instructed Keshi to get on his back and began flying south toward the Brahn territory, following the trail of the attackers. When Keshi asked about checking the nest, Cainus dismissed the concern, stating that even if something was taken, it was of no consequence to him. Keshi climbed onto Cainus's back, and together they flew south, tracking the enemy's trail. Aaron's negotiations with the Rumian kingdom's nobles played out as he had planned, allowing him to seize control of the kingdom without any bloodshed. Later, while seated on the throne, Aaron reviewed a letter from Emperor Zerone, which congratulated him on his victory and informed him that the empire would support his rule due to the Rumian kingdom's attempt to harm him, an imperial family member. However, the letter also detailed that Aaron would need to cover an estate acquisition tax of 500 million gold and a yearly tax of 50 million gold within 2 weeks. Failure to meet these conditions would result in the Rumian kingdom coming under direct imperial rule. Aaron was taken aback by the exorbitant demands and questioned why the empire had deployed troops if their real intention was simply to facilitate his control. He wondered why the imperial forces hadn't crossed into Rumian's borders if they truly aimed to prevent his takeover. Aaron, realizing the true intent behind the imperial troops' deployment, began to laugh, recognizing that the empire had manipulated him. Their plan was to impose a steep estate acquisition tax if he succeeded in taking control and maintain ties with the Rumian kingdom if he failed. The troops had served to distract him from the financial demands, ensuring his focus was solely on the takeover. Determined to make the kingdom part of his territory, Aaron resolved to navigate the situation despite the empire's cunning strategy. 1 week later, Aaron, exhausted and resting his head on the table, lamented that, despite gathering all the nobles' wealth and property, he had only amassed 200 million gold. He turned to Cheryl for suggestions, but she had none. When Aaron asked Cheryl to repay some of the money she had borrowed, she angrily protested her lack of funds. Aaron advised her to stop buying things and wished Canis were present to assist. Then Arthur interjected, suggesting they might negotiate with the empire to reduce the taxes or offer an alternative to gold. Cheryl dismissed the idea of negotiating with the empire, arguing that if such tactics would have worked, the empire would have granted them control without the exorbitant taxes. She questioned what alternative they could offer, suggesting that holy water or a dungeon wouldn't suffice, and remarked on Aaron's previous success in similar situations. Aaron considered her points and realized they needed to offer something unique. As he pondered this, Rex burst into the room with urgent news. Giants were reported approaching from the north of Brahn Castle. Aaron was shocked, noting that giants from the frozen land would have to cross the Black Mountains to reach Brahn Castle, a feat that should be impossible. He questioned whether the giants had breached the Barrier of Iron, a formidable fortress established by the first emperor to block giants from entering imperial lands. The Barrier of Iron, guarded by about 20% of the imperial troops, had not been breached in 50 years. Aaron was concerned about the possibility of Brahn Castle being threatened and recognized that he couldn't ignore the potential danger. Inside the Rumian kingdom's inner castle, knights, including Arthur, were assembled. Arthur reflected on his current status as a centurion, despite Aaron's promise of organizing troops, and expressed a personal longing to see Bianca again. Rex then called the assembly to attention, announcing Aaron's arrival. As Aaron entered, everyone saluted him. Aaron bypassed formalities and stated that, due to the lack of a proper police force in the Brand territory, he planned to establish one. He introduced the new chief of police for this organization. Arthur, hoping the position might be offered to him, was stunned when Aaron announced that Bianca would be the new chief of police. Bianca, who had previously led a 500-man squad at Castle Blanche, was introduced with her significant experience. Arthur was awestruck, thinking of Bianca as his goddess. Bianca, now appointed as the chief of police, bowed to Aaron and expressed her readiness to accept his orders. Arthur, disheartened, realized he was not chosen for the position he had hoped for. He felt overshadowed by Bianca's advancement while he remained a centurion. Aaron then surprised Arthur by assigning him as Bianca's aide and temporary tactician for their forces. Although initially stunned, Arthur accepted the role, promising to do his best. Bianca, visibly flustered by Arthur's response, turned away, leaving him puzzled. Rex then reminded Aaron that they needed to proceed to the Barrier of Iron and arrive before sunset. Aaron instructed him to wait, indicating that he would join him shortly. To meet the Empire's demand for a 500 million gold estate acquisition tax, Aaron needed an additional 300 million gold. With limited options, he decided to offer his troops to the Empire as a solution. He planned to focus on the northeast of the Empire, specifically the Barrier of Iron, to halt the advancing giants from the north. Aaron intended to use orcs and other monsters to block the giants and offer protection of the area for a few years in exchange for 200 million gold, hoping the Empire would view this as a favorable deal. As Aaron was preparing to leave, Rex suddenly stopped and pointed toward the port, noticing smoke and suggesting an attack might be underway. At the port, Vice Captain Miller of the Blue Hammer Pirates was causing destruction. He was destroying warehouses and mocking the Rumian kingdom for becoming submissive to the Empire. Miller attempted to set fire to the ships as a final gesture, but his efforts were thwarted by the Miller captain, who deflected the burning wood. Vice Captain Miller questioned the need to spare the ships, noting that the Rumian kingdom had already surrendered to the Empire. Jacqueline, the Blue Hammer Pirates' captain, insisted on preserving the ships and expressed frustration at Miller's disregard for this instruction. Despite Jacqueline's orders, Miller, who saw no reason to follow the directive since the ships were not theirs, asked his captain for permission to continue his destruction. But Jacqueline was adamant about leaving the ships untouched. Another pirate informed them about the approaching Imperial forces, and Jacqueline urged Miller to stop causing havoc and leave with her immediately. Miller then came up with a plan to make their departure more entertaining, ordering the other pirates to raise the anchor and deciding to leave with her. When Aaron and his knights arrived at the port, they saw the pirates moving away and realized they were too late. Just as Aaron became flustered by the delay, Arthur pointed out that a cannonball had been fired from one of the ships. Miller, from the pirate ship, announced that the captain approved and then threatened the Imperial forces. As a cannonball from the pirates hurtled toward Aaron's group, Aaron dismounted and used his mental strength to slice the cannonball in half with his sword. Despite his effort, the two halves of the cannonball continued on their path, causing Aaron's knights to scatter to avoid the fragments. Aaron was puzzled by the cannonball's unusual behavior. Miller, observing from afar, noted the enemy's good fortune, while Aaron angrily instructed Rex to identify the pirates. Meanwhile, Crown Prince Philip, traveling in a carriage with Duke Gran, noticed a strange smell and quickly climbed to the top of the carriage. He instructed the coachman to speed up and not stop, concerned about the smell of blood and the missing escorts who were supposed to meet them. Nearby, the Giants of the North reported to their leader, Sven, that another carriage was approaching. As Crown Prince Philip detected the increasing smell of blood, Duke Gran peered out of the carriage and asked about the situation. Suddenly, he noticed objects flying toward him and quickly positioned himself and grabbed them, realizing they were blunt weapons used by monsters. At that moment, several blunt weapons were hurled at Philip, who skillfully deflected the incoming weapons with his sword, while Duke Gran tried to shield himself behind the carriage door. The coachman and horses were struck by the blunt weapons, causing the carriage to crash to the ground. As the carriage tumbled, Sven, a giant of the north, and his subordinate approached with pleased expressions. Sven noted that they got another one, indicating their successful ambush. Philip, crouching behind the wreckage of the carriage, recognized the attackers as the giants from the north due to their enormous size and the blunt weapons they wielded. He wondered how these giants managed to breach the barrier of iron, which had always been impenetrable. As Sven prepared to attack, Philip sensed a surge of bloodlust and quickly rolled away to avoid the strike. He regained his footing and glared at Sven. Sven, slightly startled by Philip's agility, chuckled and remarked, "That scared me." He and his subordinates laughed, with Sven adding, "I thought it was a rat. It was so small." Philip then observed the escort knights lying on the ground behind Sven, realizing they had already been eliminated. His attention shifted to Duke Gran, who was injured and lying in the wrecked carriage. In this intense confrontation, Sven, enraged, addressing Philip with hostility and demanding why he would dare to look away from him. Sven charges at Philip. Philip skillfully dodged the initial attack, leaving Sven perplexed as he had never been so easily evaded before. Sven swung his axe again, but Philip nimbly jumped back, taunting Sven by disparaging his heritage and implying that the North's giants, descendants of the warrior god Munin, were underwhelming. Sven, with a serious tone, was outraged at being mocked and at the disrespect shown towards a descendant of Munin, vowing to bring divine retribution upon the offender. In response, Philip asserted his authority as crown prince, declaring that he would be the one to administer judgment and punishment. Sven was taken aback by this revelation, questioning Philip's claim. Before Sven could respond further, Philip swiftly and decisively ended the fight, demonstrating his superior skill and authority. In the aftermath of Philip's battle with Sven, Sven's subordinates were left in shock. Philip approached them and declared that dishonoring the future emperor was punishable by death. He then swiftly and efficiently killed all of Sven's subordinates in a single fluid motion. As he finished, Philip noticed a black bird making a commotion before flying away, leading him to suspect that this bird was a spirit and that more northern giants might be nearby. He deduced that the barrier of iron, which presumably was a defensive measure, had fallen. Philip considered reporting this to the Empire, but decided against it, thinking there might be more effective ways to address the situation. Meanwhile, Aaron was preparing to leave the Rumian kingdom. He gave Rex the task of identifying the pirates and instructed Bianca to focus on port defenses. Both Rex and Bianca acknowledged their responsibilities. Arthur proposed that the situation with the pirates could be turned into an advantage for the Brand territory. He suggested that, since the territory lacked the funds to mobilize troops, they should use the pirate threat as a bargaining chip. By offering to send their own forces to address the pirate problem, they could potentially convince the Empire to lower their tax expenses. Aaron, initially confused, asked for further explanation, which Arthur provided. Aaron's reaction to Arthur's suggestion is initially serious, causing Arthur to feel uneasy. Arthur quickly tries to dismiss the concern, telling Aaron not to worry about it. Aaron, recognizing Arthur's astuteness, commends him for his cleverness and promises that if the plan succeeds, he will reward Arthur generously. He then gives a command for his knights to proceed to the barrier of iron, signaling their departure. As Aaron and his entourage set off, Arthur and Bianca say their goodbyes. Arthur is internally excited about the potential to get closer to his goddess, while Bianca feels overwhelmed by the competition to gain the Duke's favor. Bianca then notices Aaron returning with his knights, and upon closer inspection, she sees that Crown Prince Philip is among them. Meanwhile, in the forest, Sven's brother, who has been engaged in killing goblins, spots a bird and realizes it is the same one that belonged to Sven. Consumed by rage upon learning of his brother's death, he throws aside the dead goblin and demands to know who is responsible for his brother's murder, vowing to find and punish the culprit.
In the York Castle, a tense scene unfolds as Chief Harold's son sharpens his axe in front of the open castle gates, his posture commanding as he prepares for the impending journey. Behind him, captives sit in a metal cage, their faces a mix of fear and defiance. The atmosphere is thick with anticipation and dread. As Chief Harold's son focuses on his task, one of his subordinates approaches, bowing respectfully before speaking. He mentions that if they travel south, they will find a village populated by Imperials. Although they are not entirely sure, there are indications that an elf may also reside there. This revelation piques Haroldson's interest. He abruptly stops sharpening his axe and stands up, eager to pursue the opportunity. His commanding presence demands attention, and he orders his subordinate to lead him there. The moment is interrupted by one of the captives shouting from the cage, calling the giants monsters and demanding freedom. This provocation incites anger in Haroldson's subordinate, who rushes over to the cage, striking the bars with his axe and threatening violence. However, before he can escalate the situation, Chief Harold's son intervenes, grabbing the subordinate by the shoulder and slamming him to the ground. His fierce glare sends a clear message. Now is not the time for distractions. Recognizing the gravity of the chief's anger, the subordinate quickly complies, assuring Harold's son that he will lead the way. With a renewed sense of purpose, Chief Harold's son declares, "The warm land is waiting. Let's go," rallying his subordinates to follow him into the unknown. The warm land, a fertile land filled with life. At least that's how the giants of the north view the continent of Karen. A young Harold's son vowed to take control of this land one day. And 30 years later, he finally has a chance to fulfill that vow. While he may have lost his precious brother Sven, in order to achieve his dream and find his people a new place to stay, Harold's son refused to stop. Meanwhile, at the Brand Castle, Rommel's voice vibrated as he demands to know who has been captured. Grabbing Max by the collar, he lifts him off the ground, desperation evident in his eyes. Max, indignant and fearful, protests, insisting he's not the cause of the situation and demands to be released. As tensions rise, Kane intervenes, grabbing Rommel's hand and shaking his head in a gesture meant to defuse the escalating confrontation. Reluctantly, Rommel drops Max, sinking to his knees as he processes the dire news. His wife, Diane, has been captured by the giants of the north and is now enslaved. Flustered and distraught, Rommel punches the ground in frustration, exclaiming his promise to protect Diane with his life. His thoughts quickly shift to his children. He urgently asks if his son and daughter are safe. Kane's nervous shake of his head confirms his worst fears. His daughter is safe, but his son doesn't. The danger hangs heavy in the air, deepening Rommel's shock. Cheryl steps forward, her demeanor urgent as she addresses Max. She seeks confirmation about the situation, clarifying that the giants attacked the orcs and that the citizens of Bran are being held hostage in the Orc Castle. Max affirms her understanding, adding that approximately 2 hours have passed since they received the information. Cheryl quickly follows up, asking if reinforcements have been sent. Max replies that they had prepared reinforcements and dispatched scouts upon hearing that Cheryl's group was on the way. He then mentions Kirok, revealing that he has already taken a couple of orcs to the orc castle. At this moment, a scout arrives, calling out to Max and dismounting to show respect to Cheryl. However, Cheryl quickly urges him to skip the formalities and report the news. The scout conveys that visibility was poor in the dark, making it difficult to confirm details. Nevertheless, he notes the eerie quiet of the forest, suggesting that the giants planned to spend the night within the castle. They had checked the paths leading to Castle Brahn, but found no signs of movement. Cheryl assesses the critical situation around her, contemplating their available options. She articulates a decisive plan. She firmly plants her wand on the ground, establishing her authority. Cheryl then instructs the soldiers to deploy, directing that the cavalry and half of the infantry accompany her and Rommel to the Orc castle, while the remaining troops stay behind to protect their current position. The soldiers respond promptly and cohesively, affirming their understanding of her orders. Cheryl notices Rommel still kneeling in despair and decides to intervene. She reaches out her hand toward him, urging him to get back on his feet. By reminding him that Diane is waiting for him, she emphasizes the importance and urgency of their mission. This encouragement serves to rekindle Rommel's sense of responsibility, motivating him to shake off his hopelessness and regain his resolve to act. Kirok and his orc companions are near an elf village also called Aten Village, when Kirok notices a strange scent that raises his suspicions about their surroundings. Feeling that something is amiss, he voices his concern, indicating that his instincts are alerting him to potential danger. To investigate further, he commands his fellow orcs to accompany him, specifically mentioning the presence of a someone starge in the Aten village. As Kirok and his fellow orcs approach the village, they encounter a shocking scene. Harold's son has captured Lord Lesha, the elf chief, and is effortlessly lifting him off the ground by the neck. This alarming sight sends a wave of fear through Kirok, who instinctively calls out, "Lord Lesha." The presence of Harold's son and the other giants of the north evokes a profound sense of dread in Kirok, who realizes the overwhelming strength of the Gants, and that if things persist as they are, they will all be doomed to certain death. Kirok swiftly instructs his fellow orcs to retreat to the castle for safety, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. As he charges toward Chief Harold's son to attempt a rescue, he is caught off guard by the giant's immense strength when Harold's son effortlessly grabs his weapon. This unexpected resistance not only frustrates Kirok, but also amplifies his anxiety, especially as the giant's mocking laughter echoes around him, creating an atmosphere of impending doom. At that moment, the scene shifts back to Cheryl, Rommel, and the soldiers as they arrive near the orc castle. The atmosphere grows tense as a powerful roar reverberates around them, prompting everyone to look up in alarm. They witness Kainuz, soaring overhead in his original form as a dragon. As Kainuz arrived above the orc's castle, he unleashes a devastating breath of fire toward the castle, shocking Cheryl and causing Rommel to cry out in panic for his wife's safety amidst the ensuing chaos. Kainuz is flying over the orc castle when he notices a large gathering of people below, which piques his curiosity and concern. He realizes that the figures he sees do not resemble orcs and questions their presence, contemplating that the orcs may have either fled the area or could be trapped within the castle. As he glides closer, he reflects on his journey that led him to this moment and recalls that those assembled outside the castle are responsible for the tragic deaths of Keishi's parents. As Kainuz readied for battle, he turned to Keishi, who was situated on his back, and declared his intention for revenge. He urged her to witness the downfall of their enemies. Channeling his fierce resolve, he prepared a devastating fire breath attack aimed at the gathered giants of the north outside the orc castle. With a battle cry of "Die, you scum!" he unleashed a torrent of flames, engulfing the giants in a fiery onslaught. As chaos ensued, Rommel desperately called out for his wife, his voice echoing in the tumult. Kainuz recognized the familiar sound, feeling a fleeting moment of confusion at first. Turning his attention toward the forest, he spotted Cheryl and Rommel's soldiers assembled nearby. Realizing they were present, Kainuz saw an opportunity. He concluded that he could leave the castle's interior defense to them, while he focused on defeating the northern giants outside. This would not only fulfill his quest for revenge on behalf of Keishi, but also aid Cheryl and Rommel's troops by clearing the way for them to advance. Kainuz comforts Keishi, affirming that their destination is the elf village where Keishi's revenge will be fulfilled. Overwhelmed with emotion, Keishi, tears in his eyes, responds positively to Kainu's assurance. Afterward, Kainu's lets out a powerful roar and alters his course away from the castle, focused on reaching the elf village. From a distance, where Cheryl, Rommel, and their soldiers are present, it seems the sight of the castle engulfed in flames. Rommel was devastated as he saw the castle engulfed in flames, which heightened his anguish over his wife Diane's perilous situation. His despair led him to collapse to the ground, desperately calling her name and feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. In contrast, Cheryl recognized the urgency of the situation and felt a rush of concern for Rommel, but quickly regained her composure. She took charge, instructing the infantry to head to the Orc castle to search for any survivors while directing the cavalry to pursue the dragon responsible for the destruction. The soldiers responded immediately, demonstrating their readiness to follow Cheryl's commands as they moved into action to address the unfolding crisis. Cheryl approaches Rommel, trying to console him in his moment of despair over Diane's possible fate. She expresses her belief that Diane is alive, but also offers to help him seek revenge if she is not. This dual reassurance provides Rommel with a glimmer of hope amidst his anguish. As he looks at Cheryl, he sees her summon a fiery bird, leaping onto its back to pursue the dragon, serving as a powerful symbol of their shared commitment to fight back and seek justice for Diane. Scene shifted to Ramayan Kingdom, where Aaron turns to Crown Prince Philip for clarification about the situation. Philip informs him that he wants Aaron to step into the position of Commander of the Northeast, tasked with managing the iron barrier that is critical to their defense. To incentivize Aaron's compliance, Philip offers a significant financial relief, promising to reduce Aaron's acquisition taxes by $300 million out of the total $500 million he owed. Aaron considered the proposal presented by Crown Prince Philip, recognizing it as a substantial offer that would elevate his status significantly. Initially, he had intended to send his troops to the Barrier of Iron for a payment of $300 million, but now he was being offered the title of Commander of the Northeast. This sudden promotion left him conflicted, as he wondered whether to embrace the opportunity or be cautious about its implications. Sensing that there was more to the offer than met the eye, he sought further clarification from Philip, asking about the duration of the position. In response, Philip seemed taken aback by the inquiry and hesitated before finally stating that the title would likely remain until the threat in the north was resolved. As Aaron processed Crown Prince Philip's offer, his initial shock morphed into a realization of the underlying implications. Philip's vague response, that Aaron would serve as the commander of the Northeast until the threat of the giants in the north was neutralized, hinted at a deeper strategy. Aaron understood that accepting this position could effectively tie him to the region indefinitely, especially as the giants continued to pose a danger. Reflecting on Philip's intentions, Aaron recognized the political maneuvering at play. He saw the prince's offer as an attempt to gain control over him, making it clear that he needed to tread carefully. Rather than falling into Philip's trap, Aaron resolved to navigate the political complexities with shrewdness, determined to protect his interests while avoiding being cornered into a role he didn't want. Aaron stood before Crown Prince Philip, expressing his willingness to contribute to the empire as the newly appointed commander of the Northeast. However, he hesitated, drawing Philip's attention, prompting the prince to ask for clarification. Seizing the opportunity, Aaron raised his concerns about the Ramayan Kingdom's urgent need for assistance due to a recent pirate threat. He requested supplies to establish a naval base. Intrigued by the proposal, Philip repeated the suggestion, contemplating its implications. Internally, Aaron hoped for Philip's acceptance of his request, recognizing the urgency of the situation. However, Philip responded cautiously, stating that he couldn't provide an immediate answer since he was not in charge. He suggested postponing the discussion until Duke Gran was awake. Despite this, Aaron felt a flicker of hope, thinking that he still had a chance to negotiate effectively. He realized that his actions against the pirates could significantly impact the outcome of their future discussions. Philip reflected on Aaron's situation with a mix of sympathy and skepticism. He recognized that Aaron was willing to accept the title of Commander of the Northeast, indicating his ambition for territorial expansion. However, Philip also wondered if Aaron possessed the capability to manage the formidable challenges that lay ahead, specifically the threats posed by both the giants of the north and the rising problem of pirates. Rex sat alone at the bar, feeling disheartened as he reflected on his fruitless day without any sight of the notorious Blue Hammer pirates. He found it odd that there were no pirates around in a place like this. Just as he pondered this, Princess Livia entered the scene, laughing as she made her way down the stairs. She was accompanied by Miller, the vice captain of the Blue Hammer Pirates. Rex's confusion deepened at their unexpected appearance. He wondered why the princess was there and what it meant for his plans. As Livia and Miller exited the bar together, Rex was taken aback by their unexpected presence and wondered about the implications of their visit. Feeling a sense of urgency, Rex slammed his drink on the table, prompting his subordinates that are sitting on nearby tables to pursue Livia and Miller as they left the bar. He couldn't shake the oddity of a princess associating with a pirate. Just then, an explosion erupted outside, cutting off his train of thought and adding to the chaos of the moment. Just then, his injured subordinate stumbled into the bar, gasping that they had been attacked. Alarmed, Rex rushed outside, where he saw several other of his subordinates wounded on the ground. In a panic, he demanded to know the whereabouts of the attackers. One of his injured subordinate pointed in a direction, and Rex took off toward it, determined to confront the threat. Rex raced toward the docks, desperate to stop Miller and Queen Livia from escaping. As he yelled for them to halt, Miller expressed his frustration, noting how he always seemed to attract trouble whenever he was on land. In a defensive move, he retaliated against Rex by throwing gunpowder at him. In retaliation, Rex threw a dagger at Miller, but the pirate skillfully dodged it. Acknowledging Livia with a slight bow, Miller then grabbed a fire torch from her hands. He deliberately waited for Rex to reach the spot where he had spread the gunpowder on the ground. With a wicked grin, he tossed the torch onto the explosive substance. As the torch ignited the gunpowder, he shouted, "You should burn!" The resulting explosion engulfed the area where Rex was standing, throwing him backward and causing severe injuries. The scene shifts to a medical facility where Rex subordinates are recuperating from injuries sustained in a recent attack. Aaron, clearly anxious and worried, bursts into the room, calling out for Rex. His sudden entrance startles the people resting on their beds. From a nearby partitioned area, Rex responds dryly, assuring Aaron that he is still alive and urges him to calm down. Once Aaron reaches Rex's side, he envelopes him in a tight embrace, which Rex finds uncomfortable and tries to escape. After the initial emotional outburst, Aaron settles down, and Rex begins to recount the details of the incident. Aaron learns that a pirate was seen accompanying Princess Livia, prompting a mix of disbelief and concern. Rex confirms that their meeting was not coincidental and suggests a pre-existing relationship between the two. Aaron expresses skepticism regarding Princess Livia's motives, emphasizing her strategic nature and questioning why she would associate with an enemy. Rex counters this by pointing out that if they had ulterior motives, they wouldn't have spared the injured and allowed Rex's men to survive the attack, crediting Livia for their escape. As the conversation unfolds, Aaron finds the situation increasingly complex. Rex, wanting to shift the focus, tosses Aaron a letter with urgent implications. He advises Aaron to read it discreetly, mindful of their surroundings, as other people are present. The letter reveals alarming news. Approximately 500 giants from the north have taken control of an orc castle and captured numerous hostages, including the wife and child of the knight commander. Aaron reflects on the current situation, feeling reassured by the presence of Cheryl and Rommel, who are presumably dealing with the northern giants' takeover of the orc castle. However, he realizes that, as the newly appointed commander of the Northeast, he must consider a response to this new threat. He resolves to head to the castle to address the situation directly. His thoughts are interrupted when Rex, still recovering from his injuries, rises from his bed and asserts his intention to go in Aaron's place. Aaron protests vehemently, concerned for Rex's well-being given his injuries. Rex's determination stems from a personal crisis. Diane, a woman he has deep feelings for, has been captured. Aaron recalls Diane, a beauty known to have received marriage proposals from most men in the Brahn territory. Rex was one of those individuals, but due to the fact that she had feelings for his brother, Rommel, he had no choice but to hide his feelings and stay away. Rex decided to let go of his feelings for Diane. He thought he could congratulate the marriage between Diane and his brother Rommel as a friend. When he found out that he couldn't suppress the feelings he still had for her, he decided to take extreme measures. As a means to prevent hurting Diane's feelings, he decided to leave the Brahn territory. After that, Rex spent years traveling between territories, dedicating his life as a spy for the Brahn territory, hoping to keep his feelings at bay. Understanding Rex's motivations, Aaron reluctantly agrees to let him go, but not without a warning to be cautious. Rex expresses gratitude for Aaron's support before he prepares to leave. Just before departing, Rex suggests that Aaron should simplify matters by asking Princess Livia directly about the pirates. Shortly after, Aaron summons Princess Livia to discuss the situation regarding the pirates. When he inquires about their involvement, Livia reveals that the pirates are her customers. Confused, Aaron asks her to clarify what she means. Livia explains that the Blue Hammer pirates are involved in selling stolen goods from the Western continent. Aaron expresses his surprise at Princess Livia's involvement with stolen goods. Livia defends her position, explaining that her influence extends to the Eastern continent and that the Blue Hammer pirates provide access to goods that are otherwise scarce on the Western continent. Recognizing Livia's established relationship with the pirates, Aaron sees an opportunity to negotiate with them and asks Livia to facilitate this meeting. In a typical display of her shrewdness, Livia agrees to help, but only under the condition that her trade group be allowed to use the port city of Retta freely. Aaron acknowledges this demand, recognizing Livia's consistent business-minded nature and drawing a comparison to Old Man Kane. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Kane, sensing he is being discussed, ponders the mention of his name, creating a light comedic interlude amid the negotiations. Once they finalize the agreement, the scene transitions to a port where Aaron waits for the pirates to arrive. He reflects on the negotiation terms, which stipulate that only the Baron, Aaron, is to come alone, suggesting a potential power play or a test of trust from the Blue Hammer pirates. His internal musings reveal his concerns about whether they plan to intimidate him with numbers or if they doubt his integrity enough to expect betrayal. As Aaron stands at the port, he sees a ship approaching, signaling the pirates' arrival. Captain Jacqueline stands at the forefront of the ship, and as it approaches, she introduces herself. She immediately demands clarity about Aaron's loyalty to the Empire, a question that shocks him into silence. This unexpected inquiry puts Aaron on the defensive, raising the stakes for the negotiations before they even begin. As tension escalates, Captain Jacqueline of the Blue Hammer Pirates reacts to Aaron's identity and allegiance with a smile, indicating a sense of disdain for the Empire. She orders her crew to turn the ship around, but Aaron interjects, demanding they pause their retreat. Jacqueline, however, firmly asserts that the Blue Hammer pirates do not negotiate with those who serve the Empire. To illustrate her point, she commands her crew to fire a cannon at him, launching a metal ball directly toward Aaron. In response, Aaron curses the pirates, vowing not to let their aggression go unpunished. He draws his sword, which glows with a greenish mana. With a swift motion, he strikes the incoming metal ball, shattering it into a myriad of tiny fragments. This unexpected display of skill catches Jacqueline off guard, revealing Aaron's formidable abilities. Despite the setback, Vice Captain Miller calls for another round of cannon fire, urging them to destroy that Empire scum. In the face of this renewed attack, Aaron prepares a counteroffensive move called Piercing Wind, gathering his energy in his sword and launch it at the pirate ship. Jacqueline, recognizing the sword energy emanating from attack, realizes the potential danger and yells for her crew to brace for impact. Aaron's attack strikes the pirate ship with immense force, resulting in a large explosion of energy that rocks the vessel and highlights the destructive power of his abilities. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince Philip observes the confrontation from a distance. Noticing Aaron's technique, he recognizes it as a basic Imperial sword skill, Piercing Wind, and comments on it with a smile, finding the display of power and skill intriguing. Rex arrives at the Brand territory, his focus immediately drawn to the distant Orc castle, where he fears for the safety of the hostages. He realizes the urgency of the situation. Time is of the essence, and he must act quickly. With a sense of determination, he spurs his horse toward the castle, driven by thoughts of Diane and a promise to rescue her, emphasizing his deep concern for her well-being and the urgency of the situation. Simultaneously, in the Aiden village, Harold's son, the chief of giants, has successfully captured all the elves, solidifying his control over the village. As he surveys his surroundings, he hears the distinctive sound of wings flapping above and glances up, initially dismissing it as a dragon merely passing through. However, he quickly shifts to a more cautious mindset and warns his subordinates to take cover, recognizing the potential threat a dragon poses. Kainuz, the dragon, is indeed hovering above Aiden village, assessing the chaos below. He reflects on the situation, noting that the northern giants have taken control of the village and expressing concern for the elven hostages. Kainuz contemplates the consequences of using his fire breath to attack the giants, knowing that he could unintentionally harm the captives. He wrestles with his limitations, particularly the Curse of Vivian, which currently prevents him from using magic effectively, and acknowledges that he can't let this obstacle define him or his honor as a dragon. In a moment of resolve, Kainuz decides to use a powerful ability known as Dragon Fear, which unleashes a terrifying roar that disrupts the cognitive abilities of all creatures, except for fellow dragons. This ability will incapacitate the giants and any other foes, providing a strategic advantage without directly harming the hostages. As he focuses on this attack, Kainuz thinks of Keishi, a personal motivation tied to his actions. However, the activation of the Curse of Vivian suddenly causes Kainuz immense pain, forcing a scream from him. Keishi, riding on Kainuz's back, expresses concern for his master. Despite the pain, Kainuz pushes through, fueled by anger at the curse and a fierce determination to get revenge and help those in danger. As the scene unfolds, Kainuz, the dragon, suddenly finds himself struck by a fire attack, causing his companion Keishi to tumble from his back. The unexpected assault comes from Cheryl, who is glaring at Kainuz with anger, her fierce demeanor clear. As Keishi falls, Cheryl calls out to him, prompting him to fly toward her, where she manages to grab onto him for safety. Kainuz, concerned about Keishi's well-being, asks if she is okay. Keishi reassures him, saying, "Yes, I am fine." However, Kainuz quickly assesses his own condition, realizing where Cheryl's attack has landed. He reflects on the experience of being hit without a mana shield for the first time in a long while, noting the discomfort in his abdomen. Recognizing that he cannot continue the fight effectively, Kainuz turns to Keishi and informs her that he will have to leave the remaining tasks of vengeance to the humans. Keishi expresses her gratitude for his willingness to assist her, emphasizing that his support means a lot to her, particularly given her circumstances. Kainuz acknowledges her understanding and decides that returning to his nest to recuperate is the best course of action. With a final affirmation from Keishi, he takes to the sky, leaving Cheryl flustered. Fueled by her determination to seek revenge for Diane, she confidently vows not to miss her target the next time an opportunity arises. Meanwhile, in Aiden Village, Harold's son, the giant leader, grapples with the effects of Kainuz's dragon fear, which has incapacitated his fellow giants and left them immobilized. Recognizing the threat posed by the approaching cavalry, he becomes increasingly frantic. In a moment of desperation, he bashes his head against a nearby wall, trying to shake off the effects of fear, the need to intervene and prevent any further harm, driven by his desire to protect those he cares about. The blood trickling down his face, and with his physical pain, he regained control of his body. As the cavalry draws closer, Harold's son acts quickly, making a desperate attempt to close the village door before they can reach it. The cavalrymen, seeing the door beginning to close, rush toward the village at full speed, but their efforts prove futile. Harold's son manages to shut the door just in time, successfully blocking their entrance and further solidifying his hold over the village. The cavalry captain commands his troops to halt and await Lady Cheryl's orders. Meanwhile, inside the village of Aiden, Harold's son, determined to shake his fellow giants out of the debilitating effects of Kainuz's dragon fear, takes a direct approach. He begins to slap 3 giants one after another, striking them on the face to snap them back to their senses. Each giant falls to the ground, momentarily disoriented, before finally turning their attention to Harold's son, who urgently informs them of the impending danger, asks them to free their brothers. His commanding presence spurs the 3 giants into action, and they swiftly move to free their fellow giants from the grip of fear. A short time later, Cheryl bursts into the village by blasting open the door with a fireball attack, expecting to find the giants in front of gate. Instead, she is met with confusion upon discovering that giants have mysteriously vanished, leaving behind the hostages they had captured. This unexpected development raises her concern. In her moment of uncertainty, a cavalry scout approaches Cheryl with critical information. They receive reports that the majority of the enemy is in the vicinity. Cheryl, realizing her limitations in detection magic, something she had avoided learning due to its sensitivity, understands that they will have to conduct a thorough search for the giants instead. Taking charge, Cheryl instructs her soldiers, spread out and look for them. Stay in groups of 4. As a group of 4 soldiers begins searching through a back alley, Harold's son observes them from the rooftop of a nearby house. This vantage point allows him to plan his attack. Seizing the opportunity, he leaps down to block their escape route, taking the first soldier by surprise and killing him instantly. The suddenness of his assault creates chaos as he begins to unleash his fury on the remaining soldiers, wielding his axe with deadly precision. As Aiden Village is engulfed in turmoil as soldiers scream and enemy alerts echo through the air, Cheryl, aware that her troops are in grave danger, feels the weight of command pressing down on her. Until this moment, she had primarily used her magic as a strategic advantage, but now, confronted with an urgent and life-threatening crisis, she recognizes her lack of experience in leadership roles. As she contemplates her next steps, memories of her brother and Rommel come to mind, prompting her to consider what they would do in her situation. Just then, an infantry captain interrupts her thoughts, urgently informing her that their troops are being slaughtered. Cheryl, though trembling with fear, acknowledges the grim reality and resolves to act. She orders the troops to advance and provide backup, instructing them to search the village for their comrades. With the soldiers rushing to the source of the screams, the infantry captain expresses concern for her safety, suggesting that some escorts should remain with her. However, Cheryl insists on their departure, affirming her capability to handle any threats with her magic. As the soldiers leave, she wrestles with doubt, questioning whether her decision was the right one. Ultimately, she resolves to focus on saving her troops, feeling confident in her ability to defend against enemies in the area. Unbeknownst to her, Harold's son, the chief of the giants, observes from the rooftops, noting Cheryl's solitary position. He perceives her decision as foolish. Harold's son swiftly jumps down from the rooftop, making his way towards Cheryl with alarming speed. Cheryl, caught off guard by his approach, realizes too late the vast physical superiority that giants hold over humans, especially one of Haroldson's stature and prowess. Alarmed by his rapid advance, she instinctively casts a fire projectile in his direction, but he dodges it effortlessly, showcasing his extraordinary agility. In a desperate attempt to regain control of the situation, Cheryl unleashes a fireball attack at close range, causing a significant explosion that she believes has struck him. To her astonishment, Harold's son evades this attack as well, further escalating her panic. As he closes in, she conjures a fiery bird to distract him and create distance. But Harold's son counters by leaping into the air and skillfully smashing the fiery bird with his dual axe. With little time to react, Harold's son seizes Cheryl by the leg and slams her into the ground with tremendous force, shattering the ground beneath her. As she lies there, trembling in pain, Harold's son taunts her, questioning whether her decision to face the danger alone stemmed from a lack of experience or a prideful reliance on her magical abilities. He chillingly asserts that her choice, made without understanding the enemy's strength, has led her to her impending doom. Cheryl, despite her agony, retorts defiantly, refusing to accept blame for her predicament. She insists that her potential death is not a result of her decisions, but rather the consequence of intruders like Harold's son. Just as Harold's son raises his axe, preparing to deliver a fatal blow while invoking the great god of warriors, Munin, a glimmer of hope emerges. A sword suddenly blocks the axe mid-swing, pushing Harold's son back with great force. The unexpected savior is Rommel, who has arrived just in time to rescue Cheryl from certain death. Cheryl questions Rommel about his whereabouts and the status of his wife, Diane. Rommel expresses a sense of resignation, acknowledging that searching for Diane might be futile. Instead, he emphasizes the importance of having faith in her survival and shifting his focus to leading the troops of the Brahn territory as the cavalry commander. After making this determination, he dismounts his horse, urging Cheryl to rest while he takes charge of the situation. Harold's son, the giant, casually cracked his neck while taunting Rommel, asking if he planned to face him. But before Rommel could react, Harold's son abruptly disappeared from view, showcasing his immense speed and power, leaving Rommel in a state of shock and uncertainty. Then reappears above Rommel, ready to strike him with his axe. Rommel, reacting with greater footwork, dodges the vertical strike. He then assumes a fighting stance, enveloping himself in mana, which surprises Cheryl, who watches from the sidelines. Rommel attacks with his sword, but Harold's son easily leaps back, mocking Rommel's speed and skill. However, Rommel's swing manages to graze Haroldson's shoulder, drawing blood, a wound the giant only realizes after it has occurred. In a sharp retort, Rommel warns Harold's son that confidence is a double-edged sword when you don't know your enemy, provoking Harold's son further. Cheryl seizes the moment to aid Rommel by summoning a spirit that strikes Harold's son, causing him to crash to the ground. This unexpected turn invigorates Cheryl, and she taunts Harold's son, questioning his intelligence in the situation. Struggling to recover, Harold's son realizes that his injured shoulder limits his ability to fight back against both Rommel and Cheryl. In a desperate bid, he whistles for a black bird, signaling a retreat. As the bird takes flight, it prompts other giants in battle with Cheryl's soldiers to withdraw as well. Before leaving, Harold's son threatens Rommel and Cheryl, vowing to sacrifice them to Munin. He quickly fled, clutching his injured shoulder as he ran. After an intense battle, Rommel reunites with his wife Diane and their child. Overcome with relief, he embraces her, asking if she was hurt during the chaos. Diane reassures him she is unharmed but hesitates, prompting Rommel to ask what's troubling her. She reveals something that shocks him. She saw Rex after the dragon attack. Rommel is confused, as he believes Rex should be in the Rumayon Kingdom. Diane explains that, in the midst of the smoke and fire, Rex appeared and killed a giant that had nearly taken their lives. She is certain it was Rex and recalls hearing him mention something about a lord, deepening Rommel's confusion. The perspective then shifts to Rex, who is standing on a cliff overlooking an orc's castle, reflecting on a conversation with Aaron. When he had advised Aaron to avoid pirates and instead seek help from Princess Livia. Then Aaron mentioned Diane, cautioning Rex not to complicate things, saying they're family. Rex was left puzzled by this, not understanding what Aaron meant by that. Aaron had also suggesting that if he don't have much to communicate, he should simply declare he is here to save her by the orders of the Lord. In the present, Rex regrets how that conversation had unfolded. He feels he bungled his chance to speak clearly, replaying the moment in his mind with frustration. Then the scene shifts to the Rumayon Kingdom, where Aaron faces a new crisis. The people are rioting against his order to shut down the port of Retta. Aaron learns from Arthur that the people are so desperate they'd rather be robbed by pirates than face starvation. Aaron is exasperated, realizing they don't understand the long-term consequences of their demands, but he is at a loss for how to make them see reason. Arthur respectfully expresses his opinion to Aaron regarding the decision to close the port city of Retta to isolate the pirates. He acknowledges Aaron's strategy of eliminating anything the pirates could steal, but warns that this would also cut off the citizens from essential supplies and support. Instead, Arthur proposes a surprise attack on the pirates, suggesting that addressing the root of the problem might be a more effective solution than isolation. He argues that a direct confrontation could yield better results since reaching a peace agreement seems unlikely. Aaron considers this suggestion and realizes the merit in Arthur's plan. He instructs Arthur to communicate to the rioters that the port closure will only be temporary, lasting a few days, during which the government will provide financial support for their losses. Arthur promptly agrees and prepares to implement this strategy. As the conversation continues, Aaron elaborates on his plan. He tells Arthur to get ready for an offensive against the pirates' base while the port is closed. Arthur, initially confused, asks about the need for troops. In a surprising turn, Aaron insists that it will only be the two of them who will go on this ambush. Arthur is shocked, exclaiming disbelief at the idea of tackling such a dangerous mission without a larger force. Days later, after closing the port city, Arthur and Aaron manage to secretly board one of the pirate ships docked at Retta. They set off toward the headquarters of the Blue Hammer Pirates, their plan unfolding. Upon arriving at the port city of Retta, they witness the vibrant market scene. Shopkeepers enthusiastically shout out their wares: salted fish, tender meat from the Empire, and various types of alcohol, including stomach fire rum. Arthur expresses his surprise, noting that despite the island's reputation, it seems to be populated by normal people living their daily lives amidst the pirate presence. As Aaron surveys the bustling pirate port city, he reflects on the complexities of their mission. Initially, he believed that simply eliminating the pirates would resolve the problem. However, considering the people who live there, he realizes that their actions may have broader implications, potentially necessitating the acceptance of the inhabitants into their territory. Amid his thoughts, Aaron hears a loud noise and turns to Arthur, inquiring about its source. Arthur points to a nearby area, indicating that it appears they are constructing a boat. Intrigued, Aaron suggests they investigate further, contemplating the potential benefits of collaborating with these pirates. He muses that if the pirates possess the skills to sail to the Black Continent, perhaps they could be persuaded to build boats for their own use. Suddenly, a stranger grabs Aaron's shoulder and demands to know their identities. The atmosphere shifts as the surrounding crowd begins to glare at them, clearly hostile to outsiders in this pirate city. In a bid to defuse the situation, Arthur hastily claims they are new pirates who have recently joined. However, Aaron quickly intervenes, covering Arthur's mouth and insisting they abandon that ruse. He removes his face cloth and demanding to see the captain and announcing his presence boldly. However, Captain Jacqueline interrupts him, asserting her own authority as she reveals herself. She has been listening to Aaron and immediately makes it clear that she has no interest in negotiating with him, referring to him as imperial scum. Undeterred, Aaron shifts tactics and proposes an alternative. If negotiations are off the table, perhaps they can strike a deal instead. Curious, Jacqueline challenges him, asking for the terms of this proposed deal. Aaron outlines their offer: permission for the pirates to freely access the port city of Retta, along with a year's supply of food, in exchange for something he hopes to obtain from them. Jacqueline scoffs at the offer, asserting that pirates have no need for permission and dismissing the food as unnecessary. Aaron confronts Captain Jacqueline and her crew with a sharp critique of their situation. He points out that while they claim to be self-sufficient, their dependence on stolen goods like salted fish, imperial meat, and alcohol contradicts their assertion of independence. He notes that their recent arrival in Retta coincided with an empty port, emphasizing his authority as the ruler of the Ramayan kingdom, and now as part of the Brand territory. Aaron asserts that he has the power to close the port and eliminate the pirates with a single command, showcasing his leverage in the negotiation. The tension escalates when Vice Captain Miller, unable to contain his anger at Aaron's threats, lunges at him with a short sword. Aaron effortlessly dodges the attack and counters, striking Miller's hand and forcing him to drop the weapon. The other pirates are taken aback by Aaron's skill and shocked by his boldness in the face of aggression. Miller, furious, insults Aaron, calling him imperial trash, and retaliates by throwing gunpowder at him, preparing to ignite it with a fire torch while threatening to kill him. Just as the situation seems poised to explode into violence, Captain Jacqueline intervenes. She throws a bucket of water at Miller, extinguishing the torch and admonishing him for his reckless behavior, reminding him that they could all be in danger if he acted thoughtlessly. After quelling the immediate threat, Jacqueline turns back to Aaron, her demeanor shifting to one of cautious negotiation. She asks him what he truly wants from them. Aaron seizes the opportunity and straightforwardly demands that they attack the Ramayan kingdom. This bold request shocks both Vice Captain Miller and Captain Jacqueline, as well as Arthur. The scene shifts to the throne room of the Ramayan kingdom, where Crown Prince Philip sits on the throne, flanked by Duke Gran and Aaron. Crown Prince Philip introduced Duke Gran to Aaron, emphasizing that Gran was appointed by the Emperor to manage the negotiation discussions. Philip advised Aaron to focus his requests on Gran, hinting that he would be more receptive than himself. He also warned Aaron not to bore him during the exchange. Aware of Duke Gran's injury, he thinks that those who are injured often lack patience. Aaron recognized that he needed to take charge of the conversation and navigate it strategically to achieve his objectives. Aaron begins by acknowledging his reputation, stating he would prefer to be direct with his requests. However, Duke Gran interrupts him, expressing gratitude for the holy water Aaron sent, which expedited his healing. This unexpected acknowledgement strikes Aaron with a pang of guilt. He had sent the holy water primarily to facilitate Gran's departure from the territory, and now he feels a sense of sympathy for him. Once the formalities of gratitude are complete, Duke Gran suggests they officially commence negotiations. His calm demeanor surprises Aaron, who had anticipated a more contentious atmosphere. Nevertheless, the negotiations quickly devolve into heated exchanges as both parties assert their demands. Aaron asserts that he requires 200 million gold out of a total of 500 million upfront, with the remaining 300 million to be paid upon completing his service as the commander of the Northeast. Duke Gran counters by pointing out the risks to the Brand territory if the Iron Barrier were to collapse, emphasizing that as its leader, Aaron should continue in his command until the northern threats are neutralized. In response, Aaron raises the stakes, insisting that if the Brand territory is to bear these dangers, they will need support from the Empire to maintain the Iron Barrier and must also establish a naval base in the port city of Retta. Duke Gran argues that while the Iron Barrier is under the Empire's jurisdiction and they will continue to support it, the issue of the pirates falls under the territory lord's responsibility. Aaron, frustrated, retorts that Retta is part of the Empire, questioning why they would remain passive while pirates threaten the Empire's citizens. Duke Gran clarifies that the Empire's involvement isn't necessary in this case, asserting that the damages caused by the pirates are not significant enough to warrant the establishment of a naval base. Aaron's frustration grows as he challenges Duke Gran's dismissal of the situation, arguing that the suggestion for a naval base is a preventative measure against future pirate attacks. Internally, he worries about the pirates' delayed actions, recognizing that he needs to buy more time to strategize. He states that if this is the extent of the Empire's response, it will be difficult for him to accept the terms of working under their rule. Duke Gran laughs at Aaron's escalating frustration, mocking his position. Just then, the tension in the room escalates when a sword clatters to the floor between them, having been thrown by Crown Prince Philip. He disrupts their negotiation with a bold proposition to settle their dispute through a duel. This unexpected challenge catches Duke Gran off guard, especially considering his recent injuries from a previous incident. Philip stands from his throne, assuring Gran that he need not worry about the duel. Confused and wary, Gran asks for clarification, and Philip picks up the sword, indicating he is willing to fight. Seeing the potential danger in this course of action, Aaron immediately drops to his knees, imploring Philip not to proceed with the duel, emphasizing that it may not be a wise decision. Crown Prince Philip asserts his authority, declaring that if Aaron declines his offer, the Ramayan kingdom will be absorbed into the empire, and he will personally take control of the region. Duke Gran attempts to remind Philip of the empire's laws, which prevent him from overtaking a territory without proper justification. However, Philip interrupts him, delivering a chilling announcement that Baron Gran has been attacked by northern giants and assassinated by an unknown assailant while receiving treatment in the Bran territory. He dramatically points a dagger at Gran. Philip then turns his attention to Aaron, pointing his sword at his neck and accusing him of being one of the prime suspects behind the assassination. With an icy tone, he reminds Aaron not to bore him with any objections and asks if he intends to accept his offer. Then Aaron, recognizing the precarious situation, responds in unison, acknowledging Philip's ultimatum. Soon after, Philip and Aaron prepare for their duel, both drawing their swords. Philip lays out the stakes. If Aaron wins, he will receive 200 million gold, continue as commander of the Northeast until the threats are neutralized, and obtain the necessary funds to establish the naval base. Conversely, if Philip wins, there will be no support for the naval base at all. Aaron cautiously asks if it's possible to negotiate a shorter service term as commander, to which Philip smirks and suggests he try negotiating that with Duke Gran after he defeats him. With that, Philip lunges at Aaron to initiate the fight. Aaron successfully blocks Philip's first attack, but quickly realizes that Philip is stronger than he anticipated. Before he can fully process this, Philip launches another strike. Aaron attempts to dodge, but the blade grazes him. In a desperate effort to evade, he moves away, but Philip strikes again, this time slicing his face and drawing blood, which falls to the ground. In this intense duel, Aaron is confronted by Philip, who is relentless in his attacks. Philip questions Aaron's defensive stance, wondering why he isn't fighting back. Aaron reveals his internal conflict. He wishes he could engage more forcefully, but he can't because Philip's attacks are too powerful. His previous victories relied on the advantages granted by the dragon's blessing and basic swordsmanship, leaving him unprepared to face a skilled opponent like Philip. As the duel progresses, Philip grows increasingly impatient and decides to escalate his assault by channeling his mana to exert overwhelming pressure on Aaron. This forces Aaron into a purely defensive role, where he struggles to block Philip's powerful strikes. Philip mocks Aaron for not using his piercing wind technique, which surprises Aaron. He remembers utilizing this skill in a past confrontation against a pirate ship. The fact that Philip is aware of his abilities adds to Aaron's frustration and anxiety, amplifying his feelings of inadequacy. Philip becomes more aggressive, demanding to witness Aaron's imperial sword skills and threatening him with death if he fails to comply. Aaron, under immense pressure, struggles to keep up with Philip's onslaught, managing only to deflect the blows while being pushed further back. The situation becomes dire when Aaron's sword shatters under a particularly fierce strike, leaving him vulnerable to Philip's lethal attack. Just as Philip prepares to deliver the final blow, Duke Gran shouted, desperately pleading for Philip to stop. In a moment of desperation, Aaron used Great Sword Art's third form and conjures a mana blade, preparing to counter Philip's impending strike. Their clash is interrupted by a cannonball that crashes through the wall, the explosion caused by the Blue Hammer Pirates, who have positioned themselves outside. Miller taunt directed at Philip and Aaron. By calling them imperial trash, he insults their status or authority, suggesting he views them as inferior or contemptible. Miller continues to sneering that the gunfire was revenge for the destruction of their ship. Crown Prince Philip stood distracted by the ongoing chaos with the pirates, giving Aaron a brief opening. Aaron, seizing the moment, rushed toward him with his broken sword in hand. Though he pointed the jagged blade at the prince's neck for an instant, his frustration quickly overtook him. Instead of striking, Aaron hurled the sword angrily toward the pirates and furiously shouted at the pirates, accusing them of planning to loot the rest of the ship. But Aaron's unpredictable actions left him confused. Miller, smirking mockingly, turned to Captain Jacqueline and asked, "Captain, did the contract specify dealing with insults and threats as well? Because he's clearly overstepping it." Jacqueline, however, was too focused to respond. She peered through her scope, her hands trembling as her gaze fixed on Crown Prince Philip. A look of deep frustration and bitterness crossed her face, but she gave no immediate explanation. Miller, undeterred, prepared to fire another cannon, a wicked smile playing across his lips. Before he could do that, Jacqueline stopped him and stepped away from him, commanding they will deal with this later. Though Miller was reluctant, he signaled the pirates to retreat. As they pulled back, Jacqueline remained visibly unsettled. Her thoughts raced, bitterness brewing as she reflected. That prince was her family's enemy. As the pirates retreated, Crown Prince Philip stood by a shattered wall, watching them in silence. Aaron approached him, bowing deeply and admitting his defeat. "Your Highness," Aaron said solemnly, "I've lost the duel and will accept whatever decision you make regarding the annexation of Brahn territory into the Ramayan kingdom." Philip raised an eyebrow in surprise, glancing toward Duke Gran, who subtly approved. Turning back to Aaron, Philip said, "The kingdom will appoint you, Duke Aaron, as commander of the northeastern region until the northern threat is neutralized." Aaron, frustrated, clenched his fists, cursing inwardly. He regretted agreeing to the duel, realizing that his hidden strength had been exposed, giving Philip the upper hand in the negotiations. Philip then added, "Additionally, I will authorize the construction of a naval base." Aaron was left shocked by Philip's decision to make naval base, and Philip explained that he had lost the duel and that the pirate threat was more severe than he had initially thought. Philip privately reflected that since Aaron had shown him what he needed to see, he could at least grant him this concession. As Philip departed with his knights and carriages, he sat in one of the carriages, experimenting with the aura blade Aaron had shown during their duel. After several attempts, he finally succeeded in materializing an aura blade, laughing in satisfaction as he muttered, "So that's how it's done." A week later, the Brahn territory was officially absorbed into the Ramayan kingdom. Aaron traveled to Island Arden to deliver the promised supplies to the Blue Hammer pirates and to negotiate an alliance. However, when Aaron handed over a sack of supplies, Captain Jacqueline angrily flung it onto ground with unexpected force. Startled, Aaron asked about it. Jacqueline, furious, confronted Aaron, asking why didn't he tell her? Aaron, confused, replied, "Tell her what?" If she is still upset about him cursing her, he already explained. However, Jacqueline interrupted him by punching the sack of food, scattering its contents. Vice Captain Miller rushed to intervene, shouting for Jacqueline to calm down, but she shoved him aside, her glare fixed on Aaron. Jacqueline demanded, "Why didn't he tell her the prince was helping him?" Miller, stunned, asked, "Wait, is she talking about Prince Philip?" Jacqueline confirmed, and Miller exploded with curses aimed at Aaron. Jacqueline, trembling with rage, was lost in painful memories. She recalled the day her family was massacred by Philip, who had orchestrated the destruction of her father, Admiral Harwell. Her father had been framed for treason to cover up the failures of arrogant dukes during a failed naval campaign, and Philip, then newly of age, had led the charge against her family, labeling them traitors. Jacqueline vividly recalled fleeing with an injured arm, only to be cornered by Prince Philip. His cold gaze pierced through her as he coldly declared, "Her sin won't disappear just because she glare at him." Desperate, Jacqueline screamed, asking what sin? What did she do? What did her family do? Philip replied emotionlessly, "Treason. The mark of his sword on her arm is proof enough." Jacqueline angrily accused him of lying, knowing that the Empire had framed her father, Admiral Harwell, for the failed conquest to cover up the incompetence of its nobles. Philip, unmoved, stated, "Leave the bodies marked with his blade behind. Let them rot as food for the animals. That's where traitors belong." He then raised his sword to finish her, but before he could strike, a series of explosions erupted, distracting him. A rider on horseback appeared, pulling Jacqueline to safety. It was Rex. He gently asked, "Is she okay?" before she passed out. In the present, Jacqueline demanded answers from Aaron, asking why the prince was there for her and what schemes they were plotting together. Aaron, exasperated, asked why she was so angry all of a sudden. Before Jacqueline could respond, Rex arrived and placed a steady hand on Aaron's shoulder, telling him that he will handle this, leaving Aaron confused. Rex then turned to Jacqueline with a warm smile and greeted her. "It's been a long time, Captain." Jacqueline, confused and unable to recognize him, asked who is he? Rex chuckled, covering his mouth and chin, and remarked that it had been a long time. Tilting his head with a smirk, he added, "Let's see if this jogs her memory." When Jacqueline expresses not recognizing him, Rex's smirk fades into realization. She truly doesn't remember him. Behind Jacqueline, Miller suddenly freezes, his eyes widening as he remembers Rex. This triggers a flashback to an earlier time when Rex had saved Jacqueline's life. In the past, Jacqueline had been gravely injured and unconscious. Rex, a mercenary, had carried her to Miller, who was clearly panicked by her condition. Miller had urgently called for Jacqueline to wake up, relieved when she showed signs of life. Rex, indifferent to the situation, pointedly reminded Miller of a debt. He had saved Jacqueline's life, and in exchange, Miller still owed him. Miller, unsure of how to repay, hesitated. Rex, unfazed, continued to pressure him, implying that he would demand his payment with interest in the future. He then showed Miller a pair of goggles as a reminder of the debt, making it clear that he would return for what he was owed, no matter the time or place. Miller, grateful and overwhelmed by Rex's actions, promised to repay him fully, offering whatever Rex might desire. Rex, with a smirk, seemed intrigued by the idea of Miller's promise. Miller, serious and desperate, swore to Rex that he would give him anything, pledging his life to fulfill the debt. This promise was made in the past, but the memory resurfaced in the present, making Miller break into a nervous sweat when Rex flashed the same goggles and reminded him of his oath. Miller, overwhelmed, pleaded on his knees, asking Rex to take whatever he wanted, but to leave the captain out of it. Rex, with a dramatic sigh, agreed, but demanded a pen, parchment, and scissors. Miller, trembling, hesitated and asked why Rex needed the scissors. Rex pointed to his own partially shaved chin, grinning mischievously, implying he would take something personal from Miller in return for the debt being settled. True to his word, Rex proceeded to cut off Miller's beard, easing the tension between the two sides, but also exacting a lighthearted, albeit embarrassing, price. The evening ended with the pirates celebrating around a campfire, dancing and laughing. Jacqueline, smiling for the first time in a while, watched the festivities from a distance. Aaron, noticing her, approached and sat beside her. Aaron asked Jacqueline what her plan was now, to which she replied uncertainly, saying she was open to whatever the future held, but speculating that the enemies of the Crown Prince and Aaron's family might be preparing for revenge. Aaron, intrigued by the mention of revenge, asked if she wanted his help with that. Jacqueline, confused, asked for clarification, and Aaron proposed a deal. He would assist her in seeking revenge, and in return, she would help him with something in the future. Jacqueline hesitated, feeling she had already received much help and had little to offer in return. However, Aaron smirked and assured her they could help each other in ways she might not expect, even referencing her ships. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jacqueline agreed with a chuckle, accepting whatever the deal might entail. A month later, with a peace agreement now secured, Aaron led his forces to the Iron Wall, a fortress held by the Northern Giants. After a few days of the horde of skeletons are fighting, the Northern Giants both engaged in a fierce battle. Despite their overwhelming strength, the Giants were struggling to fend off an unrelenting assault from an army of skeletons. Giant Chief Harold's son, observing the chaos, became frustrated by the delayed arrival of Aaron's forces, which he had hoped would help turn the tide. He struck the fortress wall in anger and cursed their tardiness. As he scanned the battlefield, his eyes fixed on the necromancer leading the skeleton horde, none other than Elena, a demon succubus, flanked by Cheryl and Rommel. Harold's son knew that if he could take her down, the battle would be won. His thoughts were interrupted when a subordinate giant urgently approached him, informing him that the giants could not hold out much longer and that abandoning the castle was necessary. Harold's son, enraged, grabbed the giant by the collar and lifted him off the ground, fiercely refusing to give up the castle he had fought for over 30 years. The subordinate, trembling, argued that surrendering meant losing the battle, but dying meant losing everything. Harold's son, however, was resolute in his belief that losing the castle would be as good as death, his grip tightening as he growled in defiance, unwilling to accept defeat. Before the argument between Harold's son and his subordinate could escalate further, the skeletons suddenly began to withdraw from the fortress, leaving Harold's son momentarily confused and distracted. His anger faded as he tried to understand the shift in the battle. From beyond the battlefield, Aaron's voice rang out, announcing that the giants' defeat was inevitable. He introduced himself as Aaron of Brand territory and offered Harold's son a chance to surrender to avoid unnecessary bloodshed, promising to spare his life. Harold's son, infuriated by the suggestion, demanded that Aaron show himself, dismissing his words as meaningless coming from someone who hid in the shadows. In response, Aaron stepped forward, holding a torch, and boldly declared, "I am Duke Aaron of Brand territory." And he does not hide. The two locked eyes, the tension between them thick and palpable, as the entire battlefield seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of what would happen next. A few days earlier, Aaron convened a meeting to discuss the current situation. Rommel reported that 500 northern giants were occupying the Iron Wall, and although some had been lost during the capture of the old stronghold, their forces had never been large to begin with. Aaron was surprised, questioning how Harold's son had crossed the Iron Wall with only 1,000 men, wondering if it was even feasible. Cheryl explained that it might be possible, as the northern giants were exceptionally strong, with raw power and speed far beyond human capabilities, even without magic or weapons. Rommel agreed, noting that if not for the giant's carelessness, neither he nor Cheryl would have survived their previous encounters. Aaron realized that with just 1,000 men, the giants had seized the stronghold, and now, even with 500, they had successfully overwhelmed both Cheryl and Rommel while guarding the Iron Wall. As he pondered strategies to counter the giants and retake the Iron Stronghold, Cheryl pointed out that the stronghold was crucial to dealing with the northern threat. Even if magic were used to destroy it, the structure could recover over time but would remain unusable for a while. Getting an idea, Aaron then instructed Rommel to bring Elena, halting the undead dungeon development project for the time being. His strategy was to use large-scale undead monsters to pressure the smaller number of northern giants defending the castle. This approach would help preserve the Iron Stronghold, keeping it intact for future use. With this initial tactic proving successful, Aaron's focus shifted toward neutralizing the northern giants and negotiating a lasting solution with them. In the present, Harold's son emerged from the Iron Stronghold, twin axes gleaming as he charged at Aaron with a fierce double-axe strike. Aaron quickly blocked the attack with his sword, the clash of their weapons ringing out across the battlefield. From a distance, Cheryl and Rommel watched in shock, recognizing Harold's son as the giant who had almost killed them during their earlier encounters. Harold's son sneered at Aaron, mocking him for being arrogant enough to seek him out after already winning the war. Aaron calmly responded, stating that Harold's son would die regardless of the outcome. As he spoke, a faint blue aura surrounded his sword. This caused Harold's son to hesitate, and he instinctively backed away. Aaron, adopting a battle stance, continued, offering what he called mercy to Harold's son. However, Harold's son, narrowing his eyes, recognized the stance Aaron had assumed. It was the same one used by the opponent who had previously injured his arm. Determined not to be fooled again, Harold's son hurled his axe with deadly precision, using all his strength. Aaron tracked the axe's flight, but was caught off guard when Harold's son suddenly vanished. Before Aaron could react, Harold's son reappeared behind him and swung his axe down, shouting, "I'll send you to Munin." In a split second, Aaron used magic to evade the strike. His glowing blue eyes shows the sign of magic. Harold's son, surprised, wondered if Aaron had used sorcery to escape the attack. However, Harold's son growled, "He is still too slow," and attacked again, landing a blow on Aaron's armor, forcing him to retreat. Aaron, struggling to keep up with the relentless barrage of attacks, found himself increasingly frustrated, unable to see and predict Harold's son's moves clearly. A few weeks earlier at the training ground, Rommel observed Aaron practicing and suggested they stop for the day. Aaron, slightly winded but determined, refused and insisted on continuing. Rommel, trying to get Aaron to rest, threw a small rock at him, hitting his shoulder. Despite the pain, Aaron didn't back down. Rommel threw several more rocks in rapid succession, prompting Aaron to focus his mana to enhance his senses. With this heightened awareness, Aaron easily tracked and dodged the rocks with precision. He then closed the distance and pointed his sword at Rommel's neck with a smirk, demonstrating his skill and resolve. In the present, Haroldson's assault on Aaron was relentless, and one of his strikes landed, forcing Aaron to stagger back. Frustrated, Aaron struggled to keep up with Haroldson's speed. As the giant leaped into the air with his axes raised for a devastating strike, Aaron's focus sharpened. The memory of his earlier training with Rommel resurfaced, and he suddenly saw Haroldson's attack pattern clearly. When the giant descended, Aaron seized the moment, launching a counterattack. Caught off guard, Haroldson instinctively raised his axes to block, but Aaron unleashed his great sword arts, fourth form, Cyclone. The powerful technique shattered Haroldson's axes and left him severely wounded. With a confident smile, Aaron locked eyes with his opponent and declared, "I see you now," signaling his mastery of the situation and his growing dominance in the battle. Haroldson, clutching his bleeding side, struggled to staunch the flow of blood as his mind replayed the events that led to his current defeat. Bitterly, he reflected on how he had crossed the Iron Wall and captured the Iron Stronghold, only for it all to be undone by Aaron. Enraged, Haroldson roared at Aaron, shaking with fury and cursing him. Despite the outburst, Aaron remained calm and unfazed. With a growl, Haroldson lunged at Aaron, swinging his axe with his left hand, but Aaron easily sidestepped the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Aaron kicked Haroldson in his injured side, causing him to stagger backward in pain. Haroldson, desperate and furious, swung his axe again. This time, Aaron struck the weapon with his sword, sending it flying from his grasp. Without hesitation, Aaron pointed his sword at Haraldson's neck and declared coldly, "This is my land now. Take your people and leave. Never even think about returning. Swear it to him." Then Aaron sheathed his sword, leaving Harald's son stunned. He extending his hand in a gesture of negotiation, Aaron offered a solution. He will give him and his people a land where they can live in peace. This unexpected offer left Harald's son speechless, as he stood on the precipice of a choice that would decide the fate of his people. Harald's son froze, stunned by Aaron's unexpected offer of peace. After a moment of silence, he grew serious and declared, "Kill me. I swore my life to Munin, the god of war, to protect this land. I won't break that oath." Aaron's expression darkened as he responded, "So you choose death, even after you've already lost?" Harald's son sneered, dismissing Aaron's words. "Fool, you foreigners can't understand how important this land is to us." Aaron, unfazed, shot back, "And you're foreign to us. Of course, we don't understand each other. Instead of wasting time trying to, we should focus on living. Me on my land, and you on the land I'm offering you." Harald's son studied Aaron for a moment before chuckling grimly. "En alliance? I sense your sincerity, but you don't understand. My brothers and I follow Munin, the god of war. To die on the battlefield is the ultimate blessing for us. Killing us is granting our wish." Aaron frowned, confused by Haraldson's words, but Harald's son continued, his voice resolute. "If you truly want an alliance with our kind, there's something you must do." From a distance, Cheryl watched the exchange, muttering under her breath, "This truce talk is dragging on." Rommel, standing beside Cheryl, commented on the northern giants' pride as warriors, acknowledging that negotiating with them would be challenging. At that moment, Aaron suddenly beheaded Harald's son, silencing the chief permanently. Cheryl and Rommel gasped in shock, calling out to Aaron in disbelief. Aaron raised his bloodied sword and declared, "I, Aaron, Duke of Brahn, have slain the enemy's chief." His actions enraged the northern giants within the iron stronghold, but despite their fury, they began retreating, unable to retaliate against their fallen leader. Turning to Cheryl and Rommel, Cheryl demanded to know why Aaron had killed Harald's son when he had promised to negotiate. Aaron, his demeanor subdued, avoided her gaze and simply replied, "Let's go." "Go where?" Cheryl asked, confused. Aaron pointed into the distance and said, "To deal with the real threat." Soon after, Cheryl created a portal at a cliff Aaron had marked on the map. The three emerged through the portal on horseback, the cold air biting at their skin. Aaron's mind replayed Haraldson's final words. "If you truly want an alliance with our kind, there's a mountain covered in northern lights." Looking up at the sky, Aaron whispered, "Aurora Borealis." Before he could continue, Cheryl called his attention to a small village below the mountain. As Aaron, Cheryl, and Rommel approached the village, Cheryl asked if they were about to meet Haraldson's cousin. Aaron nodded, recalling that Harald's son had mentioned his cousin, Eric the dwarf, as someone they needed to talk to. Rommel scanned the area warily, questioning if it was safe. Aaron recalled another warning from Harald's son. "That blind crow already knows you're coming. Bring a gift of goodwill." Soon, they encountered Eric. The dwarf eyed them suspiciously and stated that if they sought an alliance, they first needed to prove their goodwill. Aaron pointed to the bags on their horses, but Eric wasn't impressed. After a brief hesitation, Aaron retrieved a bottle of holy water, offering it as a gift. He explained this will extend your lifespan. Eric recognition and acknowledged the gift with a nod. He said this is what he saw in his dream, and he accepting it. In return, Eric offered a prophecy of Munin. Aaron, confused, asked about it. Eric began to recite. "The body blessed by the dragon's gift. A ruler who has walked with a dragon. A stranger who opposes the dragon. An existence that lights the path ahead." As Eric spoke, Aaron's vision was overwhelmed with a dazzling array of stars, their light shimmering in the dark sky. Cheryl, noticing Aaron's distracted state, called out, tapping his shoulder, and asked what's wrong with him. The conversation had ended, and Eric was heading out. Aaron, in a confused state, asked if Eric had sprinkled stars in the sky. Cheryl, frustrated by Aaron's question, scolded him for his fanciful thinking, reminding him that it was simply a starry night and that Eric couldn't have literally scattered stars across the sky. Before his expedition to the Black Continent, Aaron formed an alliance with the northern giant, Eric, to eliminate remaining external threats. As he traveled across the kingdom, preparing for the final mission, he met with Cain. During their handshake, Cain squeezed Aaron's hand painfully, prompting Aaron to pull back, complaining of the pain. Cain, visibly upset, criticized Aaron for giving rations and holy water to the barbarians, questioning how Aaron could have made such a promise. Aaron calmly explained that, should they face an unknown attack while on the Black Continent, the situation would worsen if they ignored potential threats. Cain, frustrated, slammed his hand and scratched his head, still clearly troubled. Aaron asked if his actions had been hasty, to which Cain reluctantly admitted that, although Aaron had made a sound decision, the kingdom's dire situation was exacerbated by their support of the barbarians. Cain expressed concern that this would lead to more suffering for their people, especially since the production of holy water had been cut in half. Aaron, confused, inquired about the reduction in production, and Cain explained that it was due to a lack of holy power, mentioning Cecilia in passing. Aaron immediately moved away to meet Cecilia, saying they would continue their discussion later. As Aaron left, Cain muttered wistfully, wishing Kainus were present to help with the situation. Cecilia journeyed up a freezing mountain toward the old temple of the goddess Vivian, using her diminishing holy power to combat the cold. As she climbed, she realized her prayers were not being answered and decided to take more drastic action. Upon reaching the temple, she dismounted her horse and knelt before the sacred structure, praying for guidance from Lady Vivian. After some time, when Cecilia opened her eyes, she was deeply troubled to find that the holy power still did not respond. Her heart sank as she faced the realization that even in the presence of the temple, her prayers were unanswered. Just then, a powerful gust of wind struck her, throwing her toward a cliff's edge. The wind then lifted her into the air, leaving her suspended and terrified. Believing that she would fall to her death, she closed her eyes and called out to the goddess in desperation. At that moment, Kainus appeared in his dragon form, catching her midair. He gently landed on the mountainside and set her down. Trembling with gratitude, Cecilia thanked him for saving her. Kainus, however, seemed distracted, thinking to himself about how even Vivian hadn't responded to Cecilia's prayers, reflecting on her laziness. As Cecilia stood up without kneeling, Kainus, surprised, remarked on her boldness, teasing her for not showing proper reverence. Cecilia met Kainus's gaze firmly and explained that, though it was her first time encountering a dragon up close, she was Lady Vivian's saintess and would kneel to no one but her goddess. Kainus chuckled, calling her an oddity for still defending a god who didn't respond to her prayers. His irritation grew as he wondered why Vivian had made mana unusable. Cecilia interrupted his thoughts, stepping closer and calmly saying she could sense Vivian's presence. She pointed to a spot behind the temple and then pressed her hand against Kainus' chest, claiming the goddess's presence was there as well. Kainus, taken aback, asked what she was doing, but Cecilia explained that a chain of light was blocking the mana. When Kainus asked if she could break it, Cecilia regretfully shook her head, stating it was impossible in its current state. Kainus silently cursed Vivian, frustrated by the situation. However, Cecilia suggested that if Vivian's strength were restored, the chain might be broken, but Kainus would need to return to the place where he was originally chained. Kainus fell silent, reflecting on when he was in his human form the chain was placed on his heart. Finally, he spoke, trusting Cecilia to keep a secret. Surprised, Cecilia asked how he knew her name, but Kainus didn't answer. Instead, he unleashed a powerful roar, creating a whirlwind of mana and dust. Once the dust cleared, Kainus lying on the ground before her in his human form. Cecilia hesitated, then asked why is he here, and at this place? In the capital of the empire, Zaban, a secret gathering took place in the underground canals, with masked individuals lining up to enter a concealed chamber one at a time. Cheryl, part of the crowd, stood with her hood drawn low over her face, observing her surroundings. She felt uneasy, questioning if this was truly the home of the sage, as the large number of people made it seem suspiciously obvious. As she scanned the line ahead of her, Cheryl's attention was suddenly caught by a woman entering the line. Her heart stopped when she recognized the woman. Without a doubt, it was her mother. Isabel, disguised under a hood, patiently waited in a line to meet a sage renowned for his ability to foresee the future. When her turn arrived, she entered a dimly lit room where the sage sat with a glowing magical crystal ball in front of him. A guard pushed her closer to the sage, and though she hesitated, she eventually sat down. The sage asked what she wished to know, and Isabel firmly replied that she wanted to know the future of her children. The sage explained that knowing the future required a steep price, prompting Isabel to place a heavy bag of coins on the table without hesitation. He warned her that the present continuously shaped the future, making it a fragile subject to reveal. Still, she insisted, saying she would wait as long as necessary. When asked for her children's names, she replied, Aaron Karen and Cheryl Karen. At that moment, the sage froze in shock, and his silence unsettled her. She asked if something was wrong, but he avoided answering directly. Instead, he requested her to remove her hood and place her hand on the crystal ball. Reluctantly, Isabel revealed her face. The sage immediately recognized her. It was Isabel, the mother of Aaron and Cheryl, who was presumed to be dead. She placed her hand on the glowing crystal ball, and a burst of golden light filled the room. After a long pause, the sage announced that he had seen the vision she sought. Desperately, Isabel demanded to know when and how her children would die. Her question shocked the sage, who darkly remarked that she wasn't interested in their lives, only their deaths. Despite his disapproval, Isabel insisted, placing another bag of coins on the table. Reluctantly, the sage revealed that, in about 20 years, Aaron and Cheryl would die at the hands of Emperor Zerone. As Isabel left, the sage called a guard and whispered instructions for him to follow her and report everything about her life. Once she was gone, the sage removed his own hood, revealing himself to be Gayle, a philosopher of the Zaban Empire, and the soul that inhabited Aaron's body. Gayle was shocked, questioning how Isabel was alive since he believed she had died before his father was dethroned. Gayle's backstory revealed that, after being rejected by Duke Rhinon in his quest for revenge, he had started from nothing. Using his knowledge of the future, he gained fame as a fortune teller. His predictions earned him the titles the Sage of the Future and the Philosopher of Zaban, eventually leading Isabel to seek him out. Yet, her reason for wanting to know the exact moment of her children's deaths puzzled him. Meanwhile, Isabel, now aware of her children's grim fate, sensed someone following her as she walked through the streets. Reacting instinctively, she drew a hidden dagger and fled. However, a hand suddenly grabbed her shoulder, and she prepared to strike, only to stop when she realized it was Cheryl. Cheryl, overwhelmed with emotion, hugged Isabel and tearfully demanded to know why she had disappeared from their lives. Isabel, her face hidden beneath her hood, tried to convince Cheryl that she was mistaken, but Cheryl's heartfelt cries broke through her resolve. When Cheryl begged her mother for answers, Isabel cryptically explained that she had stayed away to ensure their safety. Cheryl, confused and desperate for clarity, begged her to stay, but Isabel pulled away and said she would return in 1 year. As she walked away, she clenched her teeth in frustration, thinking to herself that she had to correct the mistakes she had made and ensure her family's safety. Unbeknownst to her, Gayle's guard continued to follow her, tasked with uncovering everything about her life. Cheryl, devastated, immediately teleported herself back to her brother Aaron. She excitedly told him that their mother was alive, but Aaron remained calm and quiet, brushing off her excitement. He pointed to the nearly completed ships in the harbor, emphasizing their preparation for the Black Continent expedition. While he feigned understanding of her news, his thoughts revealed his singular focus on the expedition and his obsession with the impending war. Aaron, or rather, Gayle's soul within Aaron, was consumed by his plans for the Black Continent, unaware of the role Isabel would play in his destiny. The story progresses 3 weeks into the advancement unit's perilous voyage toward the Black Continent. The crew, led by Captain Jacqueline, faces growing tension as their mission remains shrouded in uncertainty. Standing atop the ship with her telescope, Jacqueline scans the horizon for signs of the anticipated danger. Below, Aaron anxiously questions her findings, only to hear the frustrating response that nothing has appeared yet. Aaron's unease deepens, his thoughts spiraling as he wonders if the records he relied on were false. His tension contrasts sharply with the disgruntled attitude of his younger sister, Cheryl, who approaches him complaining about the monotony of the journey. She laments missing the opportunity to learn more about their mother back in the kingdom and mocks Aaron's earlier promises of adventure, including encountering a sea serpent the size of a ship. Their sibling banter quickly escalates, with Cheryl expressing frustration over her involvement and Aaron reminding her that she had accepted advance payment in return for her cooperation. Dismissing him, Cheryl retreats to the cabin, leaving Aaron to mutter regrets about the price he paid for her participation. Suddenly, the ship lurches violently, breaking the tension. Aaron demands an explanation, and Jacqueline swiftly announces the presence of a sea serpent beneath the vessel, warning the crew to brace for a whirlpool. The calm routine shatters into chaos as the ship's stability falters. Cheryl reappears on deck, sarcastically remarking that even the sea serpent seems to want payment for their intrusion. Jacqueline descends to the deck, issuing commands to prepare for battle. The crew scrambles to their stations as the whirlpool grows, threatening to pull the ship under. Aaron turns to Cheryl, reminding her of the plan they agreed upon. With a determined nod, Cheryl summons her fiery bird using the Fire Wing spell and takes to the sky. From above, she observes the swirling chaos, her analytical mind racing. The sheer size of the whirlpool defies her expectations, raising questions about the serpent's true scale. When the sea serpent finally emerges, its immense size is both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Without hesitation, Cheryl casts Thunder Spear, striking the creature with a bolt of golden lightning. The attack briefly disrupts the whirlpool, stabilizing the ship, though Cheryl realizes the damage inflicted is minimal. Her small victory is short-lived as the enraged serpent lunges at her with gaping jaws. Cheryl narrowly evades the attack, her heart racing as she comprehends the creature's colossal size. From the deck, Jacqueline spots the serpent and orders the crew to fire the cannons. Cannonballs rain down on the creature, creating plumes of smoke and water, but their efforts are in vain. The serpent emerges unscathed, its mana barrier protecting it from harm. The beast retaliates, destroying a nearby vessel with a single swipe of its tail. The sight of the ship's destruction sends Jacqueline into a fit of rage, cursing the serpent, while Aaron urges her to steer their ship closer to the creature. Though reluctant to risk their only means of escape, Jacqueline agrees, recognizing there's no other choice. As the ship draws nearer, Aaron unleashes his great sword arts, piercing wind attack, while Cheryl fires a powerful spell strike. Their combined efforts result in a massive explosion, but as the smoke clears, the serpent remains unscathed, its mana shield intact. The serpent begins charging a devastating breath attack, leaving the crew scrambling for survival. Cheryl swoops down on her fiery bird, urging Aaron to climb aboard. Moments later, the serpent unleashes its destructive breath, obliterating the ship and forcing the remaining crew into the turbulent waters. As the serpent prepares to attack again, Aaron shouts at Cheryl to ascend, but she remains frozen, her face pale with shock. When Aaron demands an explanation, Cheryl finally speaks, her voice trembling. She reveals the source of her fear. Another threat has arrived. Aaron turns his gaze to the sky and is met with a sight more terrifying than the sea serpent. A dragon, its massive wings casting a shadow over the chaos below, descending toward them. Kainuz, in his dragon form, appeared suddenly, flying toward Cheryl and Aaron. Cheryl immediately warned Aaron and began preparing a fire spell. However, before she could cast it, Kainuz zipped past them with remarkable speed, heading straight for Leviathan, the sea serpent. Cheryl noticed a burn mark on Kainuz and realized he was the same dragon she had fought at the old castle. Kainuz engaged Leviathan, sinking his razor-sharp teeth into the sea serpent, causing it to cry out in pain. Kainuz then attempted to communicate with Leviathan telepathically, urging it to regain control. But instead of responding, Leviathan charged a breath attack aimed at Kainuz, who swiftly dodged and remarked telepathically on Leviathan's loss of reason and reliance on instincts. The battle escalated as Kainuz skillfully dodged multiple breath attacks from Leviathan. He launched his own breath attack in return. Meanwhile, Aaron, witnessing the fierce fight, wondered why Kainuz was fighting the sea serpent. Cheryl quickly recognized the opportunity and urged Aaron to act, suggesting they save as many people as they could while Kainuz and Leviathan were distracted. Aaron, determined to act, agreed despite Cheryl's concerns about the sea serpent's overwhelming strength. Cheryl summoned a firebird to carry them closer to the action, while Aaron worried about how to penetrate Leviathan's mana shield with his sword. Leviathan, coiling its tail around Kainuz, began to crush him, but Kainuz fought back, slashing at Leviathan's eye, causing it to bleed. Aaron, spotting the opening, instructed Cheryl to get them closer to Leviathan's eye. Kainuz and Leviathan continued their battle, with breath attacks colliding in violent clashes. Kainuz thought to himself about the increasing power of Leviathan's magic. He dodged another attack, then darted forward, delivering a claw strike to Leviathan. In retaliation, Leviathan tried to bite Kainuz but missed, and Kainuz bit into Leviathan's neck, causing it to scream in pain. Seeing an opening, Aaron and Cheryl arrived at the scene. Kainuz, noticing them, released Leviathan to focus its attention on the pair. Aaron leaped from the firebird, plunging his sword into Leviathan's eye, twisting it to inflict more pain, and shouting for the rampaging to stop. Leviathan thrashed, and Aaron called to Cheryl, who guided the firebird closer, so Aaron could jump back onto it. Meanwhile, Kainuz prepared a final, devastating attack. He unleashed a massive fire breath attack that hit Leviathan square in the face, beginning the process of melting it. Aaron, seeing Leviathan's body start to melt, urgently warned Cheryl that it was about to explode. Cheryl, pushing her summon to its limits, tried to speed up their escape. Just as they were about to leave, Leviathan's body erupted in a huge explosion, knocking Cheryl unconscious and causing her summon to disappear, sending both Aaron and Cheryl plummeting into the ocean. Aaron, before losing consciousness, smiled faintly, thinking, "We did it." Later, Aaron awoke on the beach, coughing seawater. As he regained his bearings, he saw the others who had been with them scattered on the shore, all unconscious. Spotting Cheryl, he rushed to her side, shouting for her to wake up. She stirred at his voice, and Aaron, relieved, thanked the heavens. Cheryl, groggy, asked him to let go of her. But before they could speak further, a voice called out, "Good to see you." Startled, Aaron turned to find Kainuz standing nearby. With a smirk, Kainuz greeted them, saying, "Welcome to the Black Continent." Kainuz explains his arrival to Aaron, who sarcastically remarks on his great timing, considering Kainuz came late but still managed to rescue them from the sea. After briefly contemplating how challenging it must have been to search for them, Aaron focuses on the fact that they survived thanks to Kainuz. He asks if Kainuz knows anything about the land they're on, to which Kainuz reveals that most of the continent is covered by forests and mines, but there is a castle deep within. Aaron, puzzled, wonders if a castle implies a king, but records suggest there isn't one. This makes Aaron reconsider the ease of their mission, suspecting that tribes could be under a king's rule, complicating their conquest. He decides to have his team scout the area and gives the order to split into groups of 3. One group consists of Cheryl, Miller, and Captain Jacqueline. While scouting, Cheryl grumbles about having to work in the woods while the Lord gets to visit the castle, and she demands a break. Miller, amused, comments on her temper, while Jacqueline, irritated, reminds Cheryl that she lost a ship and should be more understanding. As the conversation escalates, Cheryl and Jacqueline argue about the complexities of setting up a portal, with Cheryl expressing doubts about its feasibility in such an unstable magical environment. Suddenly, Cheryl senses someone behind them. She casts a binding spell to restrain the person, revealing an old man. The old man, who had been casting a spell, announces that the prophecy has come true, which surprises the group. Cheryl decides to hear him out. The old man claims that the prophecy foretells a liberator who will free the slaves of the continent. Meanwhile, he becomes distracted by a butterfly, rolling around like a child when it escapes. Cheryl, unsure whether to trust him, approaches and asks about the prophecy in more detail. The old man describes a warrior with a special sword, the relic of the ruins, who will defeat the master of the continent. He insists they must find the ancient ruins, as the Slayer resides there. The group is skeptical, with Cheryl dismissing him as just a crazy guy. Despite her doubts, Captain Jacqueline suggests they continue their mission. In a nearby castle, a woman watches Kainuz, Aaron, and Rex through a magic crystal ball. She chuckles, intrigued by Kainuz's fearlessness, and notices the dragon's blessing on Aaron. The woman orders her subordinate, Logan, to invite them to the castle. As Logan bows and disappears, she mutters to herself, "I'll grant you all the honor of becoming my slave." Aaron and his group arrived at Renetra village on the Black Continent, which appeared eerily empty. As they observed their surroundings, Aaron expressed his confusion, questioning if they had arrived at the right place. Kainuz assured him that this was indeed the path to the castle. Rex pointed out the castle in the distance, prompting Aaron to reflect on its strange opulence amidst the rundown area, noting the absence of guards and the eerie stillness. His thoughts darkened as he speculated the castle might be a hollow shell filled with wealth, but lacking substance, making him optimistic that things would proceed smoothly. He instructed his group to head towards the castle. Suddenly, they heard the sound of footsteps and saw people passing by, appearing to be miners hauling strange rocks and carrying pickaxes. Aaron asked Rex where the miners were taking their load, but when Rex tried to inquire, the miners ignored him, and when he grabbed one, the person immediately pulled away. Kainuz noticed the lack of communication and sensed something familiar about the miners' energy, which intrigued him. At that moment, Logan, a figure they had not seen before, appeared and introduced himself as the butler of the mansion castle, explaining that his master, the ruler of the Black Continent, had invited them. As they followed Logan towards the castle, Aaron observed the miners and speculated that they were being controlled through some form of magic. Kainuz confirmed that magic capable of stealing souls and controlling people was more common than one might think, although it was rare for someone to control an entire population. Eren, already facing the challenges of arriving on a new continent, felt the weight of this new threat and grew more cautious. Kainu's warned him that the ruler of the Isthmus, who governed the Black Continent, was a formidable opponent. Upon reaching the castle gates, Logan opened them and led them inside. Kainu's was struck by a thought. If his intuition was correct, the ruler of the Black Continent might be his older sister. This suspicion proved true when they entered the throne room, and Kainu's sister, the ruler, sat upon the throne. She addressed Eren cryptically, calling him a being who has borrowed wings and stepped foot on this land. Eren, confused and unsure of the formality, responded by identifying himself as Eren, the Lord of Brahn territory, and opted to skip the formal greetings. The ruler, unfazed, dismissed the customs of the Western Empire and agreed to proceed on her terms. She then thought to herself that more arrogant individuals were easier to manipulate, hinting at an ulterior motive. She turned to Logan, instructing him to bring out the prepared items. Logan quickly complied, leaving Eren puzzled. The ruler explained that in her land, sharing a drink with strangers was the customary first greeting and announced her intention to raise a toast in their honor. Logan brought 4 glasses of wine, and the ruler picked one, mentioning that the toast was in celebration of reuniting with an old friend, referring to the group. Eren, still uncertain about the ruler's intentions, glanced at Kainu's, who looked visibly angry. Logan then offered the glasses to everyone, encouraging them to drink. The ruler, privately thinking about her plans to turn Eren into a more obedient slave, chuckled. Kainu's telepathically warned Eren to stop the ruler's nonsense. She responded telepathically, irritated by his audacity. When Eren poured the wine from his glass onto the floor, citing his difficulty in accepting the custom, the ruler's calm demeanor faltered. She, now flustered, asked whether Eren was an ally or an enemy. Eren responded that he had no interest in the wine, whether it was poisoned or not, and broke the glass on the floor. Finally, Eren took a defensive stance, unsheathing his sword and declaring that he had business to attend to.
In the heart of the Black Continent, within the throne room draped in ancient shadows and burning torchlight, stood Krumla, the supreme ruler of the land and sister to the dragon Kainu's. Her presence exuded dominance, wrapped in regal beauty and dread power. When Eren dared to point his sword at her, her eyes narrowed in cold fury. Without a word, she clenched the delicate glass goblet in her hand until it shattered in her grip, crimson wine spilling like blood across her fingers. "You're arrogant, and stupid beyond belief," she said, her voice low and venomous, laced with restrained wrath. Then, without warning, she let out a chilling laugh that echoed through the grand hall, unsettling everyone present. Eren, momentarily unsure of what he had triggered, stood firm, but confusion flickered across his face. Krumla's eyes began to glow with a deep, eerie violet light. A sinister grin slowly stretched across her lips as she whispered darkly, "I will make you regret everything you've done." With that, she unleashed her aura, a monumental wave of pressure that slammed into the room like a storm. Everyone present felt its crushing weight. Her servant, Logan, collapsed instantly, unconscious. Rex dropped to his knees, gasping for air, while Eren trembled violently, barely staying on his feet under the suffocating pressure. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Eren struggled to remain upright and thought, "This woman, she's not just some powerful witch. This isn't the pressure of a monster. It's something far more terrifying." Krumla's voice cut through the air like a blade. "Have you finally realized?" Eren tried to move, but each step felt like dragging chains through a tidal wave. "Damn it. We still have so much to do." Then, before his eyes, Krumla's body began to shift, her form expanding, contorting. A horrified gasp escaped Eren's lips as the transformation completed and she emerged in her true form, a colossal, 5-headed dragon, her scales glistening like obsidian, her presence filling the chamber with primal fear. Without hesitation, she lunged at Eren with the full intent to kill. But before her devastating strike could land, a massive figure stepped forward, Kainu's, who had been standing silently beside Eren. In an instant, he too transformed into his dragon form and intercepted the attack. The clash sent shockwaves through the chamber, and Kainu's retaliated with a powerful counterattack that launched Krumla into the stone wall behind her. Recovering swiftly, Krumla snarled, "How dare you side with the humans?" One of her heads inhaled, glowing with intense heat before unleashing a torrent of fire. Kainu's evaded the blast with fluid speed and darted behind her to strike. But just before his attack could land, she sneered, "Foolish creature!" And her massive tail whipped around, striking him and sending him crashing into the opposite wall. Yet Kynes was not done. Shaking off the debris, he launched himself forward once more to engage her head-on. Watching the titanic clash of dragons, Eren stood frozen, sweat dripping down his brow. His eyes widened as recognition struck. That dragon, at sea, he helped us. It was him. Kynes. As the battle raged, Kynes managed to pin Krumila momentarily and turned his head toward Eren, shouting, "Go! Get out of here!" Gritting his teeth, Eren spun around and rushed to Rex, who was still weak on the ground. Shaking him awake, he said urgently, "We need to get out of here. Now!" Krumila caught sight of Eren trying to escape and began to move toward him, but Kynes anticipated her and struck first. A blast of flame erupted from his jaws, slamming into her and forcing her back with a shriek of pain. "I'll deal with my sister!" Kynes roared. Eren didn't look back. He and Rex escaped the throne room as the two dragons collided again, their roars shaking the very castle walls. Running down the corridor, they found themselves in a twisting passage that seemed to loop endlessly. Panting, Eren muttered in frustration, "Damn it, this place is a maze." Just then, Rex's eyes widened in alarm. "Something's coming," he warned, drawing his sword. Eren turned toward him, still catching his breath, and saw it too, a swarm of monsters emerging from the shadows. Without hesitation, Eren unsheathed his sword. "Looks like we don't have a choice. Let's finish this." Together, they charged into the fray. Their blades sang as they cut through the horde, their swordsmanship fluid and deadly. One by one, the creatures fell until the corridor was littered with the bodies of the slain. Rex exhaled a breath of relief and asked, "Is that it? Are we done?" But Eren's gaze was fixed beyond him. "No, not yet." Rex turned, confused. "What are you?" Suddenly, from the darkness, the flapping of wings filled the air. Flying monsters emerged, shrieking as they descended toward them. Eren sighed, exasperated. "You're all so tiresome. I'll end this quickly." Raising his sword high, he drew in a deep breath, then shifted into a combat stance. A swirling green aura enveloped his blade. Great sword technique, Scythe of the Wind! A massive blade of wind-infused energy arced through the air, slicing cleanly through the incoming monsters. Their bodies dropped lifelessly to the ground. Eren took a deep breath, lowering his sword, and gestured to Rex. "Come on! Let's go!" But Rex didn't move. "Rex?" Eren turned and saw him standing still, trembling. As he stepped closer, a chill gripped his chest. Rex's eyes had rolled back, and thin streams of white fumes leaked from his mouth. "He's poisoned!" Before Eren could react further, a deafening noise erupted behind Rex, the screeching, writhing sound of something unnatural. Eren looked up and his eyes went wide in horror. A massive earthworm-like creature, its segmented body lined with centipede legs and a gaping, serrated maw, lunged toward them from the corridor. And it was coming fast. Eren stepped forward, placing himself between Rex and the monstrous creature, his jaw clenched tightly. His fingers tightened around the hilt of his sword as his thoughts surged with urgency. "Damn it! If I want to save Rex, I need to break through this thing fast." His gaze locked on the grotesque earthworm-like monster, its centipede legs twitching grotesquely. Eren assessed its bulk with a tense breath. "It's heavy, but manageable." Planting his feet firmly, he shifted into a combat stance. "I'll send you back to the abyss where you belong." Focusing his mind, he channeled his mental strength into the blade, then layered it with the radiant force of the dragon's blessing. Wind began to swirl around him as he invoked one of his advanced sword techniques, Piercing Gale. With a roar, Eren dashed forward like a streak of light. In a single, fluid motion, he slashed through the monster's body, cutting it cleanly in two. Its massive form quivered and collapsed with a sickening thud. Eren exhaled sharply, turning to Rex. "Wake up! We have to move!" He knelt beside him, lifting his arm to support him. But just as he helped Rex to his feet, an eerie sound rose from behind, a squelching, bubbling noise. Eren froze, turning his head slowly toward the bisected corpse. His eyes widened in disbelief as the severed worm began to writhe, its tissues pulsating. In mere seconds, the two halves rejoined, and the creature stood whole again, only this time, it had grown larger. His chest tightened. It regenerated? And it's getting stronger? The worm lunged again, mouth agape and legs flailing. Cursing under his breath, Eren planted his feet, sword raised. "You damn freak!" he growled, swinging with all his might. The blade cleaved through the worm once more, spraying dark ichor. But to his horror, the creature's body began healing again, faster this time. What the hell is this thing? The worm surged toward him again with terrifying speed. Back in the throne room, the ground trembled as Kynes was hurled into a stone wall by Krumla. Before he could rise, her massive dragon form pounced on him, reverting to her humanoid self mid-leap and driving a brutal kick into his side. Doing your own thing again? Did you really think you could stop me, you little shit? She spat, her voice laced with fury. Blood spilled from Kynes' mouth as he coughed, grimacing in pain. It's for Danui. Krumla's eyes narrowed with rage, and she lunged forward, sinking her fangs into his neck. You think I'll fall for that sentimental crap? Kynes' body trembled from the pain, but he forced out the words. Don't you want to conquer the western continent too? That gave her pause. She released his neck, her eyes narrowing. What are you talking about? I'll help you, he said, voice hoarse but steady. How? She demanded. Kynes gave a weak smile. Right now, through that human. He holds the right of succession. His claim to the throne grows stronger every day. Once he returns from this place, war will erupt. And in that chaos, you can seize control of the West. I'll make Eren yours to use, for your plans, sister. Krumla blinked, momentarily intrigued, then burst into laughter. Still as arrogant as ever, brother, she said, slamming him to the ground and summoning magical chains that bound him. Why would I ever believe you? Sister, stop this. Let me go, Kynes pleaded. She stepped back, reverting into her human form. Her expression darkened as she looked down at him. Clever, cunning Kynes. You've lied to me again and again, always slipping through my grasp. But now, at last I have you. Raising her hand, she snapped her fingers, drawing back the dark energy that empowered Eren and Rex. I'll let them go, just as you asked, she said coldly. But watch as he suffers, completely broken and twisted by my hand. Be tormented by it, forever. Meanwhile, Eren's blade danced through the air as he battled the never-ending horde of monsters. He cursed under his breath, frustration mounting. Why the hell won't they stay dead? Each time he cut one down, it simply regenerated or was replaced by another. But then, the monsters began to vanish. All except one, the giant earthworm. Eren narrowed his eyes. That one, it's the source. The creature began retreating, slithering back into the shadows. I'm not letting you escape, Eren muttered, stepping forward and raising his sword. But just as he moved to strike, a hand seized his shoulder. Duke! Get a hold of yourself! Rex shouted, his voice cutting through the haze. Eren turned, startled. How are you awake? You were poisoned! Rex looked him in the eye, his tone urgent. There's nothing here! Eren stared at him, confused. What do you mean? That thing is right there! He spun around, but the corridor was now empty. No worm. No monsters. Just cold stone and silence. I don't believe it, he whispered. This was all an illusion. As reality returned to him, the oppressive presence faded. Was it Kynes who dispelled it? Eren turned to Rex. Let's get out of here. Now. Rex nodded immediately. Without hesitation, the two of them dashed down the corridor, leaving the cursed throne room behind. As they ran, Eren's thoughts drifted to Kynes. I don't know if you defeated that monster, but I'll trust your words for now. But if you don't come back alive, I swear I'll come for you myself. As Cheryl, Miller, and Captain Jacqueline pressed onward through the dense forest, the daylight slowly faded into twilight and then into the deep shadows of night. Their search had been long and exhausting, but finally, Cheryl halted and raised her hands, beginning to weave the intricate gestures of a teleportation spell. A shimmering portal crackled to life before them. Peering carefully through the swirling vortex, Cheryl's brow furrowed. The landscape on the other side was unfamiliar, twisted, alien. Where is this place? She wondered, a flicker of unease crossing her mind. Miller leaned closer, scrutinizing the view. Aside from this, it doesn't look like the place I was aiming for. Cheryl bit her lip, considering. Could the magic be unstable? She thought. Still, as long as it leads to an empire, it should be close enough. Miller snorted, a mocking grin tugging at his lips. Typical of you, a half-baked magician who can only tear things apart. Cheryl snapped around, her eyes blazing with anger. I'm good at destroying things. And you? You're just old and wheezing. Miller's face reddened, his own temper flaring in response. Captain Jacqueline stepped between them, raising a hand. Enough. Just drop it already. Cheryl huffed, crossing her arms. You wouldn't understand the depths of magic anyway. Common folk like you wouldn't. She glanced back at the portal, her voice hardening. The gateway's open. Go tell my brother. I'm going through. Before Miller could protest, she stepped forward and vanished into the swirling portal. Hey! That's no way to speak to an elder. Where are you running off to? Hey! Miller barked after her, frustration spilling from his voice. Jacqueline gripped Miller's arm firmly. Be patient. As the portal shimmered and Cheryl disappeared, Jacqueline sighed, rubbing Miller's shoulder to calm him. Come on, instead of wasting energy on pointless arguments, let's focus on our mission. Miller grumbled but nodded, and the two turned away from the portal. I could really use a beer after all this, Miller muttered. Jacqueline cracked a rare smile. When we get back, we'll have a big one. Miller's lips twitched in a chuckle. That sounds good. But behind them, shadows of a strange pink hue began to shift silently in the dark forest. Watching from within the portal, Cheryl caught sight of the shadows and frowned. Oh? What's this, a ghost? She mused, stepping back from the portal's edge. Doesn't concern me. They'll manage without me. With that, she turned her attention elsewhere, determination in her eyes. I've done my part. Now it's time to dig into Mother's affairs. The scene shifted deep beneath the imperial capital of Jabin, in the dim, echoing underground waterways. A crowd had gathered, lined up before a heavy stone door, all waiting for a meeting with the revered sage. The tension was thick in the stale air. Suddenly, the sage's guard swung the door open and called out sharply. The wise man will not be seeing anyone today. Everyone must leave. Outrage erupted instantly. Voices shouted back in protest. No! How dare you do this after we've waited half a day? This is unacceptable. Even those who've waited deserve an audience. The guard's tone hardened. It is the will of the sage. Leave now. If you defy this, you will never see him again. Reluctantly, the crowd began to disperse, murmuring complaints but powerless to change the order. Once the last person was gone and the door sealed shut, the guard approached the sage. Have all the visitors left? The sage asked. Yes, my lord, the guard replied. How much have you learned about that woman? The sage pressed. The guard shook his head. We could find no fixed residence. No one of interest to question. She belongs nowhere, a wanderer without a permanent home. The sage frowned, troubled by the vagueness. The guard continued. After some time of inactivity, she suddenly appeared at the Enon temple. Isabel arrived at the temple alone, stepping cautiously through the quiet halls. Please, it has to be here, she whispered, eyes scanning the room. Moments later, she spotted a faint glow in the distance and hurried toward it. Approaching carefully, she whispered, Finally, I found it. As she reached out, an invisible shield flickered into existence around the object. She exhaled. As expected, it's sealed. No way to get it without. Her voice grew resolute. I must use that power too. Placing her hand on the shimmering barrier, she began to chant, invoking the name of Abarak, the master god of the lower deity Enon. In the name of Abarak, release the seal! The shield shattered like glass. She grasped the relic and tossed it lightly into the air. Area grab! A brilliant light radiated from it, and the air around swirled with powerful winds. Then, in an instant, the relic vanished. A small, triumphant smile curved her lips. With this in hand, the next step can begin. She turned and left swiftly. Behind her, the guard who had been following silently blinked in disbelief. What was that? Things disappearing into thin air, magic? Teleportation? He hurried to report the event to the sage. Back in the chamber, the guard explained everything. That woman made the relic disappear. It was Enon's, yes? The sage asked. Yes, and she spoke the name Abarak. The guard confirmed. The sage's eyes widened. Abarak, long before the fair's religion gained its current might. One of the ancient gods revered before the modern faith took hold. Stealing another faith's relic using divine power, could my mother truly have had divine power herself? And why take the relic of Enon, the once mighty god now fallen? What is she trying to accomplish? Where is this woman now? The sage demanded. She's at an inn near the capital, resting for a time. The guard replied. Shall we bring her in? The sage shook his head, raising a hand. No. Observe her closely. Do not lose sight. and summon the Bloodians. The Bloodians, an elite, shadowy intelligence network founded by the sage himself, were known for their ruthless efficiency. Their covert operations included espionage, abduction, and assassination, all aimed at ensuring the sage's prophecy came to pass. Their only mission was to make the sage's vision a reality, acting as his unseen hands and ears. The sage's lips curved into a grim smile. "See you soon, Mother." Miller and Captain Jacqueline continued their steady march through the dense forest. The shadows grew longer as time passed, and Miller, clearly worn out, finally broke the silence. "Captain," he panted, wiping sweat from his brow. "Are we really going to keep walking until dawn? Maybe it's better if we just camp here for a while." Jacqueline glanced over her shoulder without slowing her pace. "Just a little further. We agreed to meet at midnight. I don't want to owe anyone an excuse for being late." Miller let out a frustrated sigh but kept following her lead. As they walked, something caught his eye, a faintly carved cross mark etched into the bark of a nearby tree. He pointed to it and said, "Captain, isn't that our mark? Looks like we might have come full circle." Jacqueline turned toward the tree, her eyes narrowing as she studied the crude carving. "That's Miller's handiwork," she thought. "We marked our path when we came through here, but what if, are we lost?" A sudden movement in the shadows behind them snapped her attention away from the tree. Dark, indistinct figures slipped between the trees, silent and ominous. Without hesitation, Jacqueline hissed, "Miller, draw your weapon!" She unsheathed her hammer and lunged toward the nearest figure, swinging it in a powerful vertical arc. But to her shock, the masked figure vanished like a wisp of smoke, leaving her hammer to crash uselessly against the dirt. What the hell was that? She wondered, heart pounding. More of these masked phantoms appeared, encircling them. Jacqueline's nerves tightened, but Miller shoved her backward with urgency. "Captain, fall back!" he shouted. Brandishing his short sword, Miller charged forward, yelling, "Hey! You monsters! Think you can scare me?" His blade passed through one of the figures as if it were air. His attacks did no damage. His sword simply sliced through emptiness. "Looks like my sword's useless here," Miller muttered, frustration mounting. "Fine. Then I'll just use my navigation bomb." He slid a hand into his pocket, fingers closing around the familiar shape of his fire bomb. But then Jacqueline's eyes caught the phantoms. Each one held their empty hands out, palms open and calm. "They're not attacking," she thought, narrowing her eyes. "Are they trying to get us to follow them?" Miller raised his arm, ready to hurl the bomb, but Jacqueline grabbed his wrist firmly. "They don't mean to hurt us," she said with certainty. Miller blinked in confusion and looked to her for explanation. Without hesitation, Jacqueline stepped forward toward the ghostly figures. "Why have you appeared to us?" she demanded. "What is your purpose?" One of the ghosts spoke with a voice like a distant whisper. "We are those who once lived here. We have something to show you." Jacqueline's curiosity sharpened. "Is this place from long ago?" The ghost nodded. "Before the dragon claimed dominion here, this was the Black Continent." Then it beckoned them to follow. After a while, Miller and Jacqueline found themselves led to an ancient village of Renetra. The streets were alive with celebration. Loud laughter and music filled the air. Lanterns hung from buildings, casting warm glows over crowds of people feasting and dancing. Jacqueline studied the scene, thinking, a festival in progress? Miller's eyes gleamed with amazement. "I never knew a place like this existed in the Black Continent. If I could rest here for even one night, I'd have no regrets." Jacqueline frowned and replied sharply, "Don't get distracted. According to the ghost, this isn't the present. This is the Black Continent of the past, just an illusion." She turned to Miller. "Stay close." But Miller was already wandering off, drawn by the scent of roasting meat at a nearby stall. He took a bite, savoring it. Jacqueline called after him, exasperated. "Miller!" He grinned back. "I'm starting to see why that blasted Duke wants this continent so badly. This meat, sprinkled with black gold seasoning, is incredible. Want some, Captain?" Jacqueline waved him off. "No thanks. Let's keep moving." She scanned the area but realized the ghost guide had vanished. Miller frowned. "He's gone? Who was that guy anyway? I hope you didn't lose him because of me," Miller added, concerned. Jacqueline shook her head. "It's all right. He couldn't have gone far. We'll find him soon." Suddenly, a booming voice rang out through the village square. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for waiting." A figure in a colorful jester's outfit stepped onto a makeshift stage. Miller and Jacqueline turned, curious. the jester announced. Tonight's tale, the one you've all been waiting for, the story of the Black Continent's greatest hero, the Dragon Slayer. Jacqueline's mind flashed back to the old man she had met earlier. Is this what the ghost wanted to show us? She wondered aloud. The jester continued. Long ago, not too far from today, the Black Continent was a prosperous land, until dragons set their eyes on it. The repeated invasions and plundering left us drained and desperate. But in the chaos, a hero emerged. At the very edge of the continent, he found the dragon's nest and struck down the beast with his mighty sword. Thanks to his courage, peace and happiness returned. As the crowd roared in anticipation for the hero's arrival, a sudden, terrifying roar ripped through the village. Dragon? The dragon's back! Someone shouted nervously. From the sky descended Crumula, the five-headed dragon, breathing a scorching torrent of flame over the festive village, setting the streets ablaze in an instant. Crumula unleashed her fiery wrath without mercy, her scorching breath sweeping across the village like a blazing inferno. Flames engulfed the wooden buildings, their structures collapsing in roaring crashes as terrified villagers ran screaming through the smoke-filled streets. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burning wood and flesh, and one by one, the residents fell victim to the merciless dragon's assault. The entire village was consumed by fire, an unrelenting hellscape of destruction. Miller's eyes widened in horror. What's happening? He shouted, teeth clenched in furious resolve. I'm going to kill that monster. Before he could move, Jacqueline grabbed his arm, holding him back. It's useless, Miller. This isn't real. It's just a vision. The being who brought us here is showing us what happened to the Black Continent long ago. Miller blinked, confusion flickering through his anger. So this isn't real? Jacqueline's gaze hardened as she studied the burning village. This isn't over yet, she thought grimly. There's more to see. Suddenly, a man, his clothes aflame, staggered toward them through the smoke. We must call the Slayer. You have to find him, he gasped. But before he could say more, Crumula slammed one of her massive, clawed feet down on him, crushing the man into nothing but a gruesome smear. The dragon's laughter echoed, cold and cruel. Fools! Crumula mocked. The Slayer is already under my control. There's nothing left for him but to wait for death and darkness. With a powerful beat of her wings, she rose into the sky and vanished beyond the clouds. Jacqueline stumbled backward, collapsing onto the scorched earth. Miller rushed to steady her. Captain, are you all right? She forced herself to sit upright, her voice trembling despite herself. I know it's only an illusion, but it's terrifying all the same. Why is he showing us this? A ghostly figure materialized before them. Its voice was soft but filled with sorrow. I show you how the dragon took this land. After this day, all the survivors of the Black Continent became slaves to Crumula. Their souls bound by her spell, they were forced to gather jewels as offerings. When deemed useless, they were cast out into the forests to perish. Jacqueline's eyes widened. So that's what happened to the old man, the one I met earlier today? The ghost nodded solemnly. Yes. He was just a child when Crumula conquered this land. He is one of the few who still remembers the Slayer. Jacqueline's brow furrowed. Then what about the old man's prophecy? The ghost's expression grew grave. There is no prophecy. But it has long been known that only dragons, or those with power like dragons, can open the gate to the ruins. Inside those ruins, where the people once worshipped their old gods, the Slayer is imprisoned. Once the gate closes, it will remain sealed forever. The only one who can open it is the man named Aaron, the one who came to this land with you. Tell him this story. Save the Slayer. Only then can the dragon be defeated. And with that, the ghost vanished, the heavy darkness lifting as bright sunlight flooded the forest once more. Miller scratched his head in bewilderment. What in the world is going on? Jacqueline's eyes caught sight of the ruins ahead. She pointed decisively. Miller, over there. No need to overthink it. Let's go see the Duke. Meanwhile, Aaron and Rex emerged from the castle gates, making their way toward Miller and Jacqueline. Breaking the silence, Rex said cautiously, Your Grace. Aaron turned sharply toward him. If you're about to suggest we go back to Brahn, don't. Rex hesitated. But haven't you noticed? This is the land of dragons. The dragon has 5 heads. How do you expect us to defeat something like that? Aaron's gaze hardened. I don't care if I take the Black Continent or not. My priority is saving Kainuz. Rex's voice rose in alarm. But Kainuz is a dragon too. He knows the monster that rules this place. We have to let the dragons settle their own conflicts. Humans shouldn't interfere. Aaron's patience snapped. He drew his sword, pressing the tip dangerously close to Rex's throat. Say one more foolish thing, and I'll strip you of your status as a Brahn resident. Rex swallowed hard and fell silent. As you wish. Jacqueline and Miller soon arrived, and Jacqueline raised an eyebrow at the tense scene. So, the ruler of Brahn threatens his own subordinate to save another? Disappointing. But if you promise not to do that again, I can teach you how to protect your people as their lord. Interested? Without waiting for an answer, she led them toward the ancient ruins, recounting the ghost's words along the way. Aaron stepped before the massive gate of the ruins and asked, "So this is where I'll find a way to defeat the dragon?" He drew his sword and took a deep breath. Assuming a combat stance, he unleashed a powerful greatsword technique, the Wind Cutter, sending a sweeping slash crashing against the gate. As the dust settled, not even a scratch marred the ancient door. Confused, Aaron tugged at the heavy gate, trying to force it open. When his efforts failed, Miller chuckled. "Your skills suck? A strong door like this needs bombs." Jacqueline quickly intervened. "This door might not be one you can force open." She recalled the ghost's words. The man named Aaron, who has power similar to dragons, is the only one who can open it. Turning to Aaron, she said, "The ghost said you have power like a dragon. That's why you can open this door." Rex scoffed. "Lord Aaron has dragon-like powers? That's ridiculous." Aaron laughed lightly. "Is that so?" His smile puzzled everyone. "You should have told me sooner," he added. "I wasted my energy for nothing." The scene shifted to Cheryl, who had teleported to a remote location somewhere on the continent of Karen, deep within the Empire. She stretched her stiff limbs and muttered to herself, "My body feels so sore. I'm glad to be back, but why here of all places? I can't even get a decent night's sleep." Frustration crept into her voice as she suddenly shouted, "Why do I have to suffer like this?" She attempted to cast a fire wing spell to lift her spirits, but to her dismay, the magic failed to activate. "Not you too!" She sighed in disbelief. Just then, her stomach growled loudly. She grimaced, thinking, "I should really get something in my stomach. I don't even have the strength to cast spells right now." Deciding to find food, Cheryl made her way down to the nearby village. She approached the door and knocked, but there was no answer. She knocked again, this time harder, and called out, "Excuse me? Is anyone in there?" Still no response. Growing more desperate, she banged on the door and shouted, "Can someone please come out? I'm starving. If no one answers, I'm going to have to open it myself." Just as she was about to try the doorknob, a woman appeared nearby. "The owner of this house has already left town," the woman said without looking Cheryl in the eye. Cheryl turned to face her. The woman's eyes narrowed as she took in Cheryl's appearance. "What's a lady like you doing in such a rundown place? This town's no longer habitable. My family's leaving soon, too," she said, then began to walk away. "Wait," Cheryl called, catching up to her. "What do you mean? Why isn't this place habitable anymore?" The woman glanced back and asked suspiciously, "You're not from around here, are you?" Cheryl forced a nervous smile. "No, but a distant relative of mine used to live here. Seems they left already. I'm just curious. I want to know what happened." The woman hesitated, then said, "If you really want to understand, it's better if I show you instead of just telling you." A short while later, the two arrived at an old well. The woman pulled on the rope, and a bucket filled with water was drawn up. Cheryl immediately covered her nose, grimacing. "What's that horrible smell?" the woman said. "That's the town's drinking water now. At first, some people thought it was just the color, and nearly drank it. But no one could, because the stench was unbearable." Cheryl's eyes widened. "When did this happen?" "About half a month ago," the woman replied. "There was a rumor about a red river flowing in a distant city. Back then, everyone here thought it was nonsense. But a week later, the rumor proved true. People were shocked to find their drinking water stained red. After that, everyone left town to find somewhere safer to live." Cheryl thought to herself, half a month ago? That means it happened after Aaron and I left for the Black Continent. She gripped the woman's shoulder firmly and asked, "What's the situation like in the other regions?" The woman shrugged. "I don't know much. Everyone says people are heading northwest, where the land is protected by the god pears. We're in the south. Folks say the Holy Kingdom is a better place to live." Hearing this, Cheryl pondered, I wonder if the same thing is happening across the Empire. If the West is doing better, then Brahn might be alright. It's closer to the Holy Kingdom. But whether the people there are ready for whatever's coming, that's another question. Cheryl reached into her pocket and pulled out a gold coin, handing it to the woman. Here. Consider this a reward for answering my questions. I hope it helps with your move. The woman bowed respectfully. Thank you, miss. No, I mean, my lady. Cheryl smiled and waved her off. As the woman walked away, Cheryl thought to herself, I'll have to put looking into my mother on hold for now. First, I need to get to Brahn and find out what's really happening in the Empire. The root of the crisis was the Red River. This river's toxic waters spread across the Empire, devastating small villages that relied on it for drinking water. Those who fled became refugees, gathering in larger cities that were quickly overwhelmed. Supplies of food and water stored in the castles dwindled rapidly. To make matters worse, an epidemic broke out. Castles still intact stopped accepting refugees, but this was only the beginning. Eventually, even the fortified castles that turned away refugees succumbed to calamities. Rumors spread that these disasters were the wrath of a god, causing people to repent their sins. Yet, no one knew the identity of this angry deity. The scene then shifted to the papal palace of Pears, where Pope Ignace stood gazing out the window. A group of paladins entered, and he turned to them gravely. Indeed, it is deplorable, he said. All of this suffering is because of the pagans. The god Pears is angry. Servants of Pears, prepare an envoy for the imperial capital, and send messages to all the lords. We must convene with the emperor, and present him with a solution. One of Paladin asked. Do you know a way to resolve this? Pope Ignace nodded. To overcome this disaster, great faith in God is essential. Everyone in the empire must worship Pears. Paladin asked. Are you proposing that the Church of Pears become the state religion? Yes, Pope Ignace said, a grin spreading across his face. The paladins bowed deeply. You truly are the mighty saint of Pears. Now go, Pope Ignace commanded. As servants of Pears, deliver this message to the empire's nobles without delay. The paladins replied, Yes, your holiness, and departed. Left alone, Pope Ignace chuckled darkly. At last, I can avenge the shame of that day. The nobles' opposition to Aaron's actions is at its strongest. I should have no trouble winning their consent. Once Pears becomes the state religion, I will crush the Church of Vivian. And then, it's only a matter of time before Aaron, the follower of Vivian, is isolated. Pears, the great guardian, thank you. You have given this lamb a chance to corner him and exact my revenge. The scene shifted to Jabin, the imperial capital, inside a grand meeting room where Emperor Zerone sat at the head of a long table, flanked by several of his dukes. The atmosphere was tense, charged with the weight of the empire's growing crisis. Emperor Zerone's voice rang out with authority. I've received troubling reports about strange phenomena spreading throughout the empire. The capital remains untouched, for now, but we cannot afford to sit idly by. What is the current condition in each territory? A duke with striking golden hair rose to speak. Your Majesty, my estate is overwhelmed. Refugees flood in daily, desperate and destitute. Our resources are strained to the breaking point. Many have become outcasts, resorting to theft and disturbing the peace of our residents. From across the room, a duke with dark hair and a thick beard grimly reported. Our plight is worse. The crops have failed entirely. Farmers abandon their lands and flee in despair. Without tax revenue, the estate teeters on the brink of collapse. Duke Gran, a grizzled veteran, leaned forward earnestly. Emperor, at this pace, it's only a matter of time before the capital itself is affected. These vagrants, with nothing left to lose, risk becoming lawless outlaws. We must put an end to this, by force if necessary. Duke Raynon's voice rose sharply in protest. Are you seriously suggesting we raise our swords against starving citizens? Control is necessary in times of chaos. Duke Gran countered, voice firm. I'm not advocating outright attack, but without proper governance, this disorder will consume us all. Raynon stood, tension radiating from him as he retorted. Control can so easily slip into oppression. Where is your trust in the Imperial Army? Ridiculous. Gran shot back. The one being ridiculous here is you, Raynon. Their heated exchange escalated, but before it could spiral further, Emperor Zerone slammed his hand down on the table, silencing the room instantly. Every pair of eyes turned to him. We are gathered here to seek solutions, not to bicker amongst ourselves. I will not tolerate infighting at a time like this. Just then, Pope Ignace entered the chamber, his calm presence commanding attention. Your Majesty is correct. In times of crisis, the Empire must stand united. Yet beneath the surface, Dukes Gran and Rhinon voiced the same concern, though their words differ. Zerone nodded sharply. Speak plainly, Pope Ignace. The Pope's eyes gleamed with conviction. Both dukes desired the Empire's survival. One advocates protection, the other control. I propose a path that embraces both. We must declare the Church of Pears the state religion. For over 15 days, disaster has ravaged the Empire's territories, but notably, the Holy Kingdom remains untouched. It is widely believed that Pears, the god of protection, shields the kingdom. Refugees flock there in hope, but unchecked, this influx will overwhelm the Holy Kingdom while other regions collapse. The benevolent god Pears has commanded me to unite the Empire under his guidance, to spread his protection across all lands. Duke Gran nodded thoughtfully. He speaks wisdom. What say the other dukes? Voices murmured agreement, but concerns followed. Using religion to control the masses is effective, yes, but the Empire is already fractured with diverse faiths. Imposing a single-state religion risks a fierce backlash. Gran turned to Emperor Zerone. Your Majesty, what is your judgment? Before the Emperor could answer, he interrupted himself. I request a private audience with Pope Ignace. In a more secluded chamber, away from the Duke's ears, Emperor Zerone fixed Pope Ignace with a piercing gaze. It seems you were quite incensed when Valenche Castle was taken from you. Is this push to make the Church of Pears the state religion truly divine will, or an attempt to corner Aaron? The Pope chuckled softly. I follow only the command of God. Are you lying to me, before the Emperor? Zerone's voice was cold. No, Your Majesty. I would not dare. Zerone's expression softened, though a shadow of calculation flickered in his eyes. I sympathize with you. Aaron is indeed a thorn in the imperial family's side. Yet I lack grounds to remove him outright. But if Pears becomes the state religion, the Church of Vivian's influence will wane. Aaron will face a choice, either abandon Vivian's church or confront Pears' newly elevated authority. Either path confines him, curbing his ambitions. A sinister smile curled at Zerone's lips. Tell me, Pope Ignace, would you join me in this endeavor? Back in the meeting room, Emperor Zerone addressed his gathered dukes with newfound resolve. I concur with all your counsel. Effective immediately, the Church of Pears will be recognized as the state religion. All pagan temples across the Empire are to be closed. Use force if necessary to quell dissent. Some time later, in Valenche Castle within the Brahn territory, followers of the Church of Vivian quietly returned. Arthur observed the grim scene. The persecution of our faith has escalated. Even hidden Vivian worshippers are being hunted. Bianca, gripping her sword, spat bitterly. Those damned Pears fanatics. At least we still have Valenche Castle. Arthur glanced at her, thoughts flickering with silent devotion. Of course, it's because you protect it, my goddess. Suddenly, a guard atop the castle wall shouted urgently. Captain? Paladins from the Church of Pears are approaching. Bianca drew her sword, ready for confrontation. What? Are they seeking a fight? Arthur placed a steadying hand on her arm. Captain, please remain calm. Fighting will only escalate tensions. Reluctantly, Bianca sheathed her sword. As the paladins arrived, their captain dismounted and unfurled a sealed letter. I bring His Majesty's order. Followers of the Church of Vivian are forbidden entry to the castle. Bianca's voice rang out, fiery and resolute. This land belongs to the Church of Vivian. I refuse to abide by a royal decree that persecutes our faithful. The paladin captain's expression hardened. Then we have no choice. He commanded his men. Arrest all Vivian followers. Chaos erupted as paladins moved to capture those loyal to Vivian. Bianca stepped forward, sword drawn, and pointed directly at the captain. Cease this at once. Unyielding, the captain declared. Those who assist Vivian's followers will be imprisoned. His Majesty's orders must be obeyed. Anyone who attacks a paladin enforces rebellion and will be executed. Bianca's mind raced, realizing the gravity of the situation. They won't relent. This is a trap to use my resistance as justification to destroy Duke Aaron. Is there nothing I can do but surrender? With a silent curse, she sheathed her sword, and the paladins restrained her. Turning to Arthur, the captain commanded. Inform the Lord of Valenche Castle that he must expel all Vivian followers immediately. Should he refuse, we will conduct our own search and purge next time. Meanwhile, on the Black Continent, deep within the shadowed corner of a dense forest, stood the entrance to ancient ruins, massive, foreboding, and sealed shut. Aaron stood before the imposing stone door, his mind racing with thoughts. After a brief moment of contemplation, he raised his voice boldly. I am Aaron, the lord of the Brahn estate on the western edge of the Karen continent. I bear the blessings of the dragon. Open this door. But the great stone door remained immovable, silent, and unyielding. Aaron waited a moment longer, then frowned in confusion. Is this not the way? He muttered under his breath. Miller, standing nearby, let out a harsh laugh. Are all noble dukes like you? You really think the door will just open because you claim your title? This isn't some ordinary castle gate, you know. Nobles can be so foolish. Aaron's expression darkened, frustration simmering beneath his calm exterior. How on earth am I supposed to open this thing? Just then, Jacqueline called out from behind him, her voice thoughtful. To open the door, maybe you need to prove yourself. Aaron turned to her, curious. Prove myself? How? Jacqueline nodded seriously. If you truly carry the dragon's blessing, that power must be unique, special. There has to be a way to prove it. Perhaps through an object only a blessed one possesses, or by demonstrating a sword skill no one else can perform. Aaron pondered this carefully. Cheryl and I are the only ones with the dragon's blessing, but our gifts are different. She wields magic, and I fight with the sword. We don't share any special artifact. His eyes sharpened as an idea struck him. The one thing we have in common is my blood. Without hesitation, Aaron drew his sword and made a shallow cut across his palm. Crimson blood welled from the wound, dripping steadily. Rex, witnessing this, gasped sharply. Your Grace! What are you doing? Aaron raised a hand to reassure him. Don't worry. I think I've found the answer. Slowly, Aaron pressed his bloody palm against the ancient door. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a deep, resonant thud followed by a low rumble, the massive stone door began to shift, grinding open inch by inch. Confusion and awe spread across the group's faces, but Aaron smiled quietly to himself. I did it. As the door fully opened, Aaron turned to his companions. I'll be back, he said confidently, stepping inside. The door closed behind him with a heavy finality. I can't leave here until I find the Slayer, Aaron thought firmly as he ventured deeper into the ruins. Time passed as Aaron cautiously explored the shadowed corridors. The silence was unnerving, no sounds of monsters or traps. I expected something more thrilling, he mused. This place isn't as exciting as I imagined. Then, in a cavernous chamber, he saw it, a giant dragon's skull, cracked and bleached by time, with a massive sword plunged through the top of its head. Aaron's lips curled into a smile. So this is the Slayer. With this, I can defeat the five-headed dragon. He stepped forward eagerly, reaching for the sword, but as his fingers touched the blade, it began to vanish, fading like smoke. Shock and confusion filled Aaron's mind. Before he could react, a sharp pain exploded in his chest. The sword suddenly pierced through him. What the? A figure emerged from the shadows, voice cold and commanding. For a long time, I've waited for you, the one who bears the dragon's blessing. Come and take the sword from me. Aaron spun to face the stranger. Who are you? Without warning, the figure pressed the sword deeper into Aaron's chest. Pain flared unbearably as the blade sliced swiftly through him. Damn it, am I going to die here? Aaron's vision blurred, and unconsciousness crept over him. Moments later, Aaron's eyes snapped open. He was back near the ruins entrance. No way. I'm back at the beginning? His heart pounded with determination. If this is some kind of cycle, I'll keep coming back until I claim that sword. All right, he muttered. As you wished, I'll take the sword from you. With renewed resolve, Aaron plunged back inside. Deeper within the ruins, Aaron approached the dragon's skull once again. The sword isn't stuck in its head, it's somewhere else. I didn't even notice him last time, Aaron thought warily. Suddenly, the same mysterious figure appeared behind him, laughing darkly as he launched an attack. But this time, Aaron sensed the movement. He spun just in time, blocking the strike. This is different. I'm ready. The figure smirked. You learn fast. Aaron struggled to keep up. He's strong, who is he? The attacker rushed forward again, taunting him. You're thinking like a rookie. My sword will tell you who I am. The clash of steel echoed loudly through the ancient chamber as their blades met. Aaron barely managed to block the flurry of strikes, each blow coming faster than he could react. Then, the opponent's sword began to glow with a fierce energy. Aaron raised his blade to block, but the impact pushed him violently backward. Sword energy, how can he gather that without any preparation? And he fights so effortlessly. The figure sneered. Is that all you've got? Eren charged with everything he had, but the attacker parried easily. You fight like that, and Krumla will crush you, the figure warned as he suddenly vanished from sight. Before Eren could react, the attacker reappeared and slashed at his neck with blinding speed. Pain exploded as blood poured freely and Eren's head lolled to the side, his vision fading once more. Eren backed to the entrance, panting heavily as he stepped forward, his eyes burning with frustration. Damn it, he thought bitterly. I die, then come back to life. Then I die again, only to return once more. How much longer do I have to keep playing this twisted game with the Slayer? Every time he believed he'd found a weakness, the Slayer would unveil a new method of attack, stronger, faster, more precise. This can't go on forever. There has to be a way to break this cycle. There has to be a way out of this endless loop of death and rebirth. Without hesitation, Eren stormed into the chamber, his voice sharp as a blade. Slayer! He lunged forward, sword flashing through the air. But the Slayer met his strike head-on, effortlessly parrying the blow. Eren growled through gritted teeth. I'm not going to die this time. Absolutely not. The Slayer stepped back calmly and smiled. Really? Then, with a slight nod, he added, Your movements have sharpened. Have you finally started to read the rhythm of my sword? Eren's grip on his hilt tightened. Do you think you're better than me? He snapped. Internally, he was analyzing. After he dodges, he always gathers sword energy. That's the window I need. That's when I strike. Just as predicted, the Slayer began to gather his sword energy. Eren didn't waste a second. He stepped in and unleashed a refined technique. Wind Cutter! The air screamed as his blades sliced forward. A wave of compressed wind surged at the Slayer, colliding with a thunderous blast and engulfing the area in smoke and debris. Eren stared into the settling dust, heart pounding. Did it work? But his hope vanished as the silhouette of the Slayer emerged unscathed. Not a scratch. How disappointing, the Slayer said coldly. I hear another death approaching. He shifted his stance, the air around him humming ominously. Let me show you what a true secret technique looks like. Eren gritted his teeth and charged again. Don't make me laugh. It's my turn. He swung his blade with fury, but again the Slayer blocked it effortlessly. Then, to Eren's horror, his sword energy began to flow toward the Slayer, being siphoned away. What the hell is going on? He thought, wide-eyed. In one swift motion, the Slayer retaliated. His sword glowed as energy surged along the blade. Eren raised his own weapon to block, but the force was overwhelming. He was hurled back across the room, crashing into the stone wall with a brutal impact. Blood spilled from his lips as he crumpled to his knees. He's strong, too strong. Absorbing my sword energy made him even more powerful. Damn it, am I going to die again? The Slayer stood calmly and asked. Did you notice anything different about that last strike? Eren looked up, still disoriented, unable to answer. Raising his sword, the Slayer said, You're capable of using this same power, the one I just demonstrated. Let me show you again. As the sword glowed with raw force, Eren's eyes widened in realization. That's not just sword energy. Is he using his willpower? Flashback to Brahn Castle, training grounds. A few months ago Eren stood alone, drenched in sweat, sword raised as he focused deeply. First, I draw in the dragon's blessing, then I channel my willpower to control it. He launched an attack at a stone target, obliterating it. He watched the shattered pieces scatter and thought, that battle with the holy nation taught me how to wield my willpower in sync with the dragon's blessing. This could change everything. He tightened his stance, eyes reflecting both curiosity and ambition. If I can control such a force, what other techniques might be possible? Could I absorb the enemy's energy? Cheryl once said that willpower was unlike mana, it could create entirely new vessels. That means its potential is limitless. If I push beyond my current limits, what new doors will open? But to reach that level, I'll need someone who can survive my attacks. Can Rommel endure that? He shook the thought away. No. I'll keep training on my own. And with that, he continued practicing the great sword technique, swinging again and again into the empty field. In present time, Eren stood once more at the entrance. The pain of his latest death still lingered in his bones, but his resolve had sharpened. Willpower, that's the key. The force that can absorb sword energy. If he can do it, then so can I. I'll use it to absorb that bastard's power. He advanced toward the Slayer without hesitation and struck. The Slayer blocked his strike with a nod of acknowledgement. Finally, he said. You've figured it out. Enough with your nonsense, Eren snapped. Show me your sword energy. The Slayer smirked. Gladly. As his blade glowed once more, Eren's eyes locked onto the pattern. There it is. He's wrapping his blade with willpower. I need to do the same. Fill my body with willpower, and then absorb his energy. Drawing upon his inner strength, Eren began to absorb the Slayer's sword energy mid-clash. A ripple of force burst outward, and the Slayer stumbled back several steps, his first sign of being pushed. Now with momentum on his side, Eren took position, focusing his strength. Great sword technique, verse 4, Wind Cutter. With full force, he unleashed his next strike straight toward the Slayer. After launching his powerful attack, Eren stared at the impact, eyes narrowing. Did I finally do it? Did I succeed this time? He wondered. But before he could take another step, something strange began to happen. The Slayer's figure started to flicker, his body disintegrating as if dissolving into the air. In his place, an eerie magic circle materialized. Its patterns weren't just magical, they carried a weight, a sense of dread. Eren's eyes widened as he observed it. What is that? He thought. It looks like a summoning circle, but no, not quite. It feels more like an altar. And then he saw something that made his blood run cold. Inside the altar stood a small child, completely unaware of the danger, gently playing with glowing butterflies. The serene innocence of the child clashed horribly with the ominous energy pulsing from the altar. Eren's breath caught in his throat. No. If this really is an altar, then that child, he's a sacrifice. Panic surged in Eren's chest. I thought it was over. I thought I'd broken the cycle. He suddenly screamed into the void. When are you going to stop messing with me? There was no answer. The silence was maddening. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Eren growled. You're not even going to answer me? With determination blazing in his eyes, he rushed forward. Fine. If this is how it's going to be, then I'll save him myself. He extended his hand toward the child, but as soon as he got close, he slammed into a magical barrier surrounding the altar. Sparks flared where his hand struck the shield. Undeterred, Eren began pounding his fists against it, desperate to break through. The altar's light intensified, it was activating. Eren's heart dropped. No! He shouted in horror. Suddenly, a voice cried out behind him. Duncan! Eren turned sharply. A figure sprinted past him, rushing straight toward the altar. Eren blinked. Wait, is that the Slayer? But the man had no mask now. The figure didn't hesitate. He drew his blade and slashed through the barrier with a precise strike, shattering the magic shield around the child. He hurried to the boy's side, kneeling down. Duncan, wake up, he said gently. The child blinked in confusion and asked, Who are you? The man removed his mask. Duncan's eyes widened. It's you, there's no time, the Slayer said urgently. You have to get out of here now. The door is about to close. But what about you? Duncan asked, his voice trembling. If someone doesn't stay behind, the altar will collapse, along with the entire village, the Slayer replied solemnly. Now go! The child hesitated, but then ran, shouting. I'll gather the villagers. I'll come back for you. With a heavy rumble, the ancient doorway slammed shut behind him. Now alone, the Slayer slowly walked to the center of the altar and sat down, crossing his legs and planting his sword before him. As silence fell over the ruins, a familiar voice rang out, mocking, condescending. You foolish and naive human! Eren froze. That voice. I've heard it before. His eyes narrowed. The dragon, the one from Damasian Castle. The Slayer stood and lifted his sword toward the darkness. Show yourself! He shouted. You dare abuse the power of the ancient gods? Fight me directly! A dark aura burst from the center of the altar, thick tendrils of corrupted energy rising like smoke. They coiled around the Slayer, binding his arms and legs. A laugh echoed through the air. It was Krumela's voice, cruel and triumphant. I need your power to imprison you here, she said mockingly. Why else do you think I bothered to deceive you? You don't have the strength to kill me. If you wanted to live, you shouldn't have come here in the first place. Blame your weak human heart, the same heart that wanted to save the Black Continent. Now suffer. Die in darkness. Die in eternal bondage. Aaron's breath caught as realization dawned. He imprisoned himself here. He chose to be sealed, to protect the Black Continent and its people. As the vision faded, the present returned. The Slayer, now standing before Aaron once more, asked him, "Do you have someone you're willing to save, even if it means sacrificing yourself?" Aaron's expression hardened, his gaze steady. "Yes," he replied without hesitation. The Slayer nodded and held out his sword. "Then take this. You, who are willing to lay down your life for others, become the master of this blade. Use it to free me, and to liberate the Black Continent from Krumila's shadow." Aaron stepped forward, took the sword, and bowed his head. "Thank you." He turned and walked away, the weight of new purpose in every step. A low rumble echoed through the ruins. The ancient gate began to open. Outside, Rex, Miller, and Captain Jacqueline stood waiting anxiously. As the dust parted and Aaron stepped through, Rex rushed forward. "Your Grassel! Are you all right?" Aaron didn't answer. "Your Grassel?" Rex repeated, concern deepening. Aaron finally looked up, his voice calm but filled with resolve. "Let's go." "Go where?" Rex asked. Aaron unsheathed the Slayer's sword. Its power pulsed in his hand. "To defeat that insane dragon." Meanwhile at Damasian Castle, Krumila stood before her magical orb, eyes wide with rage as she watched Aaron emerge. "You dare defy me?" she screeched. "I gave you a second chance, and this is how you repay me?" Her fury boiled over. Chanting a dark incantation, the sky above Damasian turned blood-red. A swirling storm of malevolent energy blotted out the stars. "Servants of mine!" she bellowed. "Punish the human who dares challenge your master!" In response, hundreds of winged beasts emerged, monstrous creatures shaped like dragons. Their eyes glowed with the same malevolent power as their mistress. They shrieked and took flight, hurtling through the sky toward Aaron. The battle had only just begun. The scene shifted to Runtrav village, where Aaron stood before his gathered forces, their armor still dusty from past battles. His expression was calm but resolute as he addressed them. "All right," he said, his voice carrying across the windswept courtyard. "Is everyone here? Good. The battle ahead is unlike anything we've faced before. It's not just another skirmish, this one is critical." He turned and pointed toward the looming silhouette of a castle atop a distant cliff. "Our next target is the dragon who resides within that stronghold." A hush fell over the soldiers. Murmurs spread through the ranks, voices tinged with disbelief and anxiety. "Did he say a dragon? Dragons are the stuff of myths, we're just soldiers, how are we supposed to fight a legendary creature?" Their doubt hung in the air, until Miller scoffed and burst into laughter. "I can't believe how cowardly the Empire's troops have become," he said mockingly. "Let me handle it. I'll blow that whole damn castle sky-high with my explosives. You lot can just sweep up whatever's left." But before Miller could ramble further, Aaron raised a hand and cut him off. "No," Aaron said firmly. "We're not storming the castle." That brought silence and confusion. Even Miller raised an eyebrow. "The castle is Krumila's domain," Aaron continued. "Every stone of it is soaked in her power. Entering it would be walking straight into her trap. There's no reason to take that risk. Instead, we'll bring her out." Just then, the sky rumbled ominously. Aaron's gaze turned upward. The clouds above churned into crimson, and a deep beating sound echoed through the air, the flapping of countless wings. Out of the blood-red sky descended a swarm of small dragons, their scales gleaming like molten iron. Aaron drew his sword in one fluid motion. His voice rang out, commanding and fierce. "Raise your weapons! Do not fear them!" He narrowed his eyes, thinking, so, she's watching us. As expected. But this time, I welcome it. He dashed forward, channeling energy into his blade and releasing a powerful wind cutter. The arc of energy sliced through the air, tearing down several dragons in one strike. But his opening left him exposed, and more dragons lunged to capitalize on it. Before they could reach Aaron, a roar of flame erupted behind him. "I'm not letting you hog all the glory!" Miller yelled, tossing explosive powder at the oncoming beasts. He struck it alight with a torch, igniting a massive burst of flame. Several dragons dropped from the sky, scorched and mangled. Miller grinned and gave Aaron a thumbs up. But his celebration didn't last long. A dragon dove at him from above, until a thunderous impact shook the ground. Jacqueline had arrived, smashing the creature into the earth with the swing of his massive hammer. "Don't lose focus, Miller!" Jacqueline barked. Meanwhile, Aaron continued to cut down dragons with relentless precision. One after another, they fell to his blade. But their numbers were overwhelming. Jacqueline scanned the battlefield, grimacing. "There are too many." Suddenly, a strange bell-like chime echoed across the land. Aaron froze. "That sound. It's the summoning signal. She's calling the people of the Black Continent." From the horizon, civilians under Crumilla's influence began to appear, men, women, and children, walking like sleepwalkers toward the battlefield. Aaron's heart sank. Damn it! If those dragons attack the civilians, I won't be able to keep my promise to the Slayer. The dragons shifted their focus toward the helpless people. "No!" Aaron shouted, his aura flaring. "Attack me instead, you bastards!" He surged forward, sword blazing with energy, slashing through the dragons before they could reach the crowd. Jacqueline watched in awe. "He's gotten even stronger. That sword isn't the only gift the Slayer gave him." Rex, standing nearby, noticed something else. "His grace, he's absorbing their mana." Aaron's body surged with power as the dragon's life energy flowed into him. He raised his blade skyward, its surface glowing brighter than ever before. "Great sword technique, Wind Cutter!" The energy surged from his blade like a roaring tempest, obliterating the remaining dragons in a single, devastating sweep. Aaron exhaled sharply, the ground around him scorched and cracked. "This is the absorption technique I inherited from the Slayer," he thought, trembling slightly. "But how long will it take for my body to fully adapt to it?" The surviving civilians cautiously approached him, eyes wide with awe. One stepped forward and asked softly, "Are you the Slayer's heir?" Elsewhere, within her throne chamber in Damasian Castle, Crumilla's eyes flared with rage as she watched through her enchanted orb. Every one of her dragon forces lay dead. "Useless fools!" she screeched. "They couldn't even stop a single human?" Her voice seethed with venom. "So, you not only stole the sword, but you dared to master his power as well? Fine. If that's the case." She crushed the orb with her bare hand. Magic crackled around her. "I'll deal with you myself." She turned and barked. "Logan!" A figure emerged from the shadows and knelt before her. "Are the offerings ready?" she demanded. "Yes, my lady." "Prepare the summoning ritual. We begin at once." Some time later, Aaron, Miller, and Jacqueline arrived at a mine outside the village. Miller was already at work, loading a mining cart with gunpowder. Lighting a small flame, he gave the cart a shove, sending it rolling into the mine's depths. A moment of silence passed. Then, boom! The mine's entrance collapsed in a deafening explosion. Dust billowed outward in clouds. Miller chuckled. Nothing like the sweet sound of precise destruction. With Miller's gunpowder, it's always the perfect blast, never too little, never too much. Jacqueline turned to Aaron. "Why do you want the mine blown up, all of a sudden?" Aaron answered without hesitation. "It's just a decoy. The idea is to draw Crumilla out of her stronghold. I'm going to take away everything dragons covet, step by step." He paused, then added, "Unlike Kainu's, Crumilla is reckless. Impatient. And with the mine sealed, she can no longer force people to dig for resources." Jacqueline nodded. "Makes sense. Even after the Slayer's return, her control over the people hasn't broken. They still cling to the routines she forced on them." Just then, Rex came running, breathless. "Crumilla's left the castle." Aaron's eyes narrowed. "Already? That was quicker than I expected." Rex frowned. "Yes, but the villagers are all flocking to her. As if they're still under her spell." Aaron clenched his fists. "Then it's time I break it, for good." The scene shifted to the Karen continent, within the borders of Brahn territory. At the castle gates, Commander Ramos stood watch as refugees, followers of the Church of Vivian, streamed inside. Their robes were tattered, their eyes heavy with fatigue and fear. Some clutched children, others carried nothing but the faith they were now persecuted for. As Ramo observed them, a grim expression crossed his face. He muttered under his breath, "Those bastards from the Holy Kingdom, absolutely shameless. Why persecute the Church of Vivian's followers now, of all times? With the world crumbling under these disasters, we should be standing together, not tearing each other apart." He clenched his fist slightly, then added to himself, "Of all times, why did this have to happen while His Grace and Lady Cheryl are away?" His thoughts were interrupted by the familiar voice of Kane, who approached him with a firm tone. "Commander Rommel, If I may, how much longer are you planning to let these refugees pour into Brahn? Rommel turned to him calmly. How much longer? As long as we can. Most of them are followers of the Church of Vivian, our people. His Grace gave a clear order before departing: we are to shelter them. That hasn't changed. Kane's brow furrowed. And what about the current residents of Brahn? Do they no longer matter? I understand you're following orders, but if we continue at this rate, it's not just the refugees who will suffer, we all will. There won't be enough food for anyone. We'll starve. Rommel met Kane's concern with a hard gaze. Our territory hasn't reached that point yet. Until then, I won't turn away our church's faithful out of fear. I won't betray them for selfish survival. Just then, a soldier rushed up to them in a panic. Commander! A messenger has arrived, from Valanchi Castle. The sound of galloping hooves approached rapidly. A rider appeared, his horse staggering, its coat streaked with blood and sweat. The rider himself was no better, his uniform torn, blood soaking his side. He dismounted weakly and dropped to one knee. I bring urgent news, he said, breathing heavily. The guards of the Church of Pears have arrested every follower of the Church of Vivian within Valanchi Castle. They demanded we expel them. When we refused, they returned days later and conducted a full sweep. Rommel's eyes narrowed, jaw tightening. The messenger continued, voice trembling. They even arrested Commander Bianca. We were powerless to stop it. Both Rommel and Kane looked stricken. Rommel muttered bitterly. Those fanatical bastards! The Holy Kingdom has gone mad. The messenger lowered his head further. Valanchi has become a ghost town. Most of the soldiers stationed there were Vivian's faithful. With them gone, the place is defenseless. Kane shook his head in disbelief. This is worse than I imagined. In that case, we need to shut our gates. We can't let Brahn suffer the same fate. But Rommel stood firm. No. I won't let the Holy Kingdom dictate our actions through fear. Kane, gather 100 soldiers. We march to Valanchi. We need to restore order. As Kane departed with the troops, Rommel remained behind, his thoughts turning dark. If I can secure Valanchi, that will buy us time. But how long before the Holy Kingdom provokes us again? Until His Grace returns, I have to shield as many lives as I can. About a month had passed since the disasters first struck the Empire. Half the continent now lay in ruins, villages drowned in red floodwaters, crops reduced to dust by the arid wind. And just as the Empire and Holy Kingdom had plotted, whispers blaming the Church of Vivian grew louder. The public, desperate for someone to blame, turned on their neighbors. Those who once protected or hid church members now began turning them over. Even followers living in seclusion were dragged from their homes by Holy Kingdom guards. But the disasters didn't end. The rivers ran red as ever. The cracked earth remained barren. No matter how many they sacrificed in Vivian's name, nothing changed. Yet the persecution only worsened. Gripped by fear, the people convinced themselves that purging the church would earn divine favor. What began as forced removal spiraled into massacres. Townsfolk wielded pitchforks and torches, slaughtering men, women, and children, all while remaining blind to the true source of their suffering. Meanwhile, far from the city, deep within a quiet forest, a lone figure wandered, Gayle. He walked slowly, scanning the trees. Where am I? He thought, confused. Then, just beyond the tree line, he spotted a village. But before he could approach, a sound rustled behind him. He spun around, hand already on his sword. Who's there? He demanded, drawing his weapon and falling into a combat stance. Monsters. Red eyes began to glow in the darkness. There's more than one? Monsters this close to a village? Gayle narrowed his gaze. Suddenly, a group of goblins clad in crude armor and brandishing jagged weapons burst from the forest. They charged toward him. Gayle raised his sword. They're not ordinary goblins. I can't let them reach the village. But before he could strike, an invisible force seized him from behind, yanking him down. His muscles locked. He fell to his knees, immobilized. What is this? He panicked. The goblins rushed past, ignoring him completely. He watched helplessly as they headed straight toward the unaware village. Gritting his teeth, he thought, damn it! I can't let them get through. I have to stop them. Gayle's eyes shot open. He was back in his room, drenched in sweat. Was that a dream? He whispered. No. That felt too real. Another premonition. He sat up slowly, recalling the vision. Before the Red River flowed, before that village was flooded. I had dreams just like this. But this time, something was different. That presence, that force holding me back. And then, he felt it again. A pressure. A power stirring deep inside him. It's the same force I felt in the dream, he muttered. He clenched his fists, trying to resist it. I must not let it take over me. A voice echoed in the room, low and echoing, unfamiliar. Your eyes are finally open. Gayle jumped to his feet, sword in hand. Who's there? Show yourself! The voice responded calmly. I am all that is. I am everything, and I am power. What do you mean? Gayle demanded. A shadowy figure began to take shape before him, formless, ethereal, its presence both divine and monstrous. My son, my eternal servant. Find your mother, the one who bore you with me. Gayle staggered back, shocked. What are you saying? You and my mother created me? What does that even mean? But before he could ask more, the shadow began to fade. The truth will reveal itself soon. Find her, the figure whispered, and vanished. Just then, the door burst open. A guard entered, looking startled. Sir Gayle, are you all right? I heard a scream. Gayle looked around. He didn't hear the voice. Then he looked up sharply and asked, That woman, the one in the red dress. Where is she now? The guard blinked. You mean the lady who arrived yesterday? I believe she's still staying at an inn near the capital. Gayle gave the order without hesitation. Bring her to me. Right now. Some time later, Gayle's guards escorted a woman into the castle's underground holding area. Her wrists were bound, and a coarse hood covered her face. Without ceremony, one of the guards opened a cell door and shoved her inside. Moments later, Gayle arrived, his footsteps calm but purposeful. Seeing her in that condition, he spoke firmly. That's enough. The guards straightened. You're dismissed, he ordered. Yes, sir. They responded in unison before stepping away, their boots echoing down the corridor. Inside the cell, the woman stirred at the sound of his voice. Hidden beneath the hood, her eyes widened with recognition. That voice, it can't be. That's the voice of the wise man. Gayle stepped closer, then gently removed the cloth from her head. Her hair was disheveled, her face older, wearier than he remembered, but unmistakable. I apologize for my subordinate's treatment. Mother, he said softly. Her eyes narrowed in disbelief. What did you just call me? She asked. You're the wise man? Gayle nodded solemnly. My true name is Aaron Karen. She shook her head slowly. No, you can't be. You're not Aaron. I understand it's difficult to believe, Gayle said, his voice steady. It took me years to accept it myself. But it's true. As I've told you before, the Emperor will execute Aaron, me, 20 years from now. That's my past. After I was killed, I was reborn in this body. I've spent years using my knowledge of the future to build my title as the wise man. He looked her in the eye. You still don't believe me? The night before you left Cheryl and me, you came to my room. You stroked my hair and said, even in hell, I'll do everything to protect you. At that, her expression faltered. Her lips parted, trembling. How do you know that? The scene shifted to years earlier, in the imperial capital of Jabin. Within the palace walls, Isabel crept silently through the halls, unnoticed by the guards. It was late. She approached a door and slowly pushed it open. Inside, a young Aaron slept peacefully, unaware. Isabel sat on the edge of his bed and gently ran her fingers through his hair, tears quietly sliding down her cheeks. My son, she thought. Don't hate me for what I'm about to do. I'm leaving only to find a way to free you from the Force. Aaron stirred, opening his eyes. Why are you crying? He asked drowsily. Is it about father? Don't worry. Even if he loses his crown, or is killed, I'll protect you and Cheryl. I promise. She pulled him into a gentle hug. You've grown so strong, my son. But it's not your job. Protecting you and Cheryl is my responsibility. Even if I must walk through hell, I'll do whatever it takes to keep you safe. She kissed his forehead. I'm sorry for waking you. Go back to sleep. Aaron blinked up at her. Want me to walk you back to your room? She smiled. I'll be fine. The Imperial Palace still belongs to me. And with that, she slipped out, closing the door behind her. In the present, Gayle continued. After you left my room that night, I was told you took your own life. But then I saw you again, here, in this hidden passage. You were alive all along. He stepped back, pain flashing in his eyes. After you disappeared, Father was dethroned. Cheryl and I were exiled to Brahn territory. You said you'd protect us. Why did you stay hidden? Why did you let us suffer alone? Isabel lowered her head. Everything I did was for you. I was trying to save you in my own way. I can't explain everything now, but when the time is right, you'll understand. Gayle pressed further. Is that why you stole the relic from the Temple of Enon? Was that for us too? Her eyes widened at the question. So, you know about that? I don't know everything, he said. But I didn't come here just for answers. A shadow appeared to me. It told me to find you. It said you, and it created me and Cheryl together. Isabel's eyes filled with dread. No. The force has already manifested before you. Gayle took a breath. Mother! What are Cheryl and I? Was I reborn into this body because of that shadow? Before she could answer, darkness began to swirl around him. The same malevolent energy from his dreams surged through his limbs. He gasped, falling to one knee. Isabel panicked. Gayle! Are you all right? But it was too late. The shadow took hold. Gayle's eyes turned dark as the entity's voice emerged from his mouth. My faithful servant, you've kept me waiting too long. Is it time? Will you finally break the seal? Isabel immediately knelt before him. No, not yet. I wasn't prepared for this catastrophe. The disasters came too soon, and now the Church of Pears has declared itself the state religion. The shadow scoffed. You're blaming your failure on the religion of a lesser god? That's your excuse? It hissed with irritation. You're lucky I cannot punish you yet, my manifestation is incomplete. But time is running short. Break the seal. With that, the entity left Gayle's body in a gust of shadow and vanished. Gayle collapsed to the floor, gasping for air. His vision was swimming, his limbs trembling. He looked at Isabel, who still knelt in silence. So it's true, he thought. My mother is bound to that being. He gritted his teeth. What is going on? What are you planning? Tell me everything. Isabel looked at him solemnly. I wanted to tell you when the time was right. But that choice is gone now. You and Cheryl, you were both born with powers unlike any others. You mean the dragon's blessing? He asked. She shook her head. Not quite. It's the power of Valtor and Eyeless, divine forces. The god above all, Avrak, planted those powers in you through me. Gayle's expression hardened. So I was right. That's why she stole the relic from the temple. You're trying to carry out Avrak's will, he said. You're trying to break the seal, aren't you? But Isabel shook her head. No, Gayle. I'm trying to seal him away forever. In the beginning, there was only chaos. Whether it had always existed or was deliberately formed, no one could say. That chaos was called Avrak. When Avrak, the embodiment of raw, formless chaos, transformed into the natural world, the ancient tribes of humankind revered nature itself as divine. They worshipped rivers and skies, mountains and storms, believing they were gazing upon the very presence of their god. And through their undivided devotion, Avrak ascended the heavens, reigning supreme as the greatest of all gods. But as human civilization blossomed, so too did their desires. No longer content with a distant, abstract deity, mankind created new gods, gods of love, of protection, of fortune, and ambition. These lesser deities rose to prominence, stealing the hearts and worship of humanity. With each offering made to them, Avrak's divine strength diminished. Stripped of his authority and enraged by the betrayal, Avrak resolved to return to his true essence, chaos. And in doing so, he would exact vengeance, not only upon mankind, but also on the lesser gods who dared to usurp his place. To begin this retribution, he planted two seeds, Valtor and Eyeless, into the womb of a young maiden from House Delkia, a bloodline that had remained loyal to Avrak for generations. Through her, the seeds of punishment were passed down. They took root in the bodies of her descendants, and eventually, they bloomed, quietly, imperceptibly, within two infants, Aaron and Cheryl. These were no ordinary children. Born from the 120th scion of House Delkia, they carried within them the silent, slumbering wrath of Avrak. When the world would again be shrouded in disaster and despair, when Isabel, their mother, would awaken their latent power, Valtor and Eyeless would fully emerge. And with them, Avrak's final punishment would be unleashed upon the earth. Back in the present, Gayle stared at his mother, his voice tense with the weight of revelation. So now it all makes sense. The nightmares I've been having, They're premonitions. And the reason I can see them is because of Walter's energy inside me. But if that's true, why are you trying to seal this force? If Avarak were to find out, wouldn't you be marked as a traitor? Isabel's expression softened, her voice tinged with regret. At first, I didn't question Avarak. I was completely devoted. It was all I had known. I pursued your father, Glyne, precisely because he carried the dragon's blessing in his bloodline. I outmaneuvered noblewomen of higher rank just to secure my position as empress. Every step, every decision, was to realize Avarak's will. She paused, her gaze distant. But once you and Cheryl were born, once I held you in my arms, I changed. I couldn't bear the thought of my own children being used as weapons of divine destruction. That's when I turned away from him. Gayle nodded slowly. The day I faked my death, I began hunting for relics. Anything that might help seal the forces that had taken root in you and Cheryl. Isabel's eyes widened. But I never knew that Walter's energy had already begun to manifest inside you. Perhaps it's because you were reborn into another man's body. His essence is stirring too soon. Gayle clenched his fists. Then what happens to me now? I can't let this evil force consume me completely. I haven't even had my revenge yet. The Emperor who ruined everything still lives. His voice shook. You must know something. You've searched for the relics all this time. Seal the power now. Please, you have to. But Isabel shook her head. Not yet. I haven't gathered all the relics necessary for the sealing ritual. But there's one possible solution. Reclaim your original body. My body? Gayle echoed. She nodded. The dragon's blessing in your true body is strong. Strong enough to suppress Walter's energy. If you can return to it, even temporarily, you may be able to hold the force at bay until I complete the seal. Gayle looked away, troubled. But the person in Aaron's body now isn't me. He's different. He's waging war on kingdoms, challenging even the Holy Kingdom. That man is ruled by conflict. He'll be impossible to approach, let alone reason with. Isabel gave a faint smile. Then perhaps Cheryl can reach him. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Brahn territory, a teleportation circle flared to life in the middle of a deserted plain. With a sudden flash, Cheryl stumbled out of the portal and collapsed to the ground, gasping. I've hit my limit, she muttered, her breath ragged. Why is it so damn hard to find a village with people still living in it? She pulled a half-eaten potato from her pouch and smiled faintly. Thank the stars for that refugee. If I hadn't eaten this, I wouldn't have had the strength to open the portal at all. Forcing herself to her feet, she brushed off her cloak. No time to rest, she muttered. Where the hell am I? Scanning her surroundings, she suddenly spotted the crest of Brahn territory in the distance, and let out a joyous cry. Yes! Finally, I made it! But then, confusion crept over her features. Why would the portal drop me near some random village? There shouldn't be enough ambient mana here unless there are monsters nearby. She frowned but shrugged. Whatever. I'm here. That's all that matters. Time to find food. Cheryl jogged toward the village, eager to refuel, but as soon as she crossed its borders, she came to a halt. What happened here? Corpses lay scattered in the streets. Homes were shattered. Blood stained the dirt roads. Her eyes scanned the devastation, and then a faint, wheezing cough caught her attention. She sprinted toward the sound and found a bloodied man, barely conscious. Are you all right? She asked, kneeling beside him. The man's eyes fluttered open. Miss Cheryl, of Brahn? Yes, that's me, she replied urgently. What happened here? His voice was hoarse. Goblins attacked. Not normal ones. These were stronger. Controlled by something dark. Cheryl's face hardened. Possessed monsters? But that doesn't make sense. This region should have been safe. The man coughed again, blood pooling at the corners of his mouth. They went back to the forest, but they'll return. Please, protect the villagers. With that final plea, his body went still. Cheryl gently closed his eyes, then stood up. I swear. I'll return and take care of this place. Rest now. As she walked away, her mind reeled. Another attack, another sign of what's coming. These disasters, they're only spreading. And if they reach the heart of the Empire... She clenched her fists, eyes burning with resolve. I won't let it happen. I'll protect Brahn. I'll protect all of us. Some time later, Cheryl arrived at Brahn Castle. Without wasting a moment, she summoned Rommel and Cain to the war room for an urgent meeting. As the two men laid out the situation, Cheryl listened intently, her expression darkening. "So, those Holy Kingdom bastards finally made their move," she said bitterly. "They're hiding behind the Empire's shadow, but their intentions are crystal clear. I still can't believe they dared to attack Valanchi Castle while Aaron and I were away." Turning to Rommel, she asked sharply, "What's the current state of the castle?" Rommel gave a curt nod. "Most affairs have been managed, but the guards of Pears have taken over. All known followers of the Church of Vivian have been imprisoned. The halls are nearly empty. Only Pears loyalists remain, and with our forces stretched thin, it wouldn't take much for them to seize full control. We've stationed some of our troops there, but if the Holy Kingdom tries their usual underhanded tactics..." Cheryl narrowed her eyes, her thoughts racing. "Just as I feared. Bianca's capture has thrown everything off balance. Rommel is tied down securing Brahn, and I need to return to the Black Continent soon. But we can't afford to leave Valanchi in enemy hands. We must rescue Bianca, immediately." She turned to Cain. "Old man, what's the situation with the treasury? Do we have the funds to ransom Bianca?" Cain scoffed. "Do you think money sprouts from the ground? Ever since the disaster started, sales of holy water have dropped by half. Dungeon profits are at a record low. If not for emergency tax collection, we'd be on the brink of famine." "Come on," Cheryl said, crossing her arms. "We made a fortune off the holy water trade. It couldn't all have dried up overnight." "You assume running this territory is free," Cain retorted. "His Grace has been expanding indiscriminately, and we're barely covering repairs on the newly acquired lands. On top of that," he jabbed a finger toward Rommel, "this man insists we keep letting refugees in. And in case you didn't know, the sacred spring that produces the holy water ran dry long ago." Cheryl's eyes widened. "Is that true?" Rommel nodded grimly. "It is." Later, the group arrived at the Temple of Vivian, a once sacred place now eerily quiet. Cheryl approached the ceremonial bowl where holy water was once drawn and stared into its empty basin. "So it's really gone," she murmured. Cain confirmed. "As I said, the well is dry. We've had to shut down the holy land of Aten entirely. No more exports. No more miracles." Cheryl snapped. "And where is Saintess Cecilia? How could she let this happen?" Rommel answered. "She said her divine powers were fading. She left claiming she needed to seek restoration, but she hasn't returned." Cheryl let out a frustrated sigh, her thoughts spiraling. "Everything is falling apart. I came back to investigate my mother, but disasters are tearing the world apart. Our only Saintess is missing, and the Holy Kingdom is tightening its grip on our land. I can't wait for Aaron to return from the Black Continent. We're running out of time." Cain's voice suddenly cut through her thoughts. "We must shut Brahn's gates immediately. We can't afford to keep feeding more mouths. If we don't act, the territory won't last." "No," Cheryl said flatly. "I'm not abandoning the Church of Vivian's followers. I'm even more generous than Aaron. And if I handle this properly," she thought with a smirk, "I might even secure a financial advantage from it." Somewhere far away, Aaron, still in the Black Continent, suddenly felt a chill crawl down his spine. Rommel's eyes lit up with hope at Cheryl's words, while Cain looked utterly exasperated. Cheryl straightened her shoulders and announced, "Starting today, we rebuild. First priority, find and bring back every hidden follower of Vivian still alive." The castle gates creaked open. Rommel stepped forward, issuing rapid orders to the soldiers. "Form search parties of 3. Spread out to nearby villages, forests, and mountain ridges. The lives of the Church of Vivian's faithful depend on us." The soldiers saluted and immediately dispersed into the land. Cain groaned audibly. "We're increasing the population? In the middle of a crisis? We need to reduce the number of mouths to feed, not increase them." Cheryl turned to him, her gaze firm. "You think Brahn is the only place suffering? These disasters are destroying the entire empire. And if we start turning people away, the Holy Kingdom will use it to say we've failed as a territory. We have to show our people that Brahn still stands strong. But if we keep this up," Cain warned, "the territory will go bankrupt." Cheryl flared. "And if we close the gates, people will die, killed by monsters. Once that starts, no one will want to live here, and we'll really be trapped." Rommel and Cain both turned to her in shock. "What do you mean?" Cheryl smiled slyly. "Oh, did I forget to mention? We're being attacked tonight. Monsters. They're on their way." Rommel's eyes widened. And you're only telling us now? We'll be fine, Cheryl said confidently. I've got a plan. Rommel turned immediately. Then I'll ready the soldiers. No, Cheryl interrupted. I'm going to lure them myself. That's insane, Rommel exclaimed. You may be powerful, but you shouldn't face them alone. Rommel, please, she said with a wry grin. Have you forgotten who I am? I have 2 goals. 1, not a single resident of Brahn gets hurt. And 2, I'm going to make the Holy Kingdom witness these monsters with their own eyes. Once they do, rescuing Bianca will be a lot easier. Rommel stared at her, confused. How are you going to pull that off? Don't worry about it, Cheryl said, brushing past him. Just keep searching for our people. I'm going to catch a quick nap. I'll need my energy. Both men exchanged uneasy glances as she vanished down the corridor. That night, just beyond the borders of Brahn, the village previously attacked by goblins was once again overrun. The goblin warlord let out a guttural roar. Kill them all! Storm the castle! Slaughter everyone! The horde surged forward, but just as they neared the outskirts, a massive wall of fire erupted before them, blocking their path. Cheryl hovered in the sky above them, her hands crackling with magic. Just as I thought, she mused, staring down at the monsters. These aren't ordinary goblins. Something is controlling them. She shouted down. If you want blood, come and face me! With another spell, a second firewall flared to life, sealing the path to Brahn. The goblin leader snarled. We're blocked. Kill the girl instead. Tear her apart. Cheryl smirked. If it were up to me, I'd reduce you all to ash right now. But that wouldn't prove anything to the Holy Kingdom. She raised her arms and summoned a massive firebird, which circled above the monsters and let out a cry of flame. Then, with a flick of her wrist, Cheryl launched a binding spell, snaring several goblins in chains of fire, and dragging them with her as she turned to flee toward the horizon. Come on, follow me, she muttered with a wicked grin. It's going to be a long trip to the Holy Kingdom.
We got plenty more where that came from. Hit the subscribe button and stay tuned for even more amazing content.